From the moment I was born, there has been a red paper umbrella imprinted on my soul. As long as I draw the ghost sword from the umbrella, I can transform into the ghost sword immortal. However, this clearly forbidden existence that has not appeared for 1,000 years was defined as E-grade waste by the discerning eye of the divinely appointed official. Not only did my girlfriend who awakened the S-grade sacred water of Luo propose a breakup, but even my rival who awakened the S-grade shadowless spear also initiated a deadly battle. Everyone thought that I was doomed at this moment, but unexpectedly, I was identified as the holder of the 3 S-grade tenfold ghost order bestowed by the gods. Those who hold this order can communicate with the underworld. Summon the 10 halls of Yama. At this moment, standing on the battlefield of death, I slowly raised the tenfold ghost order. The ghost order is here. The Een soldiers obey. The next second, a gust of Een wind swept across the battlefield of death. Immediately after, countless dark shadows flickered and floated, causing the people below to scream continuously. There was even a girl who was so scared that she curled up on the ground. There are ghosts. I just saw a ghost. What exactly is this thing that Jiang Yan awakened? Why is it so eerie? Soon, these armored Een soldiers appeared in front of me, holding long spears and machetes in their hands. This scene also terrified Guo Chun, but he still tightly gripped the shadowless spear in his hand, and thunder began to surround him, immediately displaying the profound great lower rank martial skill 9 Heaven's thundering spear. Faced with an unstoppable blow, I remained indifferent, just standing still and watching his performance. Unexpectedly, 2 Een soldiers holding chains emitted black energy and simultaneously threw the chains to entangle the shadowless spear, firmly locking it in place. No matter how hard Guo Chun tried, the shadowless spear still could not break free from the chain's restraint. The other Een soldiers holding knives and spears slowly approached at this moment, their stiff faces devoid of any expression. At that moment, Guo Chun infused spiritual power into the shadowless spear. The next second, the burst of light directly shattered the chains. Seeing this scene, everyone cheered for Guo Chun. It was unexpected that the Een soldiers summoned by the SSS grade tenfold ghost order were unstoppable even by the spiritual power of S-grade divine bestowers. Guo Chun on the death battle arena, the shadowless spear in his hand continuously gathering the power of thunder, so it's just a token for summoning shrimp soldiers and crab generals. I'm not in the mood to continue playing with you. At this moment, his momentum suddenly surged, pushing his speed to the extreme, turning into lightning and instantly piercing and killing 10 Een soldiers. Upon seeing this scene, I simply smiled and opened a red paper umbrella, lightly uttering the words mirage and moon on the water. As the shadowless gun pierced through my left shoulder, Guo Chun, with a murderous intent in his eyes, instantly activated his spiritual power, causing the raging thunder to shatter my entire left shoulder. This terrifying scene left everyone in the audience dumbfounded, never expecting that an SSS level divine bestower would be defeated by an S level opponent. In the next moment, the headmaster shouted in surprise, leading everyone to look towards the place where the smoke dispersed. Unexpectedly, only Guo Chun kept emitting a piercing scream, his right hand trembling as he reached towards his shattered left arm. Seeing this, everyone was stunned speechless. Clearly, it was Guo Chun who shot through Jiang Yan's shoulder with one shot. So how did Guo Chun's shoulder end up shattered? At this moment, I stood on the battlefield, tilted my head and smiled, saying, "Do unto others as you would have them do unto you." This is the illusion skill brought by the red paper umbrella mirror flower, water moon, which can transfer this damage to anyone else. I looked at Guo Chun, who was trembling like chaff, and slowly said, "To kill someone, you must be prepared to be killed." After saying that, he pulled out the ghost sword hidden in the red paper umbrella. The blood overflowing from it gathered to form a red robe, slowly falling on me, like a fairy among ghosts. The crowd was once again shocked to the point of breathlessness, staring blankly at this scene, unable to believe that the oppressive ghost sword and red robe were actually transformed from that E-grade red paper umbrella. Even the bestowed official was completely dumbfounded, his mouth trembling, trying to say 2 words but seeming to be choked by an invisible hand. But the next moment, the official's eyes happened to meet mine, and as I smiled at him, I made a hushing gesture with my hand. At that moment, the official's pupils suddenly contracted, understanding that the word taboo would be forever buried in his heart. In the deadly arena, Guo Chun was already so frightened by this scene that his mind went blank, not even reacting with his survival instinct. The young man in the red robe once again raised the 10-direction ghost order. The emperor of the underworld is here. The Yama obeys. With the sound falling, the 10-direction ghost order actually released a beam of light that pierced through the sky. This was followed by flashes of lightning, thunder, and dark clouds gathering, as if a scene of the end of the world was about to come. And at this moment behind me, there were ancient ghosts and gods, fierce and evil, holding strange magical instruments in their hands, the 10 kings of hell. The first person to recognize it had already been soaked in cold sweat. and then weakly knelt on the ground. The students who had just despised the 10 Directions Ghost Order were all pale with fear. Not only were everyone trembling and shivering, even Yi Ran was completely stunned in place. She looked at the red-clothed young man on the death arena, regretting her actions. The appearance of the 10 Kings of Hell cast a shadow over the entire Linjiang province. Guo Chun, who witnessed this scene, began to kowtow and beg continuously, but I, like a ghostly immortal, coldly looked at Guo Chun. Alright, I'll give you a chance to live. If you can survive the next test, I'll let you go. With that, the Ghost Order emitted a burst of black mist, followed by countless evil spirits from the underworld laughing airily. At this moment, I am testing the abilities of the 10 Directions Ghost Order, and currently, I can only summon the remnants of the 10 Kings of Hell at most, not the true arrival of the 10 Kings of Hell. The 100 Ghost Sanine soldiers are physical summons, just a little infusion of spiritual power, and they can be summoned from the underworld to the Blue Star. The moment I obtained the 10 Directions Ghost Order, countless information surged in my mind. The holder of the 10 Directions Ghost Order is the master of the 9 Nether Underworld, ruling from the 9 Nether Underworld to the Yama Court, all under my control as the 9 Nether Emperor. The 10 Kings of Hell and the 5 Ghost Emperors all respect him. Zhang Yan elegantly snapped his fingers. Enjoy your dinner, 100 ghosts. If one living man is not enough to stuff his teeth, go and eat up all the sinners in this city. The next moment, 100 ghosts went wild, and they surrounded the pale Guo Chun like a hurricane. It was useless to let him let out how miserable and desperate his screams were. The 100 ghosts dispersed and flew all over Linjiang province, greedily searching for people who were tainted with sins. As for Guo Chun, who was eaten by 100 ghosts, he was left with a pile of white bones, with no flesh and blood left. Chapter 6 Contracting Nightly Ghosts and Torturing Sinners. Jiang Yan, what did you do? Yi Yiran's pupils contracted and asked tremblingly. Jiang Yan cast a faintly sidelong glance at her and said casually, murder. In the arena of death, the deed is done, and there is no guilt in murder. At this time, the severe ghosts that roamed the sky had already flown to all parts of Linjiang province. There were only 10 ghost gods left to stand guard behind Jiang Yan, silently emanating pressure and making the crowd not dare to breathe heavily. In the next moment, the 10 ghost gods transformed into green smoke and returned to the 10 ghost orders. With my current spiritual power, I can only barely make the remnants of the 10 temples of hell descend for 5 breaths. These 5 breaths are already enough for him to cross the level and kill someone. He's just now awakening into the rank. He's only a first rank, first heavy divine giver. If one were to sacrifice the remnants of the 10 temples of Hades, they could completely obliterate a second stage god giver. As the 10 temples of hell dissipated, Jiang Yan took the ghost sword back into the umbrella sheath, and his red clothes drifted away like smoke, re-emerge as a red umbrella. Jiang Yan ignored the death-like silence of the crowd and leisurely left Linjiang No. 2 Middle School with a red paper umbrella. Only when Jiang Yan's figure completely disappeared did the clamor come from the originally death-like silence of the crowd. Holy, killed someone. Jiang Yan he killed Guo Chun. Guo Chun deserved to die. He initiated the death match. He had no one to blame for his death. It's useless even if he's a member of the Guo clan. Who wouldn't dare to mess with an SS-class divine giver? I feel that Jiang Yan is so handsome and elegant when he killed Guo Chun. He didn't seem to put up a fight at all. Like a monarch who only needs to order his soldiers and generals to kill the enemy for him. It's still Jiang Yan. It's true that he's someone else's child. Without a sound. He's amazing, directly awakening the SS-rank divine gift and slapping all of us in the face. After this day, Jiang Yan completely became a legend in Linjiang No. 2 Middle School. It became the river god that everyone admired and worshipped. Quite a few people began to show Jiang Yan's nemesis. Zhou Peng, brother Peng, I'm Wang Shuixin from class 5. Don't you remember me? I lent you a pen during the exam before. Oh, it's you. Zhou Peng was a bit impressed. A rich kid squeezed right through, a smile on his face, and, sending the gene potion in his hand towards Zhou Peng's arms. Brother Peng, my name is Zhao Bin. All brothers, just mention my name a few times in front of brother Jiang in the future. Get lost. How can you be related to Peng? Hey, Peng. This is my family's Shin-level martial arts skill. So palm your eyes? Looking at these people who climbed the relationship to show their goodwill, Zhou Peng proudly lifted his chest. To follow Jiang is to have a face. On the contrary, Yi Yiran, this Jiang Yan's ex-girlfriend, was drowned by no size and coldness. TSK, this Yi Yiran is really a snob. Isn't Guo Chun awakened to the S-rank divine gift? She then licked her face and chose Guo Chun, not realizing that Jiang Yan is the true heavenly pride. Isn't this good? Letting our Jiangshan see this woman's true colors. We'll also have a chance to pursue Jiangshan. The girls said one thing to each other. Hearing these words, Yi Yiran trembled. No, Jiang Yan is mine. You are not worthy. None of you deserve it. even though it was himself who chased Jiang Yan in the first place, and the two of them used each other together. But at the end of the day, they had been together for 2 years, and Jiang Yan must have had feelings for her. Yes, Jiang Yan must have had feelings for me, otherwise it wouldn't have been with me for 2 years. It must be like this. She was going to go find Jiang Yan, admit her mistake to him, and get back together. The reason she sided with Guo Chun at that time was only because she was compelled by him. Jiang Yan, in the entire Linjiang province, only I, Yi Eran, can match you. With a smile on her face, she chased after Jiang Yan in the direction he left. On top of the high platform, Zhang Xiaoshang, the head teacher of the second senior class, looked at the dumbfounded old principal with a smile. The expression was full of pride. Principal, Jiang Yan is a student in my class. Ha, oh. The old principal was halfway to his senses as he looked at Zhang Xiaoshang and, laughing, he said, "Your teacher Zhang Xiaoshang, right? It's me. Zhang Xiaoshang's face was filled with pride. The old principal smiled and patted Zhang Xiaoshang on the shoulder. To be able to teach such a good child, your ability should not be underestimated. When I transfer to the Imperial City, this Linjiang Second Middle School vacant principal position well." Understanding the meaning of the old principal's words, Zhang Xiaoshang almost jumped up in excitement. It was a scene that made the other teachers in the senior class so envious that one after another, they were jealous. How good it would be if Jiang Yan was a student in our class. At this time in Linjiang province, there have been no less than hundreds of strange deaths. The deaths are very miserable. Some had their necks bitten off, others had their eyes eaten out. Jiang Yan came to a dark alley and looked at the man curled up in the corner. A weak whimper escaped his throat as blood continued to seep from it. Save me. The man held out his hand to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was impassive, a smile on his face. I recognize you. You are the Wang Junwei who abused and killed innocent children, and you should have been sentenced to death. But your family used their connections to forge a certificate of mental illness and were found not guilty. He crouched down slowly and smiled at the fact that there wasn't a good piece of meat on his body. That Wang Junwei, who was eaten down to his skeleton. Do you know who the stern ghost that gnaws on your flesh and blood is? The smile disappeared from Jiang Yan's face. The eyes were ghastly. It was those 5 innocent children that you brutally murdered. Now, it will be these 5 children who will transport you to the infernal purgatory. As Jiang Yan's icy voice fell, the 5 ghostly shadows once again drilled into the dying Wang Junwei's body, gnawing his heart a little bit. After a few moments, Wang Junwei was completely lifeless. The 5 ghostly shadows' grievances were over and they knelt down to Jiang Yan, kowtowing with tears of blood. What earth has failed to do you justice? I have now made up, and from this moment onward, you will be at my disposal for all eternity. Jiang Yan said as he looked at the 5 children's stern ghosts. The 5 childish stern ghosts nodded their heads obediently and returned to the 10-square ghost order tied around Jiang Yan's waist. Jiang Yan releases 100 stern ghosts and tells them to go to Linjiang province to eat the sinners. In fact, it is to allow the unresolved ghosts to settle the blood grudge on earth. It's only right to kill to pay for what you've done. But some murderers live on. So Jiang Yan releases his ghosts. Let these unjustly killed ghosts go and avenge the death of the guilty with their own hands and torture them to death. This was Jiang Yan's contract with them, so that the Li ghosts would willingly use them for him. So what's next? There's still the matter of getting my men motivated to be fighters. Don't have no power to fight after a great revenge. Jiang Yan doesn't want to indenture a bunch of waste knights. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers. Impermanent envoy, detain Wang Junwei's soul for me. Surrender his soul to those 5 still using knights and let them torture him as they please. Yes, master. A ghastly voice rang out of thin air, and a ghastly wind blew over the black and white irregulars manifested beside Jiang Yan, and they took the soul hooking lock and hooked the soul of Wang Junwei, who kept trying to escape. Leave me alone. Don't give me to those 5 little s. Please. I've already been killed by those 5 little. I don't owe them anything anymore. Wang Junwei's soul screamed miserably. Jiang Yan turned a deaf ear. Debts in life are paid after death. You owe a debt that you're afraid you'll have to pay for 5,000 years, which means that your soul is going to be tortured for 5,000 years by those 5 poor children. Jiang Yan cocked his head and laughed lightly. Looking at Jiang Yan's handsome jade-like face, Wang Junwei, however, felt boundless horror and despair. His miserable screams were unbearable. No. Chapter 7, The Heavenly Underworld Martial Arts Center. Walking out of the gloomy alley, hundreds of severe ghosts have already avenged their past lives and submitted to Jiang Yan. Fly into the 10 ghost orders. Jiang Yan. Just then, a pleasant voice rang out. Yi Ran clutched the edge of her skirt tightly and carefully approached Jiang Yan with tears in her eyes. Chu Koren, Jiang Yan, I really know I'm wrong. Forgive me. Fine, I forgive you. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Really? Yi still didn't expect Jiang Yan to forgive her so easily. And sure enough, Jiang Yan still likes himself. Then, we're still a couple, right? Yi Iran had a shy smile on her face. Jiang Yan smiled blandly. I told you, you and I won't cross paths again. I forgave you because I didn't take you to heart. Jiang Yan, how can you say such things? We've been together for 2 years. I'm giving you 2 years of my most precious youth. It's just a matter of each taking what they need. Jiang Yan was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, ignoring Yi Iran and about to leave. However, Yi Iran pulled her back and pestered her. I don't want you to go. Jiang Yan's brows furrowed slightly as he narrowed his eyes, his scarlet pupils exuding a dangerous aura. He hated being pestered. Get out. Yi Iran was so frightened by Jiang Yan's eyes that she didn't dare to breathe. Those eyes, as if she was looking at a dead person. But whenever she pestered him again, Jiang Yan would not hesitate to wipe her out. That look, it's horrible. It wasn't until Jiang Yan's back disappeared that Yi Iran felt better and was able to catch her breath slightly. She looked in the direction Jiang Yan left, her cheeks colored red, handsome and powerful. Jiang Yan, Yi Iran, have decided on you. She's an S-class divine provider. Now that Gui Chun, who is also an S-class divine provider, is dead, it was feared that she was the only S-class divine giver left in the entire Linjiang province. Jiang Yan, only I am worthy of you. Yi Iran looked as if she saw the near future of a bewildered smile on his face. Not long after leaving the alley, Jiang Yan received a call from his homeroom teacher, Zhang Xiaoshang. Zhang Xiaoshang's voice was refreshing. Jiang Yan, master really didn't misjudge you. You are the heavenly pride of heavenly prides, a demon among demons. Get to the point. Jiang Yan and Zhang Xiaoshang were on good terms, so they never used honorifics in their conversations. And don't bother to say more than that. Oops. The point is that I'm about to become the principal of Linjiang No. 2 Middle School. I'm hanging up. Jiang Yan knew that none of this was the point. This Zhang Xiaoshang guy had too much nonsense. Zhang Xiaoshang instantly panicked. Don't hang up. I'll get to the point. Cough cough. He cleared his throat and said with a smile, you already have a guaranteed admission to Budokai University. How's that for a surprise? Surprise. It's to be expected. It's hard to say no to a genius among geniuses like me without bailing out. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. It's impossible to talk this day. Oh yeah, there's one more important thing. Zhang Xiaoshang said. You do know about the mixing of human society with the Fae, don't you? Saw it on the news. Human cities have been infiltrated by the Fae. This matter concerns the future of the human race. Not bad, because the foreign races mixed in and tried to obliterate my human race's heavenly pride from the shadows, dissipating the future battle power of the human race. And you're an SS class divine giver. They'll definitely be on to you, so you have to be careful. Zhang Xiaoshang said solemnly, the mixing of alien races into human society. Naturally, the purpose was to kill those potential S-rank and above God-givers to prevent the rise of the human race. S is the object of alien hunting. Jiang Yan, being an SS ranked, it was even more of a direct target for the alien race to kill. Linjiang No. 2 Middle School will claim to the public that a student has awakened the SS grade divine gift. This will naturally attract the attention of the Fae. Alright, I'll pay attention. Jiang Yan nodded lightly. He understood all of this. One thing is troubling though. He walks in human society as an SS-ranked divine giver, and in addition to provoking the Fae to hunt him down and kill him, more than that, there will be some ungrateful guys looking for trouble. For example, those heavens pride from all over the world who don't know what they're doing. What? You're an SS-class divine giver. Come and fight me. Then there are certain Muqiang women. What? You're a legendary SS-ranked divine giver. I want to be with you. Hey, it's kind of annoying to have too high a divine gift level. However, even if there really were foreign races and ungrateful heavenly prides looking for trouble from him, he wouldn't be afraid in the slightest, because in addition to the SS grade 10 square ghost order, he has another unknown bottom card. Only Jiang Yan and that divine providence officer knew that the real quality of the paper umbrella in his hand was not E grade. Rather, it's taboo, above SS level of existence. I've already subdued Hyaki, so there's nothing important at the moment, so let's find a Budokan to raise my class. Jiang Yan found a martial arts school. The Heavenly Underworld Martial Arts Hall, one of the 5 major martial arts halls in Linjiang Province, was founded by a 6th-ranked martial saint, Class A divine giver Zhong Shanhai. Martial artists are categorized into 9 orders, which are Martial Artist, Martial Master, Martial Zone, Martial King, Martial Honor, Martial Saint, Martial Emperor, Martial God. Each stage has 10 sub-realms, and the peak of the 10 realms will be able to break through the realm and ascend to the next stage. Zhong Shanhai of the Heavenly Underworld Martial Dojo was a 6th-order triple-stage martial saint-level powerhouse, a 6th-order martial saint, ranked in the entire Linjiang province. Let's make this the Heavenly Underworld Taoist Hall, and find an enlightenment room to absorb the aura. The reason why I chose the Heavenly Underworld Martial Arts Center, for no other reason than it's close to home. Jiang Yan had just stepped through the door of the Heavenly Underworld Martial Arts Center. Then a tall woman in elegant dress came over with a smile. Little brother, do you want to go to the actual combat room or the enlightenment room? The enlightenment room. Jiang Yan laughed. What a handsome little brother. Let me hold him. Give you 50% off. The tall woman laughed. Jiang Yan's expression suddenly became serious. There's this good thing. Ha ha, just teasing you, little brother. No need to be so scared. You're in high school, little brother, right? Our librarian said that all high school students get 50% off. The tall woman's eyebrows smiled. I'm not in high school, so I'd better get a hug or I'll be ashamed of this 50% discount. Jiang Yan looked serious, not like he was joking. Ha ha. Little brother really know how to joke. This is your token. The room of enlightenment is on the second floor. Oh, the tall woman smiled awkwardly. Receiving the token, Jiang Yan straight shook his head. Shame on you. Shame on you. Looking at Jiang Yan's figure as he entered the elevator, the tall woman tugged at the corner of her mouth. High school students nowadays. Not cute at all. Well, wait a minute. What was the number of the token he just took for himself? Looks like number 001. Crap. The 001 Tomo room is exclusive to that person. Oops. This brain of mine. It's definitely too late to go upstairs and stop him. So let's just pray that the one isn't in there. At this time, Jiang Yan had already gone up to the second floor and looked at the room number on the token. No. 001. Oh, found it. Why is this door a black and gold color? VIP only? Is this the same perk that the Tenmei Budokan gives to high school students? Forget it, no matter that much. It's most important to feel the aura first in the enlightenment room. Chapter 8 Iceberg Goddess White Falling Snow. The token swiped the card. Successfully authorized. And the door to the 001 enlightenment room opened automatically. When he walked into the enlightenment room, Jiang Yan felt the majestic spiritual chi. And the core of the enlightenment room was the spirit gathering stone, able to gather the thin aura of the blue star. When he walked into the Tomo room, Jiang Yan felt that the air was densely filled with abundant spiritual chi. This was no longer something that ordinary spirit gathering stones could do. It should be a spirit gathering crystal. Jiang Yan had felt the efficacy of the spirit gathering crystal in the Tone enlightenment room of Linjiang No. 2 Middle School. Completely unable to reach the purity of this room of enlightenment, Jiang Yan was just about to sense the aura when he suddenly saw the chair at the floor-to-ceiling window. A subtle change came. There's someone in the chair. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. In order to ensure the purity of the aura, the enlightenment room was usually for single-person use only. In the case at hand, he is perfectly capable of claiming damages. The chair was still swaying slightly, and you could tell the person in it was trying to hide himself. Could it be a stowaway? The enlightenment room is too expensive to spend, so there were many divine gifters who would sneak into the unoccupied enlightenment room to practice. Jiang Yan slowly walked over and turned the boss chair with its back to him upright with one hand. The next moment he saw the woman of angelic beauty. On the chair stood and squatted an attractive girl with silver white hair and blue pupils. Her white hair fell over the chair and her blue pupils flashed with panic. The moment he saw the woman, Jiang Yan briefly lost his concentration and quickly came back to his senses. I recognize you. Are you the white falling snow of Linjiang No. 1 Middle School? The white-haired woman's eyes trembled slightly. Then she nodded gently. Her voice cold. It's me. To ask why Jiang Yan from Linjiang 2nd Middle School would recognize Bai Lixue from 1st Middle School. Hey, that brings us to Zhou Peng, the Birdman. All day long, he croaked in his ear. Brother Jiang, do you know the white falling snow of the 1st Middle School? Brother Jiang, 40 high schools in Linjiang province are choosing the most beautiful school flower in the forum, and Bai Lixue is at the top of the list. It crushed our 2nd Middle School's school beauty by over 1,000 votes. Brother Jiang, Bai Lixue, she is the eldest Miss Bai. Brother Jiang, I have a destiny with Bai Lixue. I keep dreaming about her lately. Brother Jiang, I've heard that Bai Lixue has awakened the SS grade divine gift. Jiang Yan hurriedly shook his head, shaking off all of Zhou Peng's words echoing in his head. He didn't care if Bai Lixue was the school's flower or not, or if she was an SS class divine giver or not. He was now going to whisk Bai Lixue out and absorb the aura here. Looking at the stunningly beautiful young lady on the chair, Jiang Yan asked, why are you here? Cultivation ah. In response to Jiang Yan's question, Bai Lixue cocked her head in puzzlement. Jiang Yan took out token 001. This is the room I've set as the room of enlightenment. Confusion was written all over Bai Lixue's face as she frowned and cocked her head. I don't understand what you're talking about. Jiang Yan wanted to say something else, but Bai Lixue coldly said, sit wherever you like, but don't disturb my cultivation. Jiang Yan was dumbfounded. This was the room he had set for his enlightenment. However, looking at Bai Lixue's dumbfounded appearance, Jiang Yan was too lazy to talk to her. He walked over to the other side of Bai Lixue and sat down, closing his eyes as he began to sense the rich aura. the higher the quality of the awakened divine gift, the more powerful the absorption of aura would be. Jian Yan had an SS-ranked divine gift, and he was even a taboo divine giver. The speed at which he absorbed the aura could be described as terrifying, and the entire aura of the Tongyi room was pouring into him. Not a moment's effort later, Bai Li Xue, who had originally closed her eyes to cultivate, opened her eyes. Those peach blossom eyes looked at Jian Yan with dissatisfaction. She puffed out her mouth, closed her eyes again, and began to compete with Jian Yan for aura. Jian Yan, who was feeling the aura, suddenly realized that the aura surrounding his body was fading. Realizing that it was Bai Li Xue who was competing with him for the aura, he immediately stirred up his fighting spirit. Fine, then let's see who can absorb the aura better. Jian Yan sacrificed the 10 directions ghost order, and for a moment, the entire aura of the heavenly underworld martial arts hall was pouring into him. Holy, how come there's suddenly no more aura? It's really haunted. I ordered a gold level membership. The divine gifters on the second floor complained. A funding member sighed. What's a gold level? Look at the end of the second floor. That's the black gold enlightenment room. The entire aura of the heavenly underworld martial arts hall is converging there. Black gold. Gold member was dumbfounded. Could it be that the one is here? The person who could make the headquarters of the heavenly underworld martial arts dojo specialize in building a black and gold room of enlightenment. Other than the one that, who else could it be? The purple and gold member shook his head and laughed. The rest of the members are silent. If it was really the black gold Tomo room that one was able to absorb the aura of the entire heavenly underworld martial arts dojo, it seemed normal. After all, the one in the black and gold room of enlightenment was an SS-ranked god-giver. At this point on the first floor, the tall woman who had given Jian Yan the card suddenly stood up. This horrible aura absorption. That one is really in the black gold tongue enlightenment room. I even put that little handsome guy in there. Inside the black gold enlightenment chamber, Bai Li Xue opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Jian Yan, who was not far away, in surprise. Surprisingly, it's also SS ranked. A strange color flashed in Bai Li Xue's eyes. Mother was right. I'm not alone. She slowly stood up and walked out of the black gold enlightenment chamber, leaving the black gold enlightenment chamber to Jian Yan alone. The members saw Bai Li Xue walk out of the black and gold enlightenment room, but that terrifying aura absorption hadn't stopped, and everyone was confused. What's going on here? How come the aura is still being absorbed when the main body has already walked out of the enlightenment room? At this time, the tall woman had run up in a hurry, and when she saw Bai Li Xue, dumbfounded again. He looked towards the black and gold Tomo room that was still absorbing aura, completely dumbfounded. My lord, the one inside the black gold enlightenment room is not you? Cold sweat broke out on the tall woman's forehead. The corners of Bai Li Xue's mouth rose slightly. Sister Wa, the black gold card you gave him by mistake will be gifted to him for me, and he can use the black gold enlightenment room with me. Jiang Yi half opened his mouth in surprise. Then, what kind of monster is that little brother? After Bai Li Xue left, and after another 2 hours, Jiang Yan opened his eyes and, finding that he had already broken through to the third level of the first rank, the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. He looked around and found no sign of Bai Li Xue, realizing that she had already left. Jiang Yan didn't care and stretched. I guess the aura can't snatch me. Let's have someone change the Tomochi room. He walked out of the enlightenment room and found quite a few people staring at him with eyes like they'd seen a ghost. It made Jiang Yan uncomfortable. Am I too handsome? Why are they all looking at me? Arriving at the first floor and walking to the front desk, Jiang Yan was just about to return the card for the Tomo room to the tall woman. Jiang Yi snapped his head up and clutched Jiang Yan's hand. Little brother. No. Little handsome. This black gold card is for you. From now on, you can come as you please and get 0% off. Holy, what's going on here? Is this woman crazy? I thought high school students were promised a 50% discount. How come it's suddenly 0% off? You don't really fancy me, do you? But let's just say I'm not for sale. Jiang Yi looked at Jiang Yan as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Little handsome boy. Oh no. Mr. Jiang, if you become a Bai family flunky in the future, don't forget sister me. Mr. Jiang, the Bai family's son-in-law? What's this all about? Chapter 9 Suppressing the Golden Seed. The benefits given for nothing. Don't want it for nothing. Jiang Yan gladly accepted the black gold card. After finishing his attire, leisurely, he walked out of the door of the heavenly underworld martial arts hall. Golem dash. Jiang Yan lowered his head and rubbed his stomach, feinting his anger and reprimanding. I know you're hungry, but have a bit of eyesight will you? Can't you wait until there's no one else around before you grunt? The surrounding people all looked at Jiang Yan with the eyes of a psychopath. There were also a few girls who were amused by Jiang Yan's sass and playfully undermined each other. Ping, that's your husband. My husband is my husband. On the contrary, it's you guys who can't find a date in this life. Oh, I'm sorry, Wang Pingping said playfully, watching a couple of girls giggle away. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders. A boy as handsome and funny as me really can't avoid being teased by girls. He arrived at a beef ramen restaurant and skillfully ordered a ramen set meal as he entered. It didn't take long for a girl to come over with a tray. Here's your ramen set. Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan raised his eyes and saw that it was Lin Xiaoxiao from Linjiang No. 1 middle school. Yi Yiran's good bosom friend. The two were not in the same high school, but were good friends who grew up talking about everything, kind of craving your family's beef noodles. Jiang Yan enjoyed coming to this beef restaurant to eat. It was only yesterday that our school performed the divine gift ceremony, so it should be your turn in the second grade today. Lin Xiaoxia sat on a chair and asked excitedly, look at you. The second middle school divine gift awakening is over. How's it going? Quickly tell me what level you and Iran have awakened. Yi Iran is an S. I'm just an E. Jiang Yan shivered his face and said with a smile, holy, Iran is actually S ranked. It's unbelievable. But Jiang Yan, your awakening to E rank is a bit of a surprise to me. Making fun of me, right? Lin Xiaoxiao surveyed Jiang Yan with suspicious eyes. What am I lying to you for? Jiang Yan laughed lightly, offered up his red paper umbrella and casually placed it on the dining table. See for yourself. It's just an ordinary oil paper umbrella that keeps the rain out. Lin Xiaoxiao flipped the red paper umbrellas from side to side and whispered, it's really just awakened E rank but it's okay, you have such an excellent girlfriend as Iran. It's okay to awaken E rank yourself. I'm sorry, Lin Xiaoxia laughed, propping up her head. Jiang Yan smiled and shook his head, telling Lin Xiaoxiao the news that he had broken up with Yi Iran. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao was filled with shock. What? You broke up with Iran? What happened? Why did you break up? Weren't you guys in a good relationship? Yi Iran? She's awakened her S-rank divine gift and deserves better. I'm only E rank. I didn't deserve her, so I broke up. Jiang Yan didn't care. Looking at Jiang Yan indifferently eating beef ramen, Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly moved the ramen away. Stop eating. What's going on? As Yi Iran's best friend, Lin Xiaoxiao glared at Jiang Yan with some complaints. It must be Iran who brought up the breakup. I know how she is, and Iran is a bit of a snob, but can't you try to win her back? Besides, Iran is an S-class divine giver. What's wrong with being proud? Even if you want to save face again, pull yourself together and beg her to get back together. 2. Pulling down my face and begging for something like getting back together doesn't fit my style. Jiang Yan laughed. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Yan with a disgusted look. You're an E-class divine giver, the lowest level of society. Without firmly grasping the big fish of Iran, there is no possibility of turning over in this life. Then it's fine not to roll over and be a salted fish. Jiang Yan shivered another mouthful of ramen. That's the flavor. Lin Xiaoxiao's ramen store was too much for his liking. A big bowl of beef ramen. Another customer walked into the restaurant. Okay. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly got up, turned her head and glared at Jiang Yan again. And, I'll turn around and ask Iran what the hell is going on. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders and continued to bury his head in the noodles, and peeled a garlic in his hand. As the saying goes, eat noodles without garlic. It's half the flavor. Just as Jiang Yan finished peeling the garlic, there was a sudden scream from outside the ramen store. Fey beasts. There are foreign beasts. Run. Run. What? Alien. Alien beast. The uncle who just came from work to eat noodles was so scared that he clutched his briefcase tightly. It went right under the table. It's really getting more and more frequent lately. Jiang Yan bit into a mouthful of garlic and shivered another mouthful of noodles. Always calm. The king's mountain ruins are about to open. Some beast kings are suspected to be impatient. There is a famous mountain in Jiangchang, Linjiang Province, Guwan Mountain. In recent days it was suspected that a relic was going to be revealed in the ancient king's mountain. Those third-ranked beast kings came to ancient king mountain early, expelling the ordinary foreign beasts of ancient king mountain from it. These banished Fey then appear in human cities, causing panic and harm. Boom dash! There was a loud roar as the beast crashed through the door of the ramen store and let out a hiss. Yellow, golden lion. Lin Xiaoxiao's face turned pale in fear. A few diners were even directly paralyzed with fear, their bodies trembling. Golden lions aren't just any otherworldly beasts. They have a noble bloodline, and their blood is golden in color. It frequents the ancient king's mountain, and is located in the strongest ranks of ordinary foreign beasts. The strength of such a foreign beast, even if it was only of the first rank, far exceeded that of a second-ranked divine provider. This golden lion in front of me, according to the complete book of Fey, the golden tail had 7 lines, and this golden lion was at the 7th level of the first rank. Roar dash! Looking around at the shivering humans, the golden lion seemed to feel great satisfaction. Rustling dash! The sound of shivering ramen was extremely clear inside the needle-smelling ramen store, and it reached everyone's ears. It also clearly reached the ears of the golden lion. Lin Xiaoxiao covered her mouth, Her pupils contracted violently, and she saw Jiang Yan acting like nothing was wrong. The relaxed, inhaled the ramen. The image was so beautiful that it made her wonder a little if she was blind. Jiang Yan, is he crazy? He is standing in front of a juvenile golden lion. Although it is a juvenile, yet it is not something that regular people can deal with. The golden lion stared coldly at Jiang Yan, who had buried his head in dry rice, as if he felt that his majesty had been insulted. It roared at Jiang Yan. Roar dash! The terrifying air wave blew over all the tables and chairs, and Jiang Yan's hair was also blown out of shape. Jiang Yan wiped his face. Can you stop interrupting your father's meal? He sniffed the hand wiping his face and gave a disgusted expression. Why is there still bad breath? The crowd at the ramen store were all dumbfounded. Is this guy crazy? Lin Xiaoxiao lost her voice and shouted. Jiang Yan, be careful. Roar! The golden lion let out a roar as it opened its bloody mouth and, biting fiercely at Jiang Yan's head. The scene was so horrifying that everyone closed their eyes in fear. When they opened their eyes again, they saw Jiang Yan still standing intact in the same place, only to see him hold up a red umbrella against the rampaging golden lion. Jiang Yan. Lin Xiaoxiao was lost in thought as she looked at this scene. That was a golden lion with a noble bloodline, but it was even held against the umbrella, not daring to move a single bit. This is still normal if it is resisted by the sword and gun and dare not move. But that is an umbrella. Jiang Yan had just put away his umbrella when that golden lion suddenly became ruthless and pounced on Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan casually took the handle of his umbrella to block it, and with a gentle lift of his hand, the golden lion was overturned on the ground. Not waiting for the golden lion to get up from the ground, Jiang Yan elegantly kicked his back foot and kicked the wailing golden lion right out of the ramen store. Jiang Yan turned the red umbrella in his hand. Smiling, he handed the dumbfounded Lin Xiaoxiao 10 pieces of noodle money. It tastes good. Next time put more meat in it for me. Lin Xiaoxiao froze and looked at the money in her hand, and then at the figure that leisurely walked out of the ramen store. Confusion and shock flashed in his eyes. Did you tell her that the red umbrella is an E-class divine gift? That's a golden lion with a noble bloodline. One claw hadn't even scratched the skin of the red paper umbrella. Beasts also have bloodline, high and low said. The golden lion's bloodline compared to the human god gave words. That's a class A bloodline. Jiang Yan. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with admiration that even she didn't notice. Chapter 10, Ghost Martial Solution and Soul Devouring Palm. Jiang Yan stepped on the golden lion's head with one foot, a smile in his eyes. Turn into the sustenance of 100 ghosts. As his voice fell, his body surrounded by black mist, the golden lion seemed to feel boundless horror. The pupils suddenly contracted to the size of a needle's eye. The streets of Anshuan were heavily haunted, and soon the golden lion was eaten up. Jiang Yan had a smile on his lips. After devouring the golden lion, his mastery of the 10 Directions Ghost Order was deeper, and he was able to see the space within the 10 Directions Ghost Order. In that eerie space, dusty ancient books shrouded in ghostly aura. It's worthy of being an SS-grade heavenly gift. There are quite a few functions that can be developed. Jiang Yan closed his eyes and used his divine sense to explore the contents of the ancient book, but only a few pages of it could be explored. By utilizing the 10 ghost orders to devour living creatures, you will be able to unlock the rest of the contents. Jiang Yan understands the way to unseal ancient books. He patiently delved into the first few pages of the ancient book, which had 2 martial arts techniques engraved on it. Soul Devouring Palm, operating the ghost chi and blood chi to the extreme. A casual slap could knock a person's divine soul out of their body, or even destroy their soul with a single slap. Ghost Martial Solution, unseal the 100 ghosts and transform them into 10,000 blades. The strength of ghost martial arts is affected by the rank of the 100 ghosts, and Yen Luo can transform ghosts into true martial arts. Just when I was worried about not having any martial arts, these 2 were sent to me. It's like having a pillow sent to me when I'm sleepy. Jiang Yan couldn't be happy as he maneuvered several times according to the records in the ancient book of the Ghost Order. His mastery of the soul-devouring palm was frighteningly fast. The degree of mastery of a martial art is categorized into first glimpse, proficiency, consummation, subtle, and attainment. Jiang Yan had only tried practicing a few times before he had mastered the soul-devouring palm to perfection. He tried summoning 100 ghosts again, and with a thought, 3 of the stern ghosts transformed into swords, knives, and halberds. Each ghostly martial weapon was entwined with an eerie ghostly aura and floated in midair. As Jiang Yan's divine sense maneuvered, he felt more and more that this ghost martial solution was powerful. This is completely an enhanced version of the art of royalty. Sentinel techniques are very consuming of mental energy, and often third-ranked martial sectors utilize sentinel. It can also only maneuver no more than 5 blades at once. Jiang Yan's ghost martial solution was different. Even if he transformed all the 100 ghosts into ghost martial arts, one could also maneuver 100 blades at will without consuming any mental energy at all. The imperial world record was set by an 8th-ranked martial emperor maneuvering 1,000,000 flying swords at the same time. Jiang Yan was confident that he could easily break this record, because the 100 ghosts in his 10 ghost orders that, all more than 108. Where are the Fae? Traces of the Fae rampage have been found on Anshuan Street. No Fae figures have been detected for the time being. The arrival of the town guards, who specialize in eliminating demons, and who search around vigilantly. There was no sign of the beast either. The golden lion that the crowd had reported as having evaporated. Little brother, have you seen which direction the golden lion ran in? Yanagi Qingmeng, the leader of the town guards wearing energy suits, inquired to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan dissipated his ghostly martial arts early on. He shrugged his shoulders and put on an innocent look. No, I happened to pass by here and heard someone shouting that there was a foreign beast, so I looked for a place to hide and didn't see any golden lions. Lu Qingmeng's beautiful eyes frowned slightly. That's strange. The golden lion's blood stopped at this place. I'm a bit scared. Can I go now? Jiang Yan put on an expression of fear of the golden lion and he wasn't too keen on the town guard knowing that he had killed the golden lion. It was only then that Lu Qingmeng came back to her senses. She smiled at Jiang Yan. Do you need me to send someone to escort you home? The golden lion has not been suppressed, and there will be danger on the road at any time. No. The golden lion doesn't know my way home. Jiang Yan waved his hand repeatedly. As Jiang Yan walked away, Lu Qingmeng continued to question the passers-by in the neighborhood until a man with a pudgy head and middle-aged men with dull eyes appeared. Uncle, you know which direction the golden lion ran in. Great, just don't disappear into thin air. The town team members were beaming. He saw it all. He saw Jiang Yan summoning 100 ghosts to devour the golden lion little by little. That teenager, was he the one who killed the golden lion? Uncle Social Animal shivered. That scene of the 100 ghosts eating the golden lion made his heart tremble and his soul was in shock. Teenagers? You mean that harmless high schooler from earlier? Lu Qingmeng frowned and, doubtful, asked. It's him. He can control ghosts. The social animal uncle said in a trembling voice. Uncle, don't kid yourself. That's a golden lion. The golden breed of the ancient King's Mountain. With an A-class bloodline. How could he be killed by a high school student? The members of the town guard team were obviously not convinced. Lu Qingmeng was also half convinced. Uncle, you should have been shocked by the. We'll send someone to escort you home safely. It's true. I saw it too. Just then, Lin Xiaoxia also walked out and she looked towards the stunned Lu Qingmeng and said with certainty, the golden lion. It was killed by him. The entire town guard was shocked by this statement. Holy, no. That high school student wearing the uniform of Lin Jiang 2 middle school, killed a golden lion. What's that? A class A divine giver? No. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes are full of yearning and unspoken sentiments. He's only an E. Jiang Yan, who had returned home, did not know that he had wanted to hide this news of executing the golden lion. It's still being circulated. It was widely circulated among the various town guards. Have you heard? A golden lion appeared on Anshuan Street, and the town guards haven't arrived yet. Just decapitated by a high school student. No flesh and blood left. I know. It's rumored that high school student can control ghosts. He is letting the night ghost devour that golden lion alive. Asterisk. So powerful? Able to control ghosts. He should be a summoner. The most powerful summoner I've heard of before was only able to summon the green inferno dragon. Summoning a night ghost is too much of a stretch. That's because you haven't seen the strongest summoner. The strongest summoner of my China. Once in the crusade against the foreigners, he summoned 100,000 terracotta warriors alone and made a great achievement. I know the one you're talking about. It's that supreme being who awakened the SS grade heavenly object Qin Wang order 10 years ago, right? He's now a high-ranking member of the imperial capital. He's powerful. I'm afraid that high school teenager we're talking about has only awakened an A-ranked summoner. It can be far from being able to compare with the Qin King's order. Early the next morning, Jiang Yan went to school early, and just walked into the school. Then there were countless lines of sight locked onto his body. Jiang Yan slightly raised his eyebrows. Could it be that I am extraordinarily handsome and compelling today? Make the whole school salivate? Brother Jiang, you're finally here. Just then, Zhou Peng ran over. Brother Jiang, I'm telling you, Yi ran he even wants to. Without waiting for Zhou Peng to finish his sentence, fireworks bloomed in the sky, and the upper floors of the school building turned their salutes at the same time. Bang bang, the ceremonial flowers scattered in the sky. Extraordinarily beautiful and stunning. Jiang Yan always had his hands in his pockets and looked at the scene blandly. What kind of airplane is this? With a cry, Yi ran, dressed in a floral dress and holding a bouquet of brightly colored flowers in her hand. With an inclined smile on her face, she slowly walked to Jiang Yan. With Jiang Yan reflected in her eyes, she slowly squatted down and held the flowers up high. Jiang Yan, I was wrong. Please forgive me and be with me again. Together. The students around us have started to get up in arms, and there were even teachers among them who were following suit. S rank and SS rank divine gifted together. It's truly a match made in heaven. The old principal was also watching from the high platform, smiling from ear to ear. If the relationship between these two is finalized, my Linjiang no. 2 middle school is going to spread a good story. Yi Yiran had a confident smile on her face, and her skin was like snow under the blazing sun. You increase the daintiness. She's the class flower of the second senior class, as well as the school flower of Linjiang no. 2 middle school. Now it was even an S-class divine giver, so she had absolute confidence and determined that only she was worthy of Jiang Yan. In the presence of the entire school, Jiang Yan received the flowers and there was loud applause and shouts of approval. The next moment, however, the entire school fell into a death-like silence. Applaud? Ah, why don't you applaud? Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows again and looked at another wave of people, shouting, how come you're not screaming anymore? He threw the flowers given to him by Yi Yiran unceremoniously into the trash can, and clapped his hands as if in disgust, walking to class with his pockets stuck in. Yi Yiran froze in place, her beautiful eyes full of unbelief. Chapter 11 Clash of the Two Schools. Zhang Xiaoshang, the head teacher of the second senior class, walked into the classroom with a red face, first coughing twice and then tapping on the blackboard. All looked towards the teacher here. Ah, do you notice any difference? There was a silence on the stage. Only Jiang Yan yawned languidly and said faintly, Old Zhang, are you doing a cricket look here? Not bad. This statement led to a burst of laughter from the stage, because Zhang Xiaoshang just two hair, with a comb to both sides of a comb, is not a cricket. Being buried like this by Jiang Yan, Zhang Xiaoshang was not angry. Still beaming, he looked down at the students on the stage. Slowly, he first took in his hand the work license that hung around his neck, and then, in full view of the public, very naturally, he let go of his hand. Oops, why did my work badge fall on the ground? Come a classmate to help me pick it up. Zhang Rui, the podium right door god, obediently picked up the work license plate on the floor. When he saw the word vice principal on it, he was frozen. Zhang Xiaoshang was satisfied with the stunned expression of Zhang Rui's classmate as he took the work license from Zhang Rui's hand. Smiling, he hung it around his neck and coughed twice. Zhang Rui, what's written on the license plate? Zhang Rui's mouth opened in disbelief. Vice, school, principal. The class fell into a death-like silence. Zhang Xiaoshang ruffled 2 strands of hair in a very dashing manner and said with a big smile, your eyes are quite sharp. I've just been promoted to vice principal and you little buggers found out. Old Zhang, congratulations. Jiang Yan smiled. Zhang Xiaoshang hurriedly walked down from the podium and came to Jiang Yan's table with a big step. Not daring to neglect Jiang Yan, he put a smile on his face. Jiang Yan, this is all thanks to you. My credit? Jiang Yan made a surprised expression, then laughed and said, where are you planning to treat yourself tonight? Evergreen Dining Hall. Zhang Xiaoshang waved his hand with great bravado and the Evergreen Dining Hall was owned by a 6th-ranked martial saint, and the delicacies it made contained spiritual qi, which could boost one's mental strength when eaten. Zhang Xiaoshang invited Jiang Yan to the Evergreen Dining Hall, which can be said to have cost a lot of blood. He whispered again, actually, there is also Yi Yiran's credit. Should we invite her? Zhang Xiaoshang has been teaching at Linjiang no. 2 middle school for almost 10 years and remains an ordinary teacher. There was no room for advancement, and he had thought that was all he was going to get in life. Who knew that a phoenix had come out of the henhouse? Yi Yiran's 1S rank is enough for him to follow the light. Surprisingly, there was also Jiang Yan, a SS class demon. The leaders of the Board of Education appreciated him and praised him for his skillful teaching, directly linked to the position of Vice Chancellor. Jiang Yan is very natural, not caring about the existence of Yi Yiran as a person. Since you owe your promotion to her, it's only natural to invite her. Well, since you're okay with it, I'll be businesslike. Zhang Xiaoshang returned to the podium with a smile, waved his hand and said, all of you are not allowed to leave after school tonight. Ah, what's going on? Many students were listless and depressed. Zhang Xiaoshang's following words. Instantly, they were refreshed again, in order to celebrate the fact that our second class has produced 2 heavenly prides in Yi Yiran and Jiang Yan. And of course, your homeroom teacher. I was honored to be promoted to vice principal. Tonight at 8 o'clock, I, Ben, the vice principal, will treat you all to a big dinner at the Evergreen Diner. Upon hearing that the homeroom teacher was treating the class to a trip to the Evergreen Dining Hall, the class cheered to the rafters. It almost lifted the ceiling. The students in the other classes were a little uncertain when they heard the commotion. The homeroom teachers of both Class 1 and Class 3 gritted their teeth. Jealousy is killing me. Why isn't Jiang Yan in our class? No, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. The homeroom teachers of the 2 classes next to Class 2 started pointing at the output of the students on the stage. All of you are students of the second middle school. Why is Jiang Yan in class 2 next door so outstanding and you guys are so unimpressive? At this moment in the second senior class, the whole class was chanting Jiang Yan and Yi Iran's names. Jiangshan is awesome. Jiangshan is invincible. Sister Iran is the most beautiful. Iran and Jiangshan are a match made in heaven. Listening to the uproar, Yi Iran's cheeks slightly reddened. She quietly turned back to look at Jiang Yan, who was leaning against the window in the back seat, only to see that his face was as usual, without any indication, and his mood was at the bottom of the valley. Is it really impossible to go back? At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Xiaoshang, who had been honored as the vice principal, brought the second-class crowd to the Evergreen Dining Hall on time. 34 people, right? Please come in inside. The waiter of the Evergreen Dining Hall smiled as he guided the crowd to enter. This place looks so upscale. What's this? A bunch of unseen dirtbags. A girl with a ponytail grunted superiorly and crossed the crowd towards walking away. Zhou Pang was also infuriated by the girl's condescending appearance. He followed Jiang Yan and muttered, "Brother Jiang, that girl seems to be wearing a first middle school uniform. How come the girls in first middle school are better at pretending than you are?" Brother Jiang. When Jiang Yan heard this, he immediately frowned. "When have I ever pretended to be your father?" Brother Jiang, you're an SS-ranked divine giver. Every move you make is a pretense. Zhou Pang laughed cheaply. That's when the ponytailed girl from the first grade followed the brigade and, saying something to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked directly back at Zhang Xiaoshang. "Yo, what a coincidence. Isn't this Mr. Zhang from the second middle school? You brought your students to celebrate too?" Wu Zhanghua, a teacher from the first middle school, smiled and walked over. Wu Zhanghua waved his hand at a student and led that student towards Zhang Xiaoshang, with a smile on his face. "This is the student I brought out. Wang Lei." He pointed out Zhang Xiaoshang to Wang Lei again. "This is Mr. Zhang Xiaoshang Zhang from Linjiang No. 2 Middle School." Wang Lei's face had disdain on his face, and he didn't even bother to extend his hand ceremoniously. His mouth was about to open, and his voice sounded like he was squeezing it out of his lips. "I'm Wang Lei." A group of middle school students followed behind Wu Zhanghua, and they all covered their mouths and laughed softly. It seems to be a step above the second-grade students and full of superiority. Being humiliated by a student like this, Zhang Xiaoshang frowned slightly. "Wu Zhanghua, the students you teach are really good in both character and education, especially the character, which is comparable to yours." Wu Zhanghua acted as if he hadn't heard Zhang Xiaoshang's accusations. He raised an eyebrow and said, "The Linjiang martial arts competition is about to begin. Wang Lei, this kid, likes to challenge the strong. Some of his hands are itchy. Wang Lei, look at these students in second middle school. Are there any strong people you recognize?" Wu Zhanghua asked with a smile, his tone full of disdain for the students of the second middle school. Wang Lei coldly swept his eyes over the students of the second middle school and laughed out coldly. "This group of people, they don't deserve my hand at all." The boys in the second middle school were not vegetarians either, and immediately someone said in a cold voice, "What are you?" The boy's name is Yun Tianjie, and he has awakened the class a psychic ability Purple Cloud Thunder. If there weren't demons like Jiang Yan and Yi Iran in his class, he would be the brightest person in the second middle school. Chapter 12. No need to make a move. The mighty name shocks. Puhaha, someone dares to provoke Wang Lei. They really don't want to live. Oops, this kid in the second high school is going to suffer. I guess he's going to be electrocuted later. The students in the first grade were full of ridicule towards Yun Tianjie as you spoke to me. Didn't give him a second thought. Wang Lei was even more out of breath from his nose and snorted coldly. "You are also worthy of making me fight?" Yun Tianjie was furious. "Try it and you won't know." His aura suddenly changed drastically as purple lightning surrounded his body, looking terrifying and surging. Tianjie, point blank. Zhang Xiaoshang recognized Yun Tianjie's strength. Class A psychic ability, Purple Cloud Thunder, is extremely lethal, even if it's only first order. It's also enough to instantly shatter diamonds. Thunder Cloud skill. Purple intent flashed in Yun Tianjie's eyes, and a flash of purple lightning instantly cut through the. Amidst the crowd's cries of surprise, it turned into a thunder spear slamming into Wang Lei. Lightning attribute? Classy. Wang Lei took a step out. Black thunder surfaced around him, instantly disintegrating the purple thunder spear. He took one step, the earth cracked, and his entire body had rushed in front of Yun Tianjie. Black thunder was wrapped around his fist as he violently blasted at Yun Tianjie's abdomen. Unsurprisingly, if this punch hits Yun Tianjie's abdomen, Yun Tianjie won't die but also disabled. Griffins. The corner of Wang Lei's mouth rose, his eyes filled with contempt and cruelty. Boom dash. The black thunder erupted instantly. Everyone didn't react, and the students of the second middle school even closed their eyes and couldn't bear to see Yun Tianjie being seriously injured. Yun Tianjie was also ready for a heavy blow, yet after a few seconds, the the expected pain still hadn't come. When he opened his eyes in confusion, he saw a hand reaching out from beside him and, firmly clutching Wang Lei's wrist. Jiang Yan. Yun Tianjie looked up at Jiang Yan's side face, his voice shaking. Thanks. Jiang Yan didn't pay any attention to him. He just lethargically loosened the hand that clutched Wang Lei's wrist. It's just a sparring session. Point taken. Ah, Jiangshan is so handsome. I'm a man's heart. I should have known I'd go up and pick a fight. Let the river god step in and save me. A few girls in the second middle school immediately looked at the boy with a perverted look. Yi Yiran looked at Jiang Yan's breezy figure, her eyes filled with fascination. This man, no matter what, he was so languid and elegant, as if nothing could get into his eyes. Himself was really out of his mind to break up with him at that time. Every time she thought about the fact that she proposed to break up, Yi Yiran felt a stabbing pain coming from her heart. It made her clench her teeth in remorse. Zhang Xiaoshang also sighed in relief. Jiang Yan, it's fortunate that you're there, or else I wouldn't be able to explain to my parents. Invited a student out to dinner and aid a disabled one. He can sit as a vice principal for a day and then he can pack up and leave. Jiang Yan's stance was bizarre to the extreme, and everyone in the first center was dumbfounded. When did he show up? Wang Lei's thunderstorm punch was easily diffused by him? Who is this guy? Demon, right? The people in the first middle school had witnessed Wang Lei's strength for all to see, and they rubbed their eyes incredulously. Wu Zhonghua also narrowed his eyes. Zhang Xiaoshang, you're still hiding cards. No wonder it's so old-fashioned. I still have more cards to play. Zhang Xiaoshang smiled smugly. In fact, he only had Jiang Yan as a base card, but this base card of Jiang Yan was better than countless other base cards. To be able to resist my thunderstorm strike, you have a few strengths. Wang Lei muffled his voice. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Jiang Yan. What I have awakened is the S-ranked supernormal ability in thunder. Kid from the second middle school, report your name. Wang Lei had black thunder attached to his body. It was like a thunder emperor caught in a berserk rage. All of the students in the first middle school sucked in a breath of cool air. To be able to make Wang Lei take the initiative to ask for a name. This guy in the second middle school isn't simple either. Wang Lei has already recognized him. In the eyes of the students of the first middle school, to be recognized by Wang Lei, that would be a big deal. It can already be called a heavenly pride. Oh, you want to challenge me? Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows, a faint smile on his face. Geez, this stupid big guy dares to challenge the river god. He doesn't really think he's good, does he? A bizarre scene appeared. This time it was actually the turn of the students of the second middle school to cover their mouths and snicker. His eyes were filled with sympathy for Wang Lei's self-importance. Looking at Jiang Yan's cloudy appearance, Wang Lei's forehead veins rippled. Since awakening the divine providence, he is the man of the hour in Linjiang No. 1 middle school, and even the focus of the province. Even the provincial leaders personally received him and talked with him, intending to make friends. What is this student in the second grade, and also dared to make such a cloudy face in front of him, not taking him seriously? Wang Lei's eyes flashed with killing intent as black thunder crackled and exploded into several black thunderballs. It was like a deep, bottomless black hole, capable of swallowing everything. Kid, you don't dare to spar with me? Wang Lei laughed coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. You students of the second middle school, you also only dare to meddle in the dark and don't dare to fight me head-on. Right. What kind of bull Junction is just a villain who only dares to meddle in the dark. Don't taunt second middle school. Everyone. Wang Lei is an S-ranked divine provider. It's normal that these softies would be afraid. The students of the first middle school spoke out in mockery, constantly forcing Jiang Yan to answer the battle. Jiang Yan seemed as if he couldn't hear these sneers, and always had a bland smile like a spring breeze on his face. Jiang Yan. A pleasant voice rang out and, the girl wearing a flowery dress squeezed out from the crowd of the first middle school. Her eyes flashed with light when she looked at Jiang Yan. It's really you, Lin Xiaoxiao. Yi Yiran's eyes flashed with light. Iran is also here. Lin Xiaoxia ran over with a smile on her face and, so it's a conflict with your class. I've been eating cake and didn't pay much attention until I heard Jiang Yan's voice. Her cheeks were slightly red as she stole a glance at Jiang Yan, who was as usual and didn't show too much. Xiao. Watching Lin Xiaoxiao run towards Jiang Yan, Wang Lei's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Lin Xiaoxiao was the woman he, Wang Lei, had his eye on, and no one could take that away. Xiao, come back quickly. I'm going to do something serious next. You stand on the side of the second middle school. It might hurt you by mistake. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, frowned slightly. Wang Lei, you want to make a move with Jiang Yan? You're crazy, aren't you? Jiang Yan is the one who killed the golden lion. You're not even a match for a golden python. And you dare to clamor with Jiang Yan? Killed the golden lion? The moment these words came out, The students of the first middle school who had originally held the mentality of watching a good show instantly fell into a death-like silence. The golden python and the golden lion are both golden species from the ancient King's Mountain, and they're covered in gold, with a golden bloodline flowing in his body. He was several times more terrifying than an ordinary fey beast. The golden lion with an A-class bloodline was even more powerful than the golden python by a notch. In the actual battle simulation in the first middle school, Wang Lei couldn't even fight against a golden python of the 5th level of the First Order. How could he be a match for Jiang Yan, who was able to obliterate the golden lion with a snap of his fingers? What's that if not suicide? Chapter 13, Martial Saint invited to meet at the temple. He's the high school student on the news who vaporized the golden lion's corpse. You're talking about the incident when the golden lion disappeared from Anchuan Street, right? The mysterious demon who was able to vaporize the golden lion that was rumored all over the internet is actually standing in front of me. A clamor erupted among the students of the first middle school, and the eyes they looked at Jiang Yan with were no longer contemptuous and disdainful. Rather, it's awe and admiration. A newly awakened high school student was able to decapitate the golden lion that broke into the city, and it was still flesh and bloodless. What a terrifying strength! Wang Lei dared to challenge such a supreme demon. It was simply that he didn't want to live. Hearing this news, the students of the second middle school were also filled with shock, but once they thought that Jiang Yan did it, it was soon released as well. Who is Jiang Yan? The Jiang god of their Linjiang second middle school. The demon who had awakened the SS class Divine Providence. Killing a Class A bloodline golden lion in seconds is just a matter of what's the fuss about. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How can he kill the golden lion? He's not afraid of being laughed at. How could Wang Lei let Jiang Yan steal his thunder? He clenched his fists, clenched his back teeth, and his eyes were bloodshot and deadly, staring at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, right, fight with me. After speaking, he only left behind a residual shadow, and his tall figure instantly smashed down and the black thunder instantly exploded. Boom dash. When the dust and smoke cleared, Jiang Yan was unharmed and still had both hands in his pockets. There was no longer any expression on his face. I hate troublesome things. He had thought that with these words from Lin Xiaoxiao, it could make Wang Lei realize how small he was, but he seemed determined to find trouble for himself. Since this was the case, let's try our newly mastered martial arts against Wang Lei. Jiang Yan had a smile on his lips, soul-devouring palm. His voice was faint. Blood chi and ghost chi converged in Jiang Yan's right palm, and he casually pushed it. A red and dark condensed palm print instantly blasted towards Wang Lei. This palm caused the wind to howl and the glassware to shatter. The tables and chairs around them were all overturned on the ground. This seemingly unusual palm print made Wang Lei's eyes widen as he saw death approaching him. In thunder infinite. Wang Lei tried his best to ignore the cries of ghosts and wolves echoing in his ears and even in his mind. He gathered the core of his lightning attraction in front of him, and several black thunderballs gathered in a ball. A black trident was offered out of the black thunderball, mixed with the raging black thunder that it collided with Jiang Yan's palm imprint. Click, click. The moment the palm print collided with the three-pointed halberd, the halberd began to explode inch by inch. Put, cough, how is this possible? As the trident crumbled in a matter of moments, Wang Lei was also struck in the chest by the soul-devouring palm seal, and his entire body flew horizontally about 10 meters away, crashing into a wigwam and embedding himself deeply into it. No one saw that a shadowy remnant of a soul flew out of Wang Lei's body and integrated into Jiang Yan's 10-square ghost order. This palm struck Wang Lei's soul out of his body, wiping out a wisp of Wang Lei's residual soul. It was transformed into Jiang Yan's power. The residual soul of the S-class divine giver made Jiang Yan feel greatly nourished. His strength also broke through from the 3rd level of the 1st rank to the 4th level of the 1st rank. Jiang Yan didn't move to kill, so Wang Lei, who had been plundered of a strand of his residual soul, wasn't in danger of losing his life. The remnants of his lost soul will also be slowly restored. Not bad. The young man is very bloodthirsty. I didn't expect such an interesting scene to happen in my dining hall. Loud applause rang out from the crowd as a slender figure stepped out of the crowd. His appearance took everyone by surprise. 6th-ranked martial saint, Yang Mingzuan. Zhang Xiaoshang recognized this man as the owner of the Evergreen Dining Hall. The voice was shaking a little. Wu Zhonghua also swallowed his saliva. Their students made a move inside someone else's restaurant. It also alerted the owner of the diner. Yang Mingzuan walked straight towards Jiang Yan and sized him up for a long time. Smiling, he nodded. Truly a demon. This is a blessing for my Huaxia. Under the astonished gaze of the Yang Mingzuan condensed a gold card in his palm. This is my Evergreen Dining Hall's temple card. The holder is free for life. Jiang Yan smiled and took the gold card. You're too kind. I like to make friends with people who have value, and the value I see in you, it's far higher than that arrogant and bossy person. The arrogant and domineering person he was referring to was Wang Lei. Looking at the environment that was destroyed by Wang Lei and Jiang Yan, Yang Mingzuan didn't care at all. It was as if it wasn't his diner that had been damaged by the fight. He looked to a waiter. Mr. Jiang is my friend. How can an ordinary hall be worthy of Mr. Jiang? Don't be quick to arrange for Mr. Jiang and his companions to be placed in the hall of the temple. Copy that. The waiter returned to his senses, stepped forward, and, guiding Jiang Yan and the others towards other halls. Jiang Yan's companions naturally referred to the crowd in Linjiang No. 2 Middle School. It did not include Lin Xiaoxiao from Linjiang No. 1 Middle School, but Jiang Yan still asked politely, do you want to come along? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded her head excitedly with little stars in her eyes. Aha! I want to follow you. Watching Jiang Yan and his group leave, the crowd in the first middle school was completely dumbfounded. A palm knocked out S-class divine giver Wan Lei, and the 6th order martial saint took the initiative to climb into a relationship with him. What exactly is this Jiang Yan? I don't know what he's about. All I know is that I envy those guys in the 2nd grade. It's completely in Jiang Yan's favor, and I also want to go to the hall of the temple. Evergreen Dining Hall Temple Hall? That's an area dedicated to the top big shots. Now I can't believe they're letting high school students into. They're numb with envy. And at this point, Wang Lei, still deeply embedded in the wall, as if forgotten. No one has gone over to snap him up until now. After being guided by the waiter through several halls of different styles, we finally came to a wide view of the city, the hall of the temple facing the sea. The decor is not opulent, but very close to nature. Even in the evening, the scenery was still pleasant, and every blade of grass and tree emitted streams of light, unlike anything mortal. Most of all, the aura here is so rich that it doesn't require a spirit-gathering stone. Then you can feel the presence of aura. Your body is very comfortable, and your realm naturally improves. Wow! Is this the legendary hall of the Evergreen Dining Hall? I've only heard about it on the news, and usually this place only hosts bigwigs from various countries. I'm going to write a novel about what happened tonight, and I'm afraid no one will believe it. After all, it's really too metaphysical. That's a 6th order martial saint, to receive us personally. Someone was flattered. The sage of martial arts that is personally receiving Jiang Yan. Okay, don't put gold on your face. Automatically substituting for river god. Zhou Peng stood beside Jiang Yan with a smile. Brother Jiang, I'll follow you from now on. Haven't you always followed me around? Jiang Yan said in amusement. Right. I forgot if I didn't say it. I've been Zhang's follower since I was a kid. Zhou Peng is all smiles. Lin Xiaoxiao sat beside Jiang Yan with a red face. Jiang Yan, thank you for inviting me here. If it weren't for you, I'd never have had the chance to come to Temple Hall in my life. A small matter. Jiang Yan didn't take this seriously at all. It was just a smooth invitation. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, was secretly in love with her, and her eyes were full of tenderness and adoration when she looked at Jiang Yan. Looking at Lin Xiaoxiao's look of adoration for Jiang Yan, Yi Yiran clenched her teeth, her heart aching inexplicably. Jiang Yan should have belonged to her alone, but now he is a stranger to her. Chapter 14 Bullying my sister? You've lived too long. The halls of the temple are so picturesque that they are calming and refreshing. Jiang Yan, I'll toast you. Yun Tianjie held up his wine cup, his face filled with smiles as he, if you hadn't come to my rescue, I'm afraid I would have become a wasted man. Why are you so polite, class president? It's just a matter of lifting a hand. Jiang Yan laughed. Yun Tianjie shook his head and smiled. Your raising your hand is what saved my life. I'm the first line of the Yun family in Jiangcheng. If something happens to me, the Yun family will be in chaos. It's going to be removed from River City. Not to mention that the crowd had almost forgotten that Yun Tianjie was the son of the Yun family, one of the 5 great families in Jiangcheng. His status was honorable, but he treated people kindly, without the arrogance of the children of the world. If it weren't for the 2 demons, Jiang Yan and Yi Yiran, Yun Tianjie was the strongest heavenly pride of Linjiang Second Middle School. Jiang Yan, no, brother Jiang. Yun Tianjie raised his wine glass high. From today onwards, I, Yun Tianjie, will recognize you as my big brother. Holy, really, Yun Tianjie recognizes Jiang Yan as his big brother? This is too magical, isn't it? Those commoners of the Yun family are all tugging at each other. If they knew that the first family of the Yun family recognized Jiang Yan as their elder brother, I don't know what the hell I'd have to be scared of. Jiang Yan's impression of Yun Tianjie was not bad, otherwise he would not have come to his rescue when he was in danger. He smiled and raised his glass. I'll recognize you as a buddy then. Zhou Peng squeezed over at this time. Brother Jiang, what about me? What do I count? Yun Tianjie laughed. You're Zhang's good brother. Naturally you're also my buddy. That's good, as long as I'm not ostracized from Zhang's circle. Zhou Peng breathed a sigh of relief and Jiang Yan was the best brother and the biggest thigh in his life. At the end of a dinner party, the crowd was rosy-cheeked and, joyfully, Just one meal in the Evergreen Dining Hall's temple area, and I've raised 2 minor realms. The same goes for me. It's worthy of being a restaurant run by a 6th-ranked martial sage. Every delicacy contains aura, especially the hall area. I heard that all of them are cooked by young Mingzuan himself. Everyone left the temple area having raised 1 or 2 minor realms. As they sighed, they couldn't help but worship Jiang Yan even more. If it wasn't for Brother Jiang, I wouldn't have been qualified to enter the Evergreen Dining Hall in my life. Who says it isn't? Even Teacher Zhang, who has been honored as the vice principal, could only bring us into the general hall. Someone whispered. No matter how small the voice was, it still fell into Zhang Shaoxing's ears, and he coughed sheepishly and, originally, tonight was his treat, but in the end, it turned out to be for Jiang Yan's sake that he switched them to the temple area and gave them all a free meal. He's a vice principal. He can't even treat the students, but he's still in the students' good graces. Oops. Why, the more I think about it, the more ashamed I am. That. Xiao Jiana. Zhang Shaoshang coughed. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow at his words. Old Zhang. How did he become the vice principal of the school? All the names for me have changed from Lao Zhang to Xiao Jiang. Isn't this everyone? I can't blatantly make it special. Zhang Shaoshang whispered. Teacher Zhang. Jiangshan is different. Even if you make things special for Jiangshan, we can still understand. A group of students laughed. Zhang Shaoshang couldn't hang on to his face. He coughed and said to Jiang Yan, Old Jiang, say it's my treat this time. That's not very nice of you, is it? Oh, what old Zhang means by that is that you're going to pay for it? Jiang Yan laughed. Alright then. I'll go talk to young Mingzuan so I don't have to use my hall card for free so you can treat yourself. You're kidding. That meal in the halls of the temple cost him everything he had. Not to mention inviting an entire class of students to munch on the place. Zhang Shaoshang hurriedly laughed. Old Jiang, you're joking again, aren't you? Since you've received Yang Wushang's hall card, wouldn't it be disrespectful to Yang Wushang if you didn't use it? Ha ha, Mr. Zhang is just being facetious and doesn't want to pay. A student laughed and pointed out. It caused many students to cover their mouths and snicker. Zhang Shaoxing's face was as pale as a pig's liver as he gasped. I'm leaving. No one is allowed to be late tomorrow. The night was beautiful and the crowd waved goodbye to each other as they returned to their respective homes. Jiang Yan strolled through the neon-colorful streets. His cell phone suddenly came to vibrate. Answer put in his ear. Jiang Shaoke's voice came. It was a voice that was interspersed with an imperceptible hint of a sob. Brother, why aren't you home yet? Jiang Yan heard that Jiang Shaoke's voice was not right. He frowned and said, Why is your voice muffled? Did anyone bully you? Not in the mood to stroll the streets. He hung up the phone and rushed home as fast as he could. He pushed open the door and saw Jiang Shaoke curled up on the sofa. Brother. Jiang Shaoke raised his head, both eyes swollen like walnuts. Looking pitiful, Jiang Yan slowly approached. His pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle's eye. Only Jiang Shaoke's originally soft and smooth waterfall-like hair was cut. The remaining length was only enough to barely cover her neck. Who did this? Jiang Yan's eyes flashed scarlet, his killing intent boundless. The lights flickered on and finally shattered with a thud. It was as if 100 ghosts were wailing in the room, and countless ghostly shadows were in fear. Is your holiness angry? This is the first time I've seen your holiness show this kind of expression. The usual Jiang Yan always has a smile on his face when he sees anyone, and rarely has a grim face. Hush, keep your voice down. Don't look at your holiness who usually smiles, but in fact, he's more poisonous than anyone else. The guy who angered his holiness is in trouble. In a shadowy corner, 2 doll-sized ghosts were whispering. Jiang Shaoke rubbed her eyes. It's Lu Shui from our class. She relies on her brother awakening the A-rank divine gift, and flaunts her power in our class. The teacher or her mother. Jiang Yan clenched his fists, his eyes shadowy. Xiao Ku, I'll personally send you to school tomorrow. His Jiang Yan's sister is also someone who can be bullied? Jiang Yan violently turned his head to stare at the corner and, those 2 doll-sized stern ghosts were instantly trembling in fear. See, I've warned you to keep your voice down. But still, your holiness found out. You 2 brats, what are your names? Jiang Yan said in a cold voice. Your holiness, my name is Little Pishy. The ghost doll with big red eyes whispered. She had a red patank in her hair. Your holiness, my name is Little Dream Lotus. The other ghost doll was a bit excited that she had a dream lotus on her head. Jiang Yan said indifferently. In the future, you 2 will follow my sister, and when she encounters danger, you guys just strike. Yes, your holiness. Little Pishy and Little Dream Lotus answered in the same voice. Jiang Shaoke rubbed his eyes. Brother, what divine gift did you awaken? Jiang Yan rubbed Jiang Shaoke's head. Brother awakened is SS level. From now on, only you bully others because of your brother. No one else is allowed to bully you. Put. Jiang Shaoke broke into laughter. Brother always makes me laugh. Thank you, brother. Jiang Yan hooked his lips and smiled lightly. Brother didn't lie to you. I believe brother. Jiang Shaoko hugged Jiang Yan's arm and, I believe brother is definitely the most powerful person in the world. Little Pishy beamed. If I had a brother as powerful as your holiness, it wouldn't have died so badly in life. It doesn't matter de. We were so miserable in life just so that we could meet his holiness after death. I don't know, said the little dream lady with a silly, hefty grin. Chapter 15, Rejection of Violence in Schools. Early the next morning, the clouds were dark and stormy. The students rushing to school were in tears. Strange. Yesterday's weather forecast said it would be sunny today. How come it's suddenly cloudy? Who knows? This god chooses the weather probably based on the mood too. It's a bad day. So it's cloudy. At Jiang Yan's home, he made an early call to Zhang Xiaoshang. Old Zhang, I have something to do today. Might have to go later in the morning. Hearing that Jiang Yan had something to look for himself, Zhang Xiaoshang immediately put up a fight. Old Zhang, students should behave like students. If it weren't for our relationship, we could make some accommodations for you. If it were any other homeroom teacher, you'd be in trouble. How to hang up? This kid Jiang Yan, can't you let me have some of the majesty of a vice principal? Zhang Xiao was angry, but still kept Jiang Yan in mind. Jiang Yan put away his cell phone and said to Jiang Xiaoko, let's go. When you get to school, you'll have brother to back you up. With brother here, Xiaoko won't be afraid. Jiang Xiaoko smiled sweetly. Jiang Yan started the little sheep up and asked with a smile, sit still, don't get thrown off in a while. Xiaoko sit tight. Jiang Xiaoko hugged Jiang Yan tightly. Jiang Yan twisted, and the little sheep drove steadily. 10 minutes passed and Jiang Yan brought Jiang Xiaoko to the 16th Junior High School of Jiangchang. Just after arriving at the school entrance, Jiang Xiaoko lowered her head in fear and pulled Jiang Yan's hand tightly, hiding behind Jiang Yan. Don't be afraid. With brother here, no one can bully you. Jiang Yan rubbed Jiang Xiaoko's head and the bottom of his eyes had filled with gloom. To make Jiang Xiaoko scared like this, it seems that Lu Shui is not the only one who bullies Jiang Xiaoko in the school. Go, brother will take you to take revenge. Jiang Yan's voice was gentle, but the bottom of his eyes was solemn. He pulled Jiang Xiaoko toward the gate of the 16th middle school, and the school security guard stopped. Parents are not allowed to enter. My sister got into trouble at school and the teacher asked me to come and chaperone. Jiang Yan laughed. So you're a chaperone. It's not easy for you. Go in. The security guard no longer stops Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan pulled Jiang Xiaoko all the way to the 5th class of the junior high school. When she came to the entrance of the 5th class of the junior high school, Jiang Xiaoko was trembling, as if she was scared to death. Jiang Yan squatted down, his gaze leveled with Jiang Xiaoko. Don't be afraid, brother will protect you. Well, Jiang Xiaoko pulled Jiang Yan's hand, nodded heavily, and buried her head into the class. Jiang Yan watched the scene within the class from the doorway. His face grimaced a little. He held back for 10 minutes. And finally the homeroom teacher of the 5th class of the junior high school came and the homeroom teacher was a middle-aged woman. She held her book, strangely glanced at Jiang Yan at the class entrance, and entered the class. Jiang Yan also followed into the class and faintly said, You're Mr. Lu. Lu Qinghua frowned. I am. May I ask which student's parent you are? Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Yan. I'm your class Jiang Xiaoko's brother. Jiang Yan laughed, but his smile did not reach his eyes. Ah, so it's Coco's brother. Is there something you came to school for? Lu Qinghua is Lu Shui's mother. She naturally knows what her daughter has done. She wants to muddy the waters as much as possible and make a big deal out of it. I'm just a little curious. My Coco originally had long, lush, silky hair. How come after a few days of school, it's gotten so short? Jiang Yan made a puzzled expression. This could be that she accidentally tripped while running and ripped her hair out of her head. It's not like there's no such possibility. Lu Qinghua was still playing dumb, but my Xiaoka told me that it was a little sister named Lu Shui, cutting her hair off. Is my sister lying to me? Jiang Yan's voice had no temperature. The cold and murderous aura made the students of the 5th class of the junior high school not dare to breathe, and Lu Shui was even so scared that she turned pale and trembled. Brother. Jiang Xiaoka's eyes glistened with tears. Lu Qinghua, who was the class teacher, was also weakened by Jiang Yan's aura. She said in a cold voice, Little Kodak's brother, right? This is a school, not a place for you to mess around. I'm messing around? Wrong. I call this fighting violence with violence. Jiang Yan's eyes were filled with killing intent, but he raised a spring-like smile. Refuse school violence. Start with me. In the next second, Lu Shui's pupils contracted, her face rose purple, and her hands kept going to tug at her neck. But there was nothing around her neck, and she was lifted out of thin air. Xiao Shui. Lu Qinghua saw his daughter floating in the air, her agonized appearance. He was so scared that he turned pale. No one could see that there was a ghostly figure of enormous size that was holding Lu Shui's neck in a death grip with both hands. Jiang Yan looked grim. Earth Kuwei, Haven't you eaten? The gigantic ghostly figure named Earthquakes granted, and the bloodied hands pressed harder and Lu Shue's eyes protruded outwards and blood froth appeared in her mouth, looking like she would die at any moment. When have the students of Junior Class 5 ever seen this horrible scene? Some of them were so scared that they were directly incontinent, slumped in his chair. You, what have you done? Let go of my daughter. Lu Qinghua looks like a crazy. She summoned a water knife and stabbed at Jiang Yan like crazy. Brother, be careful, Jiang Shaoke shouted. Jiang Yan, however, did not even look at Lu Qinghua. He smiled gently at Jiang Shaoke and, gesturing that she didn't need to worry, just as Lu Qinghua was about to stab Jiang Yan with his knife. God dash. Lu Qinghua, like her daughter, it was like being suddenly choked and slowly lifted into the air, struggling incessantly. Jiang Yan never made any moves, so there were two stern ghosts abusing the Lu family's mother and daughter for him. Jiang Yan elegantly sat on the chair at the podium. He smiled at the trembling students on the stage. Now I will allow you to reveal to each other who all have bullied my sister. Her. It's Wang Qian who usually bullies Jiang Shaoku. It's her, yelled a scared, white-faced girl hysterically. Wang Qian, who had been exposed, was instantly bloodless as she shivered. No, it wasn't me. I just, dash. However, without waiting for her to finish her sentence, the table in front of her was instantly chopped off and collapsed with a bang. A sword-wielding ghostly figure put away its sword and curbed the neck of the stunned Wang Qian, slammed her against the wall. The students of the 5th class of the junior high school were all shaking like sieves, and a few of them even directly fainted from fear. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth hooked up into an arc as he crossed his arms elegantly. Smiling, he looked at the crowd. Who else is there? Come forward yourself. Don't wait until you're revealed. Then you'll only die. His voice was soft, but it sent shivers down the spine of the students at the podium. A few girls with dyed hair stood up trembling, and Jiang Yan smiled. Very good, very obedient. As he snapped his fingers, several dyed-haired women were held down by the stern ghost and slammed against the desk. Only a loud bang was heard, and the desk was smashed with a bloody hole. There's no one left, right? Jiang Yan slowly stood up, looking at the trembling crowd with satisfaction. You guys dare to bully Jiang Shaoku? The crowd's heads shook like rattlesnakes. No, don't dare. We don't dare. Jiang Yan turned his gaze to Lu Shue's mother and daughter. His right hand hauled the two threads, and with a forceful pull, Lu Shue and Lu Qinghua's souls were then yanked away from their bodies. Ignoring the pig-killing screams coming from Lu Shue's mother and daughter, Jiang Yan forcibly ripped out most of the two men's souls and told the 100 ghosts to devour them. From now on, Lu Shue's mother and daughter will either be demented or become mindless plants. Chapter 16, Abolish your cultivation. Quit being prideful. Your holiness is so handsome. Little Pishy surrounded Jiang Shaoku and looked at Jiang Yan with a face of adoration. I'm so envious of Shaoku. Meng Lian also wants to be your honor's sister. Little Dream Lotus looked at Jiang Yan with love. The two of them were both ghost dolls at the level of a stern ghost, and they were arranged by Jiang Yan beside Jiang Shaoke, responsible for protecting Jiang Shaoke's safety. Brother, thank you. Jiang Shaoke's eyes glistened with tears. You take your lessons well, and from now on, no one will dare to touch a hair on your head. Jiang Yan smiled. Mom, Yuki. A growl came from outside the door, and a man rushed over and he looked at his unconscious mother and sister, and finally stared at Jiang Yan with reddened eyes. You did this? You seek death. A shadowy wolf appeared behind Lu Wang. His aura suddenly went berserk, like a hungry wolf king. Jiang Yan's gaze fell blandly on the visitor. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. The supernormal ability you awakened is the martial soul true body. You must think you're very powerful, right? I'm an A-class alien ability. Killing you is as easy as a slap in the face. Lu Wang's body was covered in a silver-colored glow that, his eyes showed killing intent. I want you to pay for your life. Roar dash. Lu Wang let out a wolf howl. He crouched down on all fours and violently pounced on Jiang Yan. The muscles of his arms soared and the 10 fingers transformed into sharp claws, indestructible and cutting iron like mud. Facing the pouncing Lu Wang, Jiang Yan always had his hands in his pockets. When Lu Wang's sharp claws were only a hair's breadth away from his face, he poked his right hand out of his pocket, clutched Lu Wang's wrist in a cloudy manner, and casually flung. The huge force flipped the werewolf over and flew several meters away like a shrimp. Facing an A-ranked enhancer, this god-giver who only uses brute strength and physical techniques, Jiang Yan didn't even bother to use the 10 directions ghost order. Aren't you an awakened martial soul true body? Aren't you physically extraordinary? Fine, then I'll use your proud strengths to crush you in a landslide. Jiang Yan told the 100 ghosts to return to the 10 directions ghost order, and he was going to use his physical body techniques to cripple Lu Wang. Continue. Jiang Yan's eyes were bland. Lu Wang let out a hiss as he pounced on Jiang Yan once again. I want you to die. The martial soul true body belonged to the power-type alien, and his strength was 100 times that of any other god-gifted person. However, when facing Jiang Yan, he could not easily tear him apart. Why is that? You're a power-type alien as well. Lu Wang panted, fear in his eyes. Every move he made could be easily neutralized by Jiang Yan. The other party could be a power shifter even more powerful than him. No, I'm a summoner. Jiang Yan's mouth was tinged with a smile. Summoner, how is this possible? Your power is on par with mine, even more terrifying than me. Lu Wang was filled with astonishment, knowing that the summoner belongs to the mage, summoning living beings to fight for him, need to keep a long distance from the power alien. Once they meet up with a power alien, the power alien is able to easily tear apart the summoner. But this self-proclaimed summoner in front of me, however, he fought back and forth with the one who has A-class strength-based psychic ability with his physical body. It's not coming and going, it's swimming. Once this thought appeared, boundless fear overwhelmed Lu Wang like a tidal wave. He realized that Jiang Yan was always fighting him with one hand, with a smile like a spring breeze on his face. It had been passive and defensive, easily defusing his killing moves. One should realize one's insignificance. Jiang Yan's voice sounded ghostly. Lu Wang looked at Jiang Yan in horror, unable to swallow his saliva. What are you? An ordinary person who wants justice for his sister. Jiang Yan stuck his hands back into his pockets. He was shaped like a ghost and kicked Lu Wang in the chest. The huge force bent Lu Wang's body and the whole man flew across the room, knocking the bars through and falling heavily to the first floor. Jiang Yan leapt down from the third floor, 1 foot on Lu Wang's heart, coldly gazing at the bleeding Lu Wang. You stood up for your own sister Lu Shui and cut my sister's hair, and I'm no devil, so I'll nullify your realm. Remember, to abstain from arrogance until you have absolute strength. As the words fell, under Lu Wang's horrified and desperate gaze, Jiang Yan's feet fiercely powered up. The shock caused Lu Wang to spit out blood from his mouth, and his first-order third-grade cultivation dissipated. I'm really not fit to do it myself. How dirty. The blood is splattered on my shoes. Jiang Yan sighed. In the future, when facing these minions, it would be better to use the 10-square ghost order. Step aside. He kicked the unconscious Lu Wang away, like a dead dog on the side of the road. Walking slowly towards the security booth, he pulled up a chair and sat down leisurely. The security guard witnessed Jiang Yan jump down from the third-floor muslin Lu Wang. He was scared and trembling. He personally served Jiang Yan tea and poured water. When is your leader arriving? He hadn't come to the security booth to play hard to get. He's waiting for the school leaders to come and level the playing field. In the eyes of the security guards, Jiang Yan was already the god of fury, and in the face of his questioning, answered truthfully, "Ma, we'll be there soon." Jiang Yan was bored playing with his cell phone. After 10 minutes or so, a black car stopped at the school entrance. A group of people entered the school in a hurry. Where are the people? Where are the people who caused trouble in our 16th grade school? The visitor was dressed in a black suit and his hair had turned gray, but his eyes were sharp. I'm here. Jiang Yan yawned, languidly waving to the man. Well, I'm surprised you didn't run. You seem to know what a mistake you've made. It's ready to plead guilty to the crime, the man said in a cold voice. Jiang Yan smiled. No, I just stepped in to stop the school bully. You should be thanking me. After this outburst of mine, there will never be another incident of school bullying in your 16th middle school. Jiang Yan crossed his legs. In an instant, Jiang Yan's SS-ranked aura was no longer hidden. The pressure of the 10-square ghost order instantly enveloped the entire 16 middle school, and even the middle-aged man nearly fell to his knees. This terrifying pressure caused the middle-aged man's face to change drastically. This is an SS-grade divine gift. Jiang Yan withdrew his pressure. Smiling, he looked at the middle-aged man. Now believe I'm doing this for your 16th grade? Believe. I believe. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Yan with a smile that, this is my personal business card. If there is anything you need you can contact me directly. No need to come in person. Jiang Yan sneered. My sister is being bullied. I as a brother can't just sit back and do nothing. What? In a school under my administration, someone would dare to do something as nasty as this. I'll fire her right here, the middle-aged man said indignantly. Jiang Yan slowly stood up. I've already solved the matter. You only need to do an aftercare. Don't you worry. I will handle it properly. I forgot to ask you. Your sister is? The middle-aged man was full of fawning. Jiang Shaoku. Jiang Yan said. Oh, so your lordship's sister is Jiang Shaoku. I remember this child. First in her grade on every test. I've always treated her like my own daughter. Jiang Yan was too lazy to listen to his ass-kissing, and left after leaving the school gate. After a long time, the security guard trembled before asking the middle-aged man, Principal Lin, who was that young man just now? The middle-aged man took a deep breath. The side of the hegemony in the near future. If anything, there was still the possibility of an S-class divine giver falling. An SS-class divine giver is an innate king who was bound to rise. From ancient times to the present, once an SS-class divine giver was introduced, there had never been a case of one falling in the middle of the process, and none of them were the strongest in the world. That was why the middle-aged man was unwilling to befriend Jiang Yan when he learned that he was an SS-ranked divine giver, and could only befriend him. Chapter 17 Mentoring and Sparring. After settling the matter of his little sister, Jiang Yan bought a barbecue sausage and slowly walked towards Linjiang Second Middle School. When he arrived at the entrance of Linjiang No. 2 Middle School, Jiang Yan had planned to have a war of words with the security guards. I didn't expect the security guard's face to be full of smiles. Jiang student right, please come in quickly, please come in. I'm here so late that I don't need to let the homeroom teacher collect it? Jiang Yan asked with a raised eyebrow. What are you talking about, Mr. Jiang? Principal Zhang has personally instructed. You were delayed by something important and asked us to release you. The security guard had a curt smile on his face and he was treating Jiang Yan like a son of the world. There were 5 major families in Jiangqing City, Linjiang Province, and the rest of the midstream families were not a few. But Jiang Yan wasn't from a martial arts family. He is just an aspiring young man from an ordinary man's family. No longer looking at the fawning appearance of the security guard, Jiang Yan stuck his hands in his pockets and walked slowly towards the second senior class. When I came to the door of the class, I could hear the class in disarray. Jiang Yan immediately thought of a sentence. Shelving the building can hear your class talking. Jiang Yan pushed open the class door, and the noisy class was instantly silent. Here comes the river god. Great, it's the river god coming. We're saved. The class was once again boisterous. Jiang Yan was a bit puzzled as he poked his tablemate's shoulder. What's going on here? Well, the girl who was poked on the shoulder by Jiang Yan was named Nangong Lu. It was a cute girl with a baby face who was flattered. The martial arts competition is about to begin. Oh, so it's the martial arts competition. It happens every year. Is there a need to be so excited? By the way, why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? Jiang Yan realized that this deskmate of his usually spoke very little and blushed when he didn't move. Feeling the warm touch coming from her forehead, Nangong Lu instantly looked like a steam engine. The cheeks reddened. No fever. The temperature was normal. Indeed, there was no fever. Jiang Yan withdrew his hand and one hand rested on his chin. It's just a martial arts competition. What are they getting excited about? The story of you defeating Wang Lei at the Evergreen Dining Hall is spreading in the first middle school. The students of the first middle school have come to provoke us, and they said that the first middle school also has SS-level God-givers. Nangong Lu whispered. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows lightly. This piece of news was truly explosive. What the hell? So I'm not chosen. Jiang Yan sighed. Even though I don't have a system, and yet with the twin divine gifts, I've always felt like the main character. But now he was being told that there was also an SS-ranked divine giver next door in Linjiang First High School. Oh no, that guy in the first grade isn't the main character, is he? Or the one with the system? Jiang Yan, are you scared? Nangong Lu inquired in a low voice. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth hooked up in a smile. Afraid? You're afraid that you're not joking. Ha, even if one doesn't have a system, or a gold finger, or a newbie bonanza. So what if it's not the chosen protagonist? He, Jiang Yan, was likewise able to use his own talent as a key to trample those Heaven's Destiny protagonists hard under his feet. So what if it's an SS-ranked divine giver? His Jiang Yan's bottom card had never been the 10-square ghost order, but that taboo red paper umbrella. This was a forbidden, heavenly object that he was born with, and he was confident that he would be able to overwhelm the world. There were 30 high schools participating in the Jiangqing City martial arts competition. There are few crouching tigers and hidden dragons among them, and there are few teenage supreme beings. The SS-ranked God-giver of the first form. I'd like to meet him in person. Strong people attract each other. Jiang Yan also wanted to let go and find someone to battle. Hopefully, the SS-ranked divine giver of the first form will not let him down. At this time in Linjiang No. 1 Middle School, Bai Lishu has suddenly let out an achu sound. She shook her head and the voice was soft and resigned. Someone said something bad about me. My missy, you're an SS-class divine giver. Who dares to speak ill of you? Mu Shuiyao nodded her forehead. You stay here honestly, I'll go buy 2 bottles of water. Aha! Bai Lishua nodded her head obediently as she blinked her big, soulful eyes and, looking carefully at the martial arts book in his hand, but she couldn't look at it at all, and the face of that teenager would always come to her mind. Kindred, when will we see each other again? Her divine gift was too powerful for. She had to keep the pressure on and not let up for a moment or the people around her would freeze. Only a God-giver of the same SS rank could be spared from being frozen by the cold that flowed from her body. Even her good friend Mu Shuiyao, an SS-class divine provider, also can only be in contact with her for 3 hours a day. Once the contact is too long, the internal organs will begin to frost and freeze. The students of Linjiang know. One middle school treat her as an iceberg goddess, only to be admired from afar. No one knew that she wasn't high-strung, just that her divine gift was too strong to approach other people. Mom said I could meet more of my kind at the martial arts competition. Can I really meet him? Bai Lishua's eyelashes fluttered lightly. A piece of ice crystals fell on the books. Slowly, the books condensed into ice. Second Form 2. Zhang Xiaosheng walks into the class. Smiling, he said to the boisterous students under the stage, "The school will soon be campaigning for students who are qualified to participate in the martial arts competition. Do you have any confidence?" The stage was silent and no one responded. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhang Xiaosheng coughed and looked at the door with a smile. "Lin Yu, come in." As Zhang Xiaosheng's words fell, a slender figure walked into the second class. He had lush red hair and a hideous scar on his handsome face. "Hello schoolmates, I'm Mr. Zhang's last student, Lin Yu." Ring Yu raised a smile. "Ahem, Lin Yu is an outstanding martial artist from the magic capital Martial Arts University, and he's still only a junior. He is already a third-order 6th gravity martial zone." Zhang Xiaosheng's words were filled with pride. "Teacher Zhang is too kind. I originally planned to step into the 4th rank of Martial King in my junior year, but unfortunately, I don't have enough resources. It has delayed the cultivation process." Lin Yu was very humble. Zhang Xiaosheng nodded his head in satisfaction. "For the next period of time, your senior Lin will personally instruct you in preparation for the martial arts competition." He scanned the class and realized that Zhang Yan was fast asleep. Eyesight grabbed a piece of chalk and flew it over. "Look at Lin Yu, then look at you." Zhang Yan, who was also shot while lying down, was a bit unhappy. "What's wrong with me?" Lin Yu is a Class A divine giver, already a heavenly pride of Jiangqing City, and even so, he also still cultivates hard, not stopping for a single second. Zhang Xiaosheng said, hating the iron. "If you were half as hardworking as Lin Yu, you would have stepped into the second stage by now." Zhang Yan laughed and said, "I call this steady and steady, one step at a time." He didn't intend to go back to the enlightenment room to cultivate. He wanted to be fighting the fey beasts in the learning from fighting humans, using blood and tears as the building blocks for advancement, rather than absorbing auras. Zhang Xiaosheng grunted, and the thought of knocking Zhang Yan was born in his heart. Smiling, he said to Zhang Yan, "Oh old Zhang, do you dare to spar with my favorite student? You're making me spar with a third-ranked martial sect. Old Zhang, you're afraid that I won't be able to die, are you?" Zhang Yan couldn't help but want to break out in curses. "It's just a sparring match, so let me have Lin Yu press his realm down to the first rank." Zhang Xiaosheng has an underhanded smile on his face. The corner of Zhang Yan's mouth arched. "Old Zhang, you seem to be looking forward to me losing." Unfortunately, he never knew how to write the word lose. "Senior brother Zhang, I've often heard Mr. Zhang mention you, and I'd love to spar with you." Lin Yu looked at Zhang Yan, his eyes showing strong interest. Zhang Yan laughed in a cloudy manner. "Since Senior Lin has said so, then I'll offer up my schoolmates." Chapter 18, The Realm Unfolds. Yama descends. Under Zhang Xiaosheng's leadership, the people of the second class followed him to the school's martial arts arena. The martial arts arena was the size of 2 soccer fields, with energy suits and weapons provided. "Schoolboy, do you need to wear an energy suit?" Perhaps out of a senior's concern for his junior, Lin Yu asked with concern. "No need, I prefer to be all light." Zhang Yan's mouth was tinged with a smile. "What a coincidence. I don't like having weights on me either. If I go to war in the future, I don't want to wear those battle armor either." Lin Yu was casually picking up a silver spear. "Senior apprentice brother Zhang, let me learn the true strength of an SS-class divine giver." He was strangely fast, and before some of the people in the second class could take their seats, he had already raised his gun and killed Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan lifted his foot and picked an alloy sword into the air, his right hand gripping the hilt. It rubbed together with the silver spear that came slamming in for the kill. Zip dash! Sparks flew in all directions for a while, and both the silver spear and the alloy sword were clicking and clacking. "It's a sign of impending collapse. Fake it." Zhang Shen and Senior Lin cut a deal with the power of the first rank. "I can't believe I was able to break the weapons in the armory. You know, the weapons in the Linjiang know. 2 middle schools' arsenal. Even the third-ranked martial zone blasted with their full power. It's also hard to chafe at first. Senior brother Jiang, you really are extraordinary." Lin Yu's eyes were filled with battle intent as he flicked his right wrist and the clothes on his entire right arm exploded as much as he could, and the silver spear exploded, shattering the alloy sword. Zhang Yan made a turn and picked up another obsidian sword, backhanding it to clash with the silver spear. Bang! Lin Yu took several steps back. Zhang Yan stuck his sword into the ground and stood firm. "My awakened Class A ability is recasting, which is capable of breaking down and reconstructing substances it comes into contact with." Ripples blossomed on the back of Lin Yu's hand holding the silver spear. In the next moment, the silver spear changed into an incomparably sharp spike in his hand. There were hundreds of spikes stabbing at Jiang Yan one after another. This alien ability of yours is a bit interesting. Jiang Yan decisively began to wander, constantly dodging the spikes' attacks. He found the right time to slash at Lin Yu with his sword. As my realm rises, the amount of matter I can reconstruct at the same time increases. Lin Yu stomped on the ground, and the Zhenjin ground instantly drilled out a wall to block Jiang Yan's chopping attack. Senior brother Jiang, if you don't use your divine gift yet, you might have to lose. Lin Yu laughed. It looks like it. Jiang Yan sighed and casually threw the obsidian sword to Lin Yu. Another weapon for you. Next, it's my turn to attack. A bizarre ghost order surfaced in his hand as a black aura enveloped it. The ghost order is here. Yin's soldiers listened to the order. Jiang Yan recited softly. In the next moment, the martial arts arena was cloudy and windy, and a shadow appeared on the Zhenjin ground. Finally condensing into substance. They wore black armor and held various weapons in their hands. You're a summoner, worthy of being an SS rank summoner. It's obvious that you're still only at the first rank, just to be able to summon so many dead things at the same time. Lin Yu marveled. Your super normal ability is also quite buggy. It feels like it's more than just A rank. Jiang Yan said. Lin Yu sniffed and gave Jiang Yan a meaningful smile. Seeing that smile, Jiang Yan instantly understood what was going on. He hid the true grade of God's gift. So, you're not just A ranked? Jiang Yan asked with interest. Actually, it's about the same. My recast real grade is an S. Not wanting to be seen as a thorn in the side of the Fae, I changed my profile to A rank. As expected, it would be strange for such a buggy psychic ability to be only A ranked. Boom boom dash. As he spoke, the Yin soldiers summoned by Jiang Yan had already been blown apart by the Zhenjin giant hammer maneuvered by Lin Yu. Senior brother Jiang, you shouldn't only have this kind of strength, right? Lin Yu asked indifferently. Jiang Yan scratched his head. Indeed, it's a bit troublesome. I originally thought that summoning a few shadowy soldiers would be enough, but I didn't realize that you were hiding it. Senior, my hidden clumsiness is nothing in front of senior brother John's hidden clumsiness. Lin Yu laughed. Senior brother Jiang, let me see your true strength. The smile that Jiang Yan always put on his face disappeared as he looked faintly at Lin Yu. Senior Lin, are you sure? Lin Yu looked serious. Senior brother Jiang, I didn't come here just to instruct the second-class students. I came to meet you to see the SS class divine gift. Then I can't let Senior Lin come to a class for nothing. Jiang Yan looked at the 10-square ghost order in his hand. A touch of scarlet flashed under his eyes, and his voice was low and ancient. The underworld emperor is here, and Yen Luo listens to his orders. The 10-square ghost order instantly released a pillar of heavenly light, a terrifying pressure that knew no bounds. It made the crowd in the martial arts arena pale with fear from the depths of their souls. This is the SS class summoner. Lin Yu's eyes trembled and his voice was a little hoarse. In the next moment, an ancient ghost god stood behind Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's eyes were scarlet. His voice was faint, but it echoed in the martial arts arena. King Qin Guang, suppress. The ancient ghost god suddenly opened his eyes, and a deep and eerie palace emerged behind him. It instantly enveloped the entire martial arts arena. Everyone is dumbfounded. Is this still Lin Jiang? No? To middle school? Where did you bring them? Is this hell? Jiang Yan sent us to hell? One of the boys was trembling in his speech, already dying of fright. The Hall of Ghost Judges. This is the domain of King Qin Guang, one of the Yamas. Someone knows the story of the 10 temples of hell, she said as a cold sweat slipped from her forehead. The Hall of Ghost Judges, judging people's lives and deaths, and the ambush of 100 ghosts. The Hall of Ghost Judges was gradually clearing up, and all sorts of little ghosts had gathered around it. There were still appalling instruments of torture hanging from the stone pillars, and hysterical screams continued to emanate. King Qin Guang sits in the Hall of Hades, his eyes solemn and murderous, glaring at Lin Yu, pronouncing his death sentence. Kill. The Hall of Ghost Judges was like a huge mountain, blocking Lin Yu's path to life, and countless chains wrapped around Lin Yu. Various inhumane torture devices approached Lin Yu. Lin Yu's spirit was on the verge of collapse. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers, and the domains of King Qin Guang and the Hall of Ghost Judges instantly dissipated. Lin Yu spat out a mouthful of black blood and fell heavily to the ground. This is only a spiritual attack. The physical attack won't work before it's even on? Jiang Yan wondered. Zhang Xiaoshang came rushing over. He was also scared to death. His face was as white as if he had been dead for 4 or 5 days. You, Lao Jiang why do you come for real? Old Zhang, don't frame me. I came for real. Senior Lin's corpse was long gone. Jiang Yan was honest. If he's serious, he doesn't even need to summon the underworld. By directly ordering Lin Yu's unseen stern spirit to choke him, he sent him away pleasurably. Not to mention the fact that Lin Yu didn't want to see a SS rank divine providence. He then begrudgingly sacrificed one of the Yama. This was also the first time he had offered Yen Luo to strike, and he hadn't expected it to be so powerful. Opening the domain as soon as it came up, it directly broke Lin Yu's entire spirit. It's over too soon. I was wondering what skills King Qin Guang has. Jiang Yan bristled. He didn't enjoy this battle at all. Chapter 19, It's a Trial. Jiangshan defeated Senior Lin? Jiangshan defeated Senior Lin. Jiangshan is awesome. Jiangshan is incomparable. The belated clamor detonated the room, and none of the second-class students were cheering. Jiang Yan versus Lin Yu. They naturally wanted Jiang Yan of the same class to win. Only Zhang Xiaoshang sighed. Old Jiang, I really underestimated you. Just now, Lin Yu has already utilized the power of the second rank, and he still wasn't able to last a single breath in front of your Yen Luo. Old Zhang, it's better to hurry and take Senior Lin to the resuscitation room. If we keep dragging this on, the head may be left with irreversible damage. Zhang Yan yawned and glanced at Lin Yu, who was foaming at the mouth. You brat! Zhang Xiaoshang glared fiercely at Zhang Yan and, with several arriving paramedics who rushed Lin Yu to the emergency room, Yen Luo ingested a wisp of Lin Yu's residual soul, and Zhang Yan was covered in warmth. His realm broke through to the 5th level of the first rank, and he slowly exhaled. An S-class residual soul is truly extraordinary. Zhang Yan realized that the students around him were staring at him with strange gazes. He raised an eyebrow. Why are they all looking at me with such hungry eyes? Worshipping me more than yesterday? Nangon Lu shook her head and pursed her lips. Jiang Yan, you put Senior Lin in the ICU. Who's going to guide us the rest of the days? The other students nodded their heads. Jiang Shun, what are we going to do when you put the coach that old Zhang hired especially for us in the hospital? Did forget about it. After all, he didn't need Lin Yu's guidance. Facing the pitiful gazes of his classmates, Jiang Yan was also a bit embarrassed. He coughed. Ahem. For the next few days, this river god will personally instruct you. The entire second class cheered loudly. Long live the river god. Ha ha, God Jiang personally instructed us. That's invincible. Yi Yiran's beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she gazed at Jiang Yan in fascination as he said he would personally instruct the second class. Does this, too, include yourself? Jiang Yan, I will make you fall in love with me all over again in these few days with me. Yi Yiran made up her mind, her eyes flashing with hope. Jiang Yan smiled. Since everyone has no objections, follow me to the training room. Okay, brother Jiang. Zhou Peng, as Jiang Yan's dog leg number 1. He ran to Jiang Yan's side with his ass on the line, holding a bottle of water in his hand. Brother Jiang worked hard just now. Take a sip of water to suppress the shock. Yun Tianjie also walked to Jiang Yan's side with a soft smile. Brother Jiang is really extraordinary. This is an elixir that my father obtained by chance from the secret realm, and taking it can restore mental strength. In the eyes of the crowd, Jiang Yan was a summoner. Whether it was summoning in soldiers, stern ghosts or Yen Luo, all very mentally draining. That was why Yun Tianjie brought spiritual pills to restore his spiritual power from home and befriended Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. Thanks. He casually pinched up one and threw it into his mouth, as casually as if he was eating a sugar bean, and the elixir went down. I felt refreshed. He did not consume spiritual energy by sacrificing the streams of Yama and Yin soldiers through the 10 Directions Ghost Order. This was his power and his decree to Yen Luo and other harsh ghosts of the underworld. Ordinary summoners need great mental and spiritual power to summon living and dead things. Jiang Yan wouldn't have any consumption, only the summoning cap. Now with only 1 rank, he would only be able to sacrifice a Yen Luo. That was why the spirit medicine Yun Tianjie had given him was of no use to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan just ate the elixir like a mint. Very cool and refreshing. Breathing through. Arrived. Jiang Yan led the second-class crowd to the training room of Linjiang Second Middle School. Each training room was the size of a soccer field, and it was complete with all kinds of cultivation implements, enough to accommodate a class of people practicing. Brother Jiang, it's only training room number 3 that's still empty, Zhou Peng said. Just training room number 3. Jiang Yan said indifferently with his hands in his pockets. Yun Tianjie laughed. Brother Jiang, I'll go through the formalities. You take everyone and go in first. Well, I'll leave it to you then. Jiang Yan nodded his head and directly led the second-class crowd into the training room. There's an abundance of exercise equipment in here. Even 10,000 pound dumbbells. This is the first time I've been in the training room, and there's a punch tester here, so I'll try it out. Wang Chang, who had an inch head, was a B-class strength system psychic and was very confident in his power. He stood firm, bowed and bent, and, gathering all his strength, struck the tester violently and, the class watched as the numbers flew up. Ding! Your fist strength is 3,156 kilograms. The fist strength tester reported the data. Ai Chow. Wang Chang, you're a bit powerful. I'm afraid this punch could collapse a building. I underestimated you before. I'm afraid your punching power is the highest in our class. Wang Chang acted modestly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't suppress a smile. What's this? This fist power of mine is completely worthless in front of Yun Tianjie and Zhang Yan. Don't be modest. Brother Chang, class leader Yun is a thunder and lightning adept, and Jiang Xin is a summoning celestial. The punching power aspect is still up to you in the strength department. Wang Chang was flattered. Really? Then the title of our second-class boxing champion. I'll take that as a compliment. A group of boys were talking to each other, and Wang Chang was floating up to the sky. There were even some boys who said, Brother Chang, with this full-force punch of yours, I'm afraid that even Jiang Xin would have to lie down honestly. That's right. Even if the river god is powerful, it's still limited by the common problem that the summoner can't be gotten close to. As long as Chang gets close to Jiang Xin, with Chang's punching power, that's not a one-punch knockout. Just as several people were commercially blowing each other off, the door to the training room was suddenly kicked open with a huge force. A man with a tiger's back walked in, who stood a full 2 meters tall and, his body covered in robust muscles. He coldly scanned the crowd. Which class are you from, and who let you use training room number 3? The girls in the class were frightened by the man. This student, we're from class 2, already applied. To the director, Yun Tianjie's words were interrupted by the man's cold voice before he could finish. Training room 3 is exclusive to me. I don't care who you apply to. Now get the hell out of here. His voice was thick and covered with a sense of power. Yun Tianjie subconsciously looked at Jiang Yan, who was the class president of the second class, but without realizing it, he took Jiang Yan as his backbone and looked up to him. Jiang Yan smiled. The training NPCs aren't coming this way. He patted Yun Tianjie's shoulder. Relax. Just think of this as a trial. Jiang Yan clapped his hands to attract the crowd's attention. All eyes toward me. Those divine gifted whose awakening is of the strength and enhancement line are out of the line. Wang Chang and the other 5 boys walked over with confused faces, looking at the dumbfounded few. Jiang Yan laughed. You guys go one by one. Knock this dumbass, who's all muscle and no brain, out of training room 3. The moment these words came out, the people in the second class reacted. This is what Jiang Yan called guidance, hoping to get them to fight the boss. The man with the tiger's back in front of him was scary strong to look at, being treated as a training NPC by Jiang Yan. Mang Zhan's muscles tightened all over his body. He growled, I'm class 7 Mang warrior, class A barbarian bear martial spirit. If you have the guts you can come and fight. Chapter 20, I have no opponent. Mang Zhan let out a roar as the muscles in his body began to surge. The skin also sprouted dark brown hairs that looked appalling. Grade A savage bear martial spirit, belonging to the physical body strengthening system of exotic abilities. He stood a full 2.5 meters tall and let out a roar that shook the second-class crowd. Jiang Xin, you're not kidding, right? Let's fight this monster. I recognize him. He's the strongest divine giver in class 7. I've heard that the quota for the Zhangchang martial arts competition has already been internalized. The several strength system psychics who were called out by Jiang Yan trembled, their legs trembling with fear. Chang, brother Chang, aren't you a 3,000 kilograms fist strength? You go up and try to throw a punch at him first. Wang Chang gritted his teeth in anger. Damn, you want me to die, don't you? It wasn't true that his punching power was more than 3,000 kilograms, but against this monster from class 7, he was still scared straight inside. Brother Jiang, isn't it a bit too difficult for them? Yun Tianjie frowned slightly. Jiang Yan inserted his hands into his pockets and said in a cloudy manner, a martial arts competition will be held in the school in 3 days. The top 10 are qualified to represent the school in the Zhangchang martial arts competition. They're the ones clamoring for my guidance, and the way I'm guiding them is in real life. Jiang Yan glanced at the training equipment and smiled faintly. After all, wooden stakes don't fight back. The only way to become stronger is through actual combat. Jiang Yan's voice was not loud, but it was heard clearly by everyone present. A boy clenched his fists. Jiang Xin is right. Training is still about fighting real battles. How can I shy away from a fight when I'm a C-rank power enhancer anyways? His name was Li Hua, and the divine gift he had awakened was a C-rank golden light spell, which belonged to strength enhancement. He took a deep breath. His body looked like it was gilded with a layer of golden light, and his power increased by nearly 20 times. Mang War, I'll be your opponent. The whole body has been strengthened. Li Hua's speed became strangely fast as he leapt up and swept a whip leg across the room. Don't know how to die. Mang Zhan's big hand grabbed Li Hua and directly clutched him in his hand. He fiercely exerted his power to crush it, and Li Hua's golden light erupted in radiance, quickly breaking free and falling to the ground. Li Hua's golden light shattered and he sat on his butt on the ground, losing his ability to fight. Jiang Yan nodded his head in satisfaction. Inspiring his potential in a moment of crisis, he exerted his golden light to the extreme. Li Hua also realized this, and he said excitedly, "I've broken through. My golden light curse has broken through." He looked at Jiang Yan excitedly, his eyes full of worship and admiration. "What you said, Jiang Shun, was really good. Actual combat is the fastest way to improve. Keep blasting away at the equipment in the training room. And I'm afraid I won't break through for months, but it is just now against the monk war encountered a moment of crisis. It will be able to stimulate the potential of people. Critical breakthrough. Is it really that effective in real life? Let me try it out as well." Lin Dong took a deep breath and also bravely stepped forward to face the tall and powerful monk war. "I'll be your opponent." Lin Dong threw off his tunic and a set of silver armor appeared out of thin air, attached to his body. Class B divine gift, silver white chariot. His strength instantly increased, and his entire person was extraordinary in divine martial arts as he fiercely blasted away. Meng Zhan had no more patience. He roared, and his huge bare paw was mixed with a furious strong wind. The whistling past. The instruments in the training room were trembling. Bump dash. Lin Dong's fist collided with Meng Zhan's huge palm, and Lin Dong violently flew tens of meters away. It slammed into the vibranium wall and slowly slid down. Cough, cough. Lin Dong stood up once more, his eyes resolute. Again, against his silver battle armor, which was on the verge of shattering, he charged at Meng War once more. After a series of dozens of rounds of intense fighting with Meng War, he was still slapped away in the end. His silver white battle armor shattered. Lin Dong slid down the wall, and instead of being discouraged by his failure, instead, the corners of his mouth curved up. "My comprehension of the silver white battle armor has deepened. Is this the benefit of actual combat?" Seeing that each of these people were so happy even after losing the battle, Wang Chang couldn't sit still. "I'll give it a go." Wang Chang has awakened his B-class supernatural ability, flesh body strengthening. His flesh was indestructible, harder than green granite. "Eat my second-class fist king punch." Wang Chang clenched his teeth and swung his fist with all his might. This punch was fast and vicious, mixed with a terrifyingly huge force, and slammed towards Meng Zhan's face. "I no longer have the patience to play house with you guys." Meng War was trembling all over. He felt like the guys were teasing him. It's obvious that everyone is weak as hell, and they like to fight him one by one in a wheel fight. The gap between a grade and B-grade divine gifts was like a chasm. Killing intent dripped from Meng War's eyes as he clenched his right fist, exuding a golden radiance. "Stone breaking, heaven shocking, Xian grade lower grade martial skill," someone exclaimed in shock. Wang Chang's whole body was dumbfounded. Playing? He didn't use any martial arts skills to beat the first few people, so when it was his turn to go to the ring, he just went straight for the kill? Wang Chang felt that lofty and majestic power like a mountain pressing down on him, and he had no way to escape. "Go to hell!" Meng War roared. The golden light flourished. Tons of huge force slammed down. Time for instruction. Just when Wang Chang decided he was dead, Jiang Yan's lethargic voice came through. With his hands in his pockets, he walked slowly to Wang Chang, his right hand finally shedding from his pocket and, just like that, he blocked and used his palm to catch that shockingly powered punch from Meng War. Boom dash! The huge force shook and the wind was so fierce that it blew Jiang Yan's coat in a hunting manner. By the time the aftermath of this punch dissipated, Jiang Yan just had his hair blown out of shape, still calmly with one hand in his pocket, the other against the huge fist of Meng War. The people in the second class all stared with wide eyes, their jaws almost falling to the ground. Isn't Jiangshan a summoner? Isn't this strength of his, this fleshly body of his, isn't it a bit perverted? What makes a river god is the thought that man and God cannot be generalized, and that God is all-powerful. The crowd swallowed in shock and pushed down the shock in their hearts. The one who was most shocked was naturally Meng Zhan. His pupils contracted to the size of a needle's eye, eyes glazed over. "You blocked my stonebreaker. As you can see, it seems so." Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders with blissful disinterest and, it was as if blocking his punch was a perfectly normal and trivial thing to do. "Who are you?" Meng War's voice was gloomy. "Jiang Yan, just call me Jiangshan." Jiang Yan laughed. Hearing Jiang Yan's name, Meng Zhan's eyes widened angrily. "You are Jiang Yan, what a Jiang god." "As expected, only you are worthy of being my opponent in the monk war." Seeing that he was getting more and more excited, his muscles were trembling all over. Jiang Yan hurriedly stopped. "Slow down. I need to correct your wording." Jiang Yan retracted his hand and inserted both hands into his pockets at the same time, looking at Meng Zhan in a cloudy manner. The corner of his mouth curved up. "I have no opponent, and you don't deserve to be my opponent." Chapter 21, Absolute Crushing. Suppressing Meng Battle. Silence, death-like silence. Training Room 3 fell into a pin-drop dead silence. The people in the second class all paused for breath, their eyes filled with shock. The Jiangshan was worthy of being a Jiangshan. Surprisingly, he completely disregarded Meng Zhan. It was important to know that apart from Jiang Yan and Yi Yiran in Linjiang No, 2 middle school, the A-ranked divine provider was the strongest existence. Manhwa was even the best of the A-class divine gifters. Even Yun Tianjie was no match for Mengzhan, such a top-notch powerhouse. A heavenly pride that ranks high when looking at Linjiang province. Surprisingly, he was completely disregarded by Jiang Yan. One could only say that Jiangshan was worthy of being Jiangshan. It doesn't belong to human beings anymore. In the face of Jiang Yan's contempt, Mengzhan's veins rippled on his forehead. The fangs in his mouth emanated blood. Jiang Yan, you are too arrogant. Oh, if I were arrogant, you wouldn't have been screaming in training room number 3 for so long. Jiang Yan's mouth was tinged with a warm smile. If I had gotten cocky, long before the moment your foot stepped through the door of training room 3, just raise your ashes. When he said these things, he always wore a smile, so breezy and, that kind of elegance. If anyone else had said that, I would have scolded him, but it was Jiangshan who said that. I can't believe how well it makes sense to me. Nonsense, that's the god of Zhang, the true god of our Linjiang No. 2 middle school. The people in the second class had subconsciously treated Jiang Yan as an omnipotent being. They would trust Jiang Yan unconditionally and believe that he could do anything. Mengzhan had been completely enraged by Jiang Yan, and the savage ferocious bloodline in his body was aroused. The whole person was like a raging wild bear with amazing fighting strength. Roar dash! He roared and killed Jiang Yan, his terrifying bear claws slashing out wind blades. Jiang Yan casually dodged sideways, his hair fluttering from the wind blade. Bang! Mengzhan violently smashed at Jiang Yan, who raised his right hand and steadily received the punch. The huge size difference gives the scene great visual impact. No one knew what kind of majestic power was contained within Jiang Yan's body. Surprisingly, it was enough to support him to fight against Meng battle with just his physical body. Instruction has begun, and today we'll show you how to beat these silly big men. Jiang Yan retracted his fist, nimbly came behind Mengzhan, and swept a whip leg onto Mengzhan's leg socket. Ow! Mengzhan let out a scream of pain as his right leg bent and his entire body fell to his knees. Mengzhan went crazy and reached out to grab Jiang Yan without any rules and regulations, and Jiang Yan did not dodge. Seeing the huge palm close to him, he raised his leg and kicked it, dislocating Manhwa's arm. That was a good fight, don't you think? Jiang Yan was a summoner, but he was extremely fond of physical combat. He'd be foolish to face a strength-based, flesh-enhanced divine giver, crush and explode the opponent in their area of expertise. Can you still talk? Looking at Meng battle, who was paralyzed on the ground like a dead dog, Jiang Yan smiled and squatted down to inquire. Mengzhan no longer had the will to fight. He had been beaten unconscious by Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan had also taken away a strand of Mengzhan's residual soul and transformed it into his own, and his power had been greatly enhanced. The people in the second class all looked dumbfounded, their eyes wide and their jaws almost falling to the ground. Fake Real? Fake Real? This is too much, isn't it? Isn't Jiang Yan a summoner? Shouldn't his flesh be so fragile that it breaks at the slightest touch? Now what's going on here? A summoner holding a power shifter down and beating the crap out of him. Unilateral friction. Earlier, he was proud of his 3,000 plus kilogram punching power. Wang Chang, who thought he could knock out Jiang Yan with one punch, fell to his knees powerlessly and lost hope in life. Tired. Destroy. The 3,000 kilograms of punching power he was so proud of. He was afraid that it would be hard to even shake Jiang Yan's one finger. Still thinking of knocking down Jiang Yan with one punch. Put. I don't know who laughed out loud. Did you guys just hear what Wang Chang said? Hear that? I've been wanting to spit on them for a long time now, daydreaming before they've even had a drink. And take down Jiangshan with one punch? It's more like tickling Jiangshan. Put. I can't help it. I really want to laugh. Haha. A few girls laughed. Wang Chang's face was suffocated into a pig liver color, and he felt ashamed of himself. Wanted to find a crack in the ground, throwing the fainting Meng battle outside the door of the training room. Jiang Yan smiled and clapped his hands. Well, everyone continue training and ask me if you have any doubts. Me, Jiangshan, I'm having trouble with my swinging power. Can you teach me by hand? I'm sorry, the girl in the gloves asked petulantly. Of course. Jiang Yan smiled lightly and walked towards the girls blandly. The girl's face flushed red, feeling incredibly lucky to be personally guided by Jiang Yan. The other girls were all gnashing their teeth. Damn Lily Zhang, to be so scheming. The river gods are all hers alone. We can't lag behind either. And I want Jiangshan to personally guide me as well. The young girl with emerald green eyes cried out. Jiangshan, I can't control the growth rate of Lingwei grass. Can you teach me to control my spiritual power output? River god, I can't release the water rush wave. Can you see what the problem is? The girls in the second class chanted Jiang Yan's name as they fought openly and looked at each other. Zhou Peng and Yun Tianjie looked at each other in unison. Brother Jiang is a little too popular. Zhou Peng sighed. Well, Brother Jiang probably has troubles in this regard as well. Yun Tianjie shook his head and laughed lightly. In the end, it was Zhang Xiaosheng who came to the third training room and informed the second-class crowd that school had been dismissed. It was only then that Jiang Yan was liberated from the hell of guidance. Looking at Jiang Yan's face full of fatigue, Zhang Xiaosheng was immediately happy. What's wrong with old Jiang? Body hollowed out at a young age? Jiang Yan didn't even bother to raise his eyelids. Hurry up and conduct the school election. I find it easier to fight than to instruct these girls. If you hadn't screwed Rinyu into the emergency room, you wouldn't have needed to be so tired. Thinking about this matter, Zhang Xiaosheng became a bit angry. Lin Yu was his former good student. People originally came to help him guide students with good intentions, but ended up coming up and being sent to ICU by Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders, also somewhat helpless. I didn't expect Senior Lin to be so unbearable. Zhang Xiaosheng wanted to say something, but realized that he had nothing to say. Lin Yu was the best and proudest student he'd ever had, but when compared to Jiang Yan, it does seem a bit slightly mundane and unimpressive. It's not like you don't know that Lin Yu suppressed his realm when he sparred with you. Zhang Xiaosheng tried to save Lin Yu's honor. Lin Yu indeed pressed the third level 6 to the peak of the first level when he sparred with Jiang Yan. However, the moment Jiang Yan sacrificed the 10 temples of Yama, Lin Yu subconsciously utilized the power of the second order and was still undefeated. When Senior Lin wakes up, remember to ask him to treat me to dinner. I'm instructing on his behalf. Jiang Yan waved his hand and slowly left the school. Chapter 22, The School Competition. Ghostbusters Witcho. After Jiang Yan's guidance and training, the practical combat ability of the people in the second class had improved greatly. On the day of the general election in the school, Zhang Xiaosheng, however, informed Jiang Yan, "Old Jiang, you don't have to run in the general election on campus. The school gave you an inside spot." The second shift crowd didn't question anything, but instead showed the demeanor that should have been there. That's the way it has to be. Jiangshan is a recognized demon in the whole school, so he should be privileged. I'd question anyone else having the privilege, but this one has the privilege of being a river god. I don't see any problem at all. In this regard, Jiang Yan said he could understand. The school authorities have put their hearts into it, and if I am allowed to participate in the competition, first place would have been out of reach and the students lost their passion for the game. Zhang Xiaosheng propped up his forehead. Old Jiang, if you change your narcissism, I'm sure you'll be more than welcome. This isn't called narcissism, this is called confidence. Jiang Yan had a smile on his lips. Zhang Xiaosheng stopped bull ******** ting with Jiang Yan and said to the people of the second class, "Line up in an orderly fashion. I'll lead you to the martial arts arena." When they arrived at the martial arts arena, it was already overcrowded, and Zhang Xiaosheng led the second class crowd to the preparation room. Today it's class 2 versus class 1. Do you guys have any confidence? Have faith. Jiang Yan shouted with his hands raised high. The crowd dropped their gazes on Jiang Yan, and Zhang Xiaosheng sighed. Old Jiang, you can go to the audience. There's nothing for you here. Oh, I almost forgot I got banned. So you guys have fun. I'll go first. Jiang Yan waved his hand cheerfully and left leisurely. Yun Tianjie looked at Jiang Yan's back full of longing. Laughing, he said, "It'll be nice when I can feel half as loose as Jiang. Don't think about it. I've known Jiang since we were kids. He's born with this kind of looseness. I haven't even seen brother Jiang get angry. He's casually lazy with anyone. No one can make him serious." Zhou Peng sighed. Perhaps it is this looseness and lethargy that is the reason for Jiang's superb temperament. We can't be left far behind by Jiang either. Fighting spirit flashed in Yun Tianjie's eyes. I want to be strong enough to fight alongside brother Jiang. Well, I can't be left behind either. Zhou Peng nodded. In the audience, Jiang Yan casually found an empty seat and sat down. The girl beside her was full of incredulity as she carefully opened her mouth. Are you a Jiang Yan student? I think I am. Jiang Yan laughed. It really is you. I can't believe I'm sitting next to Jiangshan. I'm so excited. The girls almost jumped up and down in excitement. Jiang Yan's name had already resounded through Linjiang 2 middle school, and many students treated Jiang Yan as a legendary figure. Jiangshan, this is for you. I just bought popcorn, the girl said daintily, handing Jiang Yan the bucket of popcorn in his hand. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. You should be a junior schoolmate, right? This is making a movie out of our martial arts fight. Aha. I'm a sophomore. My senior year had a big school competition, and we were all suspended. Come to the martial arts arena to watch the battle and learn about divine providence in advance. Little sister explained. By the way, aren't you going to participate in the school competition, Jiangshan? I've heard that the top 10 in the school's grand competition will be able to represent the school in the Zhangcheng martial arts competition. Facing his elementary school sister's doubt, Jiang Yan smiled. You've called me Jiangshan, so you should know that someone as powerful as me. Of course it's already internalized. Wow, worthy of being Jiangshan. The elementary school girl's eyes were full of adoration, but she quickly skimmed her lips again and, then I won't have the chance to watch you show off your powers. Jiang Shun, I want to go back to class. Jiang Yan laughed lightly, even without my participation. This intramural grand competition will still be very exciting. Trust me. Aha! The little girl's eyes glowed. Soon, the host was floating in the air, and as he took the stage, the lights went out in the audience and the lights of the martial arts arena were in full bloom. The Linjiang No. 2 middle school intramural competition is about to begin. The rules of the great intramural competition are as follows. By class, 1 student from each class going up in each round. A 1v1 match is played and the winner gets a point. The victor can continue to dominate the martial arts arena. 1 against 10, 1 against 100. When the match is over, the top 10 in points can represent the school in the Zhengchang martial arts competition. I now announce that the match will begin. The host appeared in the center of the martial arts arena and, as his voice fell, the 2 gates slowly opened. The audience erupted into shouts that resounded through the martial arts hall. Class 1 Zhuqiu versus Class 2 Wang Chang. The host shouted. Zhuqiu looked at Wang Chang from afar. The corner of his mouth hooked up in a cold smile, and he said disdainfully, "Where is Jiang Yan from your class? When you go down later, tell him to come up and fight me." Ha! Just you are worthy of challenging the river god? Wang Chang rubbed his fists together. You'll be the one going down there. To deal with you guys, there's no need for the river god to make a move at all. Zhuqiu's face was grim. I will show Linjiang No. 2 middle school who is the real strongest person in the world. So what if the divine providence grade is high? It's still not my opponent. Grade A ability. Ghost Fury. Zhuqiu was surrounded by black mist that. A ghostly shadow quickly killed Wang Chang. Wang Chang's pupils quake. Same attribute as Jiang Shun. But you're not even close to Jiang Shun. He clenched his fists, his blood chi churning, and blasted out a punch at the ghostly shadow. The ghostly shadows were blown apart by one punch. Wang Chang took 1 step and stomped on the ground. His whole body rushed towards Zhuqiu like a missile. It's over. Get close to me and you will be powerless. It is indeed over. Zhuqiu hooked his left foot in an arc. In the next moment, Wang Chang's pupils contracted to the size of a needle's eye, and he fell heavily to the ground, spitting black blood from his mouth. The meridians in his body exploded and he was drenched in blood. The scene was so bizarre that no one had anticipated that the Wang Chang just inexplicably lost his ability to fight. Even the host froze, and after a long time, he announced, the winner of this match, the Zhuqiu. What is going on here? Zhang Xiaoxing's voice trembled. Wang Chang was quickly taken away from the scene by paramedics. Zhuqiu lightly picked at the direction of the second class, his voice full of disdain. Jiang Yan. Oh no. I should call you Jiang Shun. Roll up and fight me. The second shift crowd looked at me and I looked at you. Old Zhang. Should we go tell Jiang Shun to come down from the audience? A student asked nervously. There's no need to bother Brother Jiang. I'll be his opponent. Yun Tianjie said in a cold voice. If you want to challenge Brother Jiang, you have to pass me first. He leapt to the martial arts arena, purple thunder splitting all over his body. I'll be your opponent. The host announced loudly. Class 1 Zhuqiu versus Class 2 Yun Tianjie. The match begins. Zhuqiu staggered. Are you all deaf in Class 2? I said let Jiang Yan die and come up. Can't you all hear me? Or is Jiang Yan also a vain fellow who doesn't dare to fight me? Insult Brother Jiang. I will never spare you. Yun Tianjie's face twisted. His thunder raged and, turning into a thunder god, he instantly killed Zhuqiu with a speed that was hard to catch. Boom dash. Purple thunder transformed into a wild blade and exploded with a thunderous momentum. And Zhuqiu sneered. Frog in the bottom of a well. I don't know what I'm talking about. Ghost shadows filled the sky and drilled into Yun Tianjie's body. Yun Tianjie only felt difficulty in breathing, and the next moment, his eyes were so bloodshot that he actually shed tears of blood. What have you done? The raging thunder dissipated, and he bled from all 7 of his eyes and, it looks very scary. My ghost fury is countless times more powerful than that token of Jiang Yan's that only summons Yin soldiers. It kills without form. Zhuqiu laughed grimly. Alright, you can get off the field. Zhuqiu gently nudged Yun Tianjie and, Yun Tianjie immediately felt severe pain coming from his internal organs, and his blood vessels exploded all over his body, just like a bloody man, and he fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 23, Wasted. Then, for a time, the martial arts fighting hall was silent, and you could hear a pin drop. The host was dumbfounded. He knew that Zhuqiu had awakened an A-ranked psychic ability, but this was too perverted. In just 5 minutes, he had defeated 2 people. One had to know that Yun Tianjie was also the best amongst the A-grade god-givers. Just like that, he was killed by Zhuqiu in seconds. This is too much. Let's congratulate Mr. Zhuqiu for his second consecutive victory. The host announced back. Yun Tianjia weakly collapsed on the ground, his eyes looking listlessly at Jiang Yan in the audience. Opening his mouth, he failed to make a sound. Brother Jiang, I lost. Jiang Yan slightly frowned. This Zuoqiu means inevitably ruthless, moving to destroy people's meridians. Abolitionist cultivation. At this point, the second class was in disarray. Even class president Yun lost. Who can we be his opponent? Old Zhang. Quickly go and invite Jiangshen. We're no match for this Zuoqiu. What kind of monster is this Zuoqiu? His powers are too buggy. It's not on the same level as us. Just as the crowd was talking and preparing to invite Jiang Yan to the stage, a pleasant voice rang out. Teacher Zhang, I'm willing to go up and fight. Yi Yiran's eyes cleared. My S-ranked supernormal ability, Luotian Sacred Water, with the advantage of naturally restraining the ghost attribute due, I have the confidence to defeat Zuoqiu in battle. Zhang Xiaoxing's eyes lit up. Jiang Yan's radiance was so dazzling that he had almost forgotten that you're leading a class of double demons yourself. In addition to Jiang Yan, the top demon, Yi Yiran, who had S-class psychic abilities, was equally demonic. Yi Yiran's beautiful eyes swirled as she looked towards the figure in the audience, her shell teeth biting her lower lip. Jiang Yan, I'll make your eyes fall on me. Her figure was live, and she leapt to the martial arts arena, the Luotian holy water transforming into azure blue spirit clothes, attached to her periphery, light and beautiful. Oh, if it isn't our second school beauty, you'll be my opponent. Shouldn't I be compassionate? Zuoqiu narrowed his eyes and laughed. Yi Yiran didn't respond as her beautiful eyes looked towards the host. The host snapped back from his shock. Our Zuoqiu student is just amazing. Will he complete the trifecta? Let's wait and see. Class 1 Zuoqiu versus Class 2 Yi Yiran. The match begins. As soon as the host's words fell, Zuoqiu suddenly laughed. Yi Yiran frowned slightly. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at that vain waste of a man. Jiang Yan, who doesn't dare to come up and fight me himself. Even his own woman was sent to the field. Zuoqiu's eyes were filled with sarcasm. I'm not yet Jiang Yan's woman. Yi Yiran was somewhat briefly disoriented. She quickly looked solemn. But Jiang Yan is not something you can humiliate either. Spirit primordial tide. Yi Yiran's eyes flashed azure and a smattering of water clusters quickly converged into several water tornadoes, encircling the entire martial arts arena and continuously closing in on Zuoqiu. What an underestimation. Zuoqiu shook his head. S-class powers are indeed very strong, but through hard work later in life, you can also bridge the gap. Zuoqiu's strength was no longer hidden, and his second-order breath suddenly erupted, shocking and dismaying everyone present. Second order. Zuoqiu has actually reached the power of the second order, the host exclaimed in shock. Yi Yiran's beautiful eyes were round. Her realm was only at the fourth level of the first rank. Schoolgirl Yi, scared? Zuoqiu laughed evilly. Didn't Jiang Yan not want you? Otherwise you'll follow me and I'll love you. You don't deserve to be compared to Jiang Yan. Yi Yiran said in a chilling voice. Who started a mess? How dare she reject me? Zuoqiu's face twisted and, both are equally ghost masters. Why does Jiang Yan get the prestige and adoration and I don't? Just based on the fact that he's an SS-ranked divine providence? Jealousy makes one's face hideous. And Zuoqiu clenched his teeth in death as he, since you like him so much, you can die for him. Ghost fury. Zuoqiu hissed. A ghostly shadow instantly passed through the water tornado and flew towards Yi Yiran's body. Buzz dash. The Luotian clothes bloomed with brilliance, forcing the ghost fiend back. I'm the god of Linjiang No. 2 middle school. I'm the one. Zuoqiu will explode with the power of the second order. The whole person rushed towards Yi Yiran like a missile, his fists surrounded with black chi and fiercely blasted towards Yi Yiran. Bang dash. Yi Yiran resisted with a water shield, and was penetrated hard, suffering a heavy blow to her abdomen. The whole person flew out backwards. Yi Yiran spat out blood, weak and incomparable. She looked up at the man in the audience. Jiang Yan always had a flat face and calmly watched what Zuoqiu did. Jiang. Yi Yiran tried to shout Jiang Yan's name, but her back was heavily stepped on by Zuoqiu. This is an S-class alien? But that's all. Zuoqiu gave Yi Yiran a heavy kick that. The face was full of sadistic pleasure. The supporter came out in a hurry. The match is over. Congratulations to Zuoqiu for accomplishing the feat of winning 3 straight matches. Zuoqiu snatched the host's microphone and sneered. Jiang Yan, you're not a turtle, are you? Your woman is about to be killed by me, and you have the face to hide? The students of Class 1 were all clamoring. Where is Jiang Yan of Class 2? Why don't you come out of hiding? It can't be fear. That's right. He's still bragging. Jiangshen, when you see Mr. Zua, you have to kneel down and shout Zwagod. The homeroom teacher of the first class smiles and walks to the preparation room of the second class. To the hard-faced Zhang Xiaosheng, he said, Teacher Zhang, wasn't the awakening ceremony quite a sight? Mr. Lin, this student of yours, he's a bit careless. It's just a student sparring session. Is there a need to nullify someone's cultivation? Zhang Xiaosheng suppressed his anger. Lin Jun said unconcernedly, Zuoqiu is a child who came out from fighting in the beast hunting forest. It's normal to lay hands on people who don't know what they're doing. Good one is normal. Zhang Xiaosheng gritted his teeth and said to Zhou Peng, who was at the side of the room, call Lao Jiang back. He's having a good time in the audience. Zhou Peng froze. Old Zhang, didn't you say that Lao Jiang was banished? One class is hitting home, so what do you care if he's banning or not? The second class students all had red eyes. Jiangshan come out and kill the first class assholes in minutes. Jiangshan, you have to avenge Iran. The girl who usually played well with Yi Iran choked. Lin Jun frowned. Ban? What do you mean? Isn't Jiang Yan not fighting because he's afraid? Zhang Xiaosheng sneered. Teacher Lin, I'm doing this so as not to dampen the confidence of the students in each class. It was only then that Jiang Yan was not allowed to fight. Do you think that this student of yours will be able to advance steadily? Zhang Xiaosheng said in a cold voice. Not a chance. He's about to bow out. Ha ha. A lethargic yawn sounded as Jiang Yan leaned against the doorframe of the preparation room. Old Zhang, you can't keep your word. Lao Jiang, as a classroom teacher, I can't just stand by and watch my students being abused and killed. I'm begging you just this once. Zhang Xiaosheng clenched his fists. Scrap Zuoqiu, avenge Yun Tianjie and the others. Hearing what Zhang Xiaosheng said, Lin Jun felt bad as he looked violently at Jiang Yan. You dare! Zuoqiu is the heir of the Zhuo family, one of the 5 great families in Zhengcheng, the left family heir. Ha! There seems to be some trouble. Jiang Yan laughed faintly. Then scrap it. Chapter 24. Keep your promise and waste you. What's taking so long for the second class to pick someone? Is it possible that there's no longer a battle to be fought? Ready to surrender and admit defeat to class 1? The host enlivens the atmosphere. The students of the first class were all excited to death. That's all for the second class. Ha! It's too meaningless for us, young Master Zhua, to flat out push it alone. Where's Jiang Yan? Where's the god of the second class gone? I won't hear about the left god's 3 consecutive victories. Scared straight into a cowardly lizard. Ah ha ha ha. Just as the first class of people were gloating, a lazy voice rang out, war-shy lizards. Is that about me? This voice rang out, and Zuoqiu, who originally had a sneer at the corner of his mouth, instantly looked serious. A class of laughing and giggling crowds also had a lump in their throats, and did not dare to say a word. Eyes looked in the direction of the second-class preparation room in horror. How come? Didn't they say Jiang Yan was banned? It shouldn't be. The whole senior class knows about it. They were the ones who were relying on Jiang Yan not being able to fight, and they also saw Jiang Yan in the audience. Only then did they dare to be so arrogant. And now that Jiang Yan appeared in the second-class preparation room, they were instantly dumbfounded. Zuoqiu quickly laughed coldly. Shrinking head turtle, fight me if you have the ability. Yes, please. Jiang Yan put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly onto the martial arts arena. Oh yeah, let me tell you something in advance. Zoku wondered. What is it? Hey, it's not a big deal. Jiang Yan smiled. It's that I'm going to waste you. At these words, Zuoqiu's pupils suddenly contracted, and a drop of cold sweat slid down his cheek. You're kidding, right? You're so sure you can beat me? I'm on a 3-game winning streak. I'm sorry, Zoka said in a harsh voice. Put. Jiang Yan looked like he had heard a big joke in the sky, hilariously laughing in front of Zuoqiu. When he had laughed enough, he wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes. It's none of my business if you win 100 in a row. Jiang Yan's eyes fell on Zuoqiu. I'm just informing you of this. You just know about it. Jiang Yan slightly tilted his head, his gaze falling on the first class of people. And you guys, I'll stand here and wait for your challenge. If you come one, I'll waste one. The people in the first class were so frightened that they lowered their heads, not daring to make a single sound. Jiang Yan was satisfied with their performance as he lazily looked at the host. You may begin. Ha! Oh hoo! Class 1 Zuoqiu versus Class 2 Jiang Yan. The match begins. The host shouted. Zuoqiu struck first. Ghostbusters. A ghostly shadow was strangely fast, instantly flying towards Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan just slanted a glance at Ghost Fiend, and Ghost Fiend instantly didn't dare to move and was fixed in place. Ghost Fury? Zuoqiu's expression changed slightly as he swallowed. Ghost Fury. Kill him for me. Kill him. No matter how much Zuoqiu ordered, the Ghost Fury just didn't move at all, obediently floating in front of Jiang Yan. The head is raised too high. Jiang Yan faintly said. Ghostbuster sniffed and snapped to his knees, shortening. The so-called Ghostbuster is nothing more than a stern ghost. In front of Jiang Yan, obedient as a grandson. This bizarre scene caused the crowd in the martial arts arena to all look dumbfounded. The ghost shadow, who had been invincible just now, defeating 3 people in a row, was like a child who had made a mistake at this time, kneeling obediently in front of Jiang Yan. What kind of operation is this? You What have you done to my Ghostbusters? You cheated. How can you control my ghost fury? Zhuoqiu's eyes were covered in blood as he stared dead at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan said patiently, as you can see, it's your Ghostbuster who kneels at the sight of me. I'm helpless, too. Impossible. The ghost fury is my divine gift. It should follow my orders. Zhuoqiu hissed. Ghostbuster, get back here. The ghost fiend remained impassive, kneeling in front of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan laughed lightly. Ghost fiend, go back to your master. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's order, the ghost fiend returned to Zhuoqiu's body as if in a dream. Zhuoqiu was in a cold sweat. Sweating. You used the ghost order. No, I'm empty-handed right now. Jiang Yan stretched out his two hands and, holding nothing. You didn't utilize the SS-ranked ghost order, so why can you harness ghosts? Or to harness a ghost that already had an owner? Jiang Yan laughed. Harnessing ghosts is an ability that I was born with, and it was never granted by the 10 Directions ghost order. Harnessing 100 ghosts and commanding the Yin soldiers. This is the power he was born with. Alright, idle chit-chat is over. I should fulfill my promise. Jiang Yan turned his neck. What promise? Zhuoqiu was inexplicably terrified. Jiang Yan was succinct. Scrap you. Zhuoqiu's pupils suddenly contracted. No, you can't invalidate me. Do you know who I am? I know. The 5 great families in Jiangcheng. The left family's young master. Jiang Yan spoke. The steps toward the left mound didn't stop. Facing the ever-approaching Jiang Yan, Zhuoqiu was terrified to the extreme. You wake up a bit. If you waste me, the Zhou family won't let you go. Jiang Yan was unimpressed. Oh yeah? Zhuoqiu narrowed his eyes and suddenly became ruthless. He was a second-ranked martial artist anyways. Even if the divine providence didn't work on Jiang Yan, he was still able to crush him with his power. Deceiving. Zhuoqiu fumed, and black chi surrounded his fist. It slammed against Jiang Yan's heart. Jiang Yan's mouth was tinged with a smile. Second rank. Is it strong? He casually stretched out his hand, steadily catching the erupting punch, his 5 fingers slowly exerting force. Click, click. The cracking of bones rang out, making one's scalp go numb. Zhuoqiu's face twisted as he let out a miserable scream. Ga-awa. He tried to retract his fist, but he was shackled by a huge force that prevented him from pulling his hand back. Jiang Yan looked at Zhuoqiu with smiling eyes. This is the power of a second-ranked martial artist. It's still a bit troublesome. His 5 fingers renewed their strength, squeezing Zhuoqiu's right fist out of shape. Zhuoqiu's right hand was pinched by Jiang Yan's powder fracture and drooped limply. He looked at Jiang Yan with a face full of fear, as if he was looking at a horrible monster. What's wrong with me? Weren't you the one who was clamoring to spar with me earlier? The corners of Jiang Yan's mouth rose slightly. I'm right here. Come defeat me. Zhuoqiu was trembling all over. In his opinion, Jiang Yan was simply a monster. I vote. He only wanted to escape the martial arts arena, even if he surrendered. But before he could say the word surrender, he couldn't say a word. His mouth opened silently, and he was so afraid that he couldn't even say the word surrender. Feeling the pain of having your soul ripped out of your body, Jiang Yan grabbed Zhuoqiu's head with his right hand. The corner of his mouth curved up. Soul devouring. He drew out most of Zhuoqiu's soul and devoured the remnants of Zhuoqiu's soul. A second-order residual soul. It really is a great tonic. Insatiable satisfaction flashed under Jiang Yan's scarlet eyes. His realm broke through to the 6th level of the first rank with it. As if he were throwing garbage, he casually threw Zhuoqiu, whose eyes were lifeless and whose face was distorted, off the martial arts arena. Cloud looked toward the crowd of the senior class. Those who want to be wasted by me line up, one by one. Jiang Yan smiled warmly and, it makes you feel like a spring breeze. Chapter 25, Senior Class. Out. The whole room was silent and you could hear a pin drop. Zhuoqiu, who was previously unbeatable, was settled by Jiang Yan in just 3 or 2 blows. Anyone with eyes could see that Jiang Yan could have killed Zhuoqiu in one move. The strength of the two was simply not on the same level. Favorably, Jiang Yan was just teasing the little cutie, playing, accompanying Zhuoqiu through 2 moves. In the end, Zhuoqiu wasted his cultivation and threw him out of the martial arts arena like a piece of trash. This is Jiang Yan, too domineering. He just stood there. It just gives the impression of being terribly strong. I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. From now on, there will only be one god in Linjiang No, 2 middle school, and that's Jiangshun. Jiangshun is awesome. Astonishing. The river god is invincible. Invincible. The crowd in the audience was boiling, shouting Jiang Yan's name. The students in the senior class were all scared silly. With Zhuoqiu defeated, it's their turn in the ring next. Having seen Jiang Yan's horrible methods, how dare they go up to the stage to have a one-on-one with Jiang Yan? It's not going to kill them. Shall we surrender? I'm in favor of it. Just now Jiang Yan has put out a tough word. If we dare to go on stage, he's going to waste us. The first class of people all feared Jiang Yan to the bone. No way. If we surrender, won't the senior class become the joke of Linjiang Second Middle School? The class president of the first class said in a cold voice. We can't let Mr. Lin's face be disgraced. Squad leader, are you crazy? That's Jiang Yan, the true god of Linjiang Second Middle School. Even Zhuoqiu lost. What else can we do? Are we really going to die? Lu Guangjuan, the first squad leader, clenched his fists as he jerked his head up and, locking eyes with Jiang Yan, who had his hands in his pockets in the martial arts arena. Jiang Yan, we recognize that you're strong, but you're dueling us with an SS-ranked divine providence. Doesn't it feel shameful? Lu Guangjuan questioned. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. You have a point. He looked up at the host and said lazily, let's get everyone in the first class together. Ha? WH. What? The host froze, thinking he had heard wrong. Jiang Yan wore a smile on his face. I said, I'm going to beat everyone in class 1. This. The host's pupils quake. One person singling out an entire class? This was too arrogant. Linjiang No. 2 Middle School has been established for 100 years, and there have been a lot of proud sirens, but there had never been a person as arrogant as Jiang Yan, who actually wanted to challenge the entire class alone. The senior class is also a whopping 38 people, minus the incapacitated Zhuoqiu. Are you sure? The host asked again to confirm as it was too unbelievable. Jiang Yan nodded and smiled. I'm sure. Not only the host, Jiang Yan's operation was so exaggerated that the first class of people also somewhat did not slow down. Squad leader Lu. Jiang, what did Jiang Yan just say? Lu Guangjuan pupils earthquake. He barely let himself calm, he said. He wants to be alone. Hit our whole first class. Lu, want to get on? Lu Guangjuan clenched his back teeth. We have 38 people. Are we still afraid of him alone? On. All the people in the first class were inspired and rushed onto the martial arts arena. They operated their divine gifts at the same time, and the martial arts arena was overflowing with light, each displaying their abilities. Lu Guangjuan, Grade B Divine Providence Qingting Sword, Long Ao Tian, Grade A God-given Black Dragon Martial Spirit, Evergreen Hill, B Grade Divine Gift of Divine Speed. 38 voices in a row reported their divine gifts, and they stood by in strict anticipation of. The eyes looked solemnly at Jiang Yan. The corners of Jiang Yan's mouth rose slightly as he slowly took a step forward. The SS class aura instantly enveloped the entire martial arts hall, causing everyone in the first class to be shaken to their core, and half of them directly fell to their knees. Jiang Yan, SS grade God-given 10 square ghost order. He hooked his hand at the first class crowd and, please enlighten me. As soon as the words fell, Lu Guangjuan, who was the class leader of the first class, shouted, together. They weren't stupid enough to send them to their deaths one by one. 38 of them simultaneously utilized their divine gifts to the fullest extent, suddenly attacked and killed Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan stood still, his right hand encircling blood chi and ghost chi. The martial arts arena frequently resounded with the screams of the night ghost. Soul-devouring palm. Jiang Yan violently blasted out a ghost palm seal. This palm collided with the combined efforts of the first class of people in a single strike, blasting a dozen or so people in the front row apart like a devastating blow. In just one look, a dozen students from the first class fell to the ground, covered in black gas. Unconsciousness. Lu Guangjuan was in a cold sweat. He swallowed his saliva and stabilized his army. Don't be afraid. This palm must be Jiang Yan's limit. Let's proceed to combine our efforts. The remaining 20 or so students simultaneously cast their divine gifts and blasted at Jiang Yan once again. You're too arrogant. You're dead this time. Oh, who told you guys that I've reached my limit? Jiang Yan had a smile on his lips and, soul-devouring palm. It's just my flat A. When the people in the first class heard Jiang Yan's words, many of them turned pale with fear and their legs trembled. They were in despair. Just now, all the people in the class had combined their efforts in one strike, but not only was it neutralized by Jiang Yan's palm, and dropped a dozen or so. As a result, they were now told that the slap just now was only Jiang Yan's flat A. Who could stand it? Disperse! Lu Guangjuan shouted through gritted teeth. The only 20 or so people left in class 1 spread out and stood in positions, surrounding Jiang Yan from different directions. It's like a dragnet. Combined forces are not your match. Then we'll encircle. Lu Guangjuan clenched his teeth. Jiang Yan scratched his head. Surprisingly surrounding me through numerical superiority. It's still a bit troublesome. Be afraid. Or if you are afraid, surrender yourself and save yourself from the pain of the skin. I'm sorry, the first class student shouted boldly, enjoying the feeling of being overbearing. Jiang Yan looked at the student, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Starting now, you are the ones who are surrounded. 100 ghosts walk at night. A flash of scarlet flashed under Jiang Yan's eyes. In an instant, the entire martial arts pavilion was filled with gloomy winds and ghostly cries. A ghostly shadow drifted around the martial arts arena, flickering from time to time. and there were hundreds of ghostly shadows. The first class of people were stunned by this scene, and in the blink of an eye, they went from surrounding Jiang Yan and become surrounded by Jiang Yan. The 100 ghosts surrounded the 24 or so students, pressing them step by step into the center of the martial arts arena. Jiang Shun, let us go. God Jiang, I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to denigrate you anymore. Please let me go. Where did the first class of students still have their previous arrogance? Now each one was scared like a quail. Even Lu Guangjuan's face was pale. Jiang Yan, we were classmates. You can't take a shot at us. In the face of a class of people begging for mercy, Jiang Yan tilted his head. When you clamored for Zhuoqiu to waste Yun Tianjie and the others, did you ever think that you were fellow students? The faces of the people in Class 1 became even more ugly. They knew that Jiang Yan would not show them any mercy. One after another, they began to curse Jiang Yan. In response, Jiang Yan just smiled and snapped his fingers. Enjoy your dinner. 100 ghosts boiled and instantly burrowed into a class of students, ignoring the heart-rending screams they let out. Swallowing the remnants of the souls of 24 students to nothing. In less than a breath, all of the people in the first class collapsed on the ground, their cultivation lost in dying. The entire room was dead silent. Everyone was shocked, their eyes full of unbelief. Jiang Yan, he really did it. A whole class was defeated by one man. Chapter 26, Imperial Capital by Family. Inside the second class preparation room, looking at the total annihilation of his class, Lin Jun's face was stagnant, sitting helplessly on the floor. How did this happen? Zhang Xiaosheng sneered. Teacher Lin, it seems that no one in your class has the qualifications to participate in the Jiangcheng martial arts competition. Lin Jun was speechless. The Zhuoqiu he was so proud of was simply a toy in front of Jiang Yan. He overestimated Zhuoqiu and also underestimated Jiang Yan. This concludes the first day of the school competition. The fact that Jiang Yan had destroyed a class with his own strength was also quickly spread. Because of the approaching Jiangcheng martial arts competition, news of which school had a demon would leak out very quickly. It spread throughout Jiangcheng City and even the entire Linjiang province. At the same time, his name went from Jiang Yan to the ghost immortal that everyone feared. A white-haired teenager was playing with the Qingfeng seal in his hand in Linjiang No. 1 middle school. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. The one you're talking about is the ghost fairy? Yes. There are whispers that this man's true divine gift grade is SS. It's the strongest person in Linjiang second middle school. SS grade divine gift? A strange color flashed in the white-haired teenager's eyes and the golden age has truly descended, and S-class divine gifters are starting to walk all over the streets. Lin Feiyu rose into the air, the third eye in his brow blossoming with a haze of light, and his third stage aura instantly rose, covering the entire Linjiang first middle school. Ghost immortal, I'll be waiting for you at the martial arts competition. Lin Feiyu laughed openly, and the green peak seal blossomed with brilliance. It mirrored his third eye like a man of God. In Linjiang No. 7 middle school, inside the room of enlightenment, a man with a face like snow. The young girl with jade-like skin opened her emerald green eyes, her eyes flowing in a smile at the corners of her mouth. Ghost immortal, that's quite a catchy name. I hope you and I can meet at the martial arts competition. Lu Qingming's eyes flowed as a sky bridge paved with hundreds of flowers led outside. Her lotus feet lightly clicked, and her whole body was like a flower fairy, appearing at the highest place of Linjiang 7th middle school, overlooking the entire city of River City, the 16th middle school in Jiangcheng. The whole school was discussing one person, and that person was none other than Jiang Shaoku. Did you guys know? There's a rumor that the ghost immortal, who is famous in Jiangcheng, it's Jiang Shaoku's brother from junior class 5. I know. At that time, when Jiang Shaoku was bullied, his brother, Ghost Fairy, personally approached the school and, at that time, the whole 5th class was surrounded by ghostly shadows, not to mention how scary it was. So envious. I also want to have a brother that wild and domineering. A twisted girl beamed, envy in her eyes. What's there to envy? When I get to high school, I will become more powerful than the Ghost Fairy. Junior boys harbor strong ambitions and have unlimited visions for the future. Jiang Yan didn't realize that he had been labeled as a ghost immortal, and as usual, he was slacking off at both home and school. A week passed quickly, and Linjiang No. 2 middle school's big school competition came to an end. Jiang Yan became the first place winner of the school competition without any surprises, and the remaining 9 were all Class A divine gifters. He has a high reputation in Linjiang No. 2 middle school. At the end of the big competition within the school issued a bottle of gene potion for each student. The top 10 were even 5 bottles each, and Jiang Yan, the first place winner, had an extra elixir. Zhang Xiaosheng laughed. Old Jiang, do you know how many Chinese coins this elixir would cost outside? 1 million. Jiang Yan said indifferently. Holy, you even know this. Originally, I wanted to see Jiang Yan's shocked expression and, in the end, he was shocked himself instead. And Zhang Xiaoshang was somewhat helpless. This is a 10-year heavenly spirit grass that I've seen in the spiritual plant encyclopedia. Jiang Yan was also a bit surprised. The school was so generous as to give me 10 years of heavenly spirit grass. Zhang Xiaoshang revealed a mysterious and unpredictable smile. Old Jiang, you have to thank me. If I hadn't blown you out of the water, you wouldn't have been able to obtain this 10-year heavenly spirit grass. Jiang Yan nodded his head repeatedly, agreeing with Zhang Xiaoshang's words. Indeed, I do have a strong ceiling. Can you stop being so self-absorbed? Zhang Xiaoshang was speechless. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. Where did I go wrong? Wasn't I strong, heavenly flowery? Yes, you kid are the strongest. No one in the entire blue star is better than you. Zhang Xiaoshang admired Jiang Yan's narcissism. He decided that in the future, he absolutely couldn't give Jiang Yan the chance to climb up the ladder by following the pole. This kid is shameless. The heavenly flower is originally a derogatory word. Hard to be, Jiang Yan said into a positive meaning. Make it sound like a compliment. I'll leave if there's nothing else. Play well in the Jiangcheng martial arts competition and try to come back with a top 10. Zhang Xiaoshang patted Jiang Yan on the shoulder. Top 10? Look who's sorry. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders and said lazily. Since I participated in the Jiangcheng martial arts competition I can only take first place. Lao Jiang, it's not that I'm hitting you. I don't know what happened this year. There are an unprecedented number of S-class divine gifters, and even SS class. Linjiang province has at least 5. Zhang Xiaoshang sighed. I'm not trying to dampen your self-confidence. This year is really different from previous years. Heaven's pride and demons are all coming out. The martial arts heyday is upon us. I know. Jiang Yan laughed. It wasn't too long ago that I met a SS-ranked girl at the Heavenly Underworld Martial Arts Center, and she gave me a black and gold card. What? Hearing about the Heavenly Underworld Martial Arts Dojo and the black gold card, Zhang Xiaoshang jumped up and down. You boys know who you've met. Jiang Yan played with the black gold card in his hand and casually said, the school beauty of Linjiang No. 1 high school chanting. I know her. Confused, Zhang Xiaoshang spun around anxiously. The school flower and everything is just a sham. She's a member of the Bai family in the imperial capital. You can't get involved with her. What's wrong with her being a member of the Bai family in the imperial capital? Jiang Yan was puzzled. She still wants to be superior? When the imperial capital white family is put into preaching, it's a holy place. The Bai girl in your mouth is the holy maiden. Zhang Xiaoshang's hands were shaking with anxiety. The fact that Miss Bai gave you the black gold card means that she has an unusual relationship with you. She likes me, Jiang Yan said with certainty. Zhang Xiao angrily jumped up and gave Jiang Yan a blow. Why don't you get it? Her background is too scary. If you get too close to her, the Bai family will turn against you. Leaning north. I didn't steal it. I didn't rob it. She gave me the black and gold card herself. Why is the Bai family against me? Jiang Yan really didn't understand. He hadn't even heard of the Bai family in the imperial capital. Hey, I also heard from the old principal that he was about to be transferred to the imperial capital. Then he told me a thing or two about the white family. Zhang Xiaoshang looked at Jiang Yan. In any case, you should stay away from the Bai clan's girl. It's best not to meet up with her at the Heavenly Underworld Martial Arts Center again. Got it. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders. He had no intention of going to the Heavenly Underworld Martial Arts Dojo, either. Tomodachi cultivation is not as fast as actual combat cultivation. He looked at the black and gold card in his hand and couldn't help but picture the young girl in his mind. The Imperial White Family. Chapter 27, Seizing the Gene Compound. Each student received a vial of genetic compound. A vial worth $100,000. The crowd was jumping for joy. Oh, the school is so generous. I'm never going to backstab the school again. Linjiang No. 2 middle school is really the ideal on earth. I'll come to school here again in my next life. I used to scold the school for charging for bad meals, but it turned out that the school had good intentions. Saved up all our food money and left it for the 3rd year to buy us genetic compounds. Most of the students were moved to tears. This vial is worth $100,000. I want to drink it with water. Drink it for a month. No, for a year. The boy with the inches rubbed his face affectionately against the gene potion. The next moment, however, the gene compounds were withdrawn from his hands, and he suffered a tremendous force on his chest. He was violently kicked over on the ground and grimaced in pain. Hiss. Ouch. He snapped back to his senses and reached out to try and retrieve his potion. Give it back. That's my gene potion. Yours? Is your name written on this gene potion? I'm sorry, the man who had taken the potion asked disdainfully. When the crowd saw the visitor, they all clenched the gene potion in their hands. Fear of being snatched by the man in front of her. Chao Wang narrowed his triangular eyes and swept lewdly over the crowd. All of you bring the gene potion over here. Anyone who doesn't dare to give it up won't get out of this school today. A few students pulled their legs out and tried to run, but they were held down on their backs by a huge force that slammed them to the ground. Let out a miserable scream. I give. The crowd of students were too scared by the several men beside Chao Wang to move and froze in place, daring to escape under my nose. You really don't know how to die. Chao Wang sneered. Don't have thoughts you shouldn't have. These few lackeys behind me are all second-ranked martial masters. If you don't want to suffer a flesh wound, you should obediently hand over the genetic compound. Chao Wang smiled cockily. Here you go, a girl said with red eyes, handing Chao Wang the gene hopper. Well, the children are teachable. Chao Wang smiled evilly and touched the girl's cheeks. It's for you. Chao Wang frowned. Stop. The teenager was stunned and stopped where he was, not daring to move. What was that tone of voice you just used? Giving it to me? That was your filial piety to me, Chao Wang said in a cold voice. Break his legs. The man behind Chao Wang quickly pinned the teenager down, only to hear a click of the teenager's face twisted in pain and his legs contorted. The crowd saw this scene, but they didn't dare to speak out to stop it, because Chao Wang is the son of that extremely protective grade head. He wasn't great per se, just a C-rank God-giver, but his dad's the head of the grade, and he hired him 3 graduates of Budokai University. The 3 of them were all second-ranked martial artists, which was enough to walk sideways in Linjiang Second Middle School. Blue Star honors martial arts, and from the moment you awaken the divine providence in your senior year of high school, the school will no longer shelter you. Some teachers saw this scene and would just stop and watch to see how these students would defuse it. However, most of the students were only at the second level of the first rank, and facing the 3 second-ranked martial artists beside Chao Wang, there was nothing they could do about it but obediently hand over the genetic compounds. Chao Wang was satisfied with the stoic expressions of the crowd, and he took pleasure in it. In just a few minutes of work, he had snatched more than 200 bottles of gene compounds. Chao Wang isn't satisfied yet. His eyes rolled. I heard that old thing. The principal secretly gave Jianyan a spirit medicine. So what if an SS-ranked God-giver hasn't risen to prominence right now? It is also only worthy of bowing down at my feet. Chao Wang ordered the 3 martial artists. Press Jianyan over to me. On the other side, Jianyan was studying the spirit plants in his hands with Zhou Ping and Yun Tianjie. How the hell do you take this stuff? Is it best to just eat it raw? Jianyan clenched his chin. Zhou Ping similarly frowned and thought, I think raw panfried is better. That's how Chinese medicine is eaten. Yun Tianjie, who was covered in bandages, laughed. Spiritual plants have spirituality. Brother Jiang can directly use his spiritual energy to refine it and absorb its medicinal properties. Well, it's still Old Cloud who has a point. Peng, look at the others. You're the most uneducated of them all. And raw fry. Jiang Yan treated Zhou Peng with contempt. Zhou Peng was aggrieved. How did he become a small Peng? Brother Jiang. Old Yun. He's a son of a worldly family, so naturally he eats elixirs like candy beans. I'm just an ordinary citizen. I've never taken an elixir in my life. Jiang Yan smiled. Follow brother in the future, and take you to the peak of your life. It also allows you to eat the elixir as if it were a jelly bean. Brother Jiang, it's good to know you. Zhou Ping was touched badly. Just as the 3 were talking and laughing, a girl ran in a hurry. Jiang Shun, it's not good. Something's happened. Jiang Yan didn't even raise his eyelids. Little Gua, how many times has this god told you that? As a fellow classmate of this god, you must have poise and a mind that is unchanged by the mountains. Zhou Ping also nodded along. That's right, Mr. Xiaogua. Can't you see that Jiangshan is discussing with his 2 best buddies how he's going to build the future of Blue Star? Faced with these 2 people who had always been out of tune, Guowen looked helplessly at Yun Tianjie. Yun Tianjie coughed. Jiang, Lao Zhou, Guowen is in such a hurry. It must be something important. Tell me, what is it that has you so flustered as a fellow student of this god? Jiang Yan lifted his chin. Guowen hurriedly said, Chao Wang is going around grabbing gene synthetics. Even many people in our second class had their gene combiners snatched away by him, and he's now set his sights on you. Jiang Shun. Jiang Yan cocked his head, his eyes full of incomprehension. Who is Chao Wang? An unorthodox jerk is just that. His father is the grade-level director. Yun Tianjie said indifferently. He was the heir to one of the top 5 families in Jiangcheng, so naturally he would not put Chao Wang in his eyes. Zhou Peng is also a calm batch. Chao Wang usually bullies other people, even so. Give him 10 guts. He wouldn't dare mess with Brother Jiang. Seeing that the 3 were not at all flustered, and were still chattering slowly, Wei Wen said anxiously. Chao Wang isn't scary, but he's carrying 3 martial arts masters with him. Guo Wen said with a trembling voice. One of them is still at the peak of the second rank. The peak of the second rank, half a foot into the 3rd order martial sect. Yun Tianjie worriedly looked at Jiang Yan. Brother Jiang, I'll call someone. Here, Jiang Yan raised his hand to interrupt and said slowly, peak of the second rank. Isn't it still the second rank? It's just one big realm above me. Have I killed fewer people over the level? He lazily stood up. Old Zhou, old Yun, you two don't need to come along. I'll go see how it goes. The two of them knew that following them there would just be a burden, so they didn't try to be heroes. Jiang Yan looked at Zhou Wen, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled faintly. Tough on you. I'll tell him to spit out all the genetic compounds he's grabbed. Jiang Yan put his hand in his pocket and slowly walked out of the senior class 2 classroom. Not far away came a short, ugly and frustrated man, squinting at Jiang Yan with his triangular eyes. Jiang Yan, do you know who I am? I don't know. I've never had a memory for ugly creatures. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders. Chapter 28, The Earth Kuwei, The Heaven Kuwei, and the Judges. Jiang Yan's words instantly hit Chao Wang's most sensitive place, and he knew that he was ugly. This is the source of his low self-esteem. Chao Wang clenched his back teeth. Jiang Yan, so what if you're an SS class God-giver? You haven't risen to prominence nowadays, and in my territory, it's a dragon you have to dish out to me. What if I don't? Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders, not putting Chao Wang in his eyes at all. Then we'll just have to make you recognize reality. Chao Wang laughed coldly, and behind him, 3 martial masters stepped out and the power of the second order surged, causing a group of students to feel pressurized and dizzy. The corner of Chao Wang's mouth hooked up in mockery. Jiang Yan, if you kowtow to me 100 times right now, be a good boy and bring me spiritual medicine to honor me again, and I can spare you this time. Otherwise the words, let's say let you hurt your bones for 100 days, even miss the martial arts examination. Chao Wang smiled openly. Mr. Chao, what's the point of talking so much nonsense with him? Our favorite thing to do is to bully and humiliate these heavenly prides that have yet to rise. Lu Kang's eyes were filled with contempt. He was already at the peak of the second rank, and even though divine providence was only B rank, he had the confidence to crush Jiang Yan. Lu Kang slowly walked towards Jiang Yan, a genius who hasn't risen to the top yet. One should just stay in awe of the strong in case they fall in the middle. Kneel down for me. Lu Kang let out a furious roar, and the second order pressure came roaring in like a tidal wave. The crowd of students watching the show had their legs go weak and violently fell to their knees. If it weren't for the 2 martial arts masters holding him up, even Chao Wang would have almost fallen to his knees. He screamed and cursed, Lu Kang. In the future, when I'm present, don't exert pressure indiscriminately. Lu Kang was silent, but in his heart, he was disdainful. He had reached the peak of the second rank right after graduating from the martial arts university. His future will be incredibly bright. Right now, working in Chao Wang's hands is nothing more than earning some small money. He also failed to look at Chao Wang from the bottom of his heart. He smiled and looked in Jiang Yan's direction, expecting him to have fallen heavily to his knees. Wolfie pleaded with himself. However, when he saw Jiang Yan standing in the clouds, his face changed drastically. Why aren't you kneeling? Lu Kang froze and he was releasing his peak second order pressure to the extreme, and he was mainly targeting Jiang Yan. The other students were pressed to their knees by the residual power, while Jiang Yan, who was the target, was not bothered at all. He still had his hands in his pockets and a smile on his face. Under Lu Kang's shocked gaze, Jiang Yan clutched his shoulder with one hand, and his hands kept exerting force. Only to hear the click sound of bone cracking. Hard to crush Lu Kang's left shoulder. The sharp pain brought Lu Kang back to his senses, and he made a backward step to distance himself from Jiang Yan. Looking at Jiang Yan again, his eyes were already filled with fear. What kind of monster is this? It was still only a first-rank martial artist, and its power was already able to fight against ferocious beasts. Waste! What are you doing? Hurry up and waste him for me. Chao Wang cursed loudly. Lu Kang's eyes were filled with rage as he clenched his teeth. Kid, I did underestimate you. If you hurt my shoulder, I'll waste your cultivation. The peak power of the second order erupted in full force, and Lu Kang's entire aura changed abruptly. Like an agile cheetah, he quickly approached Jiang Yan and blasted his fist at Jiang Yan's face. Bang dash! With a loud bang, a figure was seen bowing and flying across the room, smashing a statue and it fell heavily to the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded because the person who flew out horizontally was not Jiang Yan, but Lu Kang. Lu Kang, who was at the peak of the second rank, just flew out horizontally. Jiang Yan's side didn't suffer too well either. He was only at the 6th level of the first rank now. That punch appeared to be light and breezy, but it actually utilized extreme power. Their fists bombarded each other. Lu Kang flew across the room, and Jiang Yan's right fist bled. The entire right arm suffered heavy damage. Lu Kang climbed up from the rubble. His face was filled with panic. He was a strength-based alien, a peak second-order strength-based psychic, facing the summoner Jiang Yan and clashing with his physical body. He unexpectedly lost the battle. Strange shame! Strange shame! Thundering leopard! Lu Kang hissed as thunder surrounded his body, his entire body crouching on all fours as he, transforming into a swift and murderous cheetah. Roar dash! Lu Kang let out a roar as he locked his gaze ferociously on Jiang Yan. Like smelling blood, the whole person became murderous and brutal, fiercely pouncing. Buzz! He left thunderous residual shadows wherever he passed, so fast that he exceeded the speed of sound. A sonic boom was emitted. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth hooked up in a smile. Not playing. It's no fun. 10 square ghost order. He's a summoner. He can't tell the difference between victory and defeat in a physical collision. Then come up with a lookout. Earthquaker. Heavenly Kuei. 2 black auras emerged from the 10 ghost orders. It transformed into 2 monsters that were 3 meters tall. 2 ghosts and gods of the underworld appeared. And Lin Jiang No, 2 middle school was suddenly plunged into a fog. Lu Kang was also blinded by the black fog and couldn't tell his bearings. Roar! The Earth Kuei let out a roar and stretched out its huge arm, clutching Lu Kang. Lu Kang quickly dodged, keenly aware of the danger. He unleashed a chain of thunder, going for an indiscriminate attack within a 100-meter radius. Judge! Jiang Yan spoke once more, and the 10 directions ghost order once again surged with black aura. Transformed into a ghostly spirit holding a quill pen. The judge of the netherworld waved the brush in his hand, and a ghostly talisman floated in the air. Releasing chains from all sides, they violently penetrated Lu Kang. Tian Kuei and Di Kuei seized the opportunity and the 2 of them combined their efforts to blast at the immobile Lu Kang. Boom dash! With a loud bang, the black mist dispersed, and the 3 ghosts and gods disappeared into thin air. Lu Kang hung like a broken kite on a crooked-necked tree, his limbs twisted and his eyes lifeless. His cultivation was dispersed by a punch from the Earth Kuei Tian Kuei, directly blasting him into a vegetable. Jiang Yan also devoured the remnants of Lu Kang's soul and nourished his injured right arm. Even the wounds on his fists healed without a trace of injury, having solved the most difficult problem. Lu Kang. Jiang Yan dropped his gaze on the dumbfounded Chao Wang. Had enough of the good show? It's your turn next. Chao Wang was like an enemy. He hissed, "You 2 losers. Hurry, quickly, stop him now." The 2 martial arts masters swallowed their saliva and held the mentality of looking at death as they stopped in front of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan smiled. Is it worth it to put your life on the line for that little bit of money? These words were deeply imprinted into the minds of the 2 men, who looked toward Lu Kang, who was hanging on a branch and swaying in the wind. They all lowered their heads and stepped aside, making way for Jiang Yan. Chao Wang was dumbfounded as he cursed out loud. "You 2 losers, my dad won't let you go." The 2 martial arts masters said in a cold voice, "We're not going to do this Thai job anymore, letting us bail you out to be a bully. We have a bad conscience." Chao Wang's teeth were itching with anger as he saw Jiang Yan, who was constantly closing in on him. His face was ugly. Jiang Yan, what are you going to do? I tell you, my father is the grade-level director. You dare to treat me. Before he could finish his words, he was slapped by Jiang Yan and lost a row of teeth. You dare to. Chao Wang was stunned, due to the loss of a row of teeth. Talking is a bit leaky. Jiang Yan tilted his head. What wouldn't I dare? With that, Jiang Yan smacked Chao Wang with another big mouth. Jiang Yan's strength was so great that it was comparable to a ferocious beast. With these 2 slaps, Chao Wang's face instantly swelled into a pig's head. The students on the sidelines shouted and thanked Jiang Yan for beating up Chao Wang and taking the heat out of them. Jiang Yan smiled as he looked at the students around him. Take back all the gene synthetics that belong to you. Long live the river god. Qing Tian Daliang. I thought I'd lost my gene potion just like that. Thank you, river god, for avenging us. A huge swath of students rushed towards Chao Wang, taking back the gene synergist that belonged to them at the same time, and not forgetting to add a couple of hard kicks. Ouch. You guys, you wait for me. Ouch, it hurts me. Chao Wang was beaten by the crowd of students, and he didn't get the last bottle of gene synergizer. The gene hopper that originally belonged to him was also given a pass by Jiang Yan. My, that's my own genetic amalgamation. Chao Wang crumbled and held out a hand. Jiang Yan smiled. It's mine now. Chapter 29, One shot to settle the score. Having accomplished the feat of killing a peak second-ranked martial master over the level, Jiang Yan's fame spread even faster. The title Ghost Immortal had become an existence that almost no one knew about. Looking at Jiang Yan's side again, all the students had retrieved their genetic compounds. Jiang Yan was also ready to leave the school. Stop right there. Just then, an angry roar shouted to stop Jiang Yan. When the surrounding students saw the visitor, they craned their necks and whispered, "It's Chao Wang's father, and the head of the grade is here. Bad. This grade head is the most protective. Jiang Xin is going to be in trouble." When Chao Delong saw his precious son lying on the ground with bruises all over his body, heartbroken. Who did this? Who was it? Chao Delong's eyes were bloodshot as he scanned the crowd and, "None of you will leave today. No one gave Jiang Yan up, and they decided to carry it together. A student was disgruntled. Director Chow, it's Chow Wang. He's the one who robbed us of our gene synthetics. We merely snatched it back. Shut up. Chow Dalong looked at the student viciously and, even if my son was in the wrong first, can you all beat up on your fellow students? You're so cruel at such a young age. I don't think you should go to Budo University. All of you get your asses to the factory and hit the screws. You're only worthy of being consumables, Chow Dalong said in a cold voice. That's a cruel thing to say. Half of the students in Linjiang Second Middle School had awakened divine gift grades of D and E. There's a high probability that they'll fail the martial arts exams and have to go to an ordinary university. After graduation, as Chow Dalong said, go to the factory and shine. Say, who the hell injured my son? Chow Dalong landed his fierce gaze on the two martial artists. The two martial artists didn't dare to defy Chow Dalong, so they could only tell what happened. At those words, Chow Dalong coldly looked at Jiang Yan, who was acting like nothing. Jiang Yan, what a Jiang Yan, do you think you're so great? Chow Dalong clenched his back teeth and stared grimly at Jiang Yan, SS class divine giver. Yet his heart is so vicious. Jiang Yan smiled and arched his hand. Thanks for the compliment. I'm actually not that vicious. Law. You're expelled. We don't want students like you in Linjiang Second Middle School, Chow Dalong said in a cold voice. When did this school become a matter of your say-so? Zhang Xiaosheng questioned in a cold voice. He rushed back to the school without stopping after receiving Yun Tianjie's call. Seeing Zhang Xiaosheng's arrival, all the students were relieved. Yo, Vice Colonel Zhang. Zhang Yan greeted with a smile. Zhang Xiaosheng frowned. Call me Principal Zhang. What kind of person is this? He came back all the way to help him get even, and he's still happily flirting with himself. There's no such thing as emotional intelligence. Even a vice principal has to be called a principal. Zhang Xiaosheng looked at Chow Dalong. I already know what happened. It was Chow Wang who was in the wrong. So let's leave things as they are. And that's how things are going to be? Chow Dalong sneered. My son was injured by him like this. Can you just let it go? Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders. My problem? I didn't realize he was so unresistant to beatings. 2 slaps and he's swollen to a pig's head. Zhang Xiaosheng frowned. How could you slap his face? Everyone thought that Zhang Xiaoshan was going to reprimand Jiang Yan. Yet his next words. But the crowd was blown away. Next time hit towards the body. You can't see it that way. Zhang Xiaosheng whispered. Jiang Yan nodded his head repeatedly. That makes sense. Or old Zhang, you have a way about you. Ginger is still old and hot, right? Zhang Xiaosheng laughed. The Chow Dalong people were dumbfounded. They were in cahoots. You guys. Chow Dalong's body trembled with anger. Zhang Xiaosheng, you've only just taken up the post of vice principal, and you dare to go against me. Director Chow, I took over the position of vice principal in order to better manage the school. Pluck out the pests in the school. Zhang Xiaosheng stopped being cheeky and looked serious. And you are the biggest pest in this school. Chow Dalong realized something and his face changed drastically. The evidence of your embezzlement and bribery, corporal punishment of students, and abetting Chow Wang to snatch the gene compounds are all here. What else do you have to say? Zhang Xiaosheng held a pile of evidence. Director Chow, come with me to the station to talk about your sentence. Zhang Xiaosheng snorted coldly. Chow Dalong's eyes were bloodshot. No, you can't bring me down. This evidence, and you won't be able to take it away alive. His hands burned with flames, transforming into a vortex of fire as he fiercely blasted at Zhang Xiaosheng. Ghost martial solution. Jiang Yan casually waved his hand, and a ghostly shadow transformed into a black gas that it condensed into substance in his hands, transforming into a long spear that was pitch black in color. Jiang Yan was strangely fast, carrying the ghost gun on his back and traveling a horizontal sweep, wiping out the fire dragon scrolls. Standing firmly on his legs, his waist lashed out and hurled the ghost gun violently. Whoosh dash! The ghost gun penetrated a flame barrier and violently ran through Chow Dalong's shoulder. The terrifying impact swept over him, plunging Chow Dalong violently into the wall. Chow Dalong was nailed to the wall by the ghost gun, and his hands were still struggling to pull out the ghost gun. However, his hands were corroded by the ghostly chi of the ghost gun, and he was in agony. Zhang Xiaosheng breathed a sigh of relief. Scared me to death. This man suddenly went berserk. I didn't react at all, and if it wasn't for you here, Lao Jiang, I might have gotten into trouble. A small matter. Jiang Yan clapped his hands and retrieved the ghost gun. Chow Dalong, who had been invaded by the ghost chi into his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, fell heavily to the ground and had weakened beyond recognition. A feeble struggle. Let's all disperse. Director Chow is going to spend his old age in jail. You will be welcoming a new grade-level director, Zhang Xiaosheng said to the students around him. Hearing that Director Chow was going to jail, the students all went wild. Most of them, to a greater or lesser extent, had been disgusted by Chow Dalong. Seeing that Chow Dalong has lost his power, Several students picked up the dead dog like Chao Wang. Principal Zhang. There's still Chao Wang. He should go in too. Well, he has to go in for a while too. Zhang Xiaoshang laughed. Have a couple of eager students help me escort this father and son to the station. I'll do it. Take me one. Students who have been bullied by the Chao family for a long time have volunteered to personally escort the Chao family to the station. Jiang Yan wasn't interested in this. He wanted to go home and absorb the elixir and genetic compounds. My flesh is still not strong enough. It's amazing that a peak second-order strength system alien can be on par with me. Not enough. Not nearly enough. He wasn't satisfied with being invincible in the same realm. He wanted to reach invincibility beyond the realm. Even if the enemy was a great realm above him, he was no match for him. Back at home, Jiang Yan smothered the 6 bottles of Gene Hopper in one gulp. I felt a fire burning in my belly, which quickly returned to calm. How come there's no reaction at all? Jiang Yan was puzzled and, the Gene Hopper could strengthen the physical body. But he had taken 6 bottles in a row and hadn't felt a single change. Is there something wrong somewhere? Chapter 30, Become a Softie? Jiang Yan was very confused and called Zhou Peng to inquire. Brother Jiang, what are you looking for buddy at this hour? Zhou Peng's voice was loud and full of power. Old Zhou, have you already used the Gene Hopper? How was the effect? Jiang Yan inquired. On the other side of the phone, there came Zhou Peng's excited voice at once. I took it as soon as I got home. Now it feels full of power and there is a noticeable improvement in fitness. Whoosh! There was a cracking sound on the phone, and it didn't take much to figure out that it was Zhou Peng punching at the air in exuberance. With an inexhaustible strength in his body, Jiang Yan became even more depressed, taking himself 6 bottles of Gene Synergist and not a single thing worked to tell. What? How is this possible? I took 1 bottle and it made a huge improvement in. Brother Jiang, you drank 6 bottles in one gulp. How could there be no effect? Zhou Peng was surprised. Jiang Yan sighed. It seems that it's not a problem with the gene compounds. It's me. He hung up the phone and began to look for a new way to forge his body. Genetic compounds are useless to me. Spirit medicine should always be useful. He took out the celestial spirit grass and worked the spiritual energy to refine it and absorb its medicinal properties. The light blue medicinal properties surrounded Jiang Yan's body and continuously surged into his body. Jiang Yan felt a vortex at his dantian, constantly absorbing the medicinal properties of the heavenly spirit grass. But this vortex is a bottomless pit that cannot be filled. By the time Jiang Yan returned to his senses, the elixir had already dried up, but he hadn't changed anything. How could this be? The gene potion didn't work. Even the elixir didn't work. Jiang Yan realized the seriousness of the problem as he closed his eyes and began to internally observe the 10 directions ghost order. Perhaps it will be written in the ancient books in the 10 ghost orders. Jiang Yan internally viewed the ghost order and used his divine sense to look through the ancient books. The ancient book stopped at one of the pages. There were several bizarre runes branded on it, which Jiang Yan couldn't understand. The brain, however, understands the meaning of these gibberish. Heavenly underworld Tao body. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes and looked at his dantian. It turns out that his physique is so special that he wants to remake his flesh. The required elixir would have to be taken hundreds or thousands of times to raise a little bit, but this little bit of physical enhancement was far more terrifying 1,000 times than the enhancement of others. The ancient book also recorded an ancient method of refining the body. Beast blood refining. The heart blood of hundreds of ferocious beasts bathing the flesh. In order to play the effect of refining the body. Where am I going to find hundreds of ferocious beasts? Right now it's better to rely on the first method to refine my body. The first method of refining the body relies on a dose of hard stacking. Because the heavenly underworld Tao body was too special, trying to refine the body with mortal medicines would require thousands of times the medicinal properties of an ordinary person. 6 bottles of gene compounds and a spirit medicine naturally couldn't fill that big hole. Anyway, let's buy 100 bottles of Gene Hopper to try first. Gene Hoppers are usually available at guilds and Budokan. Jiang Yan naturally went to the nearest Heavenly Underworld Martial Arts Hall. Welcome to the Heavenly Underworld Martial Arts Center, Ginger Harvest said, lazily, as she leaned over the table. Please present your membership card. Card. Seeing that the visitor was Jiang Yan, Jiang He instantly stuck, and in the next instant, she collected her lethargy and, excitedly, he grabbed Jiang Yan's hand. Mr. Jiang, I finally waited for you. Jiang Yan was frightened by this and quickly drew back his hand. Men and women are not related. Even if I'm handsome, you can't put your hands on me. Mr. Jiang, how dare I make a move on you? You are the most honored guest of our Heavenly Underworld Martial Hall. If you need anything, just order. Jiang He's eyes were glowing as he looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan pursed his lips. Is there a gene synergy? There are. As many as you want. Jiang He was afraid of slacking off, so he hurriedly took out the box and, inside lay 10 vials of blue Gene Hopper. How much? Jiang Yan inquired cautiously. You are a black and gold member of this martial arts school. All free. Jiang He said. Jiang Yan waved his hand. Eating soft food is not my character. I won't use the black gold card. Ah. This. Jiang He was a bit embarrassed. This card was gifted to you by that lord. You may use it as you wish. Jiang Yan stood straight. Jiang Yan, don't eat soft food. Hey. Jiang He sighed. She had never seen Jiang Yan so principled. In his heart, he had more admiration for Jiang Yan. Worthy of being the man that the Bai family's girl has her eye on. He really does have a manly demeanor. Seeing that Jiang Yan was so determined, Jiang He no longer pretended. Smiling, he said, if you don't use your black gold card to purchase it, 10 bottles will cost 1 million Chinese coins. Cough. Jiang Yan almost couldn't breathe, his voice full of confusion. Duo, how much? Jiang He smiled and said, 1 million Chinese coins. Pro. Jiang Yan was sweating. 1 million Huaxia coins? He was carrying a card of over $100,000 on him right now, and this card was all he had. No one told him that a bottle of Gene Hopper was so expensive. Mr. Jiang? Seeing Jiang Yan freeze in place, Jiang He called out tentatively. That, I seem to be a bit short-handed. Jiang Yan smiled awkwardly. How many bottles are you going to ask for? A cold voice rang out. Since it was too embarrassing, Jiang Yan just wanted to sneak away quickly, so without even thinking, he quickly replied back. 100 bottles, but I have less money on me, so I'll come back and buy it next time. After saying that, he pulled out his legs and was about to run. A cold touch suddenly came from his wrist, and Jiang Yan froze, turning his head to the owner of this small icy hand. It wasn't anyone else. It was none other than the silver white-haired, expressionless Bai Lixue. Bai Lixue looked at Jiang He with a calm gaze. Give him 10 boxes of gene compounds, and the money will be deducted from my card. Jiang He froze for a moment and quickly came back to her senses. Understood, Miss Bai. Jiang Yan froze as he looked to Bai Lishue's hand that was gripping his wrist. Miss Bai, how do you call it? Bai Luoxue looked at Jiang Yan without any ripples. Her cherry lips lightly opened. Bai Luoxue, what about you? Me? Jiang Yan froze for a moment before realizing that Bai Lixue was asking for his name. Hooking his lips, he smiled. My name is Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan. Bai Lixue gently murmured the name, and a strange color flowed in her eyes. Mr. Jiang, here are your 10 cases of gene compound, a total of 100 bottles. Do you need it sent to your home? Jiang He was respectful to Jiang Yan. This, just now on the mouth said that do not use the white family's card. Do not want to eat soft rice. Now the soft food is fed to your mouth. So strange. Ms. Bai. This money counts as a loan from me, and I will definitely pay you back. I'm sorry, Jiang Yan said solemnly. Bai Luoxue tilted her head and nodded dully. Good. That. Your hand. Jiang Yan's eyes signaled Bai Lishue's small icy hand that was gripping his wrist. Oh, I'm sorry. Bai Lixue hurriedly let go of her hand and stood with her head lowered. Like a child who made a mistake. Jiang Yan froze. Is this guy an iceberg goddess or what? How come the more you look at it, the more it looks like a top social terrorist? Then, Miss Bai, we will see you again? Jiang Yan carefully inquired. Bai Luoxue nodded, her voice soft and sticky. Well, we'll see you later. Jiang Yan rolled the 10 boxes of genetic compounds worth millions of dollars and ran out of the heavenly underworld martial arts center in a puff of smoke. Rushed to the home. Opening the door and sitting on the sofa, Jiang Yan fell into deep thought. Is he a soft touch or not? Does it count as selling your color? Chapter 31, Flesh Body Remodeling. The relics were revealed. Jiang Yan fell into a deep thought. The school flower of Linjiang No. 1 middle school, Bai Lixue, gave him the black gold card for no reason, and give him 10 cases of gene potion. There's only one possibility. Jiang Yan's brows spread. She has her eye on me. Well, that's the only possibility. Men as handsome as brother usually only exist in novels. Jiang Yan tossed his hair in a dashing manner. Get high. He opened the vibranium case containing the gene potion and took out 10 bottles of gene potion from it. Tilt your head back and drink it in. A warmth flowed through the body, and a tingling came to the limbs. And then, there was no more than 10 bottles of gene potion brought Jiang Yan a little bit of warmth and tingling sensation. There are no other enhancements. I just don't believe it. Jiang Yan opened another box and take a bite out of the 10 bottles of genetic compounds that were stale in it. This time the warmth was more fluid, and the limbs were washed with it. It's having an effect, but unfortunately the effect is minimal. Jiang Yan no longer hesitated. Open all 8 remaining boxes in a row. 80 vials of gene hopper. That's exactly 10 years worth of dosage for an ordinary divine giver. Jiang Yan, however, didn't even frown and directly poured it into his mouth. Gulp. Honestly, the gene potion really doesn't taste that great. Jiang Yan drank 100 bottles of gene synergy in one gulp. The dose is adding up to enough for him to take a bath. As if a flame was burning in his abdomen. A loophole appeared in the originally underfilled vortex that mingled with the flames, and the storm winds danced chaotically. It rampaged through Jiang Yan's body. This flame flowed along Jiang Yan's dantian in all his limbs and bones. Jiang Yan felt like his entire body was about to burst into flames. Jiang Yan operated his spiritual power to suppress this blazing flame. However, he was backfired by this terrifying flame and spat out blood from his mouth. Ahem. This is bad. I'm not going to be the first God-giver in all of history to drink himself to death by drinking genetic compounds. Am I? At the critical moment, Jiang Yan still didn't forget to spit. In the next moment, the flames from those limbs rushed out of the body. It directly set Jiang Yan's entire body on fire. It was black flame, constantly surrounded by black gas. Jiang Yan was refined alive by this black flame. From a yellow man to a black man, he turned into a charred man, and slowly, the black flames went out. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes, and his charred skin made a crunching sound. As he stood up, more and more charred pieces fell to the ground. Just like molting, Jiang Yan shed his charred black shell and ushered in a new life. His skin became as white as jade, with aura lingering on it. Jiang Yan tentatively clenched his fists, and majestic power gathered in his palms. His flesh was remodeled, truly remodeled. My party underwent a metamorphosis and ascended into a whole new existence. Those scorched black trappings it was Jiang Yan's once fleshly body that was engulfed by the black flames. This flesh body that had been washed by the black flames was comparable to that of an ancient ferocious beast. This was a qualitative leap, and Jiang Yan was confident that with his physical body alone, then he suppressed the SS-class strength system psychic who was one rank above him. There were still 2 weeks before the Zhongchang martial arts competition, and Jiang Yan wanted to ascend to the second rank within these 2 weeks, and wash the flesh again. Early the next morning, Jiang Yan did not go to school again, and directly explained the reason to Zhang Xiaoshang. Took a 2-week mini vacation. Zhang Xiaoshang was also very pained. Lao Jiang, we really don't have anything left to teach you at the school, so be careful of everything and save your life while you're out there sharpening your skills for the next 2 weeks. Don't worry old Zhang, I'm the one who cherishes life the most. Ending the call, Jiang Yan went straight to the destination of this cultivation, Ancient King Mountain. Recently, there have been frequent incidents of injuries caused by foreign beasts in Zhongchang, and various major powers have visited Zhongchang. It's definitely not a coincidence. The answer is obvious. The remains of King's Mountain, which opens once a century, have reached their opening day. Master, is Ancient King Mountain going? Jiang Yan smiled and stopped a cab. What? Ancient King Mountain? Young man, you're crazy. There's been a lot of casualties over there lately. It's all closed. Master driver said kindly. Master looks like he knows his stuff. Have a lot of people gone to the Ancient King's Mountain lately? Jiang Yan cheekily got into the car. Get off, get off. I'm not driving you to such a dangerous place. The master driver started to drive people away. He's just earning some money. He doesn't want to throw his life away. Jiang Yan handed over a huazi. Just a nag. You this. The driver master staggered, took the cigarette handed by Jiang Yan, lighting up and taking a deep sip. Kid still in high school, right? Exactly. Jiang Yan smiled and nodded. Then I'll be a good guy and tell you all about it. The driver took another sharp sip and, exhaling, he said, you know the Beast King, don't you? No some. Jiang Yan also lit a cigarette and lazily squinted his eyes. A third-ranked Beast King, capable of spitting out human words and possessing intelligence beyond that of a human. And its strength is even more exaggerated. Awakened bloodline aptitude, brutal and murderous. In today's Ancient King Mountain, Beast Kings walk everywhere, and there are even rumors that there is a 6th-order Beast Emperor within the Ancient King Mountain. The master driver threw his cigarette out of the car and sighed. We cab drivers have an internal group of. There are quite a few masters in there who sent people to Ancient King Mountain and didn't make it out alive, including those guests who wanted a chance to die in it. The driver master's eyes were hollow as he looked at Jiang Yan. Now, do you still want to go to Ancient King Mountain? Young man. Jiang Yan smiled and shrugged his shoulders. I'm just going to observe from afar. There shouldn't be any danger to my life, right? He shoved a whole packet of wazoo into the master driver's pocket. With a smile in his eyes, drop me off a kilometer from Ancient King's Mountain, and I won't let you take any chances. Driver master eyes complex. You young man? He looked obscure. Is chance more important to you than life? Why does every one of them have to go to their deaths? Jiang Yan's eyes were calm. Master, the guest who wants a chance you spoke of just now. It's your next of kin, isn't it? It's my son. The driver's master's eyes were filled with sadness. He's just like you. They're both high school students who just awakened their divine gifts. And he awakened an A-rank divine gift that should have had a bright future. But he was so high-minded that he went alone to the Ancient King's Mountain. There wasn't even an intact body left at the end. The driver hissed. I'm sorry, I can't take you. Go find another cab. The middle-aged driver's face was haggard, and he returned the huazi in his pocket to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan clutched his wrist, his eyes calm. Huazi gave you the. You'll just have to drive me to the ancient king's mountain. The driver master was a little angry, but froze when he saw Jiang Yan's expression. Jiang Yan smiled gently. Driving me to ancient king's mountain. The reward is a packet of huazi, as well as eating the head of your son's fey beast. Ignoring the driver who was full of shock, Jiang Yan put huazi back into the driver's master's pocket. Smiling faintly, he said, "Now, you can drive." Chapter 32, Killing the Sword-Armed Ape in Seconds. Lu drove the car while peeking at the teenager in the passenger seat, obviously as old as his own son. Why is it that his body reveals an aura different from his peers? It's hard to describe this aura. Sitting still? A mind like water? No, none of it is accurate. It should be sight unseen. Nothing in the world could enter this young man's eyes, and he did not take anything to heart. What kind of profound realm is this? Obviously still just a high school student. After 2 hours of highway driving, Lu Jiangwen drove the cab to the foot of Guwang Mountain. Here it is. Jiang Yan, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes, and his lips lightly opened. Indifferently, he said, "The foreign beast that killed your son in your mouth is a second-order blade-armed ape, and it should still be roaming at the foot of the ancient king mountain." Jiang Yan said slowly, "Go around the ancient king mountain and find that sword-armed ape. I'll help you kill it." "This is not necessary. That knife-armed ape is a second-order foreign beast. You are still so young. In case you're not its opponent, I'm afraid you'll lose your life in its hands." Lu Jiangwo lowered his eyes. Jiang Yan looked at Lu Jiangwo with a bland face. "Don't you want to avenge your son?" Lu Jiangwo's face is full of torment and pain. "Listen to me if you want revenge. Since I promised to avenge your son's death, it will definitely help your son take revenge." Jiang Yan said indifferently. Lu Jiangwo gritted his teeth. "Thank you, little brother." He was no longer weak. His fear of death was waning and his rage for revenge was burning. "Well, that's right. You've got to have blood in your veins." At the foot of the ancient king's mountain, there is no one left, and the once prosperous stores are all empty. There are traces of killing left on it. The cab traveled slowly, and Jiang Yan slowly spoke. "Stop the car." Lu Jiangwo froze, but still followed Jiang Yan's instructions and slammed on the brakes. Bang dash! The next moment, a large pit appeared in front of the cab. The dust and smoke cleared, and an ape with long, sharp blades in both arms appeared. Growling towards the cab. "Ow! Was it that killed my son?" I don't know whether it was fear or anger that. Lu Jiangwo's entire body was trembling. "I'll go and come back." Jiang Yan unbuckled his seatbelt, slowly opened the door and got out of the car. The sword-armed ape sized up Jiang Yan suspiciously. Why was this human able to be so calm in the face of himself? "What's that look you're giving me? I don't like the way you look at me," Jiang Yan said in a cold voice. "And you deserve to look at me straight in the eye." A ghostly shadow transformed into a ghostly sword and violently killed the blade-armed ape. Madaka! The blade-armed ape wielded its long blade and clashed with the ghost sword, being forced back by the ghost sword in succession. Whoosh dash! 3 more ghostly shadows transformed into ghostly swords and continuously surrounded the sword-armed ape. Lu Jiangwo, who was sitting in the cab, looked at this incredible scene in shock. A second-ranked foreign beast was surrounded and killed by a high school student, and it was still powerless. He thought again of his own son, an A-ranked divine giver, a veritable son of heaven. But compared to the dark-haired teenager in front of him, the so-called pride of heaven, I'm afraid that I'm not even worthy of lifting this teenager's shoes. Giggle! A black shadow flashed, and the ghost gun penetrated through the sword-armed ape's left shoulder and ran its left arm through the ground alive. The ghost chi eroded the flesh of the knife-armed ape along the wound, and the knife-armed ape let out a miserable scream of pain and misery. It was fuming, its eyes bloodshot, staring dead on at the man who was always clouded and the dark-haired teenager with his hands in his pockets. Roar! The blade-armed ape was incredibly fast, breaking free from the hold of several ghost martial solutions and, in a single breath of effort, he killed Jiang Yan's body. Raising his right arm high, a flash of white light and a cold aura slammed down. Click! Only a crisp cracking sound was heard as the right arm blade that the blade-arm ape relied on shattered. Its pupils suddenly contracted to the size of a needle's eye, as if it had seen some terrifying existence. Shrieking, he ran toward the back. "Where can you run to?" Jiang Yan gently lowered the horizontally raised red paper umbrella and a casual sweep made sure the umbrella handle left no knife marks. The red paper umbrella dissipated and a ghost martial arts lance appeared in Jiang Yan's right hand. Jiang Yan clutched the ghost lance tightly, locking onto the direction that the knife-armed ape had fled. He threw it violently. Whoosh dash! The ghost gun was so strangely fast that it broke through the sound barrier, sending out bursts of air-breaking sounds. The sword-armed ape's eyes were filled with horror as the ghost gun was run through his chest. The huge impact it carried blew its chest apart hard. A second-stage sword-armed ape was shot alive through its chest, blood bursting out and dying. Jiang Yan casually grabbed it, and the heart blood of the knife-armed ape flew into the 10 directions ghost order. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of his visit to the ancient king's mountain, to cultivate his realm to the second stage, and collect the heart blood of 100 ferocious beasts to wash the flesh again. By the way, look for opportunities at the king's mountain ruins. Jiang Yan clapped his hands and retraced his steps to the cab, his index finger gently knocking on the window. Lu came back to his senses from the shock and hurriedly rolled down the window of his car. His mood at this time is beyond words. Little brother. Jiang Yan waved his hand. This is the payment I'm paying you. The car won't be paid. Of course, it is only right that I should pay you. To give to you. This is all the money I have on me. Lu Jiangwo's eyes were red and his hands were trembling. He learns of his son's death at the hands of the Fae and his own inability to avenge it. Every day is a blur and life is lost. He knows he's a loser and a useless softie. When your son dies, you don't even think about revenge. You just run away. When they heard the name of Ancient King Mountain, they all subconsciously avoided it, not wanting to go there. If it weren't for this dark-haired teenager in front of me, he will never be able to move on from his son's death for the rest of his life. Lu Jiangwo's voice trembled. Thank you. I really don't know how to thank you. Jiang Yan smiled. Go back, along with your son's share, and live well. After saying that, Jiang Yan put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked towards Ancient King Mountain. Lu Jiangwo watched Jiang Yan's back gradually fade away, waiting until he was completely out of sight before he drove away. Get out of this place of wrongdoing. On the other side, Jiang Yan looked at the Ancient King's Mountain, which was blocked by a ring. Frowning slightly, this is going to be a bit of a problem. Hey, what are you doing here? This is no place for a high school student. Get out of here. I don't know, said the town crier in the energy suit. Jiang Yan smiled and asked, I'm just passing by here, so it's convenient to ask about it. Why is Ancient King Mountain blocked off? Seeing that Jiang Yan was so young, the town guardian might not really know that Then he patiently explained. You should have learned about relics-related content in school, right? Ancient King Mountain is one of the relics. In that case, it turns out that Ancient King Mountain is a relic. It's really rare. Jiang Yan laughed faintly. Alright, hurry up and leave. Those big forces will be here soon. You'll be settled by them here. The town guardian envoy urged Jiang Yan to leave. Seeing that Jiang Yan didn't respond, he impatiently looked at Jiang Yan and froze in his tracks. How is it that the big living person who was standing here just now is gone in the twinkling of an eye? Chapter 33, Grass-Eating Professionals. In the territory of Ancient King Mountain, Jiang Yan took advantage of the town guard envoy's inattention and directly tumbled in. As he skipped along, he didn't see a few foreign beasts, but he did see a lot of people. Jiang Yan hid in the shadows, observing the large crowd not far away. The Ancient King's Mountain ruins only allow divine gifters of the third order and below to enter. Uncle Chio entered with me. You are on guard out there. Don't let outsiders sneak in. Yes, Missy. The crowd bent their heads, respecting the tall woman in front of them. Yin Lingxi's divine sense was alert, and her beautiful eyes looked in the direction of the boulder 100 meters away. The voice was clear and cold. Send someone to check over there. Yes, sir. A few figures sped off, one of them with a blazing flame rising from his palm. A fire fist surged forward and blasted through the boulder. Find the stowaways. Kill. The fire fist man was incredibly fast, and his whole body was like a rising ball of fire. It fiercely blasted towards Jiang Yan. I'm just passing by. Jiang Yan offered a ghost gun in his hand to block this fiery and ferocious strike. His arm shook tremendously. This was a third-order god-giver. Jiang Yan resisted this punch with his ghost gun and blasted out a backhanded soul-devouring palm, which was so loud that 100 ghosts wailed. Boom dash! The fire fist man transformed into flames and passed right through the soul-devouring palm seal. Once again, he killed in front of Jiang Yan. You already have a way to die. He condensed a fiery vortex in his palm and fiercely blasted at Jiang Yan's abdomen. The fiery vortex continuously compressing and it finally exploded. Only a loud bang was heard, and after the fiery vortex violently exploded, Jiang Yan's figure was already gone. Target plucked. The fire fist man shrugged off the flames and headed back to resume his duties. Yin Lingxi's beautiful eyes were without ripples, and after determining that the stowaway had been obliterated, she turned around and then entered the entrance to the ruins. At this time, Jiang Yan, who should have been engulfed by the fire fist, was holding a red paper umbrella in his hand. As he watched Yin Lingxi enter the entrance to the ruins, the corner of his mouth curved up. So the entrance is here. The red paper umbrella transformed into pieces of bright red petals and floated towards the entrance of the secret realm guarded by the crowd. What's with the petals? Stop them for me. The crowd of the Divine Awakening group wanted to intercept it. However, none of them were able to touch the petals. or were floated into the entrance of the ruins by the petals. Pieces of petals turned. Jiang Yan's figure appeared. He put away the red paper umbrella. With a smile on his face, he surveyed his surroundings. Is this still ancient King Mountain? Where did you get me? This is the ruins. A whole new world. Spiritual plants are everywhere, and there are countless opportunities. Breaking through the second stage here couldn't be better. Jiang Yan had just taken 2 steps out of the. Then he saw a spiritual plant and his eyes lit up. 10 years of dragon's barred grass. Good stuff. After 2 more steps, another 10-year dragon soul flower appeared in the northwest. Any one of the spiritual plants here can be sold for millions of dollars in the outside world. A small 10-year-old spiritual plant would allow the divine giver to cleanse his flesh and surge with spiritual energy. Because the medicinal properties of the spiritual plants were so strong, most divine gifters needed a year just to absorb the medicinal properties. So taking 1 spiritual plant a year was the limit for most divine gifters. Jiang Yan was different. He was a heavenly underworld Tao body, and it was like there was a big hole in his body that couldn't be filled. The medicinal properties of 10 years of spiritual plants were as good as nothing to him. The medicinal properties will only build up at the Dantian, waiting until the quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. The piled up medicinal properties would then be refined at the same time, with extraordinarily good results. I'll taste this. Jiang Yan was like a vegetarian animal that, grabbing a spiritual plant, he stuffed it into his mouth. Well, it tastes good, sweet and delicious. Walk all the way, pluck all the way, eat all the way. Most of the divine gifts who entered the ruins, they were not like Jiang Yan, a foreigner who ate whatever he saw. They would find the best one of the spiritual plants to take and spend a year absorbing the medicinal properties. The rest of the spiritual plants will be picked, but they can't be taken in large quantities. It can only be brought to the outside world and sold for a high price. Vomit. This spirit plant is a bit bitter and spicy to the throat. Shao Jiang Spirit Plant Review. Not recommended. Jiang Yan disgustedly threw the shaken mouthful of 10-year 100 vanilla on the ground. Ha! Look at the roots and leaves. This is a 100-year-old heavenly spirit grass. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. Reaching for it, he was about to pick it. Drop it. A growl rang out. Jiang Yan directly ignored it, still reaching out to pick the 100-year heavenly spirit grass. When the man saw Jiang Yan ignoring him, his teeth itched fiercely. I told you to put it down. Can't you hear me? The 3-pointed halberd in his hand surrounded his aura, and a blue chopping strike killed Jiang Yan at extreme speed. Jiang Yan didn't even lift his eyes. A ghost sword appeared out of thin air, blocking this horrible blue chopping attack. Lin Tian's pupils shrunk. What? He's an S-class heavenly creature, and his realm has even reached the second stage. The third. The chopping attack he made just now was enough to decapitate a ferocious beast. However, the black-haired teenager in front of him did not make any movement at all and dissolved his chopping attack. That black sword, floating in the air. Lin Tian's eyes flinched. You know how to control a sword. Jiang Yan didn't pay any attention to Lin Tian at all as he straightaway picked off the 100-year-old heavenly spirit grass. You, give me the 100-year heavenly spirit grass, Lin Tian said in a cold voice. Only then did Jiang Yan turn to look at Lin Tian. Wait for me. Ha, alright, I'll wait for you. Lin Tian thought that Jiang Yan recognized the time and was going to hand over the heavenly spirit grass to him. Dutifully, he stuck his trident in the ground. Jiang Yan took a bite of the 100-year heavenly spirit grass and stuffed it into his mouth in front of Lin Tian. This barbaric scene directly made Lin Tian, who came from a great family, whole wouldn't be able to do so. You. Lin Tian was directly incoherent. Are you crazy? This is a 100-year-old heavenly spirit grass, not to mention a human being. A ferocious beast would burst into flames even if they ate it directly. Jiang Yan chewed on the 100-year heavenly spirit grass like he was eating a large onion, while inquiring, isn't that how spirit plants are eaten? Spiritual plants need to be refined. Refine with multiple spiritual plants into spiritual medicine. Lin Tian feels like he's going crazy. What kind of crazy person has he encountered that he would eat a 100-year-old spirit plant raw? As he spoke, Jiang Yan had already eaten the 100-year heavenly spirit grass into his stomach. Satisfied, he patted his stomach. I'm done eating. You're fine? Lin Tian suspiciously surveyed Jiang Yan. That's 100 years of heavenly spirit grass. How majestic the medicinal properties are. Not to mention the people that a third-order beast king would have to eat for a year and a half if he came. As you can see, I'm still alive and kicking. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders and laughed. Lin Tian looked like he had seen something rare, and couldn't stop circling Jiang Yan. Brothers, you're not a beast king in disguise, are you? Have you ever seen a beast king incarnation as handsome as me? Jiang Yan frowned. No, I don't believe you'll be fine at all if you eat 100 years of heavenly spirit grass in raw form. Lin Tian cupped his chin in thought, and a bright light snapped before his eyes as he remembered a good idea. He pulled out his storage pouch, from which he took out a brightly colored spiritual plant that lingered with spiritual chi. This is 100 years of dragon heartgrass. If you can perform raw food for me again, I'll just give it to you. I'm sorry. Lin Tian laughed. Jiang Yan looked at Lin Tian with his cute little eyes. Eyes at Lin Tian. This guy can't have a bubble in his brain, right? Watching an eating podcast with a 100-year-old spirit plant worth millions of dollars? Fine. Then I'll give you another performance. Jiang Yan butted in. Chapter 34, Second Remodeling. Dragon's heartgrass, reddish in color, resembling a dragon's heart, and undulating and beating like a heart. Therefore, it is called dragon's heart. 100 years of dragon heartgrass, worth millions in the outside world, has a price and can't be bought even if you want to. Jiang Yan was familiar with the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants, and he had long coveted the dragon heartgrass. Now that 100-year-old dragon heartgrass was placed in front of him, his mouth was watering. Little brother was kind enough to invite me, so I'll oblige. Before eating, Jiang Yan didn't forget to say something about the scene. Lin Tian frowned. Are you sure you don't want to refine the medicinal properties first? After refining it into a spiritual medicine, does the medicinal properties still have half of its original strength? Jiang Yan asked with a smile. Lin Tian shook his head helplessly. Not at all. The reason why spirit plants need to be refined is that the medicinal properties are too strong. It's difficult for humans to reuse it. That's why it needs to be refined with a variety of spiritual plants to neutralize the medicinal properties. Jiang Yan laughed. That's why eating spirit plants raw is the way to go. Eating spirit plants raw. Only ferocious beasts would do that. Lin Tian just wanted to say that. Suddenly, he remembered that the black-haired teenager in front of him was able to eat spirit plants raw. Jiang Yan's mouth was tinged with a smile. Eating spirit plants raw is not the privilege of a foreign beast. With that said, he no longer disguised his foodie nature. Feelings run deep, one bite at a time. Under Lin Tian's shocked gaze, Jiang Yanshang violently stuffed 100-year dragon heartgrass into his mouth. Chew on it big time. First it's bitter, then there's a little bit of sweetness, and finally it's pungent. It fell down his throat and into his stomach, like he had eaten a small ball of fire, rising in Jiang Yan's stomach. The burning Jiang Yan almost jumped up. Lin Tian asked worriedly, Are you alright? It's not going to explode and die, is it? Who dash? Jiang Yan deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His face flushed and his skin lingered with aura. I'm fine. The small vortex in his body successfully absorbed the medicinal properties of the dragon heartgrass, filling it up, not filling it up at all. Jiang Yan laughed. How was it? Was my performance satisfactory? Satisfied. So satisfied. You're simply a godly man. Lin Tian gave a thumbs up. Brother, how did you eat spirit plants raw? Tell me about it. Lin Tian stuck behind Jiang Yan's butt and kept asking questions. In response, Jiang Yan just smiled and said, This is a talent. I can't teach you. Lin Tian was a bit lost, but he still followed Jiang Yan's ass with his ass in the air. Brother, my name is Lin Tian. You know the 100 Herb Consortium, the big group that develops spirit medicines. As a Chinese national, Jiang Yan naturally knew the behemoth that was the 100 Grass Consortium. 80% of the elixirs in China come from the 100 Herbs group. I know. What's wrong? Jiang Yan said with a smile. My name is Lin Tian, and I am the next successor of the 100 Grass Consortium. Lin Tian said smilingly. Brother, what's your name? Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan. Always feels so familiar. Lin Tian frowned, and in the next moment, his eyes rounded and his entire body jumped. You're the Ghost Immortal. Ghost? Ghost what? Hearing this title, Jiang Yan froze. Ghost Immortal. It's the Ghost Immortal who is known as the #1 person of the new generation in Linjiang. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with adoration as he looked blearily at Jiang Yan. Ghost Immortal? Is that a title someone gave me? Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders. The title sounds a bit netherworldly. You don't know. Now the entire Linjiang province knows about you. Lin Tian was very excited. He pulled Jiang Yan's hand with an excited expression. Brother, you become my brother-in-law. Cough dash. Jiang Yan almost lost his breath. What the hell? What did you just say? Lin Tian was radiant and said seriously. You become my brother-in-law. My sister is a freshman this year, looking like a beautiful woman. She's the schoolgirl of the Heavenly Underworld Martial Arts Academy. Good man. I've seen those who sell their teammates, but this is the first time I've seen those who sell their own sister. Seeing that Jiang Yan didn't say anything, Lin Tian continued. My sister. She's come to the King Mountain ruins as well. I'll let you two meet later. You'll love my sister for sure. You kid is designated to have a serious illness. Don't follow me. Jiang Yan was really scared. He hurriedly pulled out his red paper umbrella, transformed into pieces of petals, and disappeared. Ghost fairy. Sister-in-law. Don't go away. Are you going to be my brother-in-law or not? Lin Tian shouted at the petals floating in the air. After escaping from Lin Tian's entanglement, Jiang Yan came to a swampy place. The air above the swamp is filled with toxic fumes and the ecology is extremely poor. Black Death Pool. It is recorded in the Spiritual Plant Encyclopedia that there is 100-year dead crow grass in this area. Jiang Yan observes the Black Death Pool. The swamp with poisonous bubbles in the pool is full of toxicity. Once it is stained, it will turn into blood in less than a breath. Gobble gobble. The poisonous bubbles on the Black Death Pool kept churning, as if something was going to break out of the pool. Bang dash. With a loud bang, the water in the pool splashed. The earth was corroding as the poisonous water spilled from the sky. Jiang Yan had prepared for this and casually blasted out a soul-devouring palm seal, crushing the roiling poisonous water. Second-ranked black water crocodile, inhabiting the area of the black water pool all year round. What is written in the book is really good. Jiang Yan had a smile on his lips. The appearance of the black water crocodile means that the withered crow grass exists in this area. Second-ranked black water crocodile, pitch black, covered in black scales, scales full of poison, death by touch. Roar! The black water crocodile opened its bloody mouth, and a black water vortex emerged from its mouth. Shoot Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan moved lightly, leaping into the air in a single step, instantly offering 5 ghost martial swords. Kill the black water crocodile together. Yin souls listened to the order. Detain the souls. The 10 directions ghost order emerged in Jiang Yan's hand. In the next moment, the air was filled with ghostly shadows, surrounding the blackwater crocodile from different directions. No matter how much the black water crocodile flailed, it was unable to escape from the dragnet laid down by Jiang Yan. Giggle dash. With a flash of black light, a ghost martial gun penetrated through the head of the black water crocodile at great speed, nailing it to the tree in death. The black water crocodile struggled for a moment, and finally did not move at all, losing its life. Its heart's blood was siphoned off into the air and flew into the 10 directions ghost order. After solving the black water crocodile, Jiang Yan searched the black water pool for more than 10 minutes. Finally, I found a withered crowgrass, or a 200-year-old withered crowgrass. No wonder that black water crocodile wanted to fight me to the death, so it wanted to monopolize such a treasure. Jiang Yan lightly picked the 200-years-old withered woogras and skillfully stuffed it into his mouth. Vom! The bitter taste in the mouth was full of bitterness, countless times more bitter than boiled Chinese medicine. Jiang Yan's face turned green. He endured the bitterness and struggled to eat the 200 years of dead crowgrass into his stomach. This time, the vortex in his body reacted tremendously, taking dozens of 10-year-old spirit plants, 200-year-old spirit plants and a 200-year-old dead crowgrass in a row. The medicinal properties have piled up to metamorphic conditions. Jiang Yan endured the black flames rising from his abdomen and found a hidden cave. He sat on his knees, using his spiritual energy to suppress the rising black flames in his body, as he did last time that. The aura was unable to suppress the black flames, and the boundless black flames once again set Jiang Yan ablaze. Enduring the process of disintegrating and remodeling his flesh and blood, Jiang Yan's original skin was refined into charcoal by the black flames. The last little bit of molting reveals brand new skin. Boom dash! The aura surged, shaking all the coke off Jiang Yan's body to the ground, and Jiang Yan shed his black shell. A new life once again. The medicinal properties were perfectly absorbed without the slightest omission. This time he absorbed. It's half a lifetime's worth of medicine for regular people. Blood and flesh remodeled. Jiang Yan's power had taken a qualitative leap, and he was now relying solely on his physical body it would be able to fight with a third-order beast king. Chapter 35, Capturing the Heart. Deep within the ruins, a group of people was surrounded by several beast kings. Humans, hand over the longevity liquid. We can still let you die a quick death. If you don't hand it over, you'll wait for us to pull out your bones, and die after suffering thousands of tortures. The White Tiger King's voice was icy cold, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. What's the point of talking nonsense with them? Just kill them all directly. The Green Snake Monarch spat out his snake letters and, fan in hand, the white-haired old man's face was cold. Miss, take the longevity liquid and run. I'll help you break your back. Yin Lingxi's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Uncle Chiu, run! Xiao Nanshan let out a roar, his entire body standing firm like a golden Buddha. Yin Lingxi clutched the eternal life liquid tightly and turned around to escape. Don't let that get away. The White Tiger King roared. She can't escape. A silver-horned rhinoceros wrapped in a huge force, with the momentum of piercing through mountains and cracking the earth. It slammed into Yin Lingxi. Yin Lingxi's white wrist reversed. A moonlight fluorescence flashed, and her figure reappeared 100 meters away. Distance yourself from the silver-horned rhinoceros. Waste. The White Tiger King's face was hideous as it released a terrifying beam of light from its mouth that it shot violently in Yin Lingxi's direction. Xiao Nanshan violently stomped on the ground. The earth trembled and the rocks rolled. He's like a golden Buddha. A palm blasted towards the White Tiger King's face. This palm was so powerful that it was enough to bring down a large mountain. Boom dash. Old man. There's still me here. The green snake Kuan spat out his snake letters and, retracting the tail that was wrapped around Xiao Nanshan. The poison had already been injected into Xiao Nanshan's body. Old thing. So what if you're at the peak of the 3rd rank? You're still surrounded by our 5 beast kings. The green flame falcon sneered as it stopped in the air. Yin Lingxi's guards had already been incinerated by it with green flame. Ah hee hee. Fun. Fun. The 5-armed ape kept throwing boulders at Xiao Nanshan. 5 third-ranked beast kings easily wiped out Yin Lingxi's guards. Xiao Nanshan coughed out a mouthful of black blood, although I am wounded. It's also not something you primordial kings can quell. With his peak 3rd order cultivation going berserk, Xiao Nanshan transformed into a golden Buddha, and his Buddhist light shone brightly. The hot golden aura instantly set the green inferno falcon ablaze. Not good. This old thing is going to counterattack at death. The White Tiger King was the first to react. He was incredibly fast and instantly pulled away from Xiao Nanshan. Just when it thought it was safe, a huge Buddha's palm descended from the sky and instantly, the White Tiger King was suppressed. His flesh and blood were blurred, and his bones were broken. Roar dash. The silver-horned rhinoceros sensed that death was near and fled like mad, but it was still clutched by a huge Buddha hand and crushed into powder. This is a death-defying counterattack from a peak 3rd order divine giver. The 5 beast kings who had just stepped into the 3rd stage were simply powerless and could only flee. Missy. Old man tried his best. The Buddha light on Xiao Nanshan's body gradually dimmed. He just stood there, lifeless. After this battle, 3 of the 5 beast kings fell, while the green snake monarch and the 5-armed ape managed to escape. Yin Lingxi was carrying the longevity liquid in her arms as she kept dodging the 2 beast kings. Found you, little girl. The green serpent monarch sped through the rocks and mountains, its green fan in hand. Unleash a terrifying chopping strike at Yin Lingxi. Buzz dash. Yin Lingxi once again utilized space leaping. The shoulder was still cut with a bloody gash from the sharp wind blade. You can't run away. The 5-armed ape let out a maniacal laugh as she ambled along on her 7 limbs, quickly galloping that. With a full leap, he jumped directly in front of Yin Lingxi. Boom dash. The mountain exploded, and Yin Lingxi was blown sideways by the terrifying energy fluctuations, crashed on top of an ancient tree. At the end of his rope, the 5-armed ape pinched Yin Lingxi's neck and lifted her into the air. Wouldn't it have been better to hand over the longevity liquid earlier, and cause us to lose 3 of our close friends? You really deserve to die. Its dry hand kept exerting force, and there was a cracking sound coming from Yin Lingxi's neck, and her eyes were covered in blood. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't escape. The longevity liquid. I'll just laugh about it. The 5-armed ape reached for the small white bottle Yin Lingxi was holding tightly. Right at this moment, a silhouette appeared like a ghost and threw a heavy punch at the waist of the 5-armed ape. Only to hear the sound of click, and actually shattered the flesh and bones of the 5-armed ape. Boom! The monstrous force wrapped around the 5-armed ape and slammed it through the mountain, smashing a piece of the mountain. The green snake monarch, who was still watching the show, reacted instantly, and it was strangely fast. Spitting out a green snake sword from his mouth, he harnessed the clear wind and a sword light chopped at the incoming person. The visitor simply sidestepped and took a step out, instantly closing the distance with the green snake monarch. A punch blasted into the green snake monarch's abdomen, hitting him hard and sending him flying 100 meters. In an instant, the 2 beast kings were knocked back by Jiang Yan and suffered heavy injuries. Thank you, Yin Lingxi thanked weakly, and when she raised her eyes to Jiang Yan's face, he changed his face. It is you. You were not killed by my guards. Your guards aren't capable of killing me. Jiang Yan patted away the dust on his body and, holding out her hand to Yin Lingxi, don't you think the ground is dirty? Yin Lingxi pursed her red lips and held Jiang Yan's hand that was handed to her as he pulled her up from the ground. Why did you save me? Yin Lingxi asked as she turned her face away. Jiang Yan smiled. As a human, I can't watch my compatriots being bullied. Just because of this? Yin Lingxi was a bit unconvinced. Those were 2 beast kings, and just for the sake of the human race's righteousness, they dared to risk their lives to save them? Okay, showdown. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders. I came to the relics through the entrance you opened. Consider it a favor I owe you, and now that I've stepped in to save you, we've cleared the air. Saying that, Jiang Yan turned around and was about to leave, but Yin Lingxi pulled him back. Slow down. Don't go yet. Is there anything else? If you're worried about those 2 beast kings, you can rest assured that they've been heavily injured by me and won't be able to hunt you down anytime soon. Yin Lingxi tilted her face up, her beautiful eyes looking straight at Jiang Yan. Don't come this way with me. I don't eat beauty tricks. Jiang Yan turned his face away. Yin Lingxi almost stomped her foot as she whispered, who's going to use beauty tricks on you? Regardless of the purpose, the fact remains that you saved me. Yin Lingxi's eyes flowed. A drop of the most pure liquid floated in the small white bottle in his arms. This is a drop of longevity liquid, whose value is comparable to that of a 10,000-year-old spiritual plant. It's endlessly wonderful for chi, blood, and spiritual power. Lingxi said. So powerful. Jiang Yan sent a drop of longevity liquid gifted by Lingxi into the 10 Directions Ghost Order. Plan to wait until you break rank to use it. We'll meet again. Jiang Yan intended to continue searching for the opportunity. Lingxi's face was like a morning glory, and when she smiled, it was 10 miles of peach blossoms blooming. I'll see you again. She watched Jiang Yan's figure dissipate. Her beautiful eyes flowed. There was a flash of color. I don't know what came to mind. In the end, he actually had a face like a peach blossom, adding a touch of delicacy. What a strange fellow. Obviously, he is still just a student, and he has the battle power to forcefully cut down a beast king, and his talent that, I'm afraid it's not below the ghost immortal. Lingxi's beautiful eyes flashed with laughter. The next time we meet again, we must rope him into joining the Divine Awakening Consortium. Chapter 36, The Secret Place. At the King's Mountain Ruins, a figure was speeding through the mountains and forests. He was chasing after a peak second stage golden bone leopard. The golden bone leopard fought to run away, as if it had encountered some terrifying existence. Roar dash. It was cornered, with a cliff in front of it, and no way to escape. There's no way back. The black-haired teenager kept approaching, his face smiling. You don't really think you can run away, do you? The golden bone leopard revealed its sharp teeth and stared at the black-haired teenager with a deadly stare. Ow! It counterattacked at the point of death, and its speed was so fast that it killed in front of the teenager in almost an instant. The black-haired teenager's smile remained unchanged, and his right hand clenched its fist as it smashed against the face of the golden bone leopard that came flying at him. Bang dash! With a loud bang, the golden bone leopard, which had exploded its bloodline power at the point of death, was like a kite with a broken string, hanging from a dead branch on a cliff. The life dissipates. The black-haired teenager was no other than Jiang Yan, who shook the blood off his hands and took the heart blood of the golden bone leopard, still missing the heart blood of 13 ferocious beasts. Entering the ruins this week, Jiang Yan was constantly hunting ferocious beasts and pumping away his heart's blood. In just 7 days, his realm had broken through from the 6th level of the first rank to the 8th level of the first rank. Even though it was still of the first rank, it was capable of overpowering a 3rd rank beast king. Jiang Yan had already killed the 5 beast kings and extracted the blood from their hearts and returned it to the 10 square ghost order. After resolving the golden bone leopard, Jiang Yan descended Broken Mountain, and at the corner, he encountered a combination of 2 men and 1 woman. The man with dyed red hair saw Jiang Yan at a glance. Hey, you're a stowaway too, right? Stowaways, those outside of the plutocrats and official forces, are the ones who sneak into the ruins? We're also stowaways, so why don't we form an alliance and work together to seek our chances at the King's Mountain Ruins? Well, the corners of the redhead's mouth rose slightly. I'm a B-ranked god-giver of the 6th level of the first rank, the redhead said proudly. He looked at another man. He's a first-order 7th-ranked A-ranked heavenly creature. Finally, pointing at the girl, first order, 5th level B-ranked healing divine giver. After listening to the red-haired man's introduction, Jiang Yan frowned slightly. With a configuration like yours, how dare you trespass on the ruins? The red-haired man quit. What do you mean by that? 1A 2B. How many people dream of the combination? What grade are you? You still dislike us. SS grade. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. SS grade? Don't make me laugh. The red-haired man couldn't help himself. Humph. We thought you were a normal person, and we were kind enough to pull you into the team. So you're a stupid person who only knows how to talk. The healing girl despised. That class A divine giver was unimpressed. Leave if you don't want to join us. We're a small team. There's no room for a big Buddha like you. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders, very helpless. What he said was the truth, but no one believed it. Before leaving, he reminded the 3 of them. There is a beast king in this area, so beware. Slightly, who wants to listen to you? The healing girl made a face at Jiang Yan. The red-haired boy waved his hand to chase them away. Go, go, go! How dare you be a lone wolf with such a low level of cultivation? You're not afraid of dying with no one to collect your body. Jiang Yan did not make a fool of himself. As a compatriot, the reminders he should have reminded. Even if something did happen to the 3, it had nothing to do with him at all. He headed in the direction of the purple bamboo forest, looking for new prey. However, on this journey, Jiang Yan hadn't even encountered a single foreign beast. That's odd. Did I kill all the Fae? Can't be. He had only killed over 70 Fae beasts, which worked out to just over 10 a day. It's not much to kill, so how come there's no sign of the Fae? Could it be that the foreign beasts are all in the area where those 3 idiots are? This means that there are secret treasures descending from the area where those 3 idiots are. Jiang Yan turned around and returned. His speed was so fast that it smacked his lips. What kind of speed is this? Tearing through the sound barrier, a gust of roar erupted. After 2 washes, his fleshly body was already terrifying to the point where it was comparable to a beast king. It even surpassed a beast king. At this moment, a 3-member squad of 1A and 2B was exploring among the stone forest when suddenly, a demonic wind swept wildly. The celestial ancient tree uprooted, interspersed with chaotic rocks, and fiercely blasted at the 3 people. Watch out! Red Junket's fingertips burned with flames, instantly transforming into a wall of fire that, burning out that ancient tree and melting the chaos. Killing intent flashed under the eyes of Lin Xiao, a Class A divine giver, as he condensed the ghostly blue scythe in his hand. With a leap through the wall of fire, he locked onto the foreign beast that had set off the demonic wind and slashed it 100 times. The demonic beast was a monstrous bird with 3 human heads, and large lin feathers sheltering itself from the. It actually resisted Lin Xiao's 100 chopping strikes with great difficulty. Giggle! The 3-headed demon falcon swung out its sharp feathers, cutting through the air and penetrating Lin Xiao's collarbone. Lin Xiao suffered a heavy blow and fell to the ground. Brother Xiao, Chen Duo, a B-ranked healer, quickly stepped forward and a green luster appeared in her hand. Surrounding Lin Xiao's wound. The wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. How could there be a second-rank foreign beast in this area? Red Junket's face was ugly. We might have mistakenly entered the secret hiding place. Lin Xiao covered his wounds and his face turned pale. There are multiple secret places in the ruins, and this place will attract foreign beasts. The secret hiding place. Chen Duo had obviously heard of it, and she paled. So, what do we do? Several ferocious birds had gathered in the air, and judging by this situation, this area would soon be surrounded by ferocious beasts. They must die. If I had known, I would have listened to that guy just now and left here earlier. I'm sorry. Red Junket smiled bitterly. Lin Xiao also repented and clutched the dirt on the ground with a death grip. He's right. We're still too weak. We are really going to die here. Well, Chen Duo reddened his eyes, fearing the arrival of death. Seeing that the number of ferocious beasts gathered in this area was increasing, the 3 of them had lost their will to fight. Into despair, a barbarian bull king squinted at the trio, and his nostrils began to spew out white mist. Humans. I hate humans the most. It's the king of the fey beasts. It should have been walking horizontally in the king's mountain ruins, but it ran into a bogeyman. Chop off one of its 2 horns. This caused its status among the beast kings to fall to pieces, making it the laughingstock of the beast kings. It hates it. It couldn't wait to wipe out all the humans in the king's mountain ruins. It's over. That savage bull seems to have seen us. We're dead this time. Red Junket's voice is shaking. Lin Xiao clenched his teeth. What are you afraid of? The big deal is death. Chen Dao paralyzed on the ground, crying with red eyes. I don't want to die yet. Moo! The barbarian bull king roared up to the sky as it rushed towards the 3 of them, causing the ground to shake with each step. It was as if a small mountain was rumbling wildly. Hey, if it isn't Horned Bull, I didn't expect to see you here. A surprised voice came. Hearing this familiar voice, the barbarian bull king trembled, as if he was fixed in place. Unable to move, it stiffened and twisted its head to look at the grinning black-haired teenager. Hai Jiangyan smiled and greeted the barbarian bull king. The brutality in the savage bull king's eyes disappeared into thin air, and another emotion appeared instead. Fear, from the depths of the soul. Chapter 37 Red Cloth's first appearance. Beast King ambushed. The 3-man squad saw that the savage bull king didn't charge over, but instead looked in the other direction with a face full of panic. The 3 of them followed the savage bull king's line of sight. Only there stood a dark-haired teenager with a smiling face. Seeing the appearance of this teenager, all 3 of them revealed a shocked look. It's him! Why is this guy here? Didn't he go in the opposite direction from us? Red Junket is full of confusion, Lin Xiao said in realization. He's also here for the secret stash. Chen Dao's eyes flashed with hope. You guys? Look! Doesn't that brute look scared of that guy? Lin Xiao and Hong Junkai looked at them in disbelief. And it was really as Chen Duo had said. That barbarian bull king didn't dare to move at the sight of the teenager, and prostrated itself stiffly on the ground. What exactly is his origin? Lin Xiao frowned. Red Junket scratched his head. I remember this guy saying he was an SS-ranked God-giver before. What he said can't be true, can it? SS-grade God-giver. Chen Dao's eyes flashed with shock and fascination. To be able to make a third-ranked beast king so fearful, it was feared that only SS-ranked divine gifters had the ability to do so. If this person was really an SS-class divine giver, the 3 of them would be saved. The several avian kings in the air realized that the barbarian bull king had revealed his timidity and sneered. Unicorn bull. To show such an ugly stance in the face of a human is truly a disgrace to our beast king. Old ox, it wouldn't be this human who chopped off your horns, would it? The savage bull king said nothing. It was too afraid. It was afraid that the effort of opening its mouth and speaking, The head was then chopped off by the black-haired teenager in front of him. It couldn't be clearer about this black-haired teenager's methods. Why are you always staring at me? Asked the barbarian bull king in a trembling voice. Jiang Yan tilted his head. What are you talking about? I merely happened to be passing by here, just bumping into you, an old friend, and saying hello. An old friend? Say hello? The savage bull king's eyes were red with anger, but it didn't dare to push back in the slightest. It humbly said, I won't rob the secret collection. Can you let me live? Jiang Yan laughed. They are all friends. How could I drive them to extinction? Besides, the horn you sent me can really blow loud. Send? It was clearly you who forced the chopping off, and made his bullhorn into a horn that could be blown. A strange shame, a stain on the cow's life. Seeing that the teenager had no intention of killing it, the barbarian bull king ran in the opposite direction without stopping his hooves. The rest of the beast kings saw the savage bull king fleeing from the battlefield, and they despised it. Old bull, I see you're really old to be terrified of a human. When we kill this human, we'll find you scum to settle the score. You are not worthy of our company, much less worthy of being king. A male lion roared. The barbarian bull king didn't care about this. It laughed coldly in its heart. You guys go ahead and trouble that teenager. Let's see which one of you comes out alive then. It doesn't want the secret stash. Staying alive is the most important thing. Lin Zhao's 3 people were relieved when they saw the savage bull king escape, but the next moment, that 3-headed demonic falcon suddenly swooped down at extreme speed and killed Jiang Yan. Human, I'm going to hollow out your 5 organs and 6 bowels. The 3-headed demon falcon's claws cut through iron like mud. It cuts through the sky and kills in all directions. Jiang Yan had a smile at the corner of his mouth. I don't want your organs and bowels. Just your heart's blood is enough. He condensed a ghost martial gun in his hand. His body's chi and blood surged, and he violently threw the ghost martial gun into the air. The shot seemed to go through the stars. The 3-headed demon falcon's face changed drastically. It was too late to dodge and was instantly penetrated by the ghost martial gun. Explode and die. In just an instant's work, a beast king fell. The rest of the beast kings watching the show instantly looked serious. They had underestimated Jiang Yan. This human is not simple. Together, the male lion king utilized his divine ability, burning golden flames all over his body. It was like a small sun, and the boulders around it were melted. Roar! The male lion king let out a fiery sun roar as a scorching golden light instantly shot towards Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan carried the ghost martial gun on his back and sped along the mountain, closing the distance with the lion king in less than a breath. Madaka! He clutched his ghost spear and stabbed out, and was intercepted by a giant elephant that raised its foot and stepped on his face. Jiang Yan's other hand blasted out, colliding with the golden elephant's giant foot, and waves of terrifying power formed, forcing the surrounding beasts back. The beast king also narrowed his eyes. The golden elephant's face was ugly, a human that was not even close to its power. Boom! Jiang Yan exploded his chi and blood. His left arm's clothes exploded and his veins appeared, violently toppling the golden elephant. The ghost martial gun held in his right hand was in a stalemate with the Lion King, and with a vigorous shock, he forced the Lion King back. Jiang Yan smacked his lips. Dealing with 2 beast kings at the same time is still a bit overwhelming. If they knew what Jiang Yan had said, these beast kings were afraid that they would directly go crazy. A first-order human who was able to suppress 2 third-order beast kings at the same time. What a heaven-defying existence, the male Lion King said in a cold voice, still watching the show. Do you guys want to let the secret stash fall into the hands of this human? They naturally didn't want the secret stash to fall into human hands, and the rest of the beast kings stopped watching the show. At the same time, he killed Jiang Yan, surrounded by beast kings on all sides. Jiang Yan was surrounded by enemies on his back, surrounded by the group. Human, you're undoubtedly an astounding genius, but you're too arrogant to. Surprisingly, he dared to break into the secret hiding place alone. The male Lion King laughed coldly. Alone? You guys mean I'm surrounded by you? Jiang Yan smiled. Jie, still talking tough at the end of your life. Your chi and blood are so vigorous. I will savor your flesh and blood. The Viper King laughed grimly. Jiang Yan slightly raised the corners of his mouth, a gorgeous smile on his face. When the Beast King saw that he was still able to laugh even though he was in a desperate situation, they all revealed a look of surprise. Has this human gone mad? The divinely alert Lion King suddenly sensed something and his face changed drastically. Not good. We've been ambushed. Hearing the Lion King's alarmed cry, the Beast Kings hurriedly looked around. Suddenly, they realized that they, a dozen Beast Kings, were surrounded by countless Yin soldiers and Yin generals. Jiang Yan laughed. Now, who was surrounded? The Yin soldiers and Yin generals kept approaching, and the Beast Kings were casting their divine abilities. The male Lion King stared at Jiang Yan in death as he said in a cold voice, "Capture the enemy. I'll kill you." All this filth naturally disappears. It's still you who has a bright brain. Jiang Yan revealed an approving gaze. But the next moment, his smirk was gone. But who gave you the confidence and the illusion that you could kill me? A red paper umbrella appeared in Jiang Yan's hand, and the umbrella dissipated, transforming into a red dress that fell on Jiang Yan. His aura was no longer hidden. It was second rank. Through red clothes enchantment, Jiang Yan's realm directly broke through to the second stage. To deal with you, there is no need for me to draw my sword yet. Jiang Yan did not draw the sword in his umbrella. His figure was like a ghost, only red residual shadows were seen crossing, and his right hand ran through the Lion King's heart. The rest of the Beast King sensed this scene and were scared out of their wits. You! Who the hell are you? Jiang Yan was clad in red with a smile in his eyes. Who am I? They call me the Ghost Immortal. A nobody is just a nobody. Before the words fell, Jiang Yan flipped his wrist, and a scarlet blood sword appeared in Jiang Yan's hand. The moment this bloody sword appeared, the Beast Kings trembled all over. It was like sensing some existence that was terrifying to the extreme. Forbidden, forbidden, forbidden. No dash. A Beast King discovered the truth about the red paper umbrella. However, the next moment, a blood color flashed. A line of blood appeared on the Beast King of the house, and slowly, the upper half of his body began to dislocate. A little slip. At the moment when the upper part of his body was about to fall to the ground, the line of blood, as if it were alive, devour the Beast King's flesh and blood. The dozen or so Beast Kings vaporized in an instant, as if they had never appeared in this world. Chapter 38, Breaking Through the Second Order. The secret stash was stolen. All the Beast Kings have fallen, and the dust has settled. The bloody sword returned to the umbrella sheath. The killing intent dissipated, and the red clothes transformed into pieces of petals, changing back into a red umbrella surface. Jiang Yan drew off the heart blood of a dozen Beast Kings, and then drew off the heart blood of the rest of the First Order Fey beasts. Successfully collect the blood of 100 beasts. Ghost Immortal. You are a Ghost Immortal. Hong Jun Kai was shivering in fear from the tragic scene just now. Lin Zhao's pupils were also seismic. Not daring to look directly at Jiang Yan, SS-level God-giver, harnesses 100 ghosts and soldiers. Ghost Immortal. Chen Dao's pupils flickered. Looking towards Jiang Yan, his eyes were filled with yearning and longing. You're actually the legendary Ghost Immortal. I've always worshipped you. You guys aren't dead yet. Jiang Yan was a bit surprised. He thought that these three guys had died in the mouth of the Beast King long ago, but he didn't expect that they were still alive. The three red junkets got up from the ground and stumbled towards Jiang Yan. Ghost Fairy. I'm a fan of yours. I've always admired you. Shander was too excited and, stuttering at the words. What is there to worship me for? What do I deserve your worship? Jiang Yan wasn't very understanding. Red Junkai grabbed the lead and said, you single-handedly took on the entire class by yourself. That's simply awesome. It's like a living legend. Aha! Just now you also killed a dozen or so Beast Kings all by yourself. Such a proud battle record to say that. I'm afraid no one will even dare to believe it. Chen Duo's eyes were glowing. Jiang Yan laughed and didn't pick up the conversation. You guys should leave. This area is the land of secret treasures. It will also attract more Beast Kings. You are too weak. This time, all three of them did not contradict Jiang Yan again. They had recognized themselves and he worshipped Jiang Yan as a god. How could he dare not listen to his words? Ghost Immortal. One day I will surpass you. Lin Xiao, who had been silent, spoke. He was an A-class divine giver and the proud son of a party, and he had his own pride. Oh yeah? Then I'll wait for the day you surpass me. Jiang Yan said with a smile. Ghost Fairy, can you give me an autograph? Before leaving, Chen Dao also pulled Jiang Yan's hand as if he was pampered. Jiang Yan laughed helplessly. There's not even a pen here. How can I sign for you? Alright, then you can give me an autograph when we leave the King's Mountain ruins, right? Shander followed up with a Alright, don't embarrass the Ghost Fairy. Seeing that Chen Dao was still going to harp on, Hong Jun Kai, hurriedly pulling her away, saying goodbye to Jiang Yan on his way out. Thank you for saving me. See you again sometime. Jiang Yan smiled. See you again sometime. When the silhouettes of the three disappeared, the smile on Jiang Yan's face was gone, and he leaned against the stone wall. The look was a little weak, still too forced. Right now, his realm was too low, and one swing of the red umbrella sword would exhaust his full strength. The body goes into overdrive. He was currently at the 8th level of the first rank, and he could barely last 10 breaths by sacrificing his red clothes. The red umbrella sword could only offer one sword. Cough. Jiang Yan coughed blood from his mouth, his face pale, facing more than a dozen third-order Beast Kings at the same time. Even if they were to sacrifice Yan Lo, they wouldn't be able to obliterate all of them. It would allow a few Beast Kings to escape, and there would be no end of trouble afterward. In order to eliminate future problems, Jiang Yan could only use the red paper umbrella to bury them forever. Jiang Yan operated his spiritual energy and toned up his vitality. He took out a few hundred-year-old spiritual plants from the 10 Directions Ghost Order and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing and swallowing them in large mouthfuls. The medicinal properties of the spiritual plants were all absorbed by the vortexes within the body, and there was no healing effect at all. It seems like we can only forcefully break the rank. Jiang Yan dragged his weak body and find a hidden cave, sacrificing the heart blood of 100 ferocious beasts from the 10 Ghosts Order. According to ancient texts, the blood of all beasts will be refined into a furnace, and when the blood of the beasts boils, the body can be blood refined. Jiang Yan clenched his teeth and urged his aura to melt the blood of the 100 beasts, which was refined into a blood furnace. The beast's blood boiled and splashed in all directions, and wherever it splashed, it was melted. This boiling blood of 100 beasts is actually capable of melting the green gang rock. Jiang Yan's mind was shocked but he had no other choice but to fight to the death at this point. He stepped into the beast blood furnace, and the moment his skin came into contact with the blood of 100 beasts, it was scorched by the beast blood. If he hadn't been reshaped by 2 washes, he would have been melted by the beast's blood. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth and endured the beast's blood burning his body. Every inch of his skin felt as if he was in purgatory. Constantly burned by the flames. The vortexes within Jiang Yan's body seemed to have reacted, surprisingly rising black flames at the same time, surrounding Jiang Yan's body. It burned and refined at the same time as the beast's blood. Boom dash! The black flames resonated with the beast's blood, instantly burning the cave Jiang Yan was in with the momentum of a prairie fire. The black flames seemed to burn everything and never go out. Damn! Still let people live. Jiang Yan was on the verge of vomiting blood. His body was already overloaded and suffered from the black flames and the burning of the beast's blood. It was already at its limit. His eyes began to blur and his consciousness drifted a bit. Eternal life liquid. With the last of his consciousness, Jiang Yan offered up the eternal life liquid that Yin Lingxi had gifted him. A drop of supremely pure liquid floats in the air. It's surrounded by an invisible barrier. It isolated the black flames from the beast's blood and floated in front of Jiang Yan. This drop of eternal life liquid flew into Jiang Yan's brow, and in an instant, a holy white lotus bloomed around Jiang Yan. After killing a dozen beast kings in a row and devouring the remnants of 100 beast souls, Jiang Yan had already touched the threshold of the second rank. He refined his body with the blood of 100 beasts and shaped his soul with the longevity liquid. His entire being was extremely sublimated, floating in the air. A head of dark hair was growing rapidly, and his physical body was being remodeled at an extremely high speed. Jiang Yan slowly opened his scarlet eyes as his aura reached its peak, the first level of the second rank. Boom dash! The black flame and beast blood melting pot that surrounded him were shaken apart by the terrifying aura. Jiang Yan slowly landed on the ground as he tried to clench his fists as if he had endless power. With a thought, his palm unexpectedly rose up with black flames from the depths of the vortex. Black flame! The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth rose slightly. He had managed to step into the second stage, and surprisingly, he had awakened a new power. The power of the heavenly underworld Tao body. The never-extinguishing black flames are enough to burn everything. Jiang Yan took out a black suit from nowhere in the 10 Ghosts Order and just put it on his body. Just feel a little uncomfortable. How did your hair suddenly grow so long? Just a little longer. Looking at the black flames burning up in the cave, Jiang Yan casually waved his hand and the black flames instantly went out. He slowly walked out of the cave before realizing that several days had passed. The secret stash of this place has already been taken. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth hooked into a cold smile. I fought to the death to kill a dozen or so beast kings, only to have someone steal the secret stash before me? What belongs to me? No one can steal. Jiang Yan's figure was like a ghost. Follow the trail in pursuit. At this time, on a beach 100 miles away, a blonde-haired, blue-pupiled Western man had a maniacal smile on his face. The secret stash. The secret stash is mine. The secret stash is mine. It was not in vain that he had hibernated in the land of secret hiding for several days in advance. When that human and the dozen or so beast kings were both defeated, he snuck in and seized the secret stash. It's just that. He doesn't know what this secret stash really is. It's not a spiritual plant, and I don't know about a precious weapon. It's just a fragment of broken jade. Whatever it is, when I get out of the ruins of King's Mountain, I'll bring it to my country. Offer a sky-high price to sell it to the museum. The Western man was all smiles. Just then, a gloomy voice rang out. Unfortunately, you won't be able to leave the relic alive. Chapter 39, Flick of the Finger to Exterminate Western Martial Sect. A gloomy wind rose up around them, and hearing this gloomy voice, Austin's expression changed drastically. In front of him, a young man with inked hair reaching his waist appeared strangely, his eyes dripping with scarlet, mixed with endless killing intent. Austin barely calmed down, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Young man from Huaxia, it is indeed remarkable that you killed a dozen or so beast kings with your own strength, but don't forget, You were at the end of your rope, too, and I didn't take advantage of the opportunity to kill you. Just stealing the secret stash would have been merciful. Listening to the man's sophistry, Jiang Yan's smile did not reach his eyes. Didn't kill me? You're just afraid that I'll recoil in death and pull you on my back. How dare you say such a grandiose thing? An imperceptible killing intent flashed underneath Austin's eyes, but he smiled warmly. Young man, how about we make a deal? You let me bring the secret treasure to the West, and you and I will split the money from the sale 50-50. Austin held up 5 fingers. You'll get at least that much. With compulsion he said, 500 million eagle dollars. 500 million eagle dollars. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth hooked into a smile. You agree? Austin's face was pleased. 50-50 gets you 500 million eagle dollars. If I kill you, I'm not just going to get $1 billion eagle dollars. Jiang Yan's eyes were filled with contempt. You. Austin felt that he was being tricked, and his face became so hard to see that. Toast to the world. Jiang Yan stopped talking nonsense with him. His figure was like a ghost, and he slapped his palm towards Austin's heart. This palm was fast and vicious, entwined with black chi. It is capable of wiping out a person's soul body. Austin narrowed his eyes as his chest erupted with light flare, instantly pulling away from Jiang Yan. Foolish Chinese, the ruins of King's Mountain have been surrounded by our Eagle Kingdom martial artists. All the chances you have harvested will be presented dutifully. Noisy. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers, and a black flame started a fire, swiftly killing Austin. Wherever the black flames passed through, they ignited an eternal and indestructible soul flame. Austin's pupils quaked, and he felt death in the face of the black flames that were chasing after him at great speed. Holy light baptism. He was no longer hiding. His cultivation of a third-ranked martial sect thoroughly displayed. A golden radiance surrounded his body, transforming into holy gold armor. He held the holy sword in his hand and struck swiftly, cutting off the black flames with a single blow. However, the severed black flames were not extinguished, but instead became 2 flames that, like a maggot attached to the bone, it burned on Austin's holy sword. The black flames spread rapidly, instantly covering the holy sword. Austin blanched and took advantage of the black flames spreading over his body too. In a hurry, he dropped the holy sword in his hand. Fear was written all over his face. What kind of supernatural power is this? His holy sword had a divine nature and was able to disperse all energies, but that weird black flames but it cannot be dispersed. I'll tell you if you die. A ghost martial gun appeared in Jiang Yan's hand. The tip of the gun lingered with black flames and threw itself violently at Austin. Having seen the terror of the black flames, how could Austin still dare to take it hard? He could only passively dodge, continuously releasing divine beams of light in the air, trying to penetrate Jiang Yan. Ghost martial solution. Jiang Yan whispered softly. In an instant, the thousands of stirring ghosts all transformed into ghost martial arts swords and surrounded Jiang Yan's body. Austin was once again dumbfounded. Imperial sword. Also imperial, thousands of swords in one breath. This is something only a 6th order martial saint can do, right? A young man. How can you harness thousands of swords at once? Black flame. Jiang Yan whispered once more, and as his words fell, thousands of ghost swords haunted the black flames at the same time. The ghostly swords burning with black flames surrounded Jiang Yan, and it was like a scene where all the swords returned. Shocked, Austin trembled and despaired to the point of despair. Austin's face was white and his lips purple. What kind of monster did he provoke? One is crazy to dare to hit him with the idea of his secret stash. Now return the secret collection to you. Still spare my life? I'm sorry, Austin said with a smile that was worse than tears. Jiang Yan's eyes were ice cold. At this moment? You're afraid you're not joking. He raised his eyelids languidly. It was the hottest part of the day at the moment. Jiang Yan spoke faintly. Noon has arrived. In an instant, thousands of ghostly swords burning with black flames trembled at the same time. The extreme speed killed Austin, who became a living target. Austin knew he had no chance of surviving. A flash of madness flashed under his eyes. I want you to be buried with me. His dantian blossomed with eye-catching light. He was going to explode himself. The self-detonation of a third-ranked martial sect is capable of blowing up a small town. There were no waves under Jiang Yan's eyes. Let's see if you're quicker to blow yourself up or quicker to die. Extinguish. Jiang Yan's voice was grim. One of the flying swords was as fast as it could be, quickly penetrating through Austin's neck. Well, Austin's face wore a look of incredulity, and in the next instant the black inflammation on the ground at his neck instantly spread all over his body, igniting him into a flaming man. He was so tormented by the agony of the black flames that he was as good as dead and had no will to control the self-destruction. Whoosh! The thousands of flying swords that followed closely passed through his limbs and bones, and Austin, like a kite with broken strings, his body was riddled with holes, burned from the inside out by the black flames. In less than a breath of time, Austin was dead beyond death, reduced to a pile of charred and withered bones. It still burned with undying black flames. Jiang Yan coldly walked over to him and retrieved a piece of mutilated jade from his corpse. This is the secret stash? This piece of mutilated jade appears to be flat and, however, it could not be ignited by the black flames, and was by no means extraordinary. Jiang Yan held it in his hand and observed it back and forth, still unable to see anything extraordinary about it. He tried injecting his aura into the jade, and there was a subtle change in the jade. It became more and more crystalline, haunting the aura and reverberating the ripples. Ancient words floated on the crystal-clear jade, which Jiang Yan could not penetrate. 10 square ghost order. Sacrificing the 10 square ghost order. Ghost chi and baleful chi madly surged within the jade. Boom dash. The jade broke free from Jiang Yan's shackles and erupted with terrifying energy. Floating in the air, countless arcane words haunted the jade. Jiang Yan reached out and touched it, and in an instant, the ancient words spread quickly along Jiang Yan's fingertips and converged into Jiang Yan's brow. Click! The jade cracked and fell apart in an instant. An ancient scripture appeared in Jiang Yan's mind, though he didn't recognize it. But you can read the meaning of it. The original breath. The oldest breathing method. The source of the world's breathing methods. This piece of mutilated jade had actually recorded the oldest breathing method in the world. The original breath. The source of worldly breathing techniques. The breathing techniques that remain in existence today are poor imitations of the original breath. The original breath was lost 10,000 years ago, and I didn't expect that there would be remnants of it left in the ruins. Although what was recorded in the jade was only a remnant of the original breath of the, yet it is also a monumental divine object that shakes the ancient world. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and carefully felt the wonders of the scriptures in his head. In the depths of his divine consciousness, a small golden figure slowly emerged, who listened to the scriptures and recited the Buddhas. Following the guidance of the ancient scriptures, he began to exhale his aura, breathing evenly, sometimes roughly, sometimes slowly, with light lingering around him, as if he were in a fairyland. The sun and moon were rotating around the little golden man, born and bred. Chapter 40, Awakened. The Hunt Hour. When Jiang Yan opened his eyes again, the golden villain in his divine consciousness was sitting in his spiritual sea, uninterruptedly running the circumference of the sky and exhaling the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. His use of aura had reached the point of subtle, and you don't have to go to the enlightenment room to absorb the aura of heaven and earth. With each breath, you are conditioning your body to return to its optimal state, worthy of being the source of the breathing technique. Even if it's just a remnant, it's still a one-of-a-kind existence. Jiang Yan's spirit is renewed and his breath of life is surging. At this moment, on the other side of the ruins, several blonde men had faces that were hard to see. How's it going? Did you get in touch with that idiot Austin? I'm sorry, the blonde inquired in a cold voice. It is a pity, Lord Caesar, that Mr. Austin seems to have met with an untimely death. The wheel of his life has come to an early end, the man with hollow eyes said blandly. The blonde man named Caesar's face was grim. Several major forces in China are under our control. Who has the power to obliterate Austin? Probably stowaways. The man with the hollow eyes said faintly. A stowaway? How can a stowaway kill my Eagle Kingdom's elite? Lord Caesar, I told you long ago that there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in China. It's nowhere near as simple as you might think. Caesar sneered. Prophet, you seem to be overthinking it. Even if there are hermits and masters in China, it would be difficult to survive even under the siege of 100 martial sectors from my Eagle Kingdom. With a wave of his hand, he gave instructions to the 100 or so third-order martial zones. Carpet search, kill that stowaway and take the secret stash. At this moment, the people from the several consortia that had gone deep into the ruins were all trapped in a boundary. Lin Tian laughed at the woman with a delicate figure and pavilion on the side and said, Sister, I dare to make a promise. The stowaway who killed the Western martial sect in the mouth of that foreigner just now is definitely the ghost immortal. Lin Wan, you blankly glanced at him. You and I are both captured now. You're still talking about ghost fairies here. If you hadn't carelessly fallen into the trap, we wouldn't be in such a mess. Sister, said Lin Tian aggrievely. It's all because these foreigners are too deceitful. Surprisingly, there are more than a dozen people ambushed over there in the secret stash, and all of them are martial sectors. So what can I do? Besides, we have Miss Yin with us. Lin Tian looked towards Yin Lingxi, who was not far away. Yin Lingxi covered her injured arm, her face a little pale. Her longevity liquid had been taken away from her. The person also suffered a heavy blow, and at this time was incredibly weak. Her beautiful eyes moistened. If that guy was beside me, these Western martial artists definitely can't touch a hair on my head. Here we go again, here we go again. The 100 Grass Group and the Divine Awakening Consortium were mortal enemies, and Lin Tian rushed over to mock them at the first opportunity. Still talking about that guy? He's going to come to your rescue if you don't even know his name? Lin Tian made a neck-wiping motion. That guy you're talking about. I'm afraid that my luck has run into a ghost immortal and I've already been obliterated. Nonsense. Lingxi swept over with an eye blade that. Frightened, Lin Tian gave a jolt. What am I babbling about? You're the one who hasn't met the ghost immortal and doesn't know how strong he is. The one I met suppressed 2 beast kings with only 2 punches. He's 100 times stronger than the ghost immortal. Lingxi didn't want Jiang Yan to be compared to him. Jiang Yan had saved her life. And in her heart, Jiang Yan was countless times stronger than that rumored ghost immortal. Just hold on to your unrealistic fantasies and wait for that guy to come to your rescue. Lin Tian's demeanor was proud, not panicking at all even if he became a captive. He intends to introduce his own sister, Lin Wanyu, to the ghost fairy. Already treating himself as Jiang Yan's brother-in-law, Jiang Yan would definitely not see him dead. Just thinking that he was going to be the ghost immortal's brother-in-law made Lin Tian proud. If Lin Tian and Lingxi knew that the 2 people they were arguing about who was stronger were actually the same person, I'm afraid I'll freeze in place, embarrassed beyond belief. There were hundreds of people inside the boundary at this time, and they were all forces of several major plutocrats, as well as some stowaways, including the 3 red junkies. The 3 of them were stowaways for their own sake, keeping a long distance from the people of several consortium forces. The 3 men were in a circle, each with wounds deep enough to see through. Damn, these foreigners play dirty. Damn. 3 Marshal Zong shaded me. Hiss dash. One of Red Junket's arms was broken outright, and blood continued to seep from his abdomen. Well, shut up, and nurse your wounds in peace, or they'll tear again in a few moments. I'm sorry, Shander frowned. I'm just not convinced. These foreigners only play dirty. If you have the guts, you can fight me 1v1. Let's see if I don't give them all a beating. Hiss dash. Red Junket's face twisted in pain. Lin Xiao was silent as he once again realized how small he was. The 3-member squad encountered an enemy attack, and he fought with a Western martial arts sect that he couldn't defeat with all his might. Instead, they ended up with broken bones. If the person present at that time had been a ghost immortal, would the battle have been completely reversed? Will the losing side become the Western martial sect? Lin Xiao shook his head. He didn't dare to think about it. The more he thought about it, the more he realized the gap between himself and the ghost immortal. It's like a chasm that can never be surpassed. Meanwhile, on Jiang Yan's side, he sped through the ruins as he hunted around for Western martial artists. Before obliterating Austin, he understood from the others' mere words that the Western forces had already secretly infiltrated the King's Mountain ruins, ambushing the various parts of the ruins and plundering the opportunities. All the major forces of China and the stowaways were captured alive by the other side and plundered the opportunity. Little ocean people, none of you will take away the chances in the ruins. Scarlet flashed under Jiang Yan's eyes as he carried a ghost martial gun on his back and sped through the dense forest. Not found. Should have died. Before the Western martial artist finished his words, he was then run through the head by a ghost gun and fell to the ground motionless. The few martial sect members who were traveling with him sensed that something was wrong and went into a state of battle readiness. Target found. Southwest corner direction. The middle-aged man's face was grave. Giggle. A ghost gun passed through the dense forest, interspersed with gusts of air-breaking sounds, and quickly shot towards the middle-aged man. Bang! The middle-aged man's right hand transformed into a huge mechanical arm that was gathering majestic energy. A red light flashed underneath the eyes of another martial zone, releasing a terrifying beam of light. In just one shot, the dense forest was blown up by the 2. In the midst of the smoke, a figure was like a ghost, and in less than a breath, it killed in front of the 2 people. Help me dash! The man whose eyes release lasers can't be close enough to be. He had no defense. The middle-aged man tried to help, but he was still too late. Only to see the teenager with black hair reaching his waist blast out a palm, directly blasting the laser-eyed man into a bloody mist. Without waiting for him to get back to his senses, the teenager had already swept a whip kick at him. The middle-aged man hurriedly crossed his mechanical arm in front of his body to block. Bang dash! A terrifyingly huge force hardened his mechanical arm and shattered it, lifting his entire body 100 meters. This is a strength system alien. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically, panic written all over it. At the very least, it's an SS-class strength system psychic. He no longer had the will to fight and turned around to escape, but unfortunately it was already too late. His back burned a touch of black flame, and in the next moment, the black inflammation instantly spread to his entire body. Light him as a fireman. Save me, save. The middle-aged man turned into ashes and couldn't make any more noise, until the 2 of them fell. They didn't get a good look at the teenager's face. Jiang Yan stepped out of the shadows, his eyes scarlet. I told you, none of you will get out alive. Chapter 41, a single inattentive. All killed. Lord Caesar. 3 more martial sect members have fallen, and the wheel of life has dimmed. The man with the empty eyes had no sadness, no joy, and his voice was unruffled. What? There is only one person on the other side, but he managed to kill 3 of my martial sect members in a row. Caesar's demeanor changed dramatically. How is this possible? The blind prophet's voice was bland. It is what it is. Hearing the conversation between the two Caesars, Lin Tian inside the boundary cheered. Woohoo! It must be the work of the ghost immortals. And among the stowaways, only the ghost immortals have this strength. Lin Wan Yu used a caring little cutie. Eyes to her brother. Hey! Moving around with a long ghost fairy and a short ghost fairy. Her brother wouldn't be Nan-tung, would he? Yin Lingxi's beautiful eyes also flashed with a strange color. It must be him. Only he possesses the ability to instantly kill 3 people. It was the ghost fairy who killed him. Not your little boyfriend, Lin Tian said in dissatisfaction. Hearing Lin Tian say that Zhang Yan was her little boyfriend, Yin Lingxi's cheeks instantly turned red. She argued, ghost fairies aren't as powerful as that guy anyway. Once again, the 2 men were at loggerheads and arguing. Looking at Zhang Yan's side again, killing 3 martial sect members in a row. He had already attracted the attention of other Western martial sect members. Target detected. Target appears to be a SS-ranked power psychic. Already exterminated all of Team 5. Everyone keep their distance from him and don't get close, the 2-meter-tall man said in a deep voice. He was the captain of the second team. Du Ko, with a strength as high as the 6th rank of the 3rd order and a divine gift of A-rank strength system, he leapt 1,000 meters, locking onto Zhang Yan's coordinates in the air, like a shooting star that. It smashed into Zhang Yan at extreme speed. Zhang Yan sensed the killing intent, and he didn't stop his speeding steps, raising his hand to engage in a sparring session with Du Ko, who had fallen from the sky. Bump dash. With a terrifying jolt of air pressure, Du Ko landed smoothly on the ground, gently patting the dust off his body and, those eyes, as sharp as eagles, locked onto Zhang Yan through the layers of smoke and dust. Giggle. A black shadow flew out of the dust and smoke, holding a ghost gun, killing the surprise. Du Ko is experienced on the battlefield. He predicts Zhang Yan's action and dodges sideways. Clutching the ghost gun with one hand, he threw out a fierce whip kick. Zhang Yan raised his knee to block, and with a thought, the ghost spear was attached to the black flames. Bang! Sensing the danger ahead of time, Du Ko loosened his grip on the ghost warrior gun and, distance yourself from Zhang Yan. He's an international mercenary who's fought in hundreds of battles, big and small. Thousands have died at his hands, and he has seen and knows all kinds of enemies. I've seen through your fighting style, young man from China. I have to admit that you're pretty good at this, and if I give you 5 years, you might be able to surpass me. Du Ko clutched the special bandage on his hand. But sadly, I'm not going to give you a chance to grow up, because you're going to die here today. As soon as his words fell, his fist clipped the sound of breaking air and had already blasted towards Zhang Yan's face. Zhang Yan raised his arm to block, only to feel a coldness in front of him. A glittering dagger had pierced into his heart and kept going deeper and deeper inside. Earth Kuei. Zhang Yan quickly retreated and sacrificed his ghost rigid. Roar dash. Earth Kuei asked. It let out a roar and pounced on Du Ko like a madman. Before Zhang Yan could take a breath, a huge beam of light had already erupted behind him. Its terrifying energy is capable of leveling a building. Boom boom dash. Huge beams of light continued to bombard, blasting everything living into flying dust. Target extinguished. In the ancient tree stood a silver-haired man, who put away his composite bow and, just planning to get back to Caesar. Whoosh! A ghost martial sword flew out at extreme speed and passed through his chest. Cough. How is this possible? The silver-haired man's eyes were filled with incredulity. He looked at the teenager with the red umbrella in front of him and was horrified. You monster! Zhang Yan had a red umbrella and coldly watched the silver-haired man whose life was dissipating. In the nick of time just now, he sacrificed his red paper umbrella and utilized the illusion technique Mirror Flower Water Moon, transferring the damage from the silver-haired man's terror beam to Du Ko. The silver-haired man was killed by his sword because of carelessness. Du Ko was also on the verge of death as he suffered severe injuries from the damage he took from the terrifying beam. I'm afraid that it won't take long for the Earth K to tear him apart. The crisis wasn't lifted though. He was still being hunted down and surrounded by dozens of Dao martial clans. The original breathing method was in operation, and Zhang Yan's injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His stamina was also recovering rapidly. The ghost order is here. The Yin souls listened to the order. Zhang Yan was holding the 10 directions ghost order. In a cold voice, he said, 100 ghosts walk at night. As soon as the words fell, a gust of cloudy wind was lifted from 100 miles around, and the originally sunny weather was shrouded in dark clouds. For a time the ghosts were all over the place. He needed 100 ghosts to buy time for him, to break up the formation of the dozens of Western martial clansmen. He can break them down one by one and exterminate them one by one. Where to escape? Another martial sect killed, and behind him grew divine feathers that, Unleash the invulnerable falling feather that can cut down all things and kill Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan laughed coldly. Who said I'm going to run away? The 100 ghosts instantly transformed into 100 ghost swords and collided with the falling feathers in the air. Clank! Birdman's face changed drastically. How is it possible? How can you control so many swords at the same time? Good question. Because I am a sword immortal. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Yan harnessed another 100 ghostly swords and it lingered around him, instantly killing the Birdman from different directions. Black flame. Scarlet red flashed under Jiang Yan's eyes, and more than 200 ghost swords haunted black flames at the same time. Hundreds of flying swords surrounded the Birdman, forming a fiery storm. Jiang Yan clenched his palms. Suppression. More than 200 ghost martial swords surrounded the Birdman together, blocking all of his paths of life. Put. Only the sound of flesh and blood being penetrated was heard, and the Birdman let out a mournful scream that the body was pierced into a bloody man by 100 flying swords, covered in holes and still burning with flames. Hundreds of flying swords re-haunted Jiang Yan's surroundings as he rode the swords and hunted around to kill the Western martial sect. Whoosh! A ghost sword was as powerful as a bamboo sword, decapitating many early third-stage martial sectors one after another. Jiang Yan killed more than 30 martial zoners in one breath. He was drenched in blood, just like a Shura returning from purgatory. This blood, however, was not his blood, but the blood of his enemy. It was chopped by the ghost sword and splattered on his body. When the rest of the Western martial sect saw Jiang Yan, it was as if they had seen a demonic god. They were so scared that they threw their armor away and fled, not daring to fight one. With the original breathing method, it was as if Jiang Yan had an inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy. Combined with his precise to subtle mastery of aura, he was able to achieve almost unlimited sword control. He even sacrificed a Yama and went all the way to kill all the way, unhindered. By the time Jiang Yan had killed his way to the relic ancient hall, he had already harnessed 1,000 ghostly swords at the same time. Beside him stood the two ghost generals, the Earth Kuwei and the Heaven Kuwei. Behind him even stood Yen Lo, the demon god. The momentum is right in Caesar's face. Are you the mastermind behind the Western Consortium? Jiang Yan asked with his hands in his pockets, speaking faintly. Caesar's pupils quake as he looks at the thousands of ghostly swords with a face full of astonishment. As well as the ink-haired teenager who was like a Shura. Where's the Wu Zone I sent to kill you? Caesar's voice was trembling. Jiang Yan tilted his head and thought as if he remembered something. Laughing faintly, he said, so those guys are third-ranked martial zoners? I didn't even pay too much attention. Caesar's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks as he heard the dark-haired teen say this. I didn't pay attention and killed them all. Chapter 42, the heroes make their appearance and execute Caesar. All killed? That's 100 martial sect members, even if the fourth-ranked martial king came. Nor can it be done easily. Caesar still had a glimmer of hope as he looked to the blind prophet. Prophet, are they still alive? The man with the hollow eyes shook his head. I'm sorry, Lord Caesar. I can no longer feel their wheel of life. Caesar's pupils contracted. How is this possible? With 108 Wu zones under my command. All killed by him? His eyes were filled with horror as he looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan took one step, and 1,000 ghost swords haunted his surroundings, forming a terrifying aura. Behind him, the ghost god Yama Vajra raged, shocking the crowd's heart and soul, not daring to look directly at it. Caesar was scared out of his wits. He had sensed death approaching. He growled, Kid, if you dare to come any closer, I'll kill everyone in the boundary. Caesar took the people in the knot as hostages, just looking for a silver lining. He didn't want to die yet. To this, Jiang Yan turned a deaf ear and still approached Caesar step by step. Caesar was going crazy. The people inside the boundaries are your countrymen. How can you have no regard for their lives? Their deaths are of no concern to me, but yours is important to me. Jiang Yan had a smile on his lips. In the next moment, thousands of ghost martial swords ignited black flames at the same time, shooting towards Caesar with the momentum of a prairie fire. Blind! Caesar hissed. The scepter of nothingness appeared in the hands of the man with the hollow eyes, and he gently waved it. Thousands of ghost swords were fixed in the air, unable to move. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and looked at the blind man holding the scepter of void. What a heavenly thing you have here. It's kind of interesting. SS grade heavenly object. Scepter of void. The man with hollow eyes smiled faintly. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Kill him. Hurry up and kill him. Caesar already fears Jiang Yan to the bone. The man with the hollow eyes shook his head faintly. Lord Caesar, I am no match for him. WH. What did you say? Caesar's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Through the endless void, I saw an ancient ghost god. The blind man looked behind Jiang Yan. He could feel Yen Luo's presence even though he was blind. That is an existence that transcends the mundane, capable of controlling life and death. How can the living be enemies with it? The blind man smiled faintly. I have no intention of making an enemy of you, young man from Huaxia. The lives and deaths of those behind me are yours to decide. The void scepter in his hand dissipated, and he bent down slightly to express supreme etiquette to Jiang Yan. Blindy, you dare to join the enemy. My father will not spare you. Caesar's face was livid and, the face is hard to see. Lord Caesar, this is the end you've brought upon yourself, and I've told you before, on this trip to the east, you will be at risk of falling. The blind prophet smiled faintly and turned to leave. Caesar is in despair. All the 108 Wu zones in this operation have fallen. The blind prophet who had been assisting him also abandoned him. My father is the Eagle Kingdom. Aha dash. Before Caesar could finish his sentence, his body was then ignited by a black flame. Jiang Yan's face was cold, noisy. He didn't want to listen to the other man's threats, and it didn't take much thinking to realize what Caesar was going to say. It's not just about how powerful the forces behind you are and how you can't kill me or something like that. He'd killed his way over here and his ears were calloused. Ah dash. Save me. Father, help me. Caesar screamed hysterically. No matter how he flailed on the ground, that black flame never went out. Until he was burned out. Click. The huge boundary not far away shattered with a loud bang. The people within the boundary were all jaw-dropped, and they were all shocked. What was this teenager with black hair strewn across the floor? Surprisingly, one person bloodily killed 108 Western Martial Sect members. He even gave up his troops without a fight, directly forced the blind prophet back. Lin Tian had long been jumping up and down in excitement, tugging at Lin Wanyu and excitedly saying, "Sister, I'm not wrong, am I? It's the ghost fairy coming to save us." Lin Wanyu was also jaw-dropped, her beautiful eyes full of unbelief. This handsome and demonic young man it's the ghost fairy rumored to be in Jiangcheng. Lin Tian scoffed and looked towards Yinlingxi, and was just about to make a few mocking remarks. However, he saw her looking at Jiang Yan with a gaze of love. When Yinlingxi saw Jiang Yan's face clearly, her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange color. It's really him. He's the only one who has it. Wait a minute. What did Lin Tian call him just now? Ghost immortal? He's a ghost immortal? Yinlingxi's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. She and Lin Tian had messed around for half a day, but it turned out that the object of the argument was always a person. Ghost immortal Jiang Yan, rumored to be the #1 demon in Zheng City. Lin Tian also reacted at this time. It turned out that that guy in Yinlingxi's mouth was Jiang Yan. Remembering the way she had just looked at Jiang Yan, Lin Tian was instantly anxious. Yin, you're not allowed to hit on Jiang Yan. He's my sister's man, but the way I look at Miss Lin, she doesn't seem to know him. The corner of Yinlingxi's mouth curved up and, the ghost immortal and we have a lifelong friendship, she said, a blush flashing across her cheeks. Lin Tian's face changed dramatically when he saw how she said it, and he hurriedly shouted, "Sis, you go and seduce the ghost fairy. Don't let him be tricked by the Yin family's vixen." Ouch dash. Lin Wanyu knocked Lin Tian's head, her face full of tenderness. "My good brother I won't bother you with my sister." She smiled like a flower, and with her lotus steps she just intended to approach Jiang Yan. 3 figures were seen running past in a flash. 3 figures surrounded Jiang Yan, hugging and hugging. "Oh, ghost fairy, I knew you'd help us get revenge." Hong Junkai hugged Jiang Yan's leg and cried with a sniffle and a tear. "These foreigners' hearts are too dirty." Chen Duo hugged Jiang Yan's arm, full of grievances and dropping tears. "Ghost immortal, thank you for saving us. Without you we would have all been killed by these foreigners." Lin Xiao stood on the sidelines, clutching his arms and, stiffly, he said to Jiang Yan, "Thank you for saving us for the second time." Jiang Yan bitterly smiled as he peeled the 2 men on his body off. "I'm also not used to seeing what these Westerners are doing, sneaking into our territory and doing things like killing and plundering alive." Though he was smiling, there was a chill under his eyes. "If they dare to come, I'll dare to make it impossible for them to return to the buried forever in Huaxia. The ghost fairy is so handsome. I want an autograph. I want an autograph." Chen Dao instantly transformed into a little fangirl, hugging Jiang Yan's arm again. Hong Junkai also became Jiang Yan's little fan. His eyes were glowing. "Ghost immortal deserves to be ghost immortal. The world is in your heart, and your heart is filled with a passion. It's not as exaggerated as you said." Jiang Yan smiled bitterly, not waiting for him to rake the 2 back down. A beautiful silhouette ran over to one, hugged him to the ground. "Jiang Yan, we meet again." Yinlingxi's beautiful eyes were animated with a smile. Chapter 43, Leaving the Ruins, the contest in progress. Yin? Jiang Yan was a bit surprised. "I should have thought that you are the ghost immortal." Yinlingxi's face was like a morning glory. The knit brows of a smile are haunting. Chen Dao and Hong Junkai both had their jaws dropped. "Yinlingxi, it's that God Awakening Group's big miss." They were dumbfounded that the God Awakening Group's eldest young lady was so close to a ghost immortal. Could there be a story between them? Time to go. Lin Xiao pulled the two foolish companions away, not allowing them to continue to shine. No, I don't want to go. I want to eat the melon. This is an amazing melon. Chen Dao wanted to stay. Hong Jun Kai has dangled. Oh my god. The unattainable Yin Ling Shi has a story with a ghost fairy. The world is too magical. Lin Xiao was speechless. It was fine that the God Awakening group was a large consortium, but Jiang Yan was an SS-ranked God giver. It is not impossible to become an emperor in the future. Even if he really becomes the son-in-law of the Yin family, it is normal. He's only an A-class divine giver, and there are numerous families in Jiangcheng that have thrown olive branches at him. Not to mention the SS-ranked Jiang Yan. Formally introduce yourself. Yin Lingxi's eyes were flowing. With an inclined smile, my name is Yin Lingxi, the only daughter of the chairman of the God Awakening group. Jiang Yan kindly held the jade hand Yin Lingxi handed over and smiled. My name is Jiang Yan. Yin Lingxi's snow-white skin flushed a bit. That. Jiang Yan, would you be interested in joining the Divine Awakening group? Before Jiang Yan could open his mouth, Lin Tian's shouting voice rang out. No way. He doesn't agree. Yin Lingxi's slender willow brows knitted slightly, revealing her dissatisfaction with Lin Tian. Brother-in-law. This voice of Lin Tian directly rendered Jiang Yan speechless. When did he become Lin Tian's brother-in-law? Lin Tian looked handsome, but he was playful. Brother-in-law, I brought my sister to you. Ouch dash. He was knocked on the head again and jumped up and down in pain. Beside him, quietly stood a tall woman with a delicate figure. She smiled like a flower and exhaled like an orchid. Ghosty mortal, my younger brother is unintelligent and has caused you a lot of trouble. Jiang Yan laughed lightly. Small matter, just go back and beat him up. Brother-in-law. Lin Tian immediately screamed miserably. Lin Wanyu twisted Lin Tian's ear, but smiled brightly when she looked at Jiang Yan. Mr. Jiang, in order to thank you for saving our siblings, I have a family heirloom of 10,000-year-old spirit plants, and I hope you will smile. Her white wrist was as slender as jade, tied with a silver bell of orchids, which gave out a pleasant sound, and blue light flashed, and a spiritual plant emitting white moonlight appeared. Yin Lingxi's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. 10,000 years moonflower grass. She looked at Lin Wanyu incredulously. The Lin family was the major shareholder of the 100 Herbs Group. They naturally had many spiritual plants and divine medicines, but 10,000-year-old plants are rare. The 100 Grass Group is afraid that there are only 10 plants. She, Lin Wanyu, was so generous as to gift a 10,000-year-old spirit plant to Jiang Yan. There was only one possibility. Lin Wanyu had a crush on Jiang Yan and wanted to pull him in to join the 100 Grass Group. Yin Lingxi's willow brows knit tightly. She would never let Jiang Yan join her nemesis group. Jiang Yan, thank you for saving me again. Yin Lingxi blinked her big eyes. Her jade hand raised and a golden potion appeared in his palm. To thank you for saving me twice. This bottle of draconic potion is gifted to you. Yin Lingxi shoved the golden amalgam to Jiang Yan. The surrounding people were all filled with shock when they heard the desolate ancient combination. Desolate ancient combination. This is taken from the genes of the martial emperors of the desolate ancient period. I didn't realize that the Divine Awakening group had really researched this astounding concoction. Ordinary gene synergists sell for $100,000 a bottle. And this dystopian synergist, which is not yet available on the market, there is a price for it. No one could say who was more valuable between the Draconic Combine and the 10,000 years spiritual plant. Jiang Yan watched as the two women competed to bestow their favors on him, and he was not at all excusing himself. Smilingly, he received it in his hands. The two young ladies are really generous. Your intentions are welcome. Send the desolate ancient combination and 10,000 years of moonflower grass into the 10 directions ghost order. Jiang Yan smiled and bid farewell to the few people. I still have things to do, so I'll go ahead. Wait. Yin Lingxi and Lin Wanyu spoke in unison, still thinking of retaining, and in the twinkling of an eye, it was discovered that Jiang Yan had already disappeared. Lin Wanyu and Yin Lingxi glared at each other and finally let out a cold snort at the same time, twisting their heads and not looking at each other. Lin Tian laughed cheaply next to Lin Wanyu. Old sister, looking at the ghosty mortal, right? Your oldest brother, I found you a good match, didn't I? Humph. It's only in Linjiang province that we can call ourselves the strongest. The imperial capital and the devil's capital have seen SS-ranked god gifters come out in full force in recent years, and there are as many people stronger than his ghost immortal as a sea of clouds. Lin Wanyu coldly snorted. Lin Tian blinked. Old sister, why is your face red? I call this glowing. Lin Wanyu twisted Lin Tian's ear and, huffing and puffing away. Strange? Older sister rarely blushes? Lin Tian was a bit puzzled. The asshole followed. Yin Lingxi was also angry and stomped her feet. What the heck? So arrogant. I was going to invite you to come and sit at the God Awakening group. A rare despondency surfaced on her tilted face, and taking back her everlasting liquid, with a face full of displeasure, he left the king's mountain ruins. Everyone else in the relics were all shocked and their mouths couldn't close. Am I crazy? I just seemed to see Yin Lingxi and Lin Wanyu fighting over jealousy? I must be crazy. No. I saw it too. Two goddesses fighting over a ghost immortal. If this were to be known to the outside world, I'm afraid no one would even dare to believe it. I've heard that the young master of the Gu family from Magic City is courting Lin Wanyu. He's afraid he'll go crazy if he knows that his normally icy goddess is blushing at another man. Ha ha, this is a good show. The young master of the Gu family seems to be an SS-class divine giver as well, and has stepped into the third stage, becoming a martial sect. On Zhang Yan's side, he found a spatial crack, which was the exit of the ruins. It can't be too late already, can it? He didn't care. He went straight into the spatial rift and, coming out of the King's Mountain ruins, his cell phone got a signal. Ding, ding ding ding, ding ding ding. His cell phone was full of missed calls and 99 plus texts. Zhou Peng, where are you? Brother Jiang? The Zhongcheng martial arts competition has begun. Come quickly. Yi Iran, Jiang Yan, where have you been? Yun Tianjia, Brother Jiang. We've been eliminated by 3 people already. Everyone expects you to turn the tide of battle. Zhang Xiaoshang, are you okay? Lao Jiang, you didn't die in the ruins, did you? If you're still alive, answer me. Don't worry everyone. Looking at the screen full of messages, Zhang Yan smiled bitterly and sped towards the city while sending messages back to the crowd. He maneuvered quickly with one hand and sent 2 words to each of them. Wait for me. At this point in time, all of Linjiang's high schools were gathered at the Zhongcheng Martial Arts Dojo. The competition has reached a white heat. Linjiang no. 2 middle schools players should be 10. The actual presence of 9. In one challenge, 3 men were injured and disqualified from the tournament. Only 6 are still in play. Just when everyone in Linjiang no. 2 middle school was wilting, the cell phones of several people in the second class suddenly rang, and they instantly sobered up, taking out their phones to take a look. The message sender is Zhang Yan. Chapter 44, 1 move, 1 second. What's there to say? Jiangcheng, as the capital city of Linjiang province, its martial arts dojo in the center of the city was the size of 10 stadiums. At this time, the Zhongcheng Martial Arts Dojo was filled with students from colleges and universities throughout Linjiang province, as well as municipal and provincial leaders. Even the top professors from the University of Martial Arts personally visited. It's a complete one-sided crushing, and Linjiang no. 2 middle school receives a lot of resources every year. How could they be held down by the 3rd middle school's heavenly pride? The director of the city's education bureau was puzzled. In his memory, it seemed that Linjiang no. 2 middle school had produced an SS-ranked divine giver. He inquired to the old principal of the 2nd middle school at the back. Where is that demon from your 2nd middle school? Why don't you see him on the field? The old principal was sweating. That protagonist is usually the last to go on stage. Young people, always wanting to keep the mystery alive. The Secretary of Education nodded slowly. You've got a point there. Young people nowadays do have a lot of personality. And it's good to have personality, but arrogance is a bad thing. Yes, you're right, Director Shen. The next time I see that kid, definitely need to teach him a few good lessons to get his mind right. The old principal nodded repeatedly. The old principal has been scared to death, and now it's the very thing that's transferring him to Kyoto. He didn't want anything to go wrong in the 2nd grade. Jiang Yan, appear quickly. On the martial arts arena, Meng Zhan was bruised and battered, his body bloody and deep. In front of him stood a man full of cold arrogance. That's all the 2nd middle school has to offer. And also dare to participate in the Zhongcheng martial arts competition. Do you not know what this year's martial arts competition is called? Chao Yu's face was filled with arrogance and, the Heaven's Pride competition. Only Heaven's Pride is qualified to go on stage. He looked at Meng Zhan with pitying eyes. TSK, an A-ranked divine giver put in the past. It can also be called the word heavenly pride, but now, it is nothing. His palm condensed a ball of thunder, splitting and snapping as it erupted into a terrifying fluctuation that engulfed Meng Zhan. There was a flash of white light on the martial arts arena, and by the time the eye-catching white light dissipated, Meng Zhan had already collapsed on the ground. Unconsciousness. Meng Battle lost consciousness. 3rd form Chao Yu gets the victory. The referee declared the winner. Several healing system exalts caught up to the stage at a rapid pace, treating the seriously injured and dying Meng Zhan, carried him off the martial arts arena. Chao Yu is the strongest. Invincible in the 3rd form. Don't disgrace yourself in the 2nd grade either. Just go home and farm. In the audience, the crowd taunted Linjiang 2nd middle school and shouted at Chao Yu of 3rd middle school. Chao Yu enjoyed this feeling very much. He was born to be in existence in the limelight. S-class heavenly artifact Divine Thunder Battle Armor. Summoning the Divine Thunder Battle Armor. He is the god of thunder descending into the world, hauling the power of thunder between his raised hands and proudly looking down on the crowd. Look out of the corner of your eye. The referee shouted loudly at this moment. Is there anyone else from Linjiang Second Middle School who wants to challenge Chao Yu? If you don't have it, you'll be replaced. The students of the third middle school in the audience mocked. The waste of the second middle school. Can't even hurt a hair on Chao Yu's head. Ha ha, I'm laughing my ass off. That stupid big guy just now. He was struck silly by a thunderbolt from Chao Yu, right? Still swinging numbly there. He can't really think he can hurt Chao Yu. Students from other high schools were also gloating. Didn't they say that Linjiang No 2 high school had a demon? How come we haven't seen that demon appear until now? It can't be a fake, right? Yeah, I remember there was a rumor that there was an SS-ranked God-giver from Linjiang Second Middle School. One man dry humping a class. What was called? Ghost Fairy. Yes, it's the Ghost Fairy. Where's the Ghost Fairy from Linjiang Second Middle School? Why haven't we seen him? The Ghost Fairy is out. Ha? What? The Ghost Fairy made an appearance. When? It is now. On the martial arts arena, a young boy in regular clothes slowly walked onto the stage. He skimmed his lips, full of indignation. Old Zhang is really atrocious. I've only just arrived. Just let me get on stage and fight. No love for the students at all. Chao Yu's eyes narrowed when he saw the visitor. I've seen your picture. You're the Ghost Fairy. Holy, you're a pervert, aren't you? What are you doing looking at my picture? Jiang Yan hastily covered himself. Ha, I was just wondering what my arch-rival for this martial arts tournament looks like. Chao Yu sneered. I heard that you are a summoner, specializing in summoning ghosts and monsters. You know quite a lot. Are you secretly in love with me? Jiang Yan laughed lightly. First things first, I'm not interested in guys, so don't cry if your confession is rejected. I confess your ass. Chao Yu couldn't bear it. How could this kid's mouth be so cheap? I'll make you never speak flirty words again. Chao Yu was strangely fast, transforming into a bolt of lightning that, instantly, he rushed in front of Jiang Yan. Bang! A dull sound. Just now Chao Yu how fast he rushed over and fly back as fast as you can now. Dressed in the Divine Thunder battle armor, Chao Yu's body were bowed into a C shape, flew horizontally for 100 meters, and crashed into the wall. Crashing a mark through the insulated wall. Chao Yu was stuck in the wall and couldn't fall down for a long time, losing the fight. I told you I don't like boys, and how scary it is to just come at you out of nowhere. Jiang Yan shook off his hand. That punch just now hurt his hand. The entire martial arts dojo fell into a death-like silence. Referee people are stupid. This match has not yet begun it. Chao Yu emergency-like. Suddenly it rushed on. If you go up there, why do you come back with a whoosh? And it's deep in the wall. The kind you can't even button down. The referee left his mouth open for a long time before coming back to his senses and said, Chao Yu has lost consciousness. Disqualification. Seeing this scene, even the director of education, Shen Wenba, was dumbfounded. What's the situation? Did you see what just happened? The man he asked was a crane-haired old man who stroked his beard and, smiling broadly, ha ha, our Linjiang province has really produced a supreme demon. The old principal of Linjiang No 2 Middle School jumped out excitedly and said, Director Shen, Principal Zhou, this is Jiang Yan from our school. He's the SS class God-giver. Oh, no wonder. Shen Wenba nodded in relief. So it's a SS-ranked demon. Then there's no problem. The child-haired, crane-faced old man, Zhou Wenshan smiled with satisfaction. This is a good seedling. In the future, you will surely become a god and a saint. These words immediately caused the jaws of the surrounding bigwigs to drop. Become an emperor and a god. What a concept. 8th order martial emperor. 9th order martial god. There's only one 8th ranked martial emperor sitting on the throne in China today, preserving the country's prosperity for 1,000 years. No foreign country dares to encroach. In 1,000 years, Huaxia had given birth to such an 8th order martial emperor, not to mention the 9th ranked martial god. That was even more of 1,000 years ago. To be able to make Zhou Wenshan of the Sacred Academy of Books give an evaluation like becoming an emperor and a god, this son's future is bound to be bright and infinite. He may even shoulder the future of the whole of China. Chapter 45. Sleeping can still be cultivated. A white-haired teenager's eyes were filled with fervor in the viewing seat of Linjiang No 1 Middle School. Ghost Immortal. You're really as tough as the rumors say, qualified to be my Lin Feiyu's opponent. He was a dual-born god gift and each of them was SS ranked. A double SS ranked god-gifted person. Lin Feiyu's blood was boiling all over his body. Ghost Immortal. I look forward to the moment I fight you. On the observation seat of Linjiang 7th Middle School, Lu Qingmeng rolled a strand of green silk with one slender jade finger, with a bright smile on his face. Oni Ai-chan, you're getting me so excited. She felt her body become parched. Ghost Fairy, let's kill each other until dawn. In the martial arts arena, one punch knocked Chao Yu of the third form out of the arena. Jiang Yan then didn't stay long. With his hands in his pockets, slowly, he made his way back to the reception room. Just as he arrived at the reception room, he was called by Zhang Xiaoshang. Old Zhang, what else is going on? Jiang Yan asked lazily. He rushed from the ruins of ancient King Mountain to the Jiangcheng martial arts dojo, speeding at full speed without stopping to rest for a moment, and that took half an hour. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the original breathing method to restore his physical and mental strength, he would have been exhausted halfway down the road. After arriving at the martial arts arena with great difficulty, Zhang Xiaoshang drove him into the arena without saying a word. Let him find a way to fix Chao Yu in the 3rd grade. Now that Chao Yu has also solved it, what else do you want him to do? Zhang Xiaoshang walked up to Jiang Yan and patted one hand on his shoulder. The heavy face broke into a smile. It's good to be back safely. Jiang Yan was first stunned, then laughed. Just kidding. I am a completely invincible existence in the King Mountain ruins. The Beast Kings all have to avoid me. Well, all of us believe in you. Have a good rest. Zhang Xiaoshang laughed. You've taken care of the heartache for the 2nd form. The other players in the 3rd form are not enough to be feared, so you don't need to go on the field. That would be great. I can finally get a few days of rest. Ha dash. Even with the original breathing method to restore his energy, Jiang Yan still yawned. Want to really rest and lie down for a good night's sleep? Brother Jiang, I'll take you to the restroom. As Jiang Yan's #1 lapdog, Zhou Peng volunteered to take on the role of tour guide and led Jiang Yan to the lounge. On the way to the restroom, Zhou Peng's mouth was not even idle, going on and on about how pretty the girls at which school are and who is the schoolgirl at which school. This kind of nutrient-less topic. Jiang Yan listened to the sleepiness heavier. Hey, in my mind, the most beautiful goddess is still the schoolgirl of Linjiang No. 1 High School. White, 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 white. Why are you stuttering? Zhou Peng's mouth was like a machine gun on this journey. Suddenly he stuttered, causing Jiang Yan to want to see what was going on. Just as he raised his head, he saw a face that was pouring out of the city. With a face like frost and skin like white snow, she was a stunning sight just standing there. Bai Lixue stood right in front of the two Jiang Yan, her face devoid of any expression. What a coincidence. Meeting again. Jiang Yan greeted very naturally. Then he remembered something. The 100 bottles of Jin potion you lent me. Sent to you. No need to return it. Bai Lixue opened her mouth lightly, her blue eyes flowing with a strange color. It's stunningly beautiful and haunting. Zhou Peng on the side had his jaw dropped. What's going on here? His most admired brother, Jiang, is actually with the goddess he wants to dream about the most. Surprisingly, I know each other, and it looks like the relationship is not ordinary. Brother Jiang, Jiang Shen, what the hell did you do behind your brother's back? You didn't go to watch the match? Jiang Yan asked. Bai Lixue shook her head. I don't like to read this. What a coincidence. I don't like watching people fight either, so I'm going back to my room to rest too. I'm sorry. Jiang Yan laughed. Bai Lixue looked at Jiang Yan with an expressionless face, the corner of her mouth rising slightly. Get some rest. Someone is going to challenge you, and that someone is strong. Oh, how strong is very strong? As strong as me? Jiang Yan asked with a smile. He felt that Bai Lixue looked dull and silly, and couldn't help but want to make an exit to tease. Well, as expected, Bai Lixue's eyebrows knit slightly, no longer having the coldness of an iceberg goddess. The frowning and thinking look is instead slightly droll. She thought for a long time and shook her head at Jiang Yan. I don't know which one of you is powerful. Jiang Yan smiled and asked compulsively. I can tell you the answer now. Want to know? Don't want to. Bai Lixue shook her head. I'll personally go to the matches that have to do with you and watch the answer will also be revealed to me with my own eyes. Really? I'll give you a satisfactory answer when the time comes. Jiang Yan waved his hand with Bai Lixue. Bye. I'm going back to rest. Bye. Bai Lixue waved goodbye to Jiang Yan in a good-natured manner. Zhou Peng's jaw dropped a bit when he witnessed this scene, and he couldn't hold back any longer. Brother Jiang, when I introduced you to Bai Lixue back then, you still said you didn't know her. I didn't recognize this until recently. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders and said, and he was forced to get to know each other, and he even received 100 bottles of genetic compounds from others, and became a little white boy. Of course, he would naturally not tell Zhou Peng about this. The Jiangcheng martial arts dojo was large and had a set of fully equipped rooms for each competitor. Walking into the room, Jiang Yan laid down on the bed without saying anything. He was too tired this period of time. Dip the bed and go to sleep. In his sleep, his divine sense came to the 10 Ghosts Order. The ancient book that was entangled in chains opened automatically, turning the pages rapidly and finally stopping at the page of the Immortal Tao collection. There was something missing from this page. Only half a page of the ancient, yellowed parchment remained. An ancient scripture emerged from the ancient book and surrounded Jiang Yan's divine sense. It kept pouring into his mind. The Immortal Tao collection, inherited from the immortal ancient period and created by an immortal underworld emperor. This gong method was divided into 10 weights, and each weight was a metamorphosis. Flesh mortal body cultivation up to the 10th level could also achieve fleshly body immortality and soul immortality. Although he was sleeping, Jiang Yan's divine sense was still cultivating, and according to the guidance of the ancient scriptures, the successfully stepped into the first level of the immortal Tao collection. Jiang Yan lay on the bed and huffed and puffed, not realizing that his outermost layer of skin was as hard as vibrating gold. Not even an A-grade divine providence could hurt him a single cold hair. The immortal Taoist collection. The first one trains the skin, the second one trains the flesh, the third one trains the tendons, and the fourth one trains the bones. The fifth weight practicing blood. Only the first 5 levels of the immortal Tao collection were recorded in the ancient books. By practicing the first 5 weights, one could reach the realm of indestructible flesh. All the laws of the world cannot destroy his flesh, and he will not die. Jiang Yan slept this sleep, and by the time he opened his eyes again, it was already the afternoon of the 3rd day. How come it still feels so tired? Jiang Yan twisted his body, feeling tired everywhere in his body, didn't rest enough. It wasn't until he was completely awake that he realized that there was an additional piece of gongfu in his mind. Immortal Tao collection. I still practiced the first weight in my sleep. Jiang Yan was dumbfounded. No wonder he slept for so long in one breath and still felt tired. Chapter 46 Yi Yiran's Breakdown. I'm so powerful. Sleeping can also lead to the initiation of feats. Jiang Yan himself was stunned. He is truly gifted. The others' sleep is rest. He, Jiang Yan, was different. He cultivated even when he slept. Not to mention that the original breathing method never stops. Now even his divine sense would cultivate by itself in his sleep. Is there a possibility that it is because of the original breathing method that only then was I able to cultivate in my sleep? Jiang Yan instantly understood what was going on. Because of the primordial breathing method, he basically wouldn't need to rest. Every moment is full of status, but he just had to go to bed every night. And when he did, the original breathing method is still in constant operation. This causes him to have too much energy. What about too much mental energy? The natural thing is that the divine consciousness is idle, and begins to find nothing to do on its own. Slowly, Jiang Yan slept, but his divine sense was in high spirits, so he started to find something for himself to do. This is the reason why he can still cultivate while sleeping. The first level of the immortal Tao collection. Practicing skin. Jiang Yan began to review the skills he had mastered during his sleep. Reading through it, the others were shocked. Practicing at the 5th level. One's flesh is indestructible straight away. This is too much. It seems that this book, the Immortal Taoist Collection, is his way of stepping into the second order? A new reward unlocked from the Ghost Order ancient book. Practicing skin. Unbreakable skin. He jumped a bit at the chance to try it out. Look up in the fully equipped suite. He went to the training room and found a B-grade alloy lance inside. Grade B alloy material. It's already considered upper middle class. It should be able to break my skin, right? Jiang Yan tried stabbing his fingers with his lance. Madaka. A metallic trill. Jiang Yan only felt something poking his finger, without any tingling sensation. It's like scratching an itch. B-grade alloy can't even hurt me. Jiang Yan was shocked. No, try another, more powerful one. He then retrieved an A-grade alloy lance from the training room, took a deep breath and, jabbing his hand violently with his lance, clank. The sound of the collision was more shocking and longer this time. Jiang Yan felt the pain, but that was all. Because the A-grade alloy lance, it really only broke a layer of his skin. Not even blood was spilled. After Jiang Yan's test, he practiced the first level of the Immortal Tao collection, completely able to block attacks up to A rank. Just the first level of practicing skin is so powerful. Jiang Yan was somewhat unable to sit still. He was going to try to reach the second level of practicing meat. Jiang Yan followed the guidance of the scriptures in his mind and cultivated the Immortal Tao collection over and over again. Each of his punches was mixed with huge force, blasting out sonic booms. Every time he practiced, he felt exhausted and drained of all his strength. Flow into the flesh and blood. He instantly realized, the Immortal Tao collection. For every cultivation, just turn my entire life force, energy and chi and blood into nutrients to nourish my flesh and blood. For anyone else, cultivating the Immortal Tao collection once, using all the life force, energy and chi and blood to nourish the flesh and blood, one is bound to be unable to get out of bed for days and nights. If Jiang Yan hadn't mastered the original breathing method and was able to quickly recover his state, he was also unable to cultivate the Immortal Tao collection several times a day. In this way, in one day, Jiang Yan directly cultivated the Immortal Tao collection 13 times. His refinement was rapid, and he had already touched the threshold of the second level of flesh training. If you counted according to a normal person, cultivating once would require half a month in bed. The amount that Jiang Yan cultivated in a day was on top of what others cultivated for half a year. Jiang Yan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, feeling that his power was a few points stronger. Knock knock. There was a sudden knock on the door of his room. Come in yourself. Jiang Yan thought it was Zhou Peng coming, so he didn't think much of it. The door to the room opened, and the visitor was violently stunned when he saw Jiang Yan's naked upper body. Jiang Yan has a height of 183 and a well-proportioned body, usually casual wear his walking clothes rack. Now that he had just finished cultivating the immortal Dao collection, his body was drenched in sweat, and he resented the fact that it was sticky. Just remove his upper body clothes, revealing his lean flesh. He was tall and well-built, with muscles that weren't exaggerated like those of a bodybuilder. Instead, it was very aesthetically pleasing, like a work of art created by God. When Jiang Yan saw that Zhou Peng had not spoken for so long, he raised his eyes and swept them over and froze, because the person who came was not Zhou Peng at all, but Yi Iran. Yi Iran's eyes looked straight and she looked like she was about to drool. Jiang Yan frowned and put his jacket on without saying anything, speaking coldly, "What are you doing here? Ha? Oh." Yi Iran came back to her senses and subconsciously swallowed her saliva. Not yet awake from Jiang Yan's stature, she muttered in her mind, what was the point of wearing a top? What's wrong with letting her see more? When did Jiang Yan become so petty? Obviously when they were together before, and treating myself with obedience. Thinking back to the past, Yi Iran's expression became a bit despondent. If she and Jiang Yan were still a couple like before, Jiang Yan's abs, did she want to look at them for as long as she wanted? Even can reach out and touch and feel. Yi Iran shook her head. Her face was full of blush. Really? What the hell was she thinking? How is it that as soon as I see Jiang Yan, it's like I've turned into a female hooligan? That, Jiang Yan, I was trying to tell you about it. This Budo tournament has taken a 2v2 approach to the finals. Yi Iran's cheeks reddened as she stirred her two hands together. I was thinking that if we were to form a team, there's no one better than you and I. Would you like to consider? No consideration. Jiang Yan directly interrupted Yi Iran's words, waving his hand at Yi Iran and, I know things, you can leave my room. Yi Iran was dumbfounded. She was aggrieved. Obviously they used to be so close. Why would they be like this now? Yes, at that time, she was seeing that Jiang Yan had not awakened the divine gift and chose to break up with him, but it wasn't her fault. Anyone who learns that their significant other hasn't awakened the divine gift, both will choose to break up. She was only doing what is humanly possible. Jiang Yan, why did he become so desperate? Is there really not even a little wiggle room? Jiang Yan. Yi Iran bit her cherry lips and, with reddened eyes, he glared at Jiang Yan. If you don't team up with me, who else do you want to team up with? Other than me, who could be worthy of you? It doesn't seem to matter to you who I team up with or who is worthy of me. Jiang Yan probably didn't even look at Yi Iran. His voice was very bland. Didn't take Yi Iran to heart at all. He brewed his own coffee. Finished? When you're done, you can leave my room and, oh yeah, and remember to bring the door with you. Yi Iran could no longer endure Jiang Yan's indifference. She cried with red eyes. Jiang Yan, I. She wanted to put out the word that she would never come to him again, but she couldn't say anything about it, so she could only flee in disarray. In passing, he also closed the door to Jiang Yan's room. What she was thinking was that Jiang Yan's upper body must not be seen by anyone else. Chapter 47, Another SS-ranked God-giver. Another day and night of cultivation. Jiang Yan cultivated during the day and at night when he slept. By the time the next morning rolled around, he had successfully stepped into the second level of the Immortal Dao collection, practicing flesh. Jiang Yan clenched his fists and felt the changes in his physical body, which had grown several times in strength. With a casual swing of his fist now, he could blast out a sonic boom, snapping your fingers and rubbing out sonic booms. Holy, this is too dangly. Rubbing a sonic boom with his bare hands, Jiang Yan's beauty couldn't be helped. Jiang Yan's current physical strength allowed him to fight another 100 Western martial clerics. He was able to push through the King's Mountain ruins without relying on any martial skills or divine gifts. With just this physical body, growling dash, movement came from his stomach. Jiang Yan smashed his mouth and, I'm a little hungry, and it's time to try the cafeteria at the Budokan. He walked out of the lounge and headed to the cafeteria of the River City Martial Arts Dojo. The cafeteria of the Jiangchang Martial Arts Dojo was very luxurious, with 6 floors. Each floor has a different country's division. Jiang Yan was also too lazy to climb up, so he found a seat on the first floor and looked at the menu in his hand, casually ordered a fried chicken combo. As he cultivated the Immortal Dao collection to the second level, his energy and chi and blood were completely insufficient. He continues to fry high-fat foods like chicken for energy. It didn't take long. The staff then brought the tray over. Your deluxe family bucket is ready. Thanks. Receiving the fried chicken family bucket, Jiang Yan's mouth watered. He hadn't eaten properly for several days in order to cultivate the Immortal Dao collection. It was only thanks to the original breathing method that he held on and didn't starve to death. Ha! Look, Qing Meng, That guy who wolfed down his food with no food at all. Isn't it a ghost fairy? Yang Zitong shook Lu Qingming's arm. Hearing the word ghost immortal, Lu Qingming quickly looked in the direction her best friend pointed. Sure enough, in the corner of the first floor of the cafeteria, Jiang Yan was holding a fried chicken leg in each hand, taking bites left and right. Really? Nothing to eat? Lu Qingming's beautiful eyes carried a smile. Zitong, let's go over and take a look. No good, we're not in the same high school as him, but we're enemies. Yang Zitong was still hesitating when she suddenly realized that her best friend had gone straight. Sima, wait for me. How strange. Qingming didn't used to be interested in boys. The look she was displaying at this ghost fairy was clearly super interested. Oh, her Sima was old enough to know the goodness of the opposite sex. Lu Qingming naturally didn't know what was going on in her good girlfriend's mind. She only had Jiang Yan in her eyes. Jiang Yan, who was wildly flaunting a large chicken leg, suddenly felt that the light above his head was blocked. He didn't wipe his mouth either, and looked up faintly. Ghost immortal is incorrect. I should address you as fellow student Jiang Yan. Lu Qingming smiled like a flower. There was a smile in his eyes. Can I sit down here? This cafeteria isn't run by my family, so be my guest. Jiang Yan continued to flaunt the big chicken leg furiously. Hey, the one sitting in front of you is the 7th grade schoolgirl. Can you watch what you eat? Yang Zitong's almond eyes were round. Really? This is the first time her Qingming has ever approached a boy. Can we get a good image of her Simu instead of a foodie image? I don't care what schoolgirl she is. You guys just sit here and don't get in the way of my food. While Jiang Yan was talking, the movement of stuffing chicken legs into his mouth did not stop. Lu Qingming looked at Jiang Yan with a smile, stretching out a slender jade hand and, straight into the family bucket purchased by Jiang Yan, taking out a fried chicken in front of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's movements of dazzling the chicken leg stopped. His eyes were grim as he raised his head. Put it down. Can't I have one of your chicken legs? A smile plastered across Ryu Simu's face. Put down my chicken leg. If you want to eat it, go buy it yourself. Jiang Yan said in a cold voice. But I just want to eat your chicken leg. What should I do? Pouted Ryu Simu. There seems to be some trouble there. The Yang Zitong people on the side were dumbfounded. What's going on here? How did her family's good baby Qingming become a female bully who molested good women and men? What kind of weird plot direction is this? It's a little weird. I said put it down. Jiang Yan's aura suddenly climbed, and his SS-class divine gift aura was on full blast. It instantly chilled the entire cafeteria by a few degrees. Yang Zitong was even shivering, as if she was in the middle of winter and would freeze into an ice sculpture at any time. Lu Qingming was still smiling like a flower, and she took a small bite on a fried chicken leg in front of Jiang Yan. It was delicious. I think I'll be ordering the family bucket a lot from now on too. Her aura was likewise in full swing, not inferior to Jiang Yan in the slightest. She's also an SS-ranked divine gift. Jiang Yan and Lu Qingming's auras clashed, and for a while it was hard to tell the winner from the loser. Worthy of being a ghost immortal? It's surprising that it can be on par with me at the 5th level of the 3rd rank. Lu Qingming's eyes were filled with interest in Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was now a 2nd-ranked 1st-ranked, and his aura was the same as that of a fellow SS-ranked divine giver, and it was not comparable to Lu Qingming who had already reached the 5th level of the 3rd order. This was also the first time Jiang Yan had encountered such a tough opponent. His SS-class aura was able to strike fear into those whose divine providence grades were lower than his. It's the first time it hasn't worked on people. This girl with a smile on her face seemed awfully strong. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth rose slightly. It was a bit interesting. He recognized Lu Qingming's strength. He pushed the family bucket beside him towards Qingming Lu. Lu Qingming smiled even more. Thank you for sharing. I'll make myself at home. Her white jade hands cupped the chicken wings and took small bites. With 3 people at a table, Yang Zitong had been stunned by the terrifying aura. The remaining 2, both with smiles on their faces, were eating their own fried chicken. When the bucket of fried chicken was finished, Jiang Yan wiped his hands and handed a new paper towel to Lu Qingming. Thank you. Receiving the tissue paper, Lu Qingming carefully wiped each of her delicate fingers clean. It was delicious. Thanks for the invite. Jiang Yan slowly stood up and laughed. When the time comes to bump into each other, don't show any mercy. My name is Lu Qingming. Remember my name. Lu Qingming rested one hand on her chin and, smiling, he said, when I run into you, I will show no mercy. Her eyes flashed with excitement. I will crush you and let you be like those mortals who can only look up to me. Oh no. Lu Qingming smiled sweetly. You're different. They can only look up to me, and even if you lose, I'm willing to let you walk alongside me, on the same path. Jiang Yan stretched his back. It seems that I am really a special existence in your eyes, but let me be clear about one thing. What? Lu Qingming smiled and cocked her head. Jiang Yan held a smile at the corner of his mouth. I've never lost, and I've never known how to write the word lose. Lu Qingming was stunned, then smiled brightly. Soon, you will know. Is that so? Jiang Yan waved his hand and turned to leave. Then let me wait and see. Chapter 48, The Poor Ignorant. After a few days of great competition, the Zhangchang martial arts competition quickly proceeded to the top 16. Jiang Yan, who had just eaten the entire family bucket, was caught by Zhou Peng. Brother Jiang, finally found you. Zhou Peng panted. Jiang Yan casually handed him a piece of chicken leg. What's the hurry? Come on, have a piece of fried chicken. Jiang, stop eating now. It's your turn to play. Because the strength Jiang Yan showed was too strong, the tournament party directly gave Jiang Yan 10 consecutive rounds. Got him right into the Sweet 16. This also drew the displeasure of many of the contestants, who demanded that Jiang Yan compete with them. If it wasn't for the pressure from the tournament authorities, Jiang Yan would have been able to go straight to the semi-finals. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. So soon to the semi-finals? No, it's those contestants who jointly protested for you to return to the tournament. Brother Jiang. The attitude was so strong that the tournament was pressured to make it impossible for you to take a turn. Zhou Peng exasperatedly said. It's Lei Zhenming from the 4th middle school who screams the most. And he challenged you. Jiang Yan didn't even raise his eyelids. Lei Zhenming, is it strong? He's not interested in the weak. Lu Qingmeng, who was of the same SS rank, could still give him a few moments of battle spirit. He is the strongest person in the Linjiang 4th middle school, awakening the SS grade divine gift. His current rank is the peak of the 2nd order. Zhou Peng looked serious. Brother Jiang, I think he might be a bit tricky. SS class divine giver, peak of the 2nd order. Still too weak. Jiang Yan smiled and said, since he wants to challenge me, I'll play with him. It was just the right time to try out the power of the 2nd level of the Immortal Dao collection. Brother Jiang, are you really going to accept his challenge? Zhou Peng was shocked and he had thought that Jiang Yan would refuse such a troublesome matter. Jiang Yan patted down Zhou Peng's shoulder and said in a serious tone, Old Zhou, what would you do if a fly kept buzzing in your ear? I'm most annoyed by flies. We'll swat them to death. Zhou Peng exasperatedly said. After being angry, Zhou Peng instantly understood Jiang Yan's meaning, and what shocked him the most was that Jiang Yan actually regarded Lei Zhenming as a fly. That's the strongest of the 4. Jiang Yan's mouth was tinged with a smile. Let's go. Go swat the annoying flies. Ah well. Zhou Peng returned to his senses and quickly followed Jiang Yan. Just as he arrived at the preparation room, he saw Zhang Xiaoshang walking back and forth with an anxious face. Yo, old Zhang. Jiang Yan smiled and went to greet him. Seeing Jiang Yan coming, Zhang Xiaoshang's brows furrowed into a chuanzi. You kid still laughs. I eat and sleep well every day. Why can't I laugh? Jiang Yan cheerfully said. Do you know how strong the Lei Zhenming who challenged you is? Zhang Xiaoshang looked serious and, he's the disciple of 6th order Thunder Saint Huayuan. Thunder Saint Huayuan? Our Linjiang provinces know one person in Thunder system abilities. Hearing the great name of Thunder Saint, Zhou Peng was so scared that his hair stood on end. Lei Zhenming is actually his disciple. Jiang, brother Jiang, why don't we stop fighting? Zhou Peng said cautiously. He's a disciple of the Thunder Saint. He must have mastered the Thunder Saint's martial arts and techniques. Jiang Yan still wore a smile on his face, as if the person who was going to be in the ring wasn't him. A disciple of the Thunder Sage. Sounds a bit troublesome. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth rose slightly. Zhang Xiaoxing's body was shaken. As long as he heard Jiang Yan say the word some trouble, he would not be able to realize that he was in trouble. Just be sure that this kid must have a full grasp of winning. When he said some trouble, he meant that he couldn't kill his opponent with one hand. Having to reach out with an extra hand to squeeze it is a bit of a pain in the ass. Zhang Xiaoshang was incomparably shocked. He knew that Jiang Yan was a demon. I didn't expect him to be so demonic to this extent that he didn't even put a disciple of the 6th order Thunder Saint in his eyes. Is he going against the grain? Zhang Xiaoshang was no longer anxious, revealing the concern of an elder for a junior. Old Jiang, be careful in everything. Old Zhang, when did you become such a pussy? Have you awakened to motherhood in your middle age? Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. You bastard. Zhang Xiao laughed angrily. Hurry up and get your ass to the martial arts arena. Don't let me see you. Jiang Yan happily went up to the martial arts arena. Only then did he realize that a blue-haired man already stood in the martial arts arena. The moment Jiang Yan stepped onto the field, the blue-haired man's stern eyes locked onto Jiang Yan. He sneered. You are Jiang Yan? Don't talk nonsense. I'm not Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan hurriedly denied it. You're not? Lei Zhenming froze and, he said in annoyance, what are you doing up here if you're not Jiang Yan? The person I want to challenge is Jiang Yan. Hello. Jiang Yan greeted politely first. Then he laughed. Everyone calls me Jiangshan. Lei Zhenming realized that he had been tricked. His eyes were cold and, showing murderous intent, only showing off your tongue. The referee of the Zhangchang martial arts competition instantly appeared in the center of the martial arts arena. He passionately introduced, The much anticipated Jiang Yan has finally made his appearance. Can he? Interrupting. I'm not Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan looked serious. I am Jiang Shen. Well, right. The referee was Jiang Yan Hole won't be able to. His forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Our Jiang Yan student is still really humorous. Ah ha ha. Lei Zhenming said in a cold voice. You may begin. He can't wait to trample Jiang Yan under his feet and prove to everyone that he, Lei Zhenming, it's the first person in Linjiang province. The referee is numb. These two students, one more disrespectful than the other. Top 16 match. 4th middle school Lei Zhenming challenges 2nd middle school Jiang Yan. Game on. As soon as the referee's words left his mouth, his entire body instantly disappeared. Dazzling blue light flashed, and an invisible barrier enveloped the martial arts arena. Just in case you accidentally hurt a student in the viewing gallery, your death is imminent, so feel free to say whatever last words you have. Lei Zhenming waved his big hand. A burst of thunder hissed, and a thunder spear manifested in his hand. Jiang Yan smiled and shook his head. Ignorance is really scary. What? Lei Zhenming frowned. He didn't understand what Jiang Yan was trying to convey. If I were you, I should remain afraid. Jiang Yan had his hands in his pockets. Smiling faintly, he said, if you can kill me alive, this match will be considered a win for you. How about it? It's really arrogant to the extreme. Lei Zhenming sneered. I don't know by what means you bribed the tournament to keep giving you turns. A despicable coward like you will be obliterated by my own hands. Let the world witness the misery of you kneeling and begging for mercy. The thunder gun in Lei Zhenming's hand erupted with a hiss, transforming into a thunder dragon. You're wrong, Jiang Yan faintly said. That's why I said you're ignorant. He lifted his head slowly, the smile at the corners of his mouth widening. Lei Zhenming subconsciously felt that something wasn't right, and Jiang Yan's aura suddenly changed drastically. No longer as warm and harmless as before, but exudes a feeling of fear and despair. The tournament authorities chose to let me take a turn, not to bail me out of advancing, but to protect you guys. Jiang Yan's eyes are full of laughter. Protect you? Don't have to face me directly. Poor ignoramuses. P.S. Here's a tip for the extra shifts. Stupid authors stabilize at 2 shifts a day. If you reach 500 free swag, you get an extra chapter. Chapter 49, Killing the Heart. Lei Zhenming trembled, subconsciously feeling fear. He barely managed to compose himself. Trickery. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Then try and kill me. I'll see how long you can keep your mouth shut. The thunder gun in Lei Zhenming's hand raged like a dragon. A thunder dragon roared up to the sky, instantly blasting towards Jiang Yan's direction. Boom boom dash. Wherever the thunder dragon passed, a terrifying thunderstorm roar erupted. The students in the observation gallery all stood up in shock. 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon Bard. This is Thunder Saint Huiyuan's famous killing move. Surprisingly, it was passed down to Lei Zhenming. Heavens, this is a middle-grade Earth rank martial art. It once directly killed a 6th order beast emperor in seconds. So horrible. Then Jiang Yan is finished. I've long looked at him with disdain. I can't believe I bribed the tournament to keep letting him take his turn. Bumping into Lei Zhenming. This despicable villain is dead for sure. Hey yo, who threw the can? The students who had originally ridiculed Jiang Yan were dumbfounded by a sudden can, and at this point the culprits who threw the cans, already being held back in her seat by one of the girls dead. Falling snow. Are you crazy? How can you hit someone with a can? Bai Luoxue frowned her nice eyebrows. He slandered people. I'm going to smash him. My auntie, you and that Jiang Yan don't know each other. So what's wrong with others slandering him a bit? Has it got anything to do with you? Mu Shuiyao said breathlessly. I can't stand to see them slandering Jiang Yan. Bai Lishue beamed. Mu Shuiyao's face suddenly changed. Bad. Her family's eldest young lady wouldn't be looking at that Jiang Yan. Thinking of this possibility, Mu Shuyao swallowed her saliva and tentatively asked. Falling snow. You and that ghost immortal Jiang Yan know each other? Aha! Bai Luoxue nodded her head obediently, her big watery eyes sparkling with stars. And I've given him over 10 cases of Gene Hopper. Mu Shuiyao's face turned pale. Bad. It's all wrapped up. My big miss. Your identity is special. You can't get too close to ordinary people. Mu Shuiyao said bitterly. Bai Lishue, who had always been good and understanding, shook her head for the first time, objecting to Mu Shuiyao's words. Yao. Jiang Yan, he is not an ordinary person. He is my kind. He is a SS divine giver. However, Bai Lishue was able to see through his soul to the unknown, taboo. He is your kind. Mu Shuiyao trembled, her voice slightly distorted. Mu Shuiyao looked towards the leisurely figure with his hands in his pockets on the martial arts arena and subconsciously swallowed her saliva. Fear. On the martial arts arena. Lei Zhenming hooked a cold smile. Turn into pieces under my 9 heavenly thunder dragon. He was determined to win, and the Thunder Dragon was like no one's business, instantly killing Jiang Yan. Just as the Thunder Dragon was about to devour it, several chains entwined with black chi flew out, entangling the Thunder Dragon to death. Unable to close in on Jiang Yan for another minute, the whole room was shocked. The huge Thunder Dragon was unable to move a single bit under the black lock's entanglements, and it constantly wailed. Eventually the life dissipates. The crowd in the viewing gallery were all dumbfounded, and then a clamor erupted. Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon barred. Just like that it was dissolved? Shady. This is definitely shady. Who are those people behind Jiang Yan? He must have gotten help. This is cheating. It's shady. What are the ones up there screaming? Don't you know that Jiang Yan is a summoner? Open your mouth and spew without knowing anything. What a black man. That's right. My brother Jiang is the strongest. Lei Zhenming is just a wild dog on the side of the road. Stay away from my brother Jiang. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and his tone was laced with laughter. Scared me to death. I thought I was dead. How is this possible? My 9 heavenly thunder dragon bard. How could it be easily dissolved by you? Lei Zhenming's eyes were filled with shock. This is an earth-ranked martial art that his master, Lei Xingjiu, taught him, and with this martial art, he was able to defeat the Third Order martial sect. At this moment, facing Jiang Yan, a sense of powerlessness was born. Looking at Jiang Yan behind whom stood 2 uncommon envoys holding black locks, Lei Zhenming inexplicably felt his heart palpitate. It was as if his soul would be hooked at any moment. Lei Zhenming swallowed. You can't scare yourself. He must have cracked my 9 heavenly thunder dragon technique by fluke. With a burst of energy, he pointed his thundering gun, and his peak second order chi and blood erupted in full force. The entire person was like a missile, killing Jiang Yan at extreme speed. Jiang Yan was still standing still, with a gentle smile on his face. Earthquakes. He smiled and spoke. A black mist shrouded the area, and a huge stiff kuwei appeared, blasting the extremely fast killing Lei Zhenming away with a single punch. Pua-ah-ah. Lei Zhenming was smashed by the earth kuwei, breaking his bones and slamming into the barrier. It knocked a gash in the barrier. The referees are all watching with trepidation. This Jiang Yan is too scary. Summoned dead creatures have this kind of combat power. A few big names sitting at the highest place wore smiles on their faces. What a Jiang Yan! The summoned dead things are all at the level of an SS-class physical exalt. The secretary for education smiled and said to the old principal of the second middle school, "Your second middle school, out of an unbelievable student." The old principal's old face smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. Jiang Yan. This child. I've been watching him since the moment he first came to our second middle school, and I can see that he's extraordinary. At this moment in the martial arts arena, Lei Zhenming struggled to get up from the ground. I can't accept it. I can't take it. His eyes were covered in blood, staring at Jiang Yan as he hissed, "Jiang Yan, you have the ability to fight me yourself. Don't use such underhanded tactics." Jiang Yan smiled. "I am a summoner. Don't you know that summoners are weak in the flesh?" The students in the viewing gallery were also talking about it. Lei Zhenming is a bit shameless, isn't he? Jiang Yan is a summoner. The main focus is to summon living beings to fight for themselves, and Lei Zhenming is so good that he even made Jiang Yan fight him personally. TSK, fourth form Lei Zhenming. I thought he was something. I didn't realize the heart was so vile. It's lamentable. This is too much fun for me to watch. I think it makes sense for the tournament authorities to let Jiang Yan take his turn. Jiang Yan is really too strong, and he's not in the same class of existence as us. Listening to the comments from the viewing gallery, Lei Zhenming's face was hard to see, but he had no other choice. Instead of just being defeated by the dead things summoned by Jiang Yan, it would be better to use words to provoke Jiang Yan to have to fight him. He was well aware of how fragile the summoner's physical body was, and if in the absence of practicing specific feats of the physical body would not be too different from an ordinary person who had not awakened the divine gift. If Jiang Yan dared to agree to fight him with his physical body, he was confident that he would instantly kill Jiang Yan. Not only did it reverse the tide of battle, but it saved its own face. Jiang Yan, you despicable villain, do you dare to fight me squarely without the use of external objects? Lei Zhenming stared at Jiang Yan dead on, his mouth full of sarcasm. Jiang Yan tilted his head and looked at the little cutie's eyes at Lei Zhenming. He was naturally clear that Lei Zhenming was using agitation, but Jiang Yan just loved to crush his opponents without mercy in the areas they were proud of. Kill and kill. Fine, then I won't use the 10 square ghost order. Jiang Yan smiled and said, just use my frail physical body to fight you squarely. Chapter 51 Punch opens the sky. Surprisingly, he agreed. Lei Zhenming was first stunned. Then the corner of his mouth hooked up in a sneer. I thought he was a smart guy, but I didn't realize that he was a dumbass who was so arrogant that he took the bait when provoked. A summoner who dared to collide with his physical body was simply asking for death. I respect you as a man, Lei Zhenming said conspiratorially. Hearing that Jiang Yan agreed to fight in the flesh, The crowd at the viewing gallery all stared in disbelief. Is he crazy? He's a summoner. The summoner's physical body is no different from that of an ordinary commoner, so he dares to take on the battle. Geez, I must be having trouble with my ears. I can't believe I heard Jiang Yan answer the battle. I must be hallucinating. I'll go to the hospital tomorrow to get my ears replaced. No, you all didn't hear it wrong or hallucinate. Jiang Yan he really answered the battle. A summoner who forgoes the use of summons and chooses to fight a shifter with his physical body. To put it bluntly, it's just getting yourself killed. Even the great figures watching the battle on the high platform furrowed their brows. The director of education's face was confused. This kid Jiang Yan, isn't he a bit too arrogant? The old principal of the second middle school was so shocked that his eyes went wide. No, I can't. He can't answer the battle. The crane-haired Zhou Wenshan laughed. What are you all so afraid of one by one? People's kids are volunteering to fight, so they must have something to go on. What Dean Zhou said. Director Shen laughed lightly and, I don't see this kid Jiang Yan is reckless either. He must have the certainty of defeating his opponent in battle. The old principal of the second middle school also calmed down. Right. Jiang Yan, this guy is not a little cute. He's not a cutie either. The fact that he dared to answer the battle meant that he was sure of winning. On the martial arts arena, the corner of Lei Jinming's mouth was hooked in a cold smile, and his eyes were filled with a ferocious killing intent. Jiang Yan, don't you regret it? Your words are a bit much. Jiang Yan laughed faintly. Feeling Jiang Yan's contempt, Lei Jinming was completely furious. He had been the pride of heaven since he was a child. The divine gift awakening even awakened the world's rare SS-class divine gift. He should have been the brightest existence in Jiangcheng, the hope of Jiangcheng. But there was a Jiang Yan, this guy who has awakened the SS-class divine providence, taking away everything that was rightfully his, making him the green leaf that accompanies him. He can't accept it. He was the star of tomorrow. He was the first of the new generation in Jiangcheng. Jiang Yan, make an end. Lei Jinming hissed as purple thunder erupted around him. He was like a berserk thunder beast that violently killed Jiang Yan. Boom boom dash. A burst of thunder erupted wherever he passed. Only the purple stump was seen as fast as it could be and it broke through the sound barrier and instantly killed Jiang Yan. This speed was so exaggerated that it caused the crowd in the viewing gallery to gasp in shock. Couldn't see what was happening at all. Only the purple residual shadow blasting Jiang Yan like a madman. Die. Lei Jinming's eyes were covered in blood. His hands transformed into thunder and continuously bombarded Jiang Yan. Boom boom. The sound of a thunderstorm loud enough to shatter eardrums is gut-wrenching. Ask anyone who can resist this purple thunder rage of hundreds of rays per second. Many girls who adored Jiang Yan covered their mouths in horror. With tears in his eyes, it's over. Jiang Yan he is dead. Yi Eran, who had been watching the battle, also lost her color. No, it's impossible. Jiang Yan, he's so powerful. He won't die. Yi Eran no longer cared about her image and hissed maniacally. Jiang Yan, you can't die. The thunderstorm sounds were still roaring, and Lei Jinming's furious attacks were still continuing. It didn't stop in the slightest. Yi Eran's face turned pale. Where's the referee? Referee, quickly terminate the match. Hurry up and terminate the match. The referee, however, never stopped the fight as he too froze in place. He wasn't shocked by Lei Jinming's terrifying outburst. Rather, Jiang Yan's wheel of life. There was no change. Once the two competing parties enter the martial arts arena, the wheel of life of both of them will surface in front of the referee. The referee will be watching at all times to prevent the death of a player. This Lei Jinming attacked furiously. Each blast was enough to obliterate a peak second-ranked martial artist. Jiang Yan's wheel of life hadn't changed a bit? This is so evil. In the martial arts arena, Lei Jinming was extremely fast, blasting out thousands of punches per second. Each punch was mixed with purple thunderstorms, and the sound of thunder roared deafeningly. Who dash? Lei Jinming finally stopped his attack, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smirk as he, Griffin who doesn't know the heights of heaven, blocking my path, death is your only end. He turned and prepared to leave the field. Are you done fighting? A faint voice rang out. Hearing this voice, Lei Jinming stiffened and sweated. Cold sweat slid down his forehead and he swallowed, not even daring to look back for confirmation. He couldn't believe that Jiang Yan was still alive. The dust and smoke that filled the sky dispersed. Jiang Yan was standing in place, his hands in his pockets. With a spring-like smile on his face, a dead silence fell over the viewing gallery. The girls who were originally crying were all dumbfounded, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Thinking that he must have been sick with longing, he saw Jiang Yan's ghost. Jiang Yan, you are fine. Yes, how can you be fine? I should have known that. You are stronger than anyone else. Yi Eran's eyes trembled with a mist of water. Jiang Yan tilted his head and looked at Lei Jinming. You've beaten me so painfully that you almost made me scream. Are you kidding? It's like scratching an itch, okay? His fleshly body had been washed and reshaped 3 times, and he had cultivated the immortal Tao collection to the second level of practicing flesh. Even a third-order Beast King would have trouble breaking his defense. A peak second-order Lei Jinming. And how could it hurt him? Thousands of punches a second? Oh, it's all thunder and no rain. The tens of thousands of punches that Lei Jinming blasted at him were nothing more than tickling. The comfort even made Jiang Yan want to take a nap. You cheated. You must have a spirit treasure on you. Spiritual talismans. You cheated. Lei Jinming's mental defense completely collapsed. Maybe out of fear. Maybe out of resignation. His best efforts, in front of Jiang Yan, were nothing but a child's acrobatics, or even a mayfly. It wasn't until this moment that he clearly realized the gap between himself and Jiang Yan. It's like the clouds in the sky and the sludge on the ground. It was an insurmountable chasm, and he would never be able to reach Jiang Yan's height. I won't fight. I won't fight. Lei Jinming had been scared out of his wits. No more fighting? It's already too late. Jiang Yan laughed coldly. You weren't screaming very happily at the beginning. What's with the talk of not fighting now? It was you who wanted to fight me in the flesh, and I obliged. Now, it's my turn to attack. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Yan had already disappeared in the same place. In the blink of an eye, Lei Jinming felt a figure in front of him. The eyes of that figure flashed scarlet, and through the endless killing intent of that, it was like looking at a dead man when he looked at himself. Lei Jinming's breath stuttered as he realized that death was very close to him. He felt everything around him slowing down, if not standing completely still. And it's like walking back in time. Only the figure's fist was closing in on itself, little by little, ever so slightly, a sign that his life is coming to an end. He wanted to shout, he wanted to roar, he even wanted to cry out. Yet it was all too late, for the man's fist was already infinitely closer to his abdomen. Obviously that punch hadn't even hit yet, and his internal organs had already begun to twist and shatter. No, just stop, please, stop it. It's going to kill him. He's really going to die. Master Lei Jinming let out one last word sound. Boom dash. With a loud sound like the sky collapsing, the terrifying fist wind lifted the Jinjin ground and twisted it. Lei Jinming rolled his eyes, and his entire body was like a kite with broken strings, instantly crashing into the barrier. Bang! Everyone was dumbfounded as the barrier was smashed through by Lei Jinming's cross-flying body. What a terrifying power this is. Kaching dash. The entire circular barrier shattered completely. The remnants of Lei Jinming's body lay on the ground without a trace of life. Chapter 51, Killing the Little One, Coming for the Old One. Hurry, get to the rescue. It took the referee a long time to snap out of his stiffness and he hissed with eyes wide open. Healer, what the are you waiting for? A large group of healers rushed over, all of them third-order healers. As long as there is a breath left in the injured person, they can be brought back to life. A dozen healers healed Lei Jinming's wounds at the same time, but there was no sign of Lei Jinming awakening. Time seemed to stop, and every second was as hard to sing as a century. I don't know how long it took, but one of the healers stood up with a stiff face and shaking hands and voices were shaking. Dead. The moment these words came out, the entire martial arts dojo fell into silence. Death-like silence. Dead, said the referee, his face pale. Everyone in the viewing gallery didn't say anything. They were completely stunned. A martial arts competition, and someone actually died. On the first center viewing seat, Lin Feiyu's mouth curled up in a smile, worthy of being a ghost immortal. The strike was really hard. We are really in the same category. In the 7th middle school viewing position, Lu Qingmeng was filled with redness. She looked at Jiang Yan's figure on the martial arts arena with fascination. Ah, Jiang Yan, you're great, just one punch has such power. I'm so excited. On the VIP seats on the high platform, the faces of several big names changed. How could this be? How could this be? The old principal of the 2nd middle school was dumbfounded and his face was anxious. Deaths at martial arts competitions happened every year. But this time was different. The person who died this time was an SS-class divine giver. It was even the disciple of Thunder Saint Huiyuan. Education Bureau Director Shen Wenba's face was ugly. This matter must be suppressed. Can't let that old thing Huiyuan know. Zhou Wenshan, the dean of the Sacred Academy of Books, was still smiling, as a summoner. Yet, he has a physical body that is not weaker than that of an SS-class strength system psychic. I have my eye on this son. Mr. Zhou, you're willing to bail him out. The old principal's face showed joy. Shen Wenba's face also slowed down. With Dean Zhou sheltering him, this child should be fine. Zhou Wenshan didn't say anything, but just wore a smile on his face. There will be someone who will protect him. Rumble dash. Dark clouds suddenly converged in the sky above the Zhangchang martial arts dojo, and there was a constant roar of thunder, converging into a boundless sea of thunder. It enveloped the entire river city. Boom! With a deafening roar, The Zhongchang martial arts dojo was shattered by a golden thunderbolt. A figure with a majestic breath stood in the air. Who is it? Who killed my Naru? Who is it? The visitor's head full of white hair exploded and golden thunder flowed furiously all over his body. Just like a thunder god. Someone recognized him and exclaimed in shock. Thunder Saint Huayuan. He has actually killed his way here. I'm afraid the ghost immortal will be wiped out by him right there. Oh my god. This is a 6th order martial saint. The topmost existence in Linjiang province. His anger is enough to overthrow River City. I'm afraid no one can protect the ghost immortal. Nowadays, it is the chaotic world where foreign beasts are ravaging the country, and Linjiang province cannot afford to be without a martial saint for a day to sit on the sidelines. Even if Jiang Yan is an SS grade god-giver, the officials are afraid that they will give him up as a way to quell Lei Sheng's monstrous anger, because once they sheltered Jiang Yan and caused a martial saint to leave, Zhongcheng City was afraid that it would be annihilated by the beast emperor who was eyeing the city. Everyone felt sorry for Jiang Yan, even if he was a supreme demon. Right now, there was also no value equivalent to a 6th order martial saint. The world is full of proud and evil people, but they can really rise up. The ones who become giants on one side are ultimately in the minority. No one would trust their immediate well-being to a seed that has yet to germinate. My Naruchan ah, unimaginable. A 6th-ranked martial saint with a head full of white hair actually hugged Lei Jinming's corpse and cried loudly in front of everyone. Who was so cruel as to shatter your 5 organs and 6 bowels alive? What kind of pain did you experience in your life? Tell Master. Master will help you take revenge. Huayuan roared up to the sky, and the golden thunder instantly transformed into a cage that enveloped the martial arts dojo. No one can escape. Who is it? Who killed my Minger? Huayuan looked very calm at this moment. His bloodshot eyes swept over everyone in the Zhongchang martial arts dojo in a deadly manner. Finally, someone couldn't withstand the pressure and collapsed and shouted, pointing at Jiang Yan. It's him. He's the one who killed Lei Jinming. It has nothing to do with me. No relation at all. Huayuan's cloudy eyes settled on Jiang Yan. Is it you? Who killed my Ming child? Jiang Yan smiled. Do you believe me when I say it wasn't me? Yellow-mouthed child. I want you to pay for my Minger's life. Huayuan instantly exploded and, I'm going to make you suffer all the torments of the world. I'm going to make your god soul die. His 5 fingers transformed into dragon claws and grabbed towards Jiang Yan's limbs, and it only took an instant to. It would make Jiang Yan's limbs explode into a bloody mist. Unable to commit suicide and left to his torture. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Yan would surely die. Old Hua, you're afraid you won't be able to move him today. A silhouette appeared at an unknown time and a light palm dissolved Thunder Saint Huayuan's Thunder Dragon Claw. Huayuan's face twisted as he stared deathly at the middle-aged man who stood in front of Jiang Yan. Yang Mingzuan, you're going to bail him out? The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. Crazy. It's Linjiang's strongest fire alien. Yang Mingzuan, rumor has it that he has retired, opened the parent green dining hall, and has never made a move again. I didn't expect him to break the precepts he swore for Jiang Yan today. At the VIP seat on the high platform, Director Shin and the old principal of the 2nd middle school were stunned. Yang Mingzuan, it's surprising that he's here. I didn't expect Jiang Yan to be involved with this person. Yang Mingzuan is a weirdo. He has the S-class ability. Samadhi Yang Yan. What's more, he stepped into the 6th order at the young age of 30, accomplishing a party of martial saints. He was supposed to go to a great province and become a town marshal of one side, but for some reason, he chose to retire and returned to Jiangcheng to open a restaurant. No matter who persuaded him, it was no good. Even the bigwigs of the imperial capital couldn't do anything about him. This kind of weirdo, who couldn't even get the big shots of the imperial capital to come out of the mountain, would actually make a move for Jiang Yan. This is just too mind-boggling. Yang Mingzuan, are you trying to make an enemy of me? Huayuan? Huayuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Thunder raged, distorting a side of space. I have no intention of making an enemy of you. The corners of Yang Mingzuan's mouth rose slightly and, but if you insist on trying to kill him, I will have no choice but to kill you. Huayuan's pupils contracted violently. You said, you can kill me? Yang Mingzuan smiled faintly. How do you know if you don't try? I've only used Samadhi Yang Yan to cook food all these years. It's almost as if I've forgotten what it's like to burn someone. Saying that, his palm ignited a colorless yang flame, which had no color that. There is no temperature either, but only those who have known it know it. The Samadhi Yang Yan, which burns not the material, but the spirit, burns one's soul. Huayuan looked scornfully at the colorless flames in Yang Mingzuan's palm, knowing full well that tainted with the samsara yang flame, even he would have his soul silenced. His bloodshot eyes glared at Jiang Yan. Kid, Yang Mingzuan can protect you for a while. I don't believe he can protect you for the rest of your life. After saying that, thunder exploded around him and he instantly disappeared. Chapter 52, The Second Yama. Ghost God Jinwu. Many thanks for coming to the rescue. Jiang Yan wore a smile like a spring breeze. Yang Mingzuan looked at Jiang Yan blandly. The corner of his mouth curved up. You're really sitting on your hands. Which is not true. I was obviously scared silly just now. Jiang Yan laughed. Yang Mingzuan's face showed his appreciation. Not bad. I really didn't look at the wrong person. Whether it's your heart or your natural talent, you are the #1 person in the new generation. Martial Sage Yang is flattered. Jiang Yan smiled modestly. Martial Saint Yang, long time no see. With a cheerful laugh, Shen Wenbo walked out. Yang Mingzuan faintly swept away a glance. Director Shen, we must have not seen each other for 3 years. More than 3 years. 5 years have passed since you left without saying goodbye and chose to retire. Shen Wenbo shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's rare for you to make a move today. Are you planning to make a comeback? Shen Wenbo laughed. Yang Mingzuan laughed. I just don't want anything to happen to the most honored hall guest of the small store. No one will come to take care of my business then. A hall-level guest? Shen Wenbo looked at Jiang Yan with eyes full of astonishment, his heart shocked to the core. I didn't realize that Jiang Yan had gotten the Evergreen Dining Hall's temple card. The Evergreen Dining Hall's temple card had a price, and only 5 people in the entire China had it. Holders of this card are more than just being able to spend as much as they want at Evergreen Dining Hall. The owner of the hall card can ask Yang Mingzuan to make 3 attempts. Being able to make a 6th order martial saint strike 3 times. The gold content of the hall card needed no introduction. One must know that in the entire country of China, there were only a dozen existing 6th order martial saints. Yang Mingzuan didn't pay any more attention to Shen Wenbo. Turning his head, he looked at Jiang Yan. Remember to come to the Evergreen Dining Hall often. After saying that, he turned into a colorless flame and burned out a little bit. This little episode quickly came to an end, and the match had to continue. Jiang Yan successfully advanced to the top 8. He continued his turn in the next fight, and this time there was no further comment from anyone that, because they had witnessed Jiang Yan's terrifying battle power, just deserved to have his turn. For the rest of the match, Jiang Yan didn't stay in the viewing gallery and turned around to return to his lounge. All along the way, everyone watched him leave with fearful eyes, and no one dared to speak to him, until he confirmed that Jiang Yan's figure had completely disappeared. The students in the viewing gallery instantly boiled over. Holy, the ghost immortal is too strong too. That Leijiming is like a mayfly shaking a tree. I don't know what to do. One punch, just one punch. The ghost immortal's one punch set the stage. I'll see who will say that summoners are weak in the flesh from now on. Don't bring us summoners with you when you blow your power. That's the ghost immortal's invincible body, not us delicate summoners. A summoner spoke up in protest. Why do I have the feeling that a ghost immortal's fleshly body is able to compare to that of a swift ancient fierce beast? Comparable to a Taiku fierce beast? Conservative. I think the flesh of a ghost immortal is at least at the level of a desolate beast. Desolate beasts and ancient fierce beasts. All of them are foreign beasts that existed countless years ago. Their bloodlines were able to match the human race's SS rank and SS rank divine gifts. In other words, Jiang Yan's physical body was able to compete with SS class bloodline desolate beasts. Inside the lounge, Jiang Yan didn't realize that he had already been compared to the swift ancient desolate beasts. It's not enough. Far from it. Blasting an SS class divine giver to death with a single punch was nothing. Now that the martial arts heyday had descended, heavenly prides were coming out, and there were as many demons as there were people. It wasn't just the human race, even the purity of the bloodline of the foreign beasts was returning to their ancestors. Arctic glacier not long ago, with melting icebergs. It is suspected that some ancient beasts that have been frozen for several eons have awakened. If one simply relies on divine gifts, one simply cannot be at the forefront of the times. He needed to dive into cultivation and develop the potential of the 10 square ghost order to the extreme. Jiang Yan sat cross-legged, the primordial breathing method running evenly, so that he didn't need to be in the enlightenment chamber. It will be able to perceive the aura. His divine sense came to the 10 directions ghost order and stopped in front of the ancient book. At the back of the ancient book there were 10 figures sealed by chains, one of which had already revealed its true form. It's the king of Qin Guanglua, one of the 10 temples of hell. Right now, the second seal seems to have been loosened. I've broken through to the second stage and I'm already able to sacrifice the second Yama King. Jiang Yan operated the original breathing method to the extreme, and the majestic aura surged into the second seal. The chains trembled fiercely and crumbled a little. Click. Ka-ching. The chains were completely shattered. The second seal was lifted, and the second Yama ghost god descended into the world. The ghosts driven by Jiang Yan also had ranks. From low to high, they are Ghost, Stern Ghost, Ghost General, Ghost King, and Ghost God. A ghost is the spirit of someone who has just died, and doesn't have much power to kill. The 100 Ghosts Night Journey, which Jiang Yan usually used, was hundreds or thousands of severe ghosts. Ghost generals are the representatives of the warring forces of the Earth K, Sky K, and the like. Ghost King. Jiang Yan is currently not included. Ghosts and gods. Currently Jiang Yan could only sacrifice two Yama, King Qin Guang and King Chu Jiang. The Chu Jiang King, who is in charge of the living great hell, is the seal that Jiang Yan Fong just broke. Does the fact that I can sacrifice two Yamas at the same time right now mean that I can make one of the Yama Kings transform into a ghost martial artist? The martial art ghost martial solution, capable of transforming harnessed ghosts into all kinds of blades. He remembered this last sentence. Yama can be transformed into the ghost god Jinwu. Ghost god Jinwu. Jiang Yan Sanwei rubbed his hands together. Come on. I can't wait to sacrifice the ghost god Jinwu. His divine sense quickly flipped through the ancient books to find the records about the ghost martial solution. His mind moved. Ghost martial solution dash. In the space of the 10 directions ghost order, King Qin Guang transformed into a ghostly chi and flew out of the 10 directions ghost order. Lingering in Jiang Yan's right hand, the ghostly energy evolved. Surprisingly, it transformed into a ghostly scythe that entangled souls. This is the Rakshasa ghost scythe. Jiang Yan's mind was enlightened, and the moment he held it in his hand, he then knew where this ghost god scythe came from. Rakshasa ghost scythe, the ghostly god Jinwu transformed by Yama. This ghost scythe was also an SS grade heavenly artifact if it was a divine gift. Jiang Yan held the Rakshasa ghost scythe and only felt very light, as if he was holding a feather. He let go of his hand, and the Rakshasa ghost scythe slammed heavily into the ground with a loud thud. Boom! The whole lounge was shaking. Jiang Yan was shocked. The Rakshasa ghost scythe is so heavy, it must be at least 10,000 tons. The scythe, which weighed 10,000 tons, was as light as a cow's hair in his hands. Jiang Yan recalled the Rakshasa ghost scythe into his hand and waved it casually. A black blade light instantly split everything in front of him in two. All the equipment in the training room was scrapped. Do I have to find a staff member to explain? Jiang Yan scratched his head in embarrassment. It's all the fault of this Rakshasa ghost scythe. Jiang Yan retracted the Rakshasa ghost sickle, stretched his back and called a staff member to help him maintain the training room equipment. The staff came quickly, and when he saw the training room congregation's equipment broken in half in unison, frozen in place, he looked at Jiang Yan with a face full of horror, his speech trembling. Mr. Jiang Yan, right? I don't think this should be repaired. It's okay to get you a new lounge. I was careless. Jiang Yan is also quite embarrassed. Then please change the restroom for me. Chapter 53, Man knows the terror of ghosts. Ghosts know the poison of hearts. The new lounge was still being switched out, and Jiang Yan had no place to go, so he left the Zhongchang martial arts dojo, headed to the nearest spirit play market. There are all sorts of things to buy and sell at the spirit play market. Spirit plants, spirit talismans, spirit treasures, even divine gifts. All can be traded. Jiang Yan came to the street of spirit games. The main reason was that he wanted to sell the useless spirit herbs he had picked at the King Mountain ruins. His physical body had been remodeled 3 times, and the 10-year spirit herb no longer had any medicinal properties for him. According to the market value, a 10-year spirit herb was worth around $1 million. One would ask, 10-year spirit grass is obviously very common within the ruins. Why is it so expensive out there? It's simple. The reason why spirit herbs are so expensive is because the slots for the relics are controlled by the major plutocrats. Ordinary people were not qualified to enter the relics at all and could only become stowaways. Become a stowaway, sneak into the ruins, and there's a high probability that you'll die in the mouths of ferocious beasts. It's difficult to bring the spirit herb out alive. Most of the spirit herbs circulating in the market are from the fingernails of the major plutocrats. Only a few were brought from the ruins by stowaways. As a relic stowaway, Jiang Yan had hundreds of 10-year spirit herbs in his hands, a dozen or so 100-year spirit herbs, as well as 3,000-year spirit herbs. Finally, there was the 10,000 years moonflower grass that Lin Wanyu had gifted him. He planned to sell all of the 100 or so 10-year spirit herbs in his hand. Jiang Yan walked into the spirit play market. Those vendors all glanced at him surreptitiously. Then, as if nothing had happened, he withdrew his gaze. In the spirit play market, killing people to get rid of them is the most common thing to do. That's why very few current students come alone. These vendors were all 1,000-year-old foxes. They could tell at a glance that Jiang Yan was still just a student. You can pit a hand, slaughter a hand, or even straight up killing for treasure. Yo, this little hottie, what are you here for? A demonic woman in a cheongsam smiled as she approached Jiang Yan. Her face was covered in powder and she looked very scary. Jiang Yan rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had blurred. Sadako, why are you out in the middle of the day? Old-me is a human being, the demonic cheongsam roared. Jiang Yan laughed, so it's a human being, with such thick makeup. I thought it was the ghosts of my house running out. The cheongsam woman laughed coldly in her heart. But her face was like a peach blossom. Little handsome brother really knows how to joke. It's your first time here. Don't you need me to show you the way? The guide fee is only 500. No. Jiang Yan decisively refused. Seeing that Jiang Yan didn't take the bait, the Cheongsam woman's eyes rolled and the corner of her mouth hooked into a cold smile. Little handsome, I have a piece of precious jade here for sale cheap. Do you want it? The demonic woman shoved a piece of full-colored green jade into Jiang Yan's hand. Jiang Yan always has his hands in his pockets. The green jade fell to the ground with a bang. It was accompanied by the Cheongsam woman's scream. Ah, my precious jade! She pulled Jiang Yan with greed in her eyes. You broke my precious jade. This precious jade is worth $3 million. Pay up. Jiang Yan's face remained unchanged. He lethargically slanted his eyes at the few people who had gathered behind him. You're getting a little old for this routine. Oh, old is as old as it gets. Practical is as practical does. You broke my precious jade. If you can't come up with 3 million Chinese coins, take the treasures you have on you. Several tall men pushed Jiang Yan. Kid, what treasures are you carrying on your body? Hand it over yourself. Is it that if I hand over my treasure, you guys won't beat me up anymore? Jiang Yan shrank his neck and, a look of great fear. A few men looked at each other and all laughed out. Ha, of course. You break our precious jade and compensate us with a new treasure. We will naturally let you go. The Cheongsam woman's mouth hung in mockery. The spirit play market is not a place for a little brother like you to come. We're making you pay for a lesson. I don't have that much money. Can I use my heavenly objects as collateral? Jiang Yan whispered. Heavenly object? What grade of heavenly object are you? The Cheongsam woman's two eyes shone brightly. Heavenly objects can be much more precious than spiritual treasures. See for yourselves. Jiang Yan offered up the 10-square ghost order and handed it to the flag-robed woman. The flag-robed woman surveyed the 10 ghost orders. Both eyes were glowing. This spiritual pressure is at the very least an S-class heavenly object. Hearing this, a few men hurriedly crowded over. Let's take a look. This color, this spirit pressure. It's definitely an S-class start. Each of them had been exposed to the 10 ghost orders, and just when they thought they'd made a fortune, they were suddenly able to see some dark shadows that surrounded them. Am I blind? The Cheongsam woman was filled with confusion. A few burly men were also looking around in shock. What is that? Zhang-san, aren't you dead? You. The Cheongsam woman also suddenly let out a miserable scream. Her face pale. She saw it. She saw people who had once been killed by a group of them. These dead people surrounded a few of them in death. Their faces expressionless, blood seeping from their faces. Aren't you guys dead? You guys are human or ghosts? The Cheongsam woman was choked by a female grievous spirit. Her face pale. No, don't kill me. A few burly men realized something was wrong. They tried to run. However, they were surrounded by countless unjust souls to the death, and there was nowhere to escape. These ghosts are all innocent tourists who have been cheated out of their money and buried in the wilderness by their gang. No, don't kill me. I know it's wrong. I shouldn't have snatched your spiritual treasures. I was wrong. I really know it's wrong. Give me a chance. Give me a chance. The strong man's face paled with fear, and he trembled as he fell to his knees, constantly kowtowing to the wrong spirit. But no matter how much he kowtowed and begged for forgiveness, those unjust spirits still kept approaching him. In the midst of his terrified and desperate screams, it drilled into his body and devoured his organs. The Cheongsam woman and a few strong men bled from their 7 orifices and died horizontally in the street. Jiang Yan always had his hands in his pockets, leaning against the wall, watching the good show. The 10-square ghost order, like the red paper umbrella, was a divine gift that belonged to him by nature. Other people can't use the 10 ghosts order even if they get it, but they can, through the 10 ghosts order, seeing the dead wandering in the world, even touching the dead, being touched by the dead. Jiang Yan looked at these innocent ghosts. People know ghosts are scary. Ghosts know people are poisonous. You were brutally murdered by this group in your lifetime, and have been transformed into unjust souls who have been reluctant to leave for a long time and are wandering around this place. Now that the sinner has been tortured to death by your own hands, it is time for your grievances to dissipate. Go to the wheel. The unjust souls were kneeling on the ground, kowtowing to Jiang Yan continuously. Jiang Yan understood what they meant and said indifferently, the souls of these few people will be sent to the infernal hell to be tortured for eternity with no possibility of reincarnation. The Cheongsam woman and a few burly men whose souls had left their bodies heard Jiang Yan's words. There was a mournful scream, followed by several hooks running through the soul and pulling it into hell. Chapter 54, Encountering a Fae? Slowly simmer over low heat, and reduce the juice over high heat. Take a look at Lu, the best 100-year-old spirit pearl grass, now selling cheaply. One plant only costs $500,000. The vendor selling spirit herbs yelled loudly. Jiang Yan directly ignored these vendors, straight to an elegantly fronted store, the 100 Herb Hall. The 100 Herb Hall came from under the 100 Herb Group, specializing in the sale and acquisition of 10-year and 100-year spirit herbs. Only this kind of stores backed by a large group, with the credibility of the 100 Herb Group as a guarantee, so that there is no rip-off. Hello sir, what service do you need? Jiang Yan had just walked into the 100 Herb Hall. The waitress then greeted them with a smile. Selling 10 years of spirit herbs. Jiang Yan laughed. Okay. The waitress smiled faintly. Please take a seat first. I'll make you a pot of tea. No need. I'm in a hurry. I'll convert all these 10 years worth of spiritual herbs into a dollar amount. Transfer it to this card of mine. Hundreds of 10-year spirit herbs swarmed out from the 10 directions ghost order, pushing a corner of the 100 Herb Hall full. It's so many. The waitress was dumbfounded, realizing that she had an expensive guest today. She quickly smiled and said, Sir, is it convenient for you to leave a phone number? Inconvenient. Jiang Yan faintly said, Okay. The waitress said no more, and hurriedly greeted the people checking the vintage of the spirit herb. Confirmed the price of the spirit herb. After 10 minutes, the waitress handed Jiang Yan the card and receipt with a smile. Sir, you have sold a total of 103 10-year spirit herbs with a total value of 96.58 million. Jiang Yan gave a faint hum and sent the card into the 10 directions ghost order. The clouds left the 100 Herb Hall. He's now shaken up and gone straight to being a multi-millionaire. But in this world, money is the least valuable thing, because of the dangers of the beasts and the alien. A large city could be destroyed at any time. Jiang Yan was walking back when he suddenly felt a chill. His face was as normal, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Here it comes. Giggle. A golden feather that emitted coldness instantly killed Jiang Yan's neck. Bang! Jiang Yan snapped his fingers and rubbed out a sonic boom. It directly shattered the golden flying feather. Several streaming figures rapidly approached Jiang Yan, with large feathered wings growing behind them. It shines brightly and radiates golden splendor. The face is too high, so it's true that you'll be stared at by the Fae when you walk on the road. Jiang Yan held down the 2 alien races that were killing him with both hands and shook his head helplessly. Bang! He pushed hard, and the 2 foreigners instantly fell back 100 meters, leaving a trail on the ground. The golden light flashed under the eyes of the golden feathered man in the air, and thousands of golden feathers coalesced out of thin air. Each one was enough to penetrate SS-grade alloys. Giggle. The flying feathers in the sky broke through the sound barrier and surrounded Jiang Yan at an extremely fast speed. Seal off all of Jiang Yan's retreats for extermination. Buzz. Jiang Yan once again rubbed the sonic boom with his bare hands, shattering the roiling feathers in the air. What? The golden feathered man's face was horrified as his golden flare true feather was shattered just like that. The next moment, he only felt his ankle being clutched by a huge force, and without waiting for him to react, his body then tilted uncontrollably and slammed into the ground. Boom dash! The ground was smashed out of a large pit by a huge force. Jiang Yan clapped his hands and looked at the man in the pit. Hey, still alive? Ow! A sharp phoenix cry. A golden light. The dust and smoke in the pit receding. The golden feathered man stood in the air, his forehead covered in blood as he stared at Jiang Yan in death. Jiang Yan cheerfully applauded. Worthy of being a foreigner, it is resistant to beatings. An ordinary person would have already turned into mush after being dropped like that by me. Ghost immortal, you will die today, the golden feathered man hissed. Several streaming figures once again killed Jiang Yan, their auras lingering around them. It transformed into several spirit swords, chopping Jiang Yan from different directions. Buzz off! Jiang Yan snapped his fingers and rubbed out 3 sonic booms that it directly shattered the spirit swords of several birdmen alive. My precious feathered sword. How is this possible? Is he a monster? A few of the birdmen were all dumbfounded that these spirit swords were transformed from the hardest and sharpest treasure feathers on their bodies, invulnerable and invincible. Now it was shattered by a sonic boom rubbed by Jiang Yan's bare hands. How terrifying was this? Jiang Yan laughed lightly. The Feather Clan sent you few losers to kill me? It's a bit too much of an underestimation. The golden feathered man's face was ugly. Lowly human. My clan's martial plan will be here soon. You will die today. I'm so scared. Can you spare my life? Jiang Yan very naturally raised his hands. The golden feathered man sneered. Indeed, you are a lowly human race. Even if you kowtow to me now and beg for forgiveness, and I won't let you leave alive. That's still a bit troublesome. Jiang Yan scratched his head, then sighed. Hey, surely it would be easier to kill you all. At those words, the golden feathered man's faces changed drastically. You dare! My clan's heavenly pride will be here soon. Don't you dare lay a hand on us. Jiang Yan didn't bother to talk nonsense with them anymore and smiled faintly. Black flame. In the next moment, the black flames were like a chain, killing several birdmen from different directions. Save. A birdman's feathers were attached by black flames and instantly spreading all over his body. He kept emitting hysterical screams in the air. Jiang Yan purposely let him live a little longer to feel the sensation of this black flames burning his body. This is called stewing slowly over a small fire. Jiang Yan revealed a harmless smile. Several clansmen in succession were ignited by the black flames and let out desperate screams. The golden-feathered man's face turned pale. You can't kill me. My brother is a third-order martial sect. If you kill me, he won't let you go. But didn't you just say that I'm bound to die today? I'm going to die. What's wrong with pulling you as a cushion? Jiang Yan asked with a smile. The golden-feathered man saw a horrible killing intent from the bottom of Jiang Yan's eyes, scaring him so much that his legs went weak. He fell to his knees, trembling. No, don't kill me. No. Black flames instantly set the gold-feathered man ablaze, leaving him swooping through the air and thrashing around on the ground. Never could extinguish the black flame. This black inflammation was like a maggot attached to their bones, penetrating deep into their internal organs and finally burning their souls. Once burned by the black flames, even after death, the soul will never have peace. Warlow. A long whistle came from the man with golden-winged rock feathers. Swooped down from the air at breakneck speed. Brother, save me. Save me. The golden-feathered man let out a mournful scream. The golden-winged rock stared at Jiang Yan with ferocious eyes. Human, take back the flame. Don't look at me like that. I'll get scared. Jiang Yan raised his hands very cooperatively. The golden-winged rock thought that Jiang Yan agreed to take back the black flame out of fear. So to the gold-feathered man, he comforted. It's okay, brother. It won't hurt anymore in a minute. Jiang Yan had a smile at the corner of his mouth. You can collect the juice on high heat. In the next moment, the black flames that were still weak suddenly penetrated deep into the bone marrow and burned the soul. The golden-feathered man let out a desperate and mournful scream that burned to ashes in front of the golden-winged rock. The golden-winged rock looked at this scene incredulously. His hands were shaking. Brother, oops, accidentally burned him to death. See, I'm so handsome. Can you forgive me? Jiang Yan hemmed and hawed as if he really did accidentally burn his brother to death. Chapter 55, Empty Hand Receives White Blade. Ghost Sickle Beheads Heaven's Pride. The muscles of the golden-winged rock were twitching all over his body, and because of his anger, his forehead was covered with blue veins. The corners of his mouth twitched back and forth. His bloodshot eyes stared deathly at Jiang Yan. Human, I want you to live a life worse than death. So scary. Can't you stop scaring me? The corners of Jiang Yan's mouth rose slightly and, oh yeah, can you feathers eat it? I want to open a yakitori store. You seek death. The golden-winged rock's eyes were bloodshot as it transformed into a golden light and killed Jiang Yan at extreme speed. He held a golden three-pointed halberd in his hand that erupted with terrifying spiritual power that the earth was instantly torn apart and the air became incredibly thin. Bang! Jiang Yan caught the halberd with his bare hands, shocking his tiger's mouth with pain. Not bad. Third rank 8. Something. No wonder it was able to shock him to the point of numbing his arm. It turned out that they were all on the verge of stepping into the fourth order. He was still only at the first rank of the second order, and facing a third-ranked, 8th-ranked foreigner head-on was indeed a bit troublesome. Of course, it's only a bit of a pain in the ass. The golden-winged rock kept injecting spiritual energy into the three-pointed halberd, and the earth crumbled under the pressure of Jiang Yan's feet, half a leg deep. Bang! With his physical body, Jiang Yan violently shook the three-pointed halberd back, and he pulled his leg out of the ground. Feel free to brush the dust off your body. The golden-winged rock's face was shocked. How could this person's power be so terrifying? Surprisingly, he was able to shock his trident back. He was the pride of the Feather Clan. Even the clan elders were no match for him. He had 100 tons of divine power in one hand, combined with the Feather Clan's supreme treasure, the golden rock three-pointed halberd, capable of reaching 1,000 tons of force. Even so, surprisingly, not a single halberd blasted the human in front of him into pieces. How terrifying was this person's fleshly body? My hands are numb. Jiang Yan shook his hand and kept whining, like a rainbow through the world. The golden-winged rock decided to make quick work of the battle, and directly utilized the martial art of the three-pointed halberd flowed with golden luminescence, and the space around it trembled. Die! Boom! How is this possible? The golden-winged rock was shocked. Jiang Yan had a smile on his face as he put his hands together and held the halberd down in a raw manner. Empty hands catch white knives. However, this halberd was really terrifying. Jiang Yan's upper body clothing had been stirred up by the flowing fluorescent light. If he hadn't reached the second level of his immortal Dao collection, his flesh and blood would be churned to pieces by the raging stream of light. This can't be. This is impossible. The golden-winged rock's face was hard to see. What's so impossible about seeing less? Jiang Yan laughed. Being able to shatter my arm muscles, I should indeed praise you. Jiang Yan appreciated it from the bottom of his heart. His voice grew cold, but that's about all you have to boast about. You should be honored to die at my hands. the aura on Jiang Yan's body became strangely majestic. Instantly, as if the heavens were tilting, and an ancient ghost god appeared behind him. The golden-winged roc sensed a horrible killing intent, and he saw in Jiang Yan's eyes that seeing myself die. It turned out that in Jiang Yan's eyes, he was already a dead man. Ghost god true martial. Jiang Yan kicked the frozen golden-winged roc out of the way, and with his right hand, the ghost god behind him instantly transformed into a Rakshasa ghost scythe, which appeared in Jiang Yan's hand. The moment the Rakshasa ghost scythe appeared, the air became so thin that it was hard to breathe. The surrounding temperature instantly fell into the 0 point, just like coming to the netherworld. Help me, spare me, let my soul dissipate. The desperate screams of the dead souls kept coming from the Rakshasa ghost scythe. The golden-winged roc was so frightened by this shocking scene that he fell back in his steps. His sixth sense told him, run right now, run now. Perhaps there is a silver lining, but it was like his legs were out of control. He couldn't move a muscle, and he swallowed and, stiffening, he looked down, and his pupils shook and trembled. At his feet were uncountable dead souls, and with hands that were dry and white, constantly yanking him down, trying to pull him into hell. Scram, get away. The golden-winged roc was terrified to the core, disorganized and waved the trident in your hand to disperse the dead souls at your feet. You, what kind of divine gift are you? The golden-winged roc glared, colorfully questioning. Jiang Yan held the Rakshasa ghost scythe and laughed faintly. Won't you know when you die? In the next moment, his figure disappeared in place, and by the time the golden-winged roc came back to his senses, a bizarre scythe had been placed across his neck. Clank! He rushed to block with his three-pointed halberd, and the terrifyingly huge force overturned his entire. The arm was even shocked with severe pain. The tiger's mouth cracked, and the bones were broken. What is this? What kind of weapon is this? The golden-winged roc was completely flustered, and the golden-winged three-pointed halberd that he was so proud of was nothing but a joke in front of this ghost scythe. What kiloton artifacts are simply unbeatable? The golden-winged roc stiffened and looked toward the three-tipped halberd, the corners of his mouth twitching. In the end, he even laughed maniacally. Ah ha ha, I have no regrets in dying under such a killing weapon. Where the golden-winged three-pointed halberd collided with the ghost scythe, there was already an opening and it began to chafe continuously. Human, even if I die today, I will still make you suffer a serious injury. There is no possibility of cultivation in the future. The golden-winged roc swooped into the sky like a small sun, killing Jiang Yan at extreme speed. Give me a burial, the golden-winged roc hissed. Jiang Yan laughed. Let me bury you? His smile dissipated and only grimness remained. Are you qualified? The next moment, a black crescent moon condensed into substance, as if surrounded by countless grievous souls. It cut straight through the golden-winged roc. Boom! The golden-winged roc blasted a halberd at Jiang Yan, which was easily received by Jiang Yan without the slightest injury. Looking again at the golden-winged roc, black blood slowly oozed from the corner of his mouth, and he stiffly reached out to wipe it off. Half of the arm, however, fell straight to the ground. He looked at Jiang Yan in confusion, only to feel his sight gradually tilting and, in the end, surprisingly, only Jiang Yan's legs could be seen. As it turned out, he had been split in two, only the cut was so fast that his body hadn't reacted yet. By the time he reacted, the golden-winged three-pointed halberd also shattered with a loud bang, and together with him, buried in black flames and reduced to ashes. Retracting the Rakshasa ghost scythe, Jiang Yan's face was cold. My realm seems to be a bit too low. If he wasn't at the first level of the second rank, obliterating the golden-winged roc wouldn't even require the use of the ghost god true martial. Jiang Yan remembered that he still had the 10,000 years lunar flower grass, and he was going to use the 10,000 years spiritual grass as a lead-in. Use the spiritual energy gathered in the spiritual sea during this period of time to make a breakthrough. The restrooms should be switched. Jiang Yan slowly walked towards the Zhongchang martial arts dojo. Just as he arrived at the martial arts dojo, he was enthusiastically called out by the staff. Student Jiang, your newest lounge is ready. Well, trouble you. Jiang Yan wore a smile on his face. No trouble, no trouble. This is what we should do. The staff hurriedly laughed. Jiang Yan was brought to the new lounge by the staff, and entering the lounge, Jiang Yan sat with his legs crossed. Sacrifice the 10,000 years moonflower grass from the 10 directions ghost order. Using spiritual plants and medicines as a guide, one can better stabilize the foundation and make the aura more substantial and pure. Contains no impurities. Chapter 56, 4 consecutive ascensions. Aura burst out. Inside the lounge, Jiang Yan operated the primordial breathing method to the extreme, his body's spiritual energy surging majestically. Spiritual energy was externalized and lingered around Jiang Yan. During this period of time, he had absorbed too many remnants of souls, and experienced countless trials and tribulations. Coupled with the primordial breathing method absorbing aura at all times, he could have raised several minor realms long ago. 10,000-year moonflower grass. Jiang Yan's mind moved, and he offered the 10,000 years spiritual grass out from the 10 directions ghost order. It was instantly refined. The radiant moonlight was hazy and transformed into medicinal properties that flew into Jiang Yan's body. Use the 10,000-year-old spiritual grass as a guide to lay the foundation. His aura would be purer and his foundation solid compared to martial artists of the same realm. The future will be able to go much further. Boom dash. As the 10,000 years moonflower grass was integrated into Jiang Yan's body, the aura that was as majestic as a mountain and sea could no longer be suppressed. A terrifying aura erupted. Jiang Yan only felt a wave of relief as his minor realm was being broken through layer by layer. Under the pull of the 10,000 years of moonflower grass, the pure aura directly penetrated his limbs and bones. Second order twofold. Second order triple. Second order. Fourth weight. The second order is 5 heavy. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes. His ink hair was windless, and aura lingered around him. All the items in the lounge are floating in the air, breaking through 4 minor realms in a row. Jiang Yan's mouth was tinged with a smile as he tried to clench his fists and there was a burst of aura. This was the effect of the 10,000 years moonflower grass, and the aura stored in his spirit seed became incomparably pure. Being able to do Reiki outwardly, Jiang Yan tried to control his aura as his right fist blasted forward and a majestic aura burst out. Boom! Only a deafening thud was heard. Jiang Yan was directly dumbfounded in place. He was just casually swinging his fist, plus his aura bursting out. I can't believe I just blew the new lounge I just switched to flat. He slammed his mouth and called for the staff. He thought he might have to get a new restroom again. This aura burst is much better than rubbing a sonic boom with your bare hands. Jiang Yan had a flash of light. If I blast out a sonic boom along with an aura burst, will it be more powerful? Jiang Yan was a man of action, and he raised his hand with the intention of rubbing a sonic boom plus a burst of aura. The afterglow caught a glimpse of the mutilated lounge. At once, he thrust his hands back into his pockets. I'd better go rub the sonic boom in the training room before I ruin the rest of the lounge. He went straight through the blasted flat lounge to the built-in training room of the leave the training room barrier open to prevent spillover into other rooms. With all the protective measures in place, Jiang Yan stretched his back and began rubbing the sonic boom with his bare hands. Buzz dash. The disorganized sonic boom was rubbed out by Jiang Yan, plus the aura burst. Jiang Yan operated the original breathing method and the ability to master the aura output perfectly. The turbulent sonic boom from the rubbing coupled with the burst of aura instantly formed a small, twisted black hole. Jiang Yan's right hand was on the verge of being twisted and swallowed by the small black hole. Holy, is this the invention of a black hole version of Spiral Maru? Jiang Yan strained to control the small black hole. He was really difficult to control the disordered energy. Taking the little black hole out of his hands, the little black hole distorts all the matter around him. Crash into the barrier of the training room. It should be fine, right? Jiang Yan swallowed his saliva. In the next moment, the barrier made a clicking sound of shattering. Holy, the barrier is going to shatter. The little black hole must be stabilized, quickly, or else you're going to be in big trouble. Ghost God True Martial. Jiang Yan no longer hesitated, and directly sacrificed his Rakshasa Ghost Scythe. A black horizontal slash was about to dissolve the small black hole. A bizarre scene appeared. The small black hole collided with the black crescent of the Rakshasa Ghost Scythe, unexpectedly producing a dazzling white light. Jiang Yan knew what was going to happen. Awful. Jiang Yan scratched his head helplessly. In the next second, the eye-catching white light exploded violently. Boom! This shocking sound caused the entire Zhengchang martial arts dojo to tremble. What was that commotion just now? I feel like my ears are going deaf. I'm not sure. It seems to be coming from the lounge side. Several staff members rushed over at the sound of the noise, and when they saw the tragedy in the lounge, their faces stiffened. Silly in place. The lounge? There's no lounge left. It's all been leveled. Seems to be a gas tank explosion. Jiang Yan, whose face was darkened by the blast, scratched his head in embarrassment and smiled sarcastically, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. Several staff members had red eyes. The gas tank exploded? Every lounge here is made of SS-grade vibrating gold. Gas canister explosion can be blown out. Traces are considered gas canisters into the spirit. The staff member who had previously changed the restroom for Jiang Yan was in tears. Jiang Yan student. No, Grandpa Jiang, you should quickly withdraw your divine power. Go and call the earth and wood celestial artifacts over here. It's time to build a house. The staff was in tears. Jiang Yan also strange embarrassed. He originally thought that he had already done a good protective measures. Even if the sonic boom vortex and aura bursts were as terrifying as they were, they wouldn't be able to shatter the barrier of the training room. I didn't realize that he wouldn't be able to resist building the barrier in this training room. Need my help? Jiang Yan hemmed and hawed. Grandpa Jiang, stay wherever you are. The staff gave Jiang Yan an arch. Jiang Yan was pushed and sent away by several staff members. Jiang Yan still wanted to say something. The doors slammed shut. I was also careless. Jiang Yan whispered. He sat in front of the Zhengcheng martial arts dojo and eyed the travelers coming and going. I don't know how far the match has gone. Jiang Yan yawned and, the sonic boom vortex and aura burst are so powerful. What should I name this move? The mold looks like a small black hole. Back to the basics. Let's call it a small black hole. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth rose slightly. Little black hole. That's not a bad name. I sure do have a talent for names. At this time in the Zhengcheng martial arts arena, the 8-4 match had already ended. Because Jiang Yan's turn is empty. Directly one of the four, no player has any more meaning. The four were, Lu Qingmeng of the 7th middle school, Lin Feiyu of the 1st middle school, Bai Lixue of the 1st middle school and Jiang Yan of the 2nd middle school who took a turn. This semifinal is played in two-man teams, 2v2. The winning team then plays a final two-way matchup. Inside the martial arts dojo, both Lu Qingmeng and Lin Feiyu wanted to fight Jiang Yan, so the two were logically paired together. The remaining Bai Lixue and Jiang Yan naturally had no other choice and became a group by default. Bai Lixue's eyes flashed. I'm going to refuel. Don't drag your feet for Jiang Yan. Mu Shuiyao sighed. What kind of mesmerizing soup did this Jiang Yan give you in the end? He didn't give me ecstasy. Bai Lixue blinked her eyes in a droll manner. The corners of Bai Luoshue's mouth rose slightly. At the thought of fighting side by side with Jiang Yan tomorrow, her little heart then began to pound. And she didn't understand what it felt like. Is this what it's like to meet your own kind? Just when Bai Lixue couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from rising, her cell phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller, frowned lightly, and picked up the phone. Daddy. Chapter 57 Double SS Divine Giver? He's still a one-trick pony. Early the next morning, Jiang Yan was awakened by a knock on the door. Jiang Yan was very dissatisfied. What are you arguing about in the morning? He opened the door to the lounge and saw Zhou Peng with a panicked look on his face. Brother Jiang. It's bad. Something big is not good. Zhou Peng said anxiously. Your brother I'm fine. Jiang Yan faintly said. What exactly is the matter? Brother Jiang, don't you know yet? The semifinals are 2v2. You're in the same group as first high school's school beauty, White Lock Shui. Jiang Yan yawned. Isn't that quite good? But the problem is that Bai Lixue suddenly just gave up the competition and left Zhengcheng. Zhou Peng swallowed his saliva. Brother Jiang, do you know what this means? Jiang Yan had come to his senses by now. I'm going to fight Tuo. That's right. Brother Jiang, you're going to fight two people by yourself. Zhou Peng's face was filled with worry. Brother Jiang. Those two aren't simple. One is an SS-ranked Divine Giver and the other is a double SS Divine Giver. Jiang Yan yawned. I thought it was something much bigger. In the future, don't disturb my rest by coming to call me in a hurry for such things. Back at the ancient king's mountain ruins, he had fought 1 against 100 martial sectors. What was 1 against 2? Jiang Yan stretched. I'm looking forward to it. These two human celestials. Can you let me battle it out? Lunchtime has come and gone, and the semi-finals have officially begun. Old Jiang. If you really can't do it, just admit defeat. There's no shame in it. Inside the preparation room, Zhang Xiaoshang was filled with worry. He knew that Jiang Yan was an absolute demon, but the two opponents he was facing were likewise not ordinary people. Lu Qingmeng, the strongest of the 7 SS Divine Providence, known as the 100 Flowers Fairy. Lin Feiyu, a dual SS ranked Divine Giver, known as the Twin-born Supreme. Old Zhang. Don't worry, I know what's in my heart. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. With the referee's whistle, the contestants walked into the martial arts arena at the same time. With a distance of 20 meters, Jiang Yan smiled at the two men. Lu Qingmeng smiled brightly. Jiang Yan, I'm glad that I can finally fight with you. Don't worry about it. Lin Feiyu and I will not attack you at the same time. Lin Feiyu raised his eyebrows. Ghost Immortal, I'll be the first to challenge you, and I'll make you lose. Facing the two men who were among the strongest ranks of this year's martial arts competition, Jiang Yan smiled faintly and said, I think that you'd better get together. Otherwise, you won't even know how you lost. Jiang Yan's words immediately caused everyone present to fall into silence. After a long time, the corner of Lin Feiyu's mouth hooked up in a smile. You're really getting more and more interesting to me. Referee, the game can begin. Seeing that both sides were ready, the referee called the match. Boom dash. The referee's voice had just fallen. Lin Feiyu had already arrived in front of Jiang Yan, and swept a whip leg across the air. The terrifying speed was so smack in the face that it was completely impossible to see. Jiang Yan did not panic and raised his arm to block the lightning-fast whip leg. In the next moment, Lin Feiyu had already appeared behind Jiang Yan, his body surrounded by green-colored streams of light. A palm blasted towards Jiang Yan's heart. Bang! With a dull thud, Lin Feiyu arched his body and violently flew out horizontally. The referee was so jaw-dropped watching that he even forgot to commentate. What a fast return punch. If it wasn't for the slow play, even I didn't see him strike. The referee's voice was full of shock. Lu Qingmeng, who was always watching the show, was full of excitement. That's it. That's it. That's the kind of opponent I want. Jiang Yan, let me see more. Cough. Worthy of being a ghost immortal, his fleshly body is surprisingly so strong. The first wave of fleshly bodies collided. Lin Feiyu lost, and lost convincingly. He rose from the ground and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth as a green aura flashed in his eyes. Green peak seal. A haunting green aura of precious silver flew out, rapidly growing larger, and space trembled. Like a huge mountain, it violently pressed towards Jiang Yan. Lin Feiyu's SS grade heavenly artifact, the green peak seal. This is the first time he's ever offered it, and in the previous matches, he can crush his opponents with his physical body alone. There's absolutely no need to sacrifice the divine providence. However, facing Jiang Yan, after only one round, he offered up his SS grade heavenly object. Shun, Lin Feiyu shouted. Boom dash, with a loud bang, a horrifying scene appeared, and everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, only to see Jiang Yan raise his left hand high, surprisingly supporting the continuously falling Qingfeng seal with one hand. Even Lin Feiyu had shock written all over his face. What a strong physical body this is. He quickly calmed down. Jiang Yan, I admit that the physical body is very strong, but the match is over. You were suppressed by my Qingfeng seal, and there is no more possibility of escape. The green peak seal would become heavier and heavier over time, increasing by 1,000 pounds per second. The earth under Jiang Yan's feet was crushed, which could be several times heavier than the golden winged rock's golden rock three-pointed halberd. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and operated the original breathing method, constantly recovering his state. The tendons in his left arm skyrocketed, his clothes tore, and his forehead was covered with veins. Rise! With a loud bang, Jiang Yan Ra single-handedly toppled the green peak seal. Rumble dash! The green peak seal smashed through the martial arts arena. In the next instant, the martial arts arena was transformed. Lin Feiyu's pupils contracted violently. How is this possible? To overturn my green peak seal with one hand. He quickly calmed down and carefully observed Jiang Yan. Looking at him, he was already doing his best just to break free from the suppression of the green peak seal. Jiang Yan, you're already at the end of your rope. Lin Feiyu laughed maniacally. Martial Dao heavenly eye. A haze of light blossomed in the center of his brow, penetrating heaven and earth. In an instant, a layer of white mist lingered around him, and his entire body reached the realm of permeability. The battle power directly soared by as much as 10 times. SS grade psychic ability Wudao heavenly eyes. In addition to soaring their own battle power by 10 times, they are also able to see through falsehoods and insights into brokenness. Even slowing down the movements of the person in front of him indefinitely. 1 minute, settle you. Lin Feiyu was arrogant and unruly. His speed also soared tenfold, and in less than a breath, he killed in front of Jiang Yan, swinging 100 punches in a row. Each punch was interspersed with the sound of sonic booms, roaring continuously. He read the rules of Jiang Yan's action really well. Where Jiang Yan went to defend, he'll just blast away somewhere else. However, in the next moment, he instantly chilled and felt death. Under the slowing down of his martial heavenly eyes, Jiang Yan's body still quickly erupted pure aura around him. It was raging and surging, capable of instantly obliterating all existence. Lin Feiyu sensed the danger of death as he quickly retreated. Just when he thought he had dodged Jiang Yan's burst of aura, Jiang Yan grabbed at his arm. Under the slowing down of his martial heavenly eyes, the speed at which Jiang Yan reached out and grabbed him didn't change at all. No, it wasn't that it hadn't changed, it's that he's too fast. And even under the slowed down eyes of the martial heavenly eyes, still not a speed he could dodge. Boom! A terrifying light flashed, and the entire Zhongchang martial arts dojo shook. Jiang Yan used his aura to burst out, directly blowing Lin Feiyu's eyes white and losing consciousness. In the viewing gallery, someone swallowed his saliva and said in shock, "That loud noise just now, wasn't that the explosion yesterday?" Seems like, it turns out that the guy who blew hundreds of restrooms flat with that amazing bang yesterday, it's the Ghost Fairy. Everyone felt like they had a lump in their throat and didn't dare to speak up. Ghost immortal. What kind of demon is that? P.S. This book is now not out of the rating. Like the book friends can give a favorable comment well. By the way, I'm begging for comments and free swag. Love you guys. Chapter 58 SS Divine Givers Showdown. This won't work? Jiang Yan was filled with confusion. No way. He just used an aura burst and straight away Lin Feiyu was seconded? This is too unresistant. He's one of the top 4 in the Zhongchang martial arts competition. That's all you've got? Jiang Yan shook his head, feeling disappointed. If anyone knew what Jiang Yan had in mind, their eyes would definitely glaze over in shock. How powerful Lin Feiyu was. These students in the viewing gallery knew better than anyone else. They had witnessed Lin Feiyu's proud battle record, pushing all the players across the board. However, in Jiang Yan's opinion, Lin Feiyu was nothing more than a stray fish with one move. It's this glaring disparity that causes the most despair. Ghost Immortal. Just how powerful is it? Not bad. A round of applause rang out, and with a smile on her face, Lu Qingmeng, slowly walking towards Jiang Yan, to strike is to kill in seconds. It's worthy of being the man I have my eye on. Before I spar with you, would you like to add some color? Lu Qingmeng's eyes are full of excitement. If I win, you will become my slave. If I lose, she looked at Jiang Yan and licked her red lips. I'll be your lover. The moment these words came out, a clamor went up from the viewing gallery. Holy, what kind of tiger and wolf words is this from the 100 Flower Fairy? Whether we lose or win, it's all rewarding him. 100 Flower Fairy, let me spar with you. I'll willingly admit defeat. Oh, if I had known this good thing would happen, I would have stuck it out until the semi-finals even if I died in battle. Everyone hated to replace Jiang Yan and become Lu Qingmeng's cutting opponent. Whether they lose or win, what a reward for them. Looking at Jiang Yan again, when he heard Lu Qingmeng's words, he directly froze in place, cocking his head in disbelief. Ha! Lu Qingmeng winked at Jiang Yan. How about it? The lottery is very tempting. I think it's you who's crazy, Jiang Yan said indifferently. Not bad. Lu Qingmeng was indeed beautiful beyond words, but Jiang Yan was different from other men, because he's Sigma Man. Sigma Man would never fall into a woman's trap. Jiang Yan had a smile at the corner of his mouth. Miss Lu, your lottery is indeed very tempting, but allow me to refuse. The crowd in the viewing gallery instantly boiled. What? Ghost Fairy, is he a man or not? He can even refuse such a lottery. He's just not human. Heavens, it's worthy of being a ghost immortal, not shaken by the color of women, and with a firm Taoist heart. The future will surely become a great Tao. Even Shen Wenba and the others in the VIP seats were dumbfounded. Good, what a teenage boy. Shen Wenba laughed out loud. Zhou Wenshan was also full of admiration. Not bad, this son will become a great man in the future. Jiang Yan didn't realize that just because he had refused Lu Qingmeng's lottery ticket, it just drew a shocked and impressed crowd. It doesn't matter. If you don't agree with my color, then I'll break your limbs, make you my slave. The bottom of Lu Qingmeng's eyes were filled with madness. She laughed maniacally, and with her as the square circle, vines with thorns instantly grew, killing Jiang Yan at extreme speed. Ghost Fairy, please me to your heart's content. Buzz. With a terrifying roar, Jiang Yan rubbed out a sonic boom with his bare hands, instantly churning the incoming vines to pieces. In the next moment, he realized that he was actually penetrated by a branch and nailed on top of an acacia tree. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. Illusion? It really can't be underestimated. Jiang Yan operated the original breathing method and instantly reached the realm of penetration. See through the illusion. Ah ha ha ha, Ghost Immortal. This won't work. Lu Qingmeng's eyes were filled with pleasure. Beautiful young lady, you can't just say things like saying a man can't do it. I'm sorry, Jiang Yan said with a smile. He had already cracked the illusion, and with one step, the great earthquake shattered, instantly killing Lu Qingmeng. Clank! Jiang Yan blasted out a fist, which was blocked by the petals lingering around Lu Qingmeng. Dash. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. His fist was unexpectedly chopped by the petals with countless wounds and began to bleed. One must know that he had remodeled his physical body 3 times and had cultivated the Immortal Tao collection to the 2nd level. Even so, his fist was still chopped by the petals lingering around Lu Qingmeng. A flower is a world. A leaf is a Bodhi. Lu Qingmeng's mouth was tinged with a smile. Ghost Immortal, you underestimated these petals. Each and every one of them, all contained the energy of a world. 100 flowers. Lu Qingmeng smiled brightly. In an instant, thousands of petals weaved into a seamless net, suppressing Jiang Yan. Ghost Martial Solution. Jiang Yan's mind moved. Thousands of ghost martial swords appeared and collide with the overwhelming petals. Clank! A clear and pleasant voice echoed in the martial arts arena. Everyone watched in disbelief. The scene was too fantastic. The sword dancing with the petals of the flowers. Like a dream. What should I do? I suddenly feel that the 100 Flower Fairy and the Ghost Fairy go together. What a joke! The Ghost Fairy and Goddess Yi are obviously a couple. Ha ha, that's all old news. Ghost Fairy broke up with Yi Iran a long time ago. Broke up? Does this mean that I can get high on the pair of Ghost Fairy and 100 Flowers Fairy? Boom dash! With a shocking sound, the sword and petals dissipated. The first fight between the two was a winner and a loser. Jiang Yan was surprised. This is the first time someone has been able to crack the Ghost Martial Solution. You're also the first person to survive my 100 blossoms. Lu Qingmeng narrowed her eyes and, licking his lips, Oni-chan, I'm really liking you more and more. Don't! I advise you to keep your distance from me, Jiang Yan said in a hurry. Ah ha ha ha, that's not up to you. Lu Qingming's eyes were filled with madness. I've got my eye on you. You just belong to me. She walked lightly, and with every step she landed, a sapling grew at breakneck speed. Growing into a huge wooden man, he kept approaching Jiang Yan. The earth trembled with every step the wooden giant took. Jiang Yan sacrificed the 10 directions ghost order. Earth Kuei and Heaven Kuei, don't show yourself yet. As soon as the words fell, 2 masses of black gas flew out from the 10 ghost orders, transforming into 2 stout and tall monsters that, letting out an angry roar, he battled the wood giant. At this you have a way to cope with it too. I'm really happy about it. Finally, someone who can give me such pleasure, smirked Ryu Simu. Emerald streams of light encircled her right hand, and a bow and arrow containing vitality was revealed. Lu Qingming had a smile on her face as she lightly pulled the bowstring with her jade hand. 3 arrows containing vitality instantly shot towards Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan took a deep breath. Small black hole, the sonic boom vortex and the aura eruption instantly intersected, generating a terrifying energy fluctuation that, constantly devouring matter along the way. The 3 arrows containing vitality were instantly swallowed by the small black hole. This can't even take you. Lu Qingming skimmed her mouth and, beautiful eyes looked at the small black hole that kept approaching. She reversed her jade hand, and a 7-colored lotus flower began to converge in her palm. The lotus flower continuously absorbed the vitality power of the surrounding space. Bright and eye-catching, the 7-colored lotus flower was vibrating every second, and space was fluctuating slightly. She gently let go, and the 7-colored lotus flower flew out, about to collide with the small black hole. Not good. I can feel the terrifying energy fluctuations even through the barrier. If that black hole is allowed to come into contact with the 7-colored lotus flower, the martial arts dojo will be blown flat. All the students will be killed. Shen Wenba saw the danger of the incident at a glance. Chapter 59, Goddess? Properly psychotic. Once the little black hole was off, it was out of his control. He also felt the terrifying energy fluctuations. Asterisk. You can't let the little black hole come into contact with that lotus flower. He was gonna just end the fight with a little black hole. It was not expected that Lu Qingming would also be able to rub out such a terrifying energy vortex. If the 2 energy vortices were allowed to come into contact and explode, the whole martial arts dojo will be razed to the ground by then. Of all the students present, not a single one was able to survive this energy blast. Lu Qingming didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the matter at all, and her expression was filled with madness. Both eyes were always fixed on Jiang Yan. What to do? How do I stop the 2 from making contact? Using a red umbrella? Move the red paper umbrella in front of so many people? Jiang Yan was a bit torn in his heart. He didn't want to expose the ability of the red paper umbrella, which was his biggest card. But if we don't move the red paper umbrella and really let the little black hole collide with the 7-colored lotus flower, the terrifying energy was enough to kill everyone. Jiang Yan was already planning to sacrifice his red paper umbrella. Just go here. Just then, an old voice rang out. A crane-haired figure appeared, and he appeared in the middle of the small black hole and the 7-colored lotus flower. Slowly raising his hands, he did not use his spiritual power or divine gift. Just like that, he wiped out the small black hole and the 7-colored lotus flower with his hand. The 2 horrible masses of energy seemed like 2 small flames in front of the old man that, it goes out with a pinch of your hand. What's this old man's story? Boom! 2 dull thuds came as the small black hole and the 7-colored lotus flower exploded in the old man's hands. Except for the shocking loud noise, it didn't cause the old man a single bit of damage. Goo! What a danger! If not for the old man's timely intervention, the 2 of you are about to become sinners at the level of slaughtering 100,000 people. The crane-haired old man laughed. Slaughtering 100,000 people? Jiang Yan froze. That's right. The crane-haired old man looked at Jiang Yan with a smile. The energy collision between the 2 of you isn't as simple as leveling the Jiangcheng martial arts dojo. Instead, it's 100 miles in every direction, and not a blade of grass. Ignoring the old man, Lu Qingming moved quickly and killed Jiang Yan once again. Her right hand held a spirit sword that instantly slashed at Jiang Yan's right arm. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes and instantly sacrificed the ghost god true martial. The Rakshasa ghost scythe collided with the spirit sword, instantly knocking Lu Qingming back tens of meters. Lu Qingming licked her lips. Ghost immortal, don't let others draw your attention to you. Our fight is not over. She once again killed Jiang Yan, who was holding the Rakshasa ghost scythe, which instantly haunted the black flames of the fighting with Lu Qingming's spirit sword. Clank dash. With a crunching sound, the Rakshasa ghost scythe directly hacked the spirit sword to pieces. Ha! Lu Qingming was surprised. Jiang Yan raised his hand and swung out a punch, interspersed with bursts of aura, intending to end the fight. Boom! The punch was still blocked by the petals, and Jiang Yan's left fist began to burst with blood. Lu Qingming smiled brightly. I was born with these petals. No one has ever been able to hurt me through the petals. Is that so? Jiang Yan had a smile on his lips. Then let me punch through these obnoxious petals of yours. Jiang Yan operated the original breathing method. His wounds rapidly healed, and violently slammed into Lu Qingming. Boom dash. The punch was blocked by the petals. Boom boom dash. The fist was still blocked by the petals. Boom boom dash. Jiang Yan summoned up all his strength and blasted out 3 more punches in a row. Even though he had the original breathing method to recover from his injuries, his fists were still decimated by the petals, revealing white bones. It's all been said that no one can harm. Lu Qingming said before her words fell. Her beautiful eyes instantly rounded, filled with shock. She murmured softly, How is this possible? With Jiang Yan exchanging injuries for kills and constantly blasting away with his fists, Lu Qingming's petals were surprisingly unable to recover. Not bad. She had a limited number of petals, and broken petals needed time to recover. But the speed at which Jiang Yan blasted the petals was too fast, so fast that the dissipated petals could not be repaired in time. Gradually, the petals that lingered around Lu Qingming gradually thinned out, and in the end, not even a single one remained. Lu Qingming's beautiful eyes were filled with tremors. My petals. What responded to her was Jiang Yan's bloodied fist. The punch was fast and hard, violently hitting Lu Qingming's abdomen. Dash. Lu Qingming's face twisted. Her proud petal protection had been shattered by Jiang Yan, and she hadn't yet regained her senses. The heavy blow to her abdomen then caused her eyes to roll upwards, and her entire body instantly flew out horizontally. Boom dash. Flying horizontally, Lu Qingming crashed through the barrier and smashed deeply into the wall, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Eyes full of tremors. This is impossible. How is this possible? She raised her head fiercely, her eyes staring deathly at Jiang Yan. Trembling, it's entirely possible. Because it's this man, the man I recognize, the man I'm looking at. Her mouth was full of blood and her eyes were greedy as she stared at Jiang Yan. Ghost immortal, you really are the man of my destiny. Ka-ching. Her arm jerked away from the wall, and then her whole body left the wall and, with great speed, he pounced on Jiang Yan. Holy, this isn't even dead? Jiang Yan was completely dumbfounded. He had used his full strength in this punch, and could at least kill 50 Leijianming. Ghost immortal. Instead of attacking Jiang Yan, Lu Qingming directly pounced on him and, like a wombat, hanging on Jiang Yan, she frantically rubbed her face against Jiang Yan, rubbing all the blood on her body onto Jiang Yan's clothes, eyes greedily staring at Jiang Yan. What the hell is this? Is this woman crazy? Get off of me. Jiang Yan's body was furious as he moved his aura to burst out and, none of them were able to shake Lu Qingming off of him. Jiang Yan, you're so great, I like you so much, we are destined to be together. Lu Qingming's eyes trembled, living like a psychopath. The crane-haired old man on the side laughed and shook his head. From ancient times to the present day, there have been documented SS-ranked God-givers who are more or less mentally unbalanced. This is a common problem with SS divine givers. Their spirit's difficulty in withstanding the powerful forces brought about by the divine gift results in behavioral logic that is alien to the norm. Jiang Yan, who had Lu Qingming hanging from his body, stated, "This is more than just being different. This is totally nuts." Zhou Wenshan laughed. "Young man, it's you who is a bit abnormal. As an SS-class divine giver, I'm surprised there's nothing wrong with your spirit. He's mentally different, so naturally he won't have any problems. Does narcissism count as a mental problem?" Jiang Yan asked with a smile. "That depends on how far the narcissism goes." Zhou Wenshan stroked his white beard. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment and cheerfully said, "I feel that I am the most in the whole world. No one is better than me." "Not bad. That would fit the iron law that SS divine giver must be psychotic." The old man smiled kindly. Jiang Yan's smile ceased. "No, turns out he's mentally ill himself. P.S. The male lead image is in the first chapter, so if you're curious, you can go back and take a look." Chapter 60, Winning the Championship. Guaranteed placement. Due to Bai Lishue's withdrawal in the middle of the match, Jiang Yan managed to win by 1 against 2 again. The semifinals turned directly into the finals, and Jiang Yan won the first place. Lu Qingming finished second and Lin Feiyu was third. The award ceremony was filled with chants of the Ghost Fairy's name. The name Ghost Immortal also spread throughout the country at this moment. While the Jiangchang martial arts competition brought reputation to Jiang Yan, it also drew the attention of various forces. Ghost Immortal, SS-class divine giver, disciple of martial Saint Huayuan who once suppressed him with a single slap. This year's Jiangchang martial arts competition champion. Under the dim light, the man held Jiang Yan's information in his hand and, one hand propped up his chin. "Not bad. A good seedling. Send a martial saint to keep an eye on him. Don't let him die." The man tapped his knuckles on the tabletop and said faintly, "If you're not in a death spiral, there would be no need to strike." "Understood." The old voice rang out, fading into the darkness. At this time in the Bai family in the imperial capital, the Bai family had sipped his tea and said faintly, "Shuer, you may have a complaint against father when I let you go back to your own home ahead of time." Bai Li Shue, who was dressed in white, shook her head. Li Shue doesn't blame father. This level of competition is just child's play for you. The white family head smiled faintly. Do you want to know who won first place in the end? Bai Li Shue's eyes trembled lightly as the face of that teenager subconsciously surfaced in her mind. The heart has the answer. She pursed her lips and shook her head. Falling Snow doesn't know. It's a teenager named Jiang Yan. This teenager is extraordinary. An SS-class divine giver. The white family lord's voice was cold. Now all the forces want to pull him in. He is indeed valuable to invest in. The Bai family lord looked faintly at Bai Li Shue. Shuer, do you think we should go out and pull this teenager? Bai Luo Shue's face was expressionless. Her brows lowered and her expression bleak. He is extraordinary. But compared to those holy sons of God in heaven, the light on their bodies is gone. Not bad. It seems like you see things clearly. Shuer, the white family lord sneered, and an SS-class divine giver is indeed an absolute demon in the tiny blue star. But in the heavens, he's only a party of heavenly pride at best. The Bai family lord stood up and the 7th-ranked martial emperor's pressure instantly enveloped the imperial capital. Bai Li Shue's face was pale. She was the main bearer of this pressure. This terrifying pressure made her unable to lift her head and her heart stopped beating. Shuer, you must remember that you're the white family's holy daughter. Your future is destined to be a union with the holy sons of gods and men in the heavens, not the mole crickets of the blue star. The Bai family lord's eyes swept over Bai Li Shue in a gloomy manner. If I find out again, you've gotten so close to that ghost immortal, I'll make him disappear from this world completely. Falling Snow knows that it is wrong. In the future, it will not have any interactions with ghost immortals. Bai Li Shue's eyes trembled and her voice choked a little. The Bai family lord's eyes became warm. Shuer, you are a gift from heaven to my Bai family. Your future is destined to belong to heaven. You are the hope of our white family's renewed glory. At this moment in the Jiang City Martial Arts Dojo, Jiang Yan, Lu Qingmeng and Lin Feiyu ascended the podium. Shen Wenba, Director of Education, and Zhou Wenshan, Director of Sacred Books, personally handing out awards to the top 3 in the competition to all 3. Shen Wenba smiled and walked over to Jiang Yan, placing a 1,000-year-old burning amazing flower into Jiang Yan's hand. Kid, this burning amazing flower is not inferior to a 10,000-year-old spiritual plant in the slightest, so don't dislike it because of its vintage. Jiang Yan smiled. He was well aware of the preciousness of the burning amazing flower. A single 10 years burning amazing flower is enough to make fire divine gifters fight for their heads, not to mention this 1,000-year-old burning amazing flower. It was feared that even the 6th order martial saint, Yang Mingzuan, was eager to obtain this 1,000-year burning amazing flower. Jiang Yan looked towards Lu Qingmeng and Lin Feiyu, both of whom had also obtained the 1,000-year spirit herb, but compared to Jiang Yan's 1,000-year burning amazing flower, it was still much worse. There is also a gap between spiritual plants. Shen Wenba simply said a few words and stood to the side. Zhou Wenshan, the dean of the Sacred Academy, smiled as he walked towards the 3, and he presented the 3 breathing methods to the 3. It drew a full house. Holy, I didn't see it wrong. Is that a breathing technique? Or is it the Celestial Spirit 5 Elements technique? If I had known that the top 3 rewards had breathing techniques, I would have rushed to the top 3 even if I had died. Jealousy makes me ugly, but I really want the breathing method. When Lu Qingmeng and Lin Feiyu saw the breathing method, they both lit up with shock. Jiang Yan received the breathing method, but he wasn't too excited, because he already had a breathing method, and it was the source of the world's breathing method, the original breath. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Lin Feiyu looked exuberant and bowed deeply to Zhou Wenshan. Lu Qingmeng also smiled brightly as she expressed her respect to Zhou Wenshan. Zhou Wenshan was very flattered as he looked kindly at Jiang Yan, waiting for Jiang Yan's indication. Jiang Yan wasn't too excited, so he hemmed and hawed, said something about thanking the boss for sending the breathing method. Seeing Jiang Yan so calm, Zhou Wenshan was a bit surprised. He smiled and, continuing to speak, he said, in addition to the 1,000-year spirit grass and the breathing method, there is also a reward for the top 3. There are still rewards? The crowd in the viewing gallery were all dumbfounded. 1,000-year spirit plants and breathing techniques were already the rarest rewards, and there were even rewards for them. Lu Qingmeng and Lin Feiyu looked at Zhou Wenshan with anticipation. Zhou Wenshan didn't sell out either. His voice was loud and clear, spreading throughout the martial arts dojo. The top 3 in this competition have the qualification to enter my sacred academy without examination. The moment these words came out, the entire martial arts dojo fell into a death-like silence. The next moment, a clamor erupted. Holy, crazy, exemption quota for the Sacred Academy. The Sacred Academy is an academy that is on par with the Heavenly God Academy and the Martial Emperor Academy. This time it wasn't just Lu Qingmeng and Lin Feiyu. Even Jiang Yan was shocked. I was wondering which martial arts university to attend. This directly gives me an entry place in a top academy. Jiang Yan was having trouble choosing. He had been hesitating between the Sacred Academy, the Martial Emperor's Academy, and the Heavenly Gods Academy. I don't know which academy to go to for the test. Now, well, there was no need for him to choose. The Sacred Academy had directly opened its doors to him. No. It's not true that the Sacred Academy of Books has opened its doors to him. But what if the Martial Emperor's Academy and the Heavenly Gods Academy found out that he was an unearthly supreme demon? What to do when the door is also open to him at the same time? Isn't he in a whirlwind of difficult choices again? Hey, sometimes being too demonic is a sin. Dean Chow, I'm so torn. I always have a feeling that the Heavenly God Academy and the Martial Emperor Academy will open their doors to me as well. Jiang Yan helplessly held his forehead. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Zhou Wenshan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. And 3 top academies opened their doors for him at the same time? Dream on. Throughout the ages, how many supreme demons have come out of China? There were no less than 1,000 SS-class divine gifters, and there had never been any talk of the 3 great academies robbing people. Narcissism is a disease that has to be cured. Chapter 61, The 3 Major Academies Snatch People. Zhou Lao is in a hurry. Little friend, you're being a bit overly concerned. Zhou Wenshan, the crane-haired, childlike, the smile on his face could barely be maintained. There has to be a limit to narcissism, as well as having the 3 major academies open their doors to him at the same time. Nice try. If the Heavenly God Academy and the Martial Emperor Academy also opened their doors to him, his position as the Dean of the Sacred Academy of Books would also be left alone, allowing him, Jiang Yan, to do it. Imperial Capital, Heavenly God Academy. Inside the ancient study, only a dazzling blue light flashed. A tall and the young girl with a face like the moon anxiously ran to the old man's table and violently slapped the table. Grandpa. The old man did not panic and gently put the brush away. Good granddaughter. What is so anxious? Yin Lingxi beamed. I don't care. I want Jiang Yan to come to our Heavenly God Academy. I want to see him next time school starts. The old man smiled and said, Lingxi, if the youngster you're talking about is really that capable, right now the martial arts exam is approaching. What is the status of our Heavenly God Academy? He will naturally take the exam here. Grandpa Yin Lingxi pouted. What if he gets into the Sacred Academy or the Martial Emperor Academy? Then won't we have one less peerless demon in the Heavenly God Academy? The pen in the old man's hand lurched. Yes, what if that teenager didn't come to the Heavenly God Academy and went to the other 2 academies? The old man sighed. Lingxi then in your opinion, what should Grandpa do? The scheme succeeded. Yin Lingxi's eyes are flowing. He laughed. Doesn't the Heavenly God Academy have 3 exemptions in every province? Nonsense. The old man said seriously. Those 3 exemption qualifications are not something that can be given casually. Yin Lingxi beamed, her eyes darting around and, finally, he laughed. And what if Jiang Yan wins first place in the local provincial martial arts competition? The old man raised his eyes. Did the boy get it? Of course. Yin Lingxi puffed out her chest with honor. Opening his eyes again, he realized that the old man sitting at the table was no longer there. Grandpa? The old man slapped Yin Lingxi's head. What are you still standing there for? Take me to him. Don't let the Sacred Academy's old head of Zhou snatch this good seedling away. The Martial Emperor's Academy, which only passed on to males and not females, majored in the art of physical art, pursuing the ultimate in physical body. The present-day Martial Emperor of China came from the Martial Emperor Academy. Lin Tian was filled with excitement when he received the news that Jiang Yan had won first place in the martial arts competition. Hoof it to the dean's office. Lin Tian was full of exuberance as he pushed open the door. And the next moment, bang! With a loud bang, Lin Tian directly flew out horizontally. He crashed through 5 walls before stopping. Inside the dean's office, an old voice came. How many times have I said that? Remember to knock when you come in. Lin Tian got up from the ground, wiped away the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, and happily settled the door to his room. 2 gentle knocks on the door. Come in. The old voice sounded again. Only then did Lin Tian run into the office with gusto and shouted at the parched old man. Master! Bang! With a dull thud, Lin Tian once again flew out horizontally, crashing through 10 stone pillars before stopping. How many times have I told you that when you enter the office, you have to call out your position and call me Dean? I'm sorry, the pale voice said faintly. Lin Tian struggled to get up from the ground and ran into the office. Dean! What is it? Say it. The dry old man trembled as he poured tea. It's the ghost immortal, the teenager who saved me at the ruins of ancient King's Mountain. He won first place in the Zhangcheng martial arts competition, so you can extend a guaranteed invitation to him now. The dry old man took a shaky sip of tea and, trembling again, He placed the teacup on the tabletop. You want him to come to our Martial Emperor Academy so badly. Dean, I have witnessed with my own eyes that the Ghost Immortal is truly the ultimate in fleshly body that you speak of, and I am certain that the Ghost Immortal's physical body is even stronger than that of Master Dongfang. Oh, the flesh is even stronger than the East. Lin Tian's words aroused the old man's interest. He lifted his head, revealing those cloudy eyes. Where is he? Follow me to him. Master, you promised. Lin Tian was thrilled. I won't know until I see you. The dry old man grabbed Lin Tian with one hand and took a step out and travel 1,000 miles in an instant. At this time in the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Dojo, Zhou Wunshan smiled and said, Little friend, our Sacred Academy's exemption quota is only for 7 days, and if there is no reply within 7 days, it will not expire. Jiang Yan's difficulty in choosing came out again. 7 days I have to think about it. Zhou Wunshan smiled and shook his head. Think about it, our Sacred Academy's heritage, but it's the first in China, and even the first in the world. Old piker, it's better for you to keep the stinking mouth of yours shut. A loud voice rang out and an old man and young girl suddenly appeared in the martial arts arena. Someone recognized the old man and instantly shrieked out, It's the Dean of the Heavenly God Academy. The Dean of the Heavenly God Academy? Then that young girl beside him with a face like the rising sun and a face like the white moon. It's not Yin Lingxi, the goddess of the Heavenly God Academy. Really, the Dean and goddess of the Heavenly God Academy are both here. What are they here for? Look at this situation. Seems to be approaching Jiang Yan. No way. The Heavenly God Academy won't really want to rob Jiang Yan. This is the big news of the century. Each of the 3 major academies enrolls students, and there has never been a scene of robbing people. Right now, the Heavenly God Academy and the Sacred Academy seem to be ready to snatch Jiang Yan. Yin Lingxi stood in a pavilion and greeted Jiang Yan with a coquettish smile. Ghost Immortal, long time no see. Well, it's been a long time. Jiang Yan laughed lightly. Seeing the Dean of the Heavenly God School, Zhou Wunshan's face changed. Old piker, what are you doing here? Dean Yin laughed bashfully as his gaze fell on Jiang Yan. Naturally, he's inviting this little friend. Join my Heavenly God Academy. What? Zhou Wunshan's face changed drastically. He stiffened and looked at Jiang Yan, somewhat incredulous. Surprisingly, it was really as this kid said. Some other academy had come to rob him, but luckily, the people from the Martial Emperor Academy didn't come, so they couldn't really let this bastard kid get what he wanted. 2 old nobodies. I appreciate this little doll, so all of you get as far away from me as you can. An old voice echoed in the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Dojo. Boom dash. The ceiling of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Dojo smashed out a crater once again, and a dry and old figure appeared. He was dry and thin and looked like he would fall at any moment. This person's arrival instantly caused the crowd in the viewing gallery to boil. Crazy. Even the Dean of the Martial Emperor Academy is here. When did the world get so sci-fi? Is this writing a novel? Novels don't even dare to write like this. I feel like I must be crazy. Furnace hallucinating? That this isn't real. I must be dreaming. Must be. Everyone's faces were shocked, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Tian poked his head out at this time and waved cheerfully at Jiang Yan. Hi, brother-in-law. Seeing Lin Tian, Jiang Yan immediately felt as bad as if he had eaten a dead fly. This pit sister thing is at it again. All of you get the hell out. Jiang Yan is the first student that my Sacred Academy looks at. Zhou Wunshan could no longer maintain his composure. He had thought that enrolling Jiang Yan in the Sacred Academy was the nail in the coffin. But now the old things from the Martial Emperor Academy and the Heavenly God Academy had actually come to rob people. Chapter 62, 1,000 Years of Burning Amazing. The Black Dragon first appeared. You 2 old things. Jiang Yan is a good seedling booked by my Sacred Academy. All of you get out of here. The smile on Zhou Wunshan's face ceased. Unable to maintain his composure any longer, Dean Yin of the Heavenly God Academy had kind brows. Old Zhou, we're all old friends. Today, for my sake, let this young friend Zhang be admitted to my Heavenly God Academy. I shucks. You old fox. You, Yin Xinghua, have no face at all with me. Zhou Wunshan is furious. The dry old man spoke at this time, his voice hoarse as if it had been sandpapered. Both of you, why don't you listen to the old man? I see that this young friend Zhang has a strong physical body and walks the path of physical body extremity. Come to my Martial Emperor Academy. Definitely the best homecoming for him. What the dry old man said was true. Of the 3 top martial arts academies, only the Martial Emperor Academy majored in body refining. Today's Chinese martial emperor walks the path of becoming a saint in the flesh and breaking all laws with one force. Well said, Master. Lin Tian gave the dry old man a thumbs up. Yin Jinghua and Zhou Wunshan were both stunned as they thought that what the dry old man said was true. But the problem was that Jiang Yan was such a good seedling. How could they possibly give it away? Oh old Luo, little friend Zhang's physical body is indeed strong. but don't forget that he's an SS class divine giver. And if I'm not mistaken, little friend Jiang is a summoner. Yin Jinghua laughed. Zhou Wenshan also snorted coldly. Old skull. Zhang Yan is not a sports student. He is not going to go to the Martial Emperor Academy. Three gazes looked at Zhang Yan at the same time. In response, Zhang Yan said, "It's such a pain in the ass. I'm having trouble choosing." Zhou Wenshan was infuriated. Difficulty in choosing? Then just come directly to our sacred academy. Old Zhou, it's better to let young friend Zhang choose this kind of thing himself. Yin Jinghua laughed brightly. Little friend Zhang, truth be told. In fact, my granddaughter is very appreciative of you. If you come to my Heavenly God Academy, Grandpa. Yin Lingxi blushed in shame and glared at the old man. The old man smiled and didn't continue. Lin Tian couldn't sit still. He shouted loudly, "Nonsense! The ghost fairy and my sister Lin Wan, you are a match made in heaven. The Yin family foxes have no place to interfere." This statement was made with no intention of saying anything. A single word stirred up 1,000 waves, and the entire Zhongchang martial arts dojo was abuzz. It's too magical. Goddess Yin of the Divine Awakening group and Goddess Lin of the 100 Herb group are actually robbing the ghost immortal. Heavens, I've heard that Qinzhan, the peerless demon from the Heavenly Gods Academy, is courting Yin Lingxi. If this makes Qinzhan know that Yin Lingxi has someone else in her heart, I wonder if it will be unfavorable to the ghost immortal. Qin War? That SS-ranked demon who stepped into the peak of the 3rd rank at only 20 years old? He killed 100 foreigners with just his own strength, and he was in the limelight for a while. This person, Qinzhan, has extraordinary battle power, and I'm afraid that the ghost immortal is no match for him. Seeing that it was getting more and more chaotic, Zhang Yan waved his hand. Alright, you guys should stop arguing too. The three old men looked at Zhang Yan at the same time. Have you thought about it? Zhang Yan heatedly smiled. I've said that I'm dyslexic. I can't make a choice at all. How about this? You three deans will fight, and whichever side wins, I will join the academy. The scene fell silent for a moment. Shen Wenba, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This kid, it's too much of a joke. 2. The three deans of the academy were all peak 6th ranked martial saints, and if the three of them were to engage in a melee, the aftermath created could have leveled the river city. The three deans looked at each other and laughed. Little friend Zhang, it's naturally not a problem for the three of us to compete in a match, but once we fight, the entire Jiangchang will suffer the repercussions. Yin Jinghua laughed brightly. Zhou Wenshan stroked his beard. I think we should leave it like this. Let's just have the most promising students from our respective academies compete in a tournament. Junior friend Zhang, you don't have an opinion, do you? With the words already spoken, Zhang Yan didn't have much of an opinion. I don't have a problem with it. The dry old man's voice was hoarse. Tomorrow at noon, we will still meet here. Yin Jinghua and Zhou Wenshan had no objections, and the matter was finalized. Junior friend Zhang, tomorrow at noon, you must be there. 2. Witness with your own eyes the battle prowess of the top scholars of our three great academies. Zhou Wenshan intentionally knocked Zhang Yan. Let Zhang Yan know that one mountain is higher than the other. It's nice that you're a demon, but you're not the only one in this world. Zhang Yan nodded smilingly. No problem, I'll be on time tomorrow. The three old men disappeared in an instant, and the awarding of the rewards for the Zhongchang martial arts competition came to an end. Zhang Yan directly took a taxi back home, locked himself into his room, and studied the 1,000-year burning amazing flower. 1,000 years of burning amazing flower is enough to compare to a 10,000-year-old spiritual plant for fire-type adepts. I didn't expect that the first place reward for this year's Zhongchang martial arts competition would be this rare item. If he didn't have the fire divine gift, the effect of the 1,000-year burning amazing flower on him would directly be greatly reduced. Coincidentally, he did have a fire ability, Black Flame. Zhang Yan's voice was bland. In the next moment, black flames rose from his palm. The black flames were bizarre. Enough to burn everything. I wonder how much it will change my black flame by taking this 1,000-year burning amazing flower. Zhang Yan operated the original breathing method and mobilized his aura to infuse the 1,000-year burning amazing flower. He had a meticulous control over his aura, and could freely control his aura output, controlling the aura fire to perfection and refining the 1,000-year burning amazing flower to the extreme. The 1,000-year burning amazing flower dissipated in an instant, turning into dots of red light that lingered around Zhang Yan. Racing to be first, they surged into Zhang Yan's body. These dots of starlight are the medicinal properties, bright and surging, rich in majestic vitality and flame origin. Having practiced the original breathing method, Zhang Yan's spirit sea was vast and boundless. The 1,000-year burning amazing flower, again due to its medicinal properties being the strongest, collided with Zhang Yan's spirit sea vortex, mirroring each other. Boom dash! The black flames instantly rose and wrapped Zhang Yan in it. At this point, Jiang Yan had long since stopped suffering like the previous 2 times, and he was already immune to the black flames. No, to be precise, it's immune to flame damage. This was the effect brought about by the 1,000-year burning amazing flower, giving him an immunity to flames. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes and a flash of scarlet flashed by. Black flame. Boom dash. With a loud bang, the black inflammation fire was monstrous, as if it was a black dragon trying to break free from Jiang Yan's control, hissing and growling in the air. Holy, black inferno has life. Jiang Yan was shocked. The 1,000-year burning amazing flower gave black flame a new life. Let the black flames transform into a spiritual black dragon. Roar dash. The black dragon roared at Jiang Yan. Hey ah. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow at this violent temper of his. He honors the black dragon as his master. The black dragon had the audacity to bare its teeth at him. Oh, did love, didn't it? Jiang Yan raised his hand and was about to extinguish the black flames, causing the black dragon to dissipate. The black dragon seemed to be aware of Jiang Yan's motives and directly spat out dragon breath at Jiang Yan. The black flames instantly set Jiang Yan's head on fire. Jiang Yan pursed his lips. Sorry, I'm flame immune. With a grip of his large hand, the monstrous black flames were instantly extinguished and the black dragon disappeared without a trace. Chapter 63 Heaven's Pride Battle. At noon the next day, Jiang Yan yawned and lazily arrived at the Zhongcheng martial arts dojo. He spat. The Zhongcheng martial arts competition has already ended. Why are there still so many people? Hearing Jiang Yan's tirade, a girl instantly became a nymphomaniac. The Zhongcheng martial arts competition is not interesting at all. How can it compare to today's battle of the century? The battle of the century? Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and asked with some curiosity. It's not just a 3-man melee today. How come it's the battle of the century? The girl glared at Jiang Yan. What do you know? Do you know who the 3 people in the big fight today are? Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders. He didn't really know. Without waiting for the girls to reply, another innocent-looking girl said with admiration, the 3 of them are the dream of every young girl's heart. How a smell of ancient morning novels. Jiang Yan speechless. After all that, hurry up and tell him which 3 are going to have a big fight today. There were more people in the viewing gallery than those who had come to the Zhongcheng martial arts competition. Sacred Academy of Books Qi Tian, Qin Zhan of the Sacred Academy of the Heavens, as well as Chu Hei of the Martial Emperor Academy. Jiang Yan's face was bland at the words. Oh, he was not recognizing any of them. Hey, why are you so cold? Don't you know that these 3 are the 3 great prides of the imperial capital? The girl with the twisted braids glared at Jiang Yan, very unhappy with Jiang Yan's coldness. Jiang Yan had already lost interest, so he didn't reply. Hey, you're deaf, aren't you? I want you to apologize to your 3 brothers. The girl with the twisted braids gradually increased her voice. What kind of a thing are you? You're not even worthy of lifting the shoes of your 3 brothers. Just then, a girl saw Jiang Yan's face and suddenly screamed. Ah, you're the ghost immortal. At these words, everyone in the viewing gallery locked their eyes on Jiang Yan. Heavens, it's really a ghost fairy. The ghost fairy is actually right next to me, and I haven't even realized it yet. I've heard that this battle between the 3 great celestial pride of the imperial capital is organized for the ghost immortal. Whichever academy's pride wins, Jiang Yan will join it. Ghost immortal. The twisted braided girl who had previously called out to Jiang Yan to apologize to the 3 heavenly prides was pale and somewhat confused and unbelievable. She had even spoken to Ghost Immortal like that just now, and mocked Ghost Immortal for being unworthy of the 3 heavenly prides' shoes. Unbeknownst to them, the 3 heavenly prides were organizing this battle for Jiang Yan. She just felt her face flush and wanted to find a crack in the ground. Jiang Yan simply ignored the twisted braid girl. His gaze always landed on the 3 figures standing tall like guns in the martial arts dojo. Peak of the 3rd order. These 3 are all peak of the 3rd order. This is no ordinary peak of the 3rd order. Jiang Yan could feel the majestic aura like mountains and seas from them. These 3 people's auras were filled with hundreds of times more aura than Lin Feiyu's. This was a true peak 3rd stage powerhouse, cultivating every minor realm to the extreme. With a solid foundation, he was invincible in the same realm. At this time on the martial arts arena, Qin Tian of the Heavenly God Academy had an ugly expression on his face. Ghost Immortal. A guy with an empty SS-class divine bestowal. He's worthy of our strikes. Qi Tian of the Sacred Academy of Books had a warm face. I also feel that there is something wrong. I wouldn't mind sparring with the 2 of you. It's just the purpose of this sparring session that I dislike. Chu Hili of the Martial Emperor Academy said in a deep voice. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? If you want to fight, then fight. You 2 can go together. Qin Zhan sneered. Idiots with only muscles and no brains. Qi Tian was gentle and elegant. Brother Chu, the 3 of us should not fight. The Ghost Immortal does not have the qualifications to do so. Then, according to Brother Chi's opinion, what should we do? The corner of Qin Zhan's mouth hooked into an evil smile. Chu hugged his shoulders and looked at Keratin as well. The corner of Qi Tian's mouth curved up. The three of us will pull Ghost Immortal down and have some fun with him. Let him know that the three major academies are not something he can pick and choose. Xinjiang naturally had no problem with it, because he had long since heard that the Lingxi she was pursuing was very close to Jiang Yan. Rumors arose and the charges were confirmed, and he already had deep animosity towards Jiang Yan. If Jiang Yan dared to go on the field, he would waste one of his arms to ease his heart's hatred. Chu Hili didn't indicate that he only wanted to find strong people to fight. If the Ghost Immortal was really as physically strong as rumored, he wouldn't mind accompanying Jiang Yan in a couple of moves. Seeing that the two of them had no comments, Dim Wang Qitian smiled and looked in the direction of the viewing gallery. He wore a smile and his voice was as warm as jade. Brother Jiang, could you come down for a moment? Jiang Yan hooked his lips and smiled lightly. You three can just fight. Don't care about my feelings of watching the battle. This brat. Xinjiang's teeth itched with hatred. His heart ignited with rage at the sight of Jiang Yan now. Brother Jiang, I and these two Taoists feel that the three of us cutting a deal doesn't show you the strength of the three great schools. Qi Tian smiled. Since Brother Jiang is also present, why don't you come down and discuss the Tao with the three of us? Jiang Yan laughed. He knew what Carishan had in mind. It wasn't because he felt that he, Jiang Yan, didn't deserve to have the heaven's pride of the three great academies strike because of him. Hey, the pride of heaven is the pride of heaven. Every one of them is a dragon and phoenix among men. Condescension is burned into your bones. Jiang Yan hooked his lips and smiled gently. Good. Since you have said this, I naturally can't spoil the fun. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Yan leapt down from the spectator seat and landed firmly. The moment he entered the martial arts dojo, the entire arena was detonated. Cheers and hoots and hollers. The Ghost Immortal is awesome. Surprisingly, he wants to fight 1 against 3. The number 1 person in this year's Jiangchang martial arts competition is taking on the 3 great prides of the imperial capital. This time it's truly the fight of the century. The match hasn't even started yet and I'm burning up. I'm already burning up. Someone come and give me temperature control. A fire psychic got too excited and just spontaneously combusted. At the VIP table, the deans of the 3 major academies all shook their heads. Zhou Wenshan stroked his beard. Little friend Jiang is still too arrogant. The gap between him and Qi Tian and the others. It's not just the realm. Yin Xinghua laughed. I do think this kid is good. He has the style of the old man back then. My granddaughter's vision really isn't bad. The dry old man's voice was hoarse. He is very strong. The physical body is not below Chu Hili. He belongs to the Wudi Shuyuan. On the martial arts dojo, Xinjiang casually lifted up an S-class ally gun that came with the dojo. Kid, you're too arrogant. Let me thwart you. Slow down. Jiang Yan directly opened his mouth to interrupt. Xinjiang stumbled and almost rushed to the ground. His face was ugly. What? You're afraid? No, I'll take the weapon. Jiang Yan smiled and, drawing a long sword from the weapon rack next to the martial arts dojo. Alright, you can start now. Witnessing Jiang Yan's behavior, Xinjiang's forehead veins rippled. You're underestimating me? I'll show you the price of underestimating me. I'm so scared. Can you stop scaring me? Jiang Yan smiled. Chapter 64, The 3 Heroes Battle the Ghost Immortal. Don't know how to die. Killing intent flashed under Qin War's eyes. His peak third-order cultivation erupted, and his entire body transformed into a golden stream of light, breaking through the speed of sound and, the silver spear in his hand wrapped around the golden rhyme. Madaka! With a crisp sound, the long sword collided with the silver spear. Boom dash! The long sword and the silver spear shattered at the same time. Jiang Yan's mouth held a smile, lifting his foot to kick Xinjiang's abdomen. Xinjiang's eyes were full of surprise. He was kicked sideways and flew out in severe pain. He was too shocked. Being at the peak of the third order, he was. Surprisingly, he fought a tie with Jiang Yan, who was at the 5th level of the 2nd rank. Xinwar gently brushed the dust off his abdomen. I have underestimated you. I also underestimated you. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. He'd often done things like killing people over the level. The fact that he hadn't given Xinjiang a kick to death just now had indeed surprised him. Worthy of being the pride of the 3 major academies, the overall battle power was more than 1 star stronger than an ordinary 3rd-ranked martial zone. Only 1 move is needed to deal with you. Xinjiang's body flowed with golden rhythms as he waved his big hand and a gilt lance appeared, accompanied by a golden dragon hissing and a dragon's roar that shook the sky. The crowd in the viewing gallery all exclaimed in shock. This is the SS-grade heavenly item golden rhythmic swimming dragon lance. It allows Xinjiang to summon a heavenly artifact. This ghost fairy is really something. Don't be. Why do I feel that in that exchange just now? It was obvious that the Ghost Immortal was better. Xinjiang is a sophomore celestial pride of the Heavenly God Academy, a former provincial champion in the martial arts exams. There is no doubt about his strength. The people watching the battle had those who thought that Xinjiang had a high chance of winning, and there were also those who thought that Jiang Yan had a high chance of winning. In the martial arts arena, Xinjiang's pupils turned golden. Those were the eyes of a dragon. His battle intent was at its peak. His aura surged around him, and the earth trembled. A golden swimming dragon lingered at the tip of the gun. It's considered an honor for you to lose to this shot of mine. Qin War's eyes were filled with arrogance. You're really confident in yourself. Jiang Yan laughed lightly, the corner of his mouth curved up in an arc as he, have you ever lost? Hearing this, Xinjiang was stunned. Lose? He then looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. I, Xinjiang, have never had a defeat in my life, nor is it possible to have a defeat. Oh, that means you haven't lost. Jiang Yan laughed. You're lucky you ran into me today. I will break your confidence and make you recognize yourself. Qin War's eyes were filled with rage. Arrogant. Buzz. He moved, so fast that he broke through the sound barrier, and the golden rhythm swimming dragon gun in his hand had the sound of a dragon's roar. Jiang Yan faintly said, Little Black Dragon. This was the name he had gotten for the Black Flame upgrade. Well, he's really too talented with names. In the next instant, black flames rose around Jiang Yan's body, and these black flames condensed and materialized. It collided with Xinjiang's golden rhythm swimming dragon. The energy fluctuations of the golden dragon and the black dragon were so violent that space fluctuated in an instant. How is it possible? Xinjiang was shocked. His golden rhythm swimming dragon was actually blocked by Jiang Yan. Roar dash. The black dragon spat out black dragon flame, and Xinjiang's face was ugly, waving the golden rhyme swimming dragon gun in his hand to resist. He no longer had the energy to care about Jiang Yan and fight with the black dragon. After witnessing Jiang Yan's strong physical body, Xu Hili, who was watching the battle from the side, had long been eager to try. He walked towards Jiang Yan with his fists clenched. Ghost immortal, I'll be your opponent. His height was a full 2 meters, and his muscles were stout and domineering, just like a big mountain that was hard to cross. Jiang Yan laughed lightly as the two raised their hands and threw a punch at each other. Boom dash. The fists of the two men did not collide, and there was a surprising diaphragm between them. The two air currents were resisting each other. The terrifying fist wind shook the barrier of the martial arts arena and began to fluctuate. Xu Hili's eyes were filled with astonishment. The ghost immortal's physical body was actually on par with his. Boom! The two fists finally collided together, and only the clicking sound of bone cracking was heard. Xu Hili's huge fist was unexpectedly shattered by Jiang Yan's punch. Jiang Yan's hand just grazed a bit of skin and bled out. The scene was too shocking. Xu Hili was a pride of the Martial Emperor Academy that majored in body refining, and his physical body was surprisingly not as strong as Jiang Yan's. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying realm Jiang Yan's fleshly body had reached. At the VIP seat, the dry old man's eyes were glowing. He's a student of my Martial Emperor Academy. It can only be a student of my Martial Emperor Academy as well. Yin Jingguo's hands were also shaking with excitement. Even Xinjiang couldn't take him down. Such a talent can only come to my Heavenly God Academy. Zhou Wenshan also didn't even bother with his old face. Jiang Yan has said that he wants to come to the Sacred Academy. You're both late. Yin Jingguo and the dried-up old man both ignored him, staring at Jiang Yan in the martial arts arena with the eyes of a rare treasure. On the martial arts arena, Jiang Yan and Xu Hili threw 3 punches in a row, knocking Xu Hili back and forth. Both fists were bloody and deep. Ghost immortal, you are worthy of the title of absolute demon. Xu Hili's eyes were filled with exuberance. It's the kind of look that only happens when you meet a formidable enemy. His voice was as dull as an ancient bell. The Stone King's true body. Xu Hili slammed his hands into the ground, and a layer of hard boulders covered his arms. These boulders weigh 10,000 tons. Indestructible. Shaking the mountains. Boom dash. He blasted his fist at Jiang Yan, and Jiang Yan could no longer resist it with his physical body. He sacrificed his ghost god Jinwu, Rakshasa ghost scythe. Countless grievous souls wailed as the Rakshasa ghost scythe manifested, colliding with the tons of boulders. Boom! With a dull thud, the dust and smoke dispersed, and the boulder on Xu Hili's right arm even chafed a little bit. It finally shattered with a bang. How is this possible? Xu Hili stiffened in place. He had already utilized his SS grade divine gift and was still no match for Jiang Yan. One must know that he was a full realm higher than Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan wasn't uninjured. He was already starting to pant, and with that blow just now, it shattered his tiger's mouth alive and was bursting with blood. Qi Tian, who had been watching, couldn't sit still. If the 3 of them really lost to Jiang Yan, wouldn't it be a joke for the 3 major academies? He was no longer in the mood to watch the show. Ghost immortal, I recognize your strength, but you can't walk out of the martial arts arena today standing. Jiang Yan had a smile on his lips. That depends on whether you have that ability. That's pretty cocky. These 2 idiots underestimated you, not me. A drop of blood flew out of Carishan's brow and transformed into a golden red sword. The sword is branded with the totem of the divine beast Kirin. Let this farce end. The cynical smile was no longer on Kiritan's face. Giggle. The Qilin sword bloomed with a brilliant haze, instantly killing Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan had already lost his strength and was unable to hold the Rakshasa ghost side anymore. His drooping hand snapped his fingers and his aura burst forth. Little black hole. A black vortex appeared in front of him as he twisted space and devoured everything. The unicorn sword instantly flew into the small black hole. And then, Kirishin was then dumbfounded. I can't perceive my Kirin sword. The Kirin sword is his heavenly possession. And with the Kirin bloodline in his body, the Kirin sword is connected to his blood. The connection was never broken. But the Qilin sword flew into the small black hole, and it directly disconnected from him. He couldn't sense the presence of the Kirin sword. Kiritan panicked, his face pale. Chapter 65, The Second Yama. Victory and defeat are decided. Roar dash. The Black Dragon and Qinzhan were still fighting, and in the end, Qinzhan wasted 9 oxen and 2 tigers. As he obliterated the Black Dragon with a single shot, he also exhausted his spiritual energy, and the golden rhythmic swimming dragon gun in his hand dissipated. Damn! What kind of monster is this ghost immortal? Qinzhan weakly covered his abdomen and the place where Jiang Yan had kicked him was now beginning to ache faintly. It didn't take much thought to realize that this was an internal injury, and his internal organs were probably shattered. Chu Hili hadn't slowed down at this point, still standing stupidly in place, constantly murmuring, I'm defeated. How is this possible? How can I lose? How is it possible? Only Kirishin was freaking out. Where's my Kirin sword? Why can't I sense my Kirin sword anymore? His eyes were red as he glared at Jiang Yan. Give me back the Qilin sword. I also want to return it, but the little black hole is not under my control. Jiang Yan grinned. What he said was true. The little black hole energy was too terrifying, and once it came off, it would be beyond his control. Qi Tian's face was ugly. You seek death, swallowing my Qilin sword. I want you to pay the price in blood. His hands transformed into unicorn claws, and golden red claw marks instantly attacked Jiang Yan, who had already exhausted his strength. With a movement of his mind, 2 groups of figures flew out from the 10 directions ghost order. Boom boom, 2 terrifying figures descended, overlooking the living beings. Earth Kuei, Heaven Kuei. Jiang Yan gave the call. Beat these 3 to death. Roar. The 2 ghost generals received the call and instantly rushed towards Qi Tian like a madman. As a sacred academy Heaven's pride, Qi Tian's physical body was not something that could be compared to an ordinary martial zone. He tore apart the Earth Kuei's flesh with a claw and blasted the Sky Kuei away with another palm. With his eyes dripping with killing intent, he sprinted to kill Jiang Yan. Destroy you. Retrieve my Kirin sword. Each step of Kirin Sky was as fast as it could be. In less than a breath, he killed in front of Jiang Yan and raised his hand to wipe Jiang Yan's neck. Whoosh! A dozen ghost swords descended from the sky, forcing Kiritan to retreat. He looked up and went white with shock. One could only see thousands of ghost martial swords lingering in the air, surrounding Jiang Yan's body. Jiang Yan laughed lightly. You don't seem to be able to get close to me. Black flame. Jiang Yan said indifferently. Thousands of ghost martial swords wrapped around the black flames, and the flames were monstrous. Fiery flames start a prairie fire. Kill. Jiang Yan's lips flicked out. In the next moment, thousands of flying swords with black flames attached to them killed Qi Tian from different directions. Kirishin's face changed drastically as he let out a roar, and the Kirin blood in his body burned and boiled, instantly transforming into a unicorn. A roar shook the sky. Thousands of ghost martial swords instantly dissipated. Qi Tian was in a cold sweat as he took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Yan with a cold smile. Ghost immortal. There's nothing you can do about it this time. Jiang Yan suddenly laughed lowly. Qi Tian inexplicably felt fear as he blurted out. What are you laughing at? You were in a heated battle with the 3 of us. Now that your aura is depleted and your chi and blood are exhausted, you are in a desperate situation. Extinction? Jiang Yan's laughter grew louder as he slowly raised his head and those scarlet eyes stared at Kiritan without blinking, making Kiritan's body hairy. What kind of eyes were those? As if not looking at him, but through him, looking at a corpse. In Jiang Yan's eyes, he was no different from a dead body. No, it's impossible. You're already at the end of your strength. It's just a bluff. Qi Tian laughed coldly and, Ghost Fairy, you lost. Before his words fell, he saw Jiang Yan with his hands in his pockets, his face clouded with lightness, hanging a warm smile. Where was the appearance of weakness and exhaustion just now? How is this possible? You should have lost your battle power. How could this be? Kiritan was filled with fear. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders. Why? I'm looking for reasons too. He mastered the original breathing method and his state returned to normal in a few breaths, thanks to the Earth K and Sky K helping him to stall for time, giving him time to recover. His body was now filled with aura and his chi and blood were boiling again. Looking at the terrified Kirishin, Jiang Yan smiled. I'll return your Kirin sword to you right here. Really? Really? Qi Tian was filled with disbelief. Of course, Jiang Yan laughed lightly, and with a thought, the little black hole spat out the Qilin sword. Seeing the Kirin sword, Kirishin was overjoyed. He recalled the Kirin sword and, a sinister flash appeared on his face. Ghost immortal, I admit that you are a character, but you shouldn't be so rampant. With the Kirin sword, Kirishin's confidence had returned. He was confident that he could kill Jiang Yan with one sword. In the face of seniors, you have to be in awe. The corner of Qi Tian's mouth curled into a smile. He said in a cold voice, Kirin one flash. The Kirin sword blossomed with golden haze, only to hear the Kirin roar. The Kirin sword had transformed into a Kirin, killing Jiang Yan at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Yan always had his hands in his pockets and a smile on his face. Just as the griffin was about to pounce on him, he said softly, King Chu Jiang, buzz dash. Time seemed to stop as the Qilin that was about to pounce on Jiang Yan disappeared. Qi Tian's face was filled with panic as he looked around with a pale face. Where is this place? He was still at the Zhongchang martial arts dojo last second, still fighting with Jiang Yan. How in the blink of an eye he appeared in this dark and scary world. Buzz dash. A dull ancient tripod struck, and Kirishin trembled as he felt an inexplicable fear. This fear went deep into his soul, making him tremble and unable to resist falling to his knees. He stiffened and raised his head, only to see a green-faced, fanged demonic god, dragging in his hands all sorts of spells and was looking down on him with contempt. With just one glance, Kirishin was so scared that his face turned pale and he trembled. He knew where this place was. This was Hades. This is the netherworld. Only to see an ancient hall emerge from King Chu Jian's palm, and Qi Tian flew uncontrollably towards that hall. No matter how much he screamed, it didn't help. Where is this? Kiritin shivered. In the next moment, he only felt a piercing cold wind that made his body spasm, which went deep into his bones. It went deep into his soul, making his breath feel like his throat was pierced by ice ballast. Every second in this side of the world felt agonizing to him. His blood freezes, he can't move a muscle, but his consciousness stays awake, tortured in this very cold hell. Maybe it's a year, maybe it's a decade, maybe it's a century, maybe it's eternity. Countless years had passed in the extreme cold hell, and only a second had passed in reality. In the martial arts arena, Qi Tian, whose eyes were glowing fiercely in the last second, suddenly rolled both his eyes and he kept spitting black blood from his mouth, and his body was stiff, as if frozen into an ice sculpture, and he fell stiffly to the ground. This bizarre scene caused the martial arts arena to fall silent. Xin War and Chu Hills were both stunned. They didn't know what was going on, but the two knew that they had lost. The three great academies' heavenly prides, combined, were unable to defeat the ghost immortal alone. They lost, and they lost convincingly. Brother Jiang, I admit defeat. Chu Hilly smiled nervously. Xin War is all unwilling, and at this time there is no power to fight. He gritted his teeth and said, I admit defeat. Chapter 66, The Choice of the Academy. Ghost immortals are powerful. The ghost fairy is the strongest. One person defeated the three great academy heavenly prides. Holy, I can't be dreaming. This is too magical. What's so magical about it? I just see a new star rising brightly. This battle between the three great academies' heavenly prides. The intention was that the winner would be eligible to invite Jiang Yan to join their academy. Now it was good. Instead of a great battle, the heavenly pride of the three great academies had joined forces to surround Jiang Yan. The most taught thing was that the three great academies' heavenly pride had also lost. They went 3-for-1 and lost. The three heroes battled Lu Bu, and Lu Guanzhan was still able to squeak out a victory. Their three great academy prides battled the ghost immortal, and in the end, they had ended up in a crushing defeat. Who's to blame for this? After this battle, the ghost immortal's name would resonate throughout the imperial capital, and even throughout the entire country of China. Zhou Wenshan, Yin Jinghua and Old Man Withered Bones all showed up. Zhou Wenshan looked at Qi Tian, who was spitting black blood from his mouth and was already on the verge of dying. Disappointedly, he sighed. Qi Tian is proud of his heart and has never been defeated along the way. And now that he has been defeated, it is also considered a refining experience. He raised his hand and channeled a drop of aura to Kirishin's brow, protecting Kirishin's heart chakra, not let him die a violent death. Yin Jinghua smilingly patted Qin Zhan's shoulder. Want to chase after my granddaughter? You've got a long way to go, Dean. From today onwards, I'll cultivate harder. I'm going into seclusion. Qin Zhan secretly resolved that next time, he would definitely defeat Jiang Yan in battle. Feeling Qin Zhan's combative sight, Jiang Yan raised both his hands high. Spare me. I don't want to fight the underdog a second time. You. Qin Zhan's teeth were itching with anger, but he couldn't do anything about Jiang Yan. A loss is a loss. He recognizes. The dry old man carried his hands behind his back, his voice dry and hoarse. Chu Hilly, in this battle, Do you have any epiphanies? Chu lowered his head. Dean, I recognize my own mediocrity. Once he prided himself on being an SS-ranked divine giver, and he had a smooth ride. Only a sophomore and he had reached the peak of the third order. He began to eyeball others. Now that he was defeated by Jiang Yen, who was only at the 5th level of the 2nd rank, he completely recognized himself. Recognized the gap between himself and the absolute demon. The dry old man nodded his head in relief. Not bad, being able to recognize yourself and, it is to truly embark on the path of martial arts. In this battle, even though the 3 academies' heavenly pride had lost, they had benefited greatly. Only another problem arises. Jiang Yen, which academy should I go to? Zhou Wunshan coughed. Little friend Jiang, you and I know each other at first sight, so come to my sacred academy. That's not true. Yin Jingguo was all smiles. Xiao Jiang, my granddaughter and you have a destiny. Why don't you come to my heavenly god academy and renew your relationship? Dean. Xinjiang lost his voice and shouted. His legs softened and he was close to kneeling on the ground. The dry old man looked at Jiang Yen with a fixed gaze. Little friend Jiang, have you ever heard of flesh becoming a saint? You old skeleton. Cut the crap. Zhou Wunshan scolded. If little friend Jiang comes to my sacred academy, I'll stuff him with all the heavenly materials and treasures, and I'll be able to make him a saint in the flesh as well. Yin Xinghua laughed. That's good. My heavenly god academy will also provide Xiao Jiang with the best body refining resources. The deans of the 3 major academies blew their beards and glared at each other. Seeing that they were about to fight, Jiang Yen yawned. He was a bit sleepy. It's all a guarantee anyway. And the 3 major schools are all about the same in terms of depth. Pick one at random. Tell you what, you 3 rock paper scissors. Whoever wins I'll join whoever's academy. I'm sorry, Jiang Yen said with a smile. The 3 deans were dumbfounded in place when this statement was made. The entire martial arts dojo was silent, and you could hear a pin drop. The crowd in the viewing gallery swallowed their saliva. What? What did he just say? I didn't hear him wrong, did I? He's letting the deans of the 3 major academies decide between the winners and the losers by rock paper scissors? He's crazy. No, he's not crazy. The battle between the parties has proved that he has the capital to be fought over by the 3 major academies. Right now it's the 3 major academies tearing their faces off to rob the Ghost Immortals. So don't make any mistakes. I'm so envious of the Ghost Immortal, to be able to be fought over by the 3 major academies. If only there were martial arts academies competing for me as well. Even if it's a family squatting university. Zhou Wunshan was full of incredulity. This is too much child's play, isn't it? Yin Jinghua smiled and said, Xiao Jiang, I'm really appreciating you more and more. Come on, old me will play rock paper scissors with you 2 old things. The dry old man shivered and extended a hand. When I was young, but our village is number 1 in rock paper scissors. You 2 old things are ready to die. You guys? Zhou Wunshan was dumbfounded. These 2 old things really didn't even have a face. I can't believe I really want a rock paper scissors duel. He stroked his beard and snorted coldly. I'll play along with you 2 old codgers. Then, under the shocked and unbelievable gazes of the crowd, 3 martial saint level powerhouses were actually playing rock paper scissors. OMG. I must be crazy. This world is so magical. Well, I also think this world is crazy. The deans of the 3 major academies, the greats at the level of martial saints. How dare you play rock paper scissors there just to fight over a junior? Shen Wenba, who had been watching the battle, also looked dumbfounded. His jaw dropped and he silently raised his cell phone. Captured this amazing scene on film. This would definitely take the world by storm if it was posted online. He could even think of hot headlines. #shocked. The deans of the 3 major academies in China actually play rock paper scissors. #shocked. The 3 peak martial arts saints of the ancient Chinese nation are old at heart. Shocked. In the martial arts arena, Zhou Wunshan was most disdainful at first, but 3 times in a row it was a draw. His forehead was already drenched in cold sweat. Yin Jinghua and the dry old man weren't much better, and both of their hands were trembling. It's all about luck and who knows who the winner will be. Yun Jinguk took a deep breath. 1 game to win. The dry old man swallowed. First things first, I'm going to come out with the scissors. Hurry up and start. Don't ink. Zhou Wunshan scolded. Jiang Yen laughed faintly from the side. Rock paper scissors. As his voice fell, all 3 major academy deans struck out together. Zhou Wunshan's eyes trembled slightly, then suddenly contracted. He came out with scissors. Yin Jinghua and the dry old man were out of cloth. He won. Ahahaha, ahahaha. Zhou Wunshan was trembling with excitement and he couldn't help but laugh up at the sky. I won. I won. The Emperor's heaven is not disappointed. The ghost fairy is now his sacred scriptorium. Ahaha. Yun Jinguk reached out and raked in his hands. 2 out of 3. The dry old man also nodded his head repeatedly. Ah yes. I forgot to mention the rules. 2 out of 3. I'll screw you guys for 2 out of 3. Ghost Fairy is a student of my sacred academy. You two get out of here. Zhou Wenshan raised his foot and kicked at the 2 old denizens who couldn't play. You. Yun Jinguk shook his head inside. The dry old man was also helpless. What a pity. What a good body refining seedling. I won. Old me won. Ah ha ha ha. Zhou Wenshan was happy as a child. When you see people, you say you won. The crowd at the martial arts dojo was confused. Was this still a 6th-ranked martial saint? How like a kid who's being rewarded with a lollipop. Jiang Yan smiled back. Since the winner is Elder Zhou, I'll join the Sacred Academy. Chapter 67, No one in hell will accept you. Wahaha, the Ghost Fairy is now a student of my Sacred Academy, not a student of your heavenly god and martial emperor. Woohoo! Wahaha, Zhou Wenshan, who was old in heart and mind, proudly danced around in front of Yinjingwa and the dried-up old man. Stick-face taunts. AI. It's fine. Even if junior friend Jiang joins the Sacred Academy, it's only for a temporary 4 years. I'm sorry. Yun Jinguk laughed. Old piker. What do you mean by that? Zhou Wenshan questioned. Hey, that's because my granddaughter and the ghost immortal have a great relationship. Yinjingwa laughed wickedly. Dean Xinshan broke down and shouted. His legs went limp and he fell to his knees. Beg Yun Jinguk not to say anything. He and Yin Lingxi were in the same class, and coupled with the fact that the Qin family was friendly with the Yin family, he had been secretly in love with Yin Lingxi since he was a child. Now that a ghost immortal had been killed halfway, and he was still no match for the ghost immortal, it would have been difficult. Yin Xinghua, who was a grandfather, had also been giving ghost immortal an assist. Qin Zhan was going crazy. My sacred academy has countless heavenly maidens, and there will always be one who will be a good match for young friend Jiang. Such marriage matters are not for you, Dean Yin, an outsider, to care about. Zhou Wenshan sneered. The 3 old men exchanged a few more curses and finally parted on bad terms. Little Jiang my Lingxi often mentions you. Come to the Heavenly Gods Academy to play with her when you have time. Yin Jingwa smiled at Jiang Yan and then instantly disappeared. The dry old man also said to Jiang Yan, the Martial Emperor Academy has a few heaven-grade body refining techniques. If you are interested, you can always come to my Martial Emperor Academy to observe. Jiang Yan laughed. Alright senior, I will definitely go when I have time. The dry old man's chi and blood erupted as he took a step of 1,000 miles and disappeared. Only Zhou Wenshan was left still here. Unable to strain the smile on his face, little friend Jiang, the old man knows you as well as I do at first sight. So this sacred talisman is gifted to you, and can withstand 3 full-force strikes from the martial saint realm. Thank you, Dean Shou. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up as he received the sacred talisman that shone with a golden haze, included in the 10 Ghosts Order. You already have an exemption from my sacred academy, and you may or may not go to the martial arts exam in June. Just report directly to my sacred academy in September. Zhou Wenshan laughed. Aha, little friend Jiang, old man is waiting for you at the sacred academy. Zhou Wenshan laughed loudly and, with a wave of his sleeve, he disappeared. It's late May, 2 weeks before the martial arts exam. Jiang Yan had an exemption from the sacred academy, one of the 3 major academies in China. There would be no need to take the martial arts exam. Just wait until September to report to school. There were 3 months of free time in between, in which Jiang Yan intended to break through to Third Order martial sect. Jiang Yan, who had left the Zhongchang martial arts dojo and was walking towards his home, always felt a piercing killing intent around him. In broad daylight, someone actually wants to kill me. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth hooked into a cold smile. It looks like he can't go home. He has to lure whoever is trying to kill him to a place where no one is around to kill the other guy back. He walked around the corner in the opposite direction, straight toward an empty, rotting building. You guys can come out now. Jiang Yan craned his neck. It's because I'm too good looking. It irritated you ugly bastard so much that you had murderous intentions toward me, didn't it? Noisy. With a flash of cold light, a flying knife emitting a cold aura attacked Jiang Yan at great speed. Jiang Yan stood lazily, his left hand in his pocket and his right leg on sentry duty, without any intention of dodging. Just as the flying dagger was about to penetrate his neck, his right hand was lightly raised, and his index and middle fingers steadily caught the flying dagger. Bang! A black shadow flashed. Jiang Yan raised his left arm to block the lightning-fast whip kick. His eyes looked languidly around the room, and there were 4 men in all. All of them were martial kings of the 1st to 3rd ranks of the 4th order. It's still a bit troublesome. Jiang Yan sighed. Jiang Yan helplessly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I admit defeat. Can you tell me why you want to kill me? It can't really be because you're jealous of my good looks. You're quite sensible. Good. Let you die with understanding. One of the black shadows said coldly. You've messed with someone you shouldn't have messed with, and someone has approached our Heaven's Fury Pavilion to buy your life. Jiang Yan scratched his head, inviting people who shouldn't be invited? Hiss, brain so itchy, fast-growing brain, but I still don't know who I've messed with, so hint some more. Ha, go ask King of Hell yourself after death. The Black Shadow stopped talking nonsense and shot out 5 flying daggers in a row. The flying daggers were entwined with an ethereal green aura, capable of corrupting everything. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. How do you know I can ask Yan Wang? You investigate me. You don't like me, do you? With his mouth speaking tartly, he had already offered up the Rakshasa ghost scythe in his hand, and chopped the 5 flying swords to pieces in 3 or 2 strokes. This kid's mouth is disgusting. Break his jaw, the Black Shadow said in a cold voice. The remaining 3 Black Shadows killed Jiang Yan at the same time, their auras surging, and their strikes were killing moves. Facing 4 martial kings, Jiang Yan didn't dare to be careless. He sacrificed the Earth Kuei, Sky Kuei and Judge, but he could only delay one of the Black Shadows. Black Flame. He unleashed Black Flame on the Black Shadow on his left, but the other party instantly disappeared into thin air. Appearing behind Jiang Yan, he stabbed a knife into Jiang Yan's waist. You me. Jiang Yan grimaced in pain. The cut was so hard that it nearly pierced his waist. Even if he reshaped his physical body 3 times and practiced the Immortal Dao Collection to the 2nd level, nor could he resist a slash from a 4th-ranked martial sect. Jiang Yan was forced to retreat by the 4 Dao martial sectors, blood dipping from the corners of his mouth. It was the first time he'd ever been in such a mess. Heavenly Fury Pavilion. Your grandfather, I remember you. Jiang Yan's face was somber and, raising his hand, he wiped the blood stain from the corner of his mouth. Kid, dead to the world. How dare you still talk big here? The Black Shadow sneered and, there are 3 martial saints in my Heaven's Fury Pavilion. You have no chance of taking revenge in this lifetime and the next combined. You've been talking a bit too much today, so you can end your mission for today and not make any extra trouble. I'm sorry, the other Dark Shadow murmured. The dark figure known as staggered. Got it. Hundreds of ghostly green flying daggers emerged around Black Shadow. Pay attention in your next life. Okay, I'll pay attention. Jiang Yan grinned. Looking at Jiang Yan's smile, Black Shadow was suddenly felt a chill. Dark Shadow K's expression changed drastically. Get out of the way. However, it was already too late, only to see a scarlet sword light flash by and a line of blood appeared on the upper half of Black Shadow's body, which slowly slid and fell to the ground. The hundreds of ghostly green flying daggers all landed on the ground with a crisp sound. The remaining 3 Black Shadows stood dumbfounded, looking at this scene with disbelief, a martial king among them. Just like that? The Black Shadow K looked at Jiang Yan, only to see the originally bruised and battered teenager, who was now clad in a red coat, holding a scarlet ghost sword, ink hair without wind fluttering, like a fairy among ghosts. I asked Yan Wang. Yan Wang said. Jiang Yan's eyes were scarlet, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. He wouldn't dare take me. Chapter 68, The Truth About the Assassination. This kid has used a supreme treasure. The realm has reached the 3rd stage. Black Shadow K shouted out of breath. Black Shadow A was killed by his sword due to carelessness. Black Shadow J, Black Shadow Q and Black Shadow K all returned to their senses and killed Jiang Yan from different directions. Madaka. A chain full of white bones twisted Jiang Yan at great speed and was cut off by Jiang Yan's sword. The intelligence was wrong. His sword can cut through my S-rank heavenly objects. You guys have to be careful. Don't be touched by the sword in his hand. Black Shadow K shouted sharply. However, it was already too late. Black Shadow J was an enhanced shifter, and with a swift, he killed Jiang Yan, and was about to kill him with one punch. Jiang Yan simply crossed the umbrella sword in his hand, and Black Shadow J's entire arm instantly split horizontally. Buzz! Jiang Yan pulled a sword flower and directly cut off Black Shadow J's arm. Dash! Black Shadow J let out a mournful scream as he made a retreat that quickly pull away from Jiang Yan. Since you're here, you don't want to leave. Jiang Yan slapped his soul-devouring palm in the air. The terrifying palm print instantly bombarded the Black Shadow J's body, blasting it into a bloody mist. In an instant, 2 of the 4 martial kings fell. Black Shadow K and Black Shadow Q looked serious, recognizing the ferocity of this battle. Damn it, we're going to hemorrhage money this time. Sure enough, we shouldn't have taken this mission. Dark Shadow K clenched his back teeth. The white bone chains in his hands flew out once again. Buzz! With a flash of red light, the white bone chains were cut off. Jiang Yan took a step out, as if it was an instantaneous movement, instantly appeared behind the Black Shadow K, and blasted out with a punch, interspersed with the aura bursting out. The space emitted a loud rumbling sound. No dash! Black Shadow K screamed in defense as his several layers of barriers shattered layer by layer. Click! Ka-ching! Ka-ching! Asshole! Get over here and help me! Dark Shadow K hissed in despair. Dark Shadow Q was always not far away, and he turned and sped away. He didn't choose to save Black Shadow K. He chose to run for his life. Black Shadow K was desperate. A total of 4 martial kings had been sent on this assassination mission, and 2 had died. Having run away with one, he was left alone to struggle. Young man, have a word. We're not at the point of immortality yet. Dark Shadow K tried to reconcile. Jiang Yan's eyes were cold. When I kill you, you go and tell King of Hell so. You. Seeing that Jiang Yan really wanted to kill him, Black Shadow K's eyes were covered in blood. You seek death. His eyebrows cracked. The flesh and blood faded away a little bit, and the entire person unexpectedly turned into a senile white bone. White bone descent. Black Shadow K screamed miserably as his body's flesh and blood were devoured. His realm had also skyrocketed from the 2nd level of the 4th rank to the 5th level of the 4th rank. Boom dash. He was covered in white bones inscribed with bizarre runes that blossomed with extraordinary colors, instantly exploding with aura that forced Jiang Yan back. If you won't let me live, I'll let you die. Black Shadow K went berserk and he pulled out his spine alive. It turned into a hideous spine sword. It's really ugly. Jiang Yan's eyes were filled with pity. Die. Black Shadow K roared as countless spectral skeletons appeared out of nowhere. Like a tsunami, it pounced on Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan always stood in place as he flipped his wrist and swept his sword across the room. Buzz! The scarlet sword light flashed, and countless skeletons instantly exploded. Boom boom! Black Shadow K passed through a sea of skeletons, his spinal sword squirming, and it was like a chain wrapped around Jiang Yan's neck. Aura bursts out. Jiang Yan spoke faintly. A terrifying aura erupted around him, instantly shattering the spine sword. The spinal sword reconnects a little bit, like a living creature. Jiang Yan frowned. That's disgusting. He operated the original breathing method to the extreme, and his aura exploded all over his body. The red umbrella sword lingered with ghost and blood chi as it swung out a brilliant and eye-catching chop. Dark Shadow K let out a desperate hiss as his spinal sword was severed. Even his white bone body was cut by a sword, losing the possibility of reorganization. Jiang Yan's sword directly decimated his soul. No way. How could I lose to a third-ranked martial sect? The Black Shadow K wailed unwillingly and finally dissipated in smoke. Not even white bones remained. After resolving Black Shadow K, Jiang Yan looked in the direction Black Shadow Q had escaped. He didn't go after them, and put the red umbrella sword into the umbrella handle, and the red clothes gradually dissipated into a red umbrella surface. The red paper umbrella dissipated, and Jiang Yan also lost his strength, leaning against the wall and slowly sitting down. Cough. Jiang Yan coughed out a mouthful of black blood, his pupils somewhat lax. A second rank 5 against 4 4th rank martial kings. If he didn't have the forbidden red paper umbrella as a base card, he might have fallen in this way. If he chose to sacrifice 2 Yamas, naturally, he would be able to steadily resolve the 2 martial kings, but there were still 2 martial kings left, and it was too consuming to sacrifice 2 Yamas at the same time. He would have no strength left to sacrifice the red paper umbrella and could only die of hate. That's why he chose to directly offer the red paper umbrella, even though he let a martial king go. Just kill it next time. The red paper umbrella consumes too much. Jiang Yan has almost lost consciousness. He entered the rotten building to sit down. The primordial breathing method was activated. Boom dash. Jiang Yan had just entered a meditative state when his heart suffered a heavy blow. A palm print containing the power of thunder instantly erupted. Jiang Yan's pupils suddenly contracted, and his entire body was like a kite with broken strings, flying horizontally 100 meters away, crashing through dozens of rotten buildings in a row. Boom! Dozens of rotten buildings collapsed, crushing Jiang Yan underneath. Above the sky, the Dark Shadow Q stared blankly at the ruins. He went and came back for the kill. Black Shadow Q slowly uncovered his black robe, revealing a face that bore a slight resemblance to Lei Zhenming. He is Lei Zhenming's brother, Lei Zhenyu. His divine providence was S-ranked, though not as good as his brother, Lei Zhenming. However, he had similarly studied under Martial Saint Huayuan and received Huayuan's Thunder Dao inheritance, and was now at the 3rd level of the 4th rank. This assassination mission was planned by him and Huayuan. Ming'er, brother has avenged you. Lei Zhenyu looked up at the sky, which was covered in dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Instant downpour. Naruchan, is that you crying? Lei Zhenyu pursed his lips, his eyes covered in blood. I will make the person who killed you spiritually dead. His right hand was hanging high, condensing the lightning in the sky as terrifying thunder continued to converge. Ghost immortal, I'm going to silence your divine soul. Lei Zhenyu waved his big hand. The thunder road's robbing light, which had condensed heavenly thunder, instantly descended. Rumble dash. It was as if a monstrous pillar of light was constantly shattering the ruins where Jiang Yan was. The thunderous Daojacking light lasted for a full incense stick of time, and under such a terrifying thunderjacking, even a peak 4th stage martial king would have trouble surviving. Ghost immortal, if you kill my brother, I'll kill your entire family. Lei Zhenyu laughed up to the sky and his eyes were scarlet. Don't worry. I'll have your whole family there with you soon. He laughed maniacally and flew off into the distance. Among the ruins, Jiang Yan's eyes were lax. His body was a bloody mess, and his vitality was collapsing. Chapter 69 Draconic Combination. For remodelings, he heard all of Lei Zhenyu's words. Jiang Yan's eyes were lax, and his entire skeleton was shattered by the terrifying lightning Dao's robbing light. Only the flesh and blood that had cultivated the immortal Dao collection remained. He moved his fingers with difficulty, regaining his senses a little. Cough. Jiang Yan slowly sat up on his knees with his amazing willpower. His mouth was filled with bruises and fragments of internal organs. Dystopia. Dystopia compound. He sacrificed the desolate ancient combine from the 10 Directions Ghost Order, which was a gene combine that was enough to compare to a 10,000-year-old spirit plant. When he saved Yin Lingxi at the King's Mountain ruins, Yin Lingxi, in order to repay him, then he gifted him the priced Arakanese combination. Now it's finally being put to use. Jiang Yan drank the draconic combination with difficulty, and a warmth quickly spread throughout his body. Golden patterns ran through his meridians. The vortex of the spiritual sea turned golden, constantly absorbing the medicinal properties of the desolate ancient combination. Slowly, his blurred flesh and blood began to disintegrate. Golden streams of light swam between his bones and, remodeling shattered bones and rebuilding melted flesh and blood. This is the fourth flesh remodeling. The genetic synergy from the desolate ancient martial emperor caused an additional guilt aura to appear in Jiang Yan's body. This guilt aura nourished the vortex of Jiang Yan's spiritual sea, causing the effect of the vortex to grow exponentially. The original 1,000-fold medicinal effect was directly purified into 10,000-fold medicinal effect. It only takes the same 1,000 spiritual plants to purify 10,000 times as much. Boom dash. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes. A flash of guilt flashed from the bottom of his eyes. The majestic aura instantly impacted the spirit sea, breaking through his realm. Second order sixfold. Seventh in the second order. The second order. The eighth weight. Breakthrough 3 times in a row. The draconic combine allowed him to break through 3 minor realms and reshape his physical body for the 4th time. The small vortex of the spiritual sea sublimated. And there was also an additional dash of guilt aura from the martial emperors of the desolate ancient period in his body. Jiang Yan resurrected with full blood. He clenched his fists, his whole body filled with power. Lei Zhenyu, right now you're the prey. He exploded his golden aura and the speed surpassed the speed of sound by several times, instantly chasing down Lei Zhenyu. At this time, Lei Zhenyu had only just arrived at the neighborhood where Jiang Yan was located, and he was suspended in the air. Lightning flashed and thundered wherever it passed, just like a thunder god descending to the world. Lei Zhenyu looked out of the corner of his eye. Ghost immortal, I checked. You and your sister live in this tiny neighborhood, and I'll have the whole neighborhood buried with you. He raised his right index finger high and condensed a terrifyingly majestic thunder. In the old neighborhood below, a few old men looked up at what looked like the end of the world. They were dumbfounded. This is the end of the world coming. Don't be afraid, old woman. I'll protect you, the old man said with a trembling voice. The mother with the child turned pale as she grabbed the child and ran. But no matter how much she ran, it was already too late. It was because that terrifying Thunder Road robbing light had already fallen. There will be no survivors in the entire old neighborhood. Griffin. The bottom of Lei Zhenyu's eyes were filled with sadism. Just then, a voice rang out. Little black hole plus little black hole. Big ing black hole. Jiang Yan rubbed his hands together and fused the 2 small black holes together. A large black hole twice the size of the smaller one was fused. The energy of the big black hole was several times that of the small black hole. Surprisingly, it swallowed the Thunder Road's robbing light alive. Lei Zhenyu's brows furrowed. You surprisingly didn't die. Jiang Yan's eyes were filled with killing intent. It's a pity that you're about to die. Ha! Lei Zhenyu looked as if he had heard a great joke. You, a second-ranked martial master, also presuming to challenge a 4th-ranked martial king? He towered over Jiang Yan, looking down at him with contempt. That red dress of yours. It should be your bottom card, right? Do you still have the strength left to sacrifice your red clothes? Jiang Yan laughed lightly. I am unable to sacrifice my red clothes, but to kill you, I don't need them at all. As soon as the words fell, he instantly killed in the dome of the sky, sacrificing his Rakshasa ghost scythe and slashing at Lei Zhenyu. Lei Zhenyu held a thunder spear and fought with the Rakshasa ghost scythe. Clank! Lei Zhenyu was shocked to the point that blood erupted from his tiger's mouth, and his face was horrified. What kind of terrifyingly huge force was this that it had shaken his arm into spasms? Spirit avalanche. Jiang Yan's left hand erupted with golden aura as he blasted his fist at Lei Zhenyu's abdomen. The guilt aura coupled with the aura bursting out instantly shattered all of Lei Zhenyu's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. The whole man's face grimaced as he crashed violently to the ground. This move, Spirit Avalanche, was a martial art that he had created himself. Combining the inch fist with the Bengshan fist, the aura bursts out with the guilt aura, creating explosive martial arts techniques. The power of this spirit avalanche was enough to blast a 4th rank 1 martial king into pieces. The guilt aura blasted out with the spirit avalanche would take a day and night to recover. In other words, spirit avalanche can only be released once a day. Without the guilt aura, the spirit avalanche becomes an ordinary burst of aura. A deep pit appeared in the old neighborhood, and Lei Zhenyu struggled to climb out of it. Having eaten Jiang Yan's spirit avalanche, his internal organs were shattered and it was difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. Cough. How could I lose to a 2nd rank martial artist? Lei Zhenyu stumbled to his feet, his face filled with disbelief. Jiang Yan stood above the firmament, coldly gazing at Lei Zhenyu on the ground. The two switched roles. Jiang Yan became a towering god, looking down on Lei Zhenyu who had fallen into the clouds. Lei Zhenyu clenched his teeth. Ghost immortal, we'll have a long time to come what may? Jiang Yan's eyes were shadowy. Who will be with you for a long time to come? To kill, one must have the awareness of being killed. There was no emotion under Jiang Yan's eyes. The way he looked at Lei Zhenyu was like he was looking at a dead man. Lei Zhenyu trembled with fear. He never thought he'd die. He was an S-class divine giver. The number 1 person in Linjiang province 3 years ago, studying under the 6th order Thunder Saint Huayuan. He's had such a smooth ride, killing whoever he wanted. He just never thought about that. You can get yourself killed. Lei Zhenyu trembled, his pupils contracting in fear to the extreme. Yeah, he's gonna die too. He was, about to die. No, you can't kill me. My master is the Thunder Saint Huayuan. Lei Zhenyu hissed maniacally. In response, he was met with a fist that hurt and went through his heart. After 4 times of physical body remodeling, Jiang Yan's power reached the extreme of the 2nd rank. A punch blasted Lei Zhenyu raw. Jiang Yan's eyes were solemn. After killing you, there's still your master to kill. There's still the Heaven's Fury Pavilion to be destroyed. So you can go in peace. No. Lei Zhenyu's face was filled with horror. He wanted to say something else. His throat had been piled up with bruises and blood. Not a word could be said. Lost his vitality. Jiang Yan drew out his blood-stained fist, his eyes cold to the core. Huayuan, Heavenly Fury Pavilion. Wait for me. This seed of hatred, already buried in Jiang Yan's heart. 6th Order Martial Saint Huayuan, plus the 4 6th Order Martial Saints from the Heavenly Fury Pavilion. If Jiang Yan wanted to take revenge, he had to at least reach the 5th rank. It's a long way to go, but before destroying the Heaven's Fury Pavilion and Huayuan, he would kill the 4th ranked martial kings of the Heaven's Fury Pavilion cleanly. The students of the Thunder Martial Arts School, founded by Huayuan, were decimated. This assassination is already blowing the horn of war. He, Jiang Yan, would also strike back with a thunderbolt. Chapter 70 Martial Saint Pursuit. In the imperial capital, in a hidden space, several ancient figures had ugly faces. A total of 4 martial kings were sent on this mission, and surprisingly, they all fell. This is a disgrace to my Heaven's Fury Pavilion. An ancient figure's voice was morose. The other Black Shadow's voice was 1,000 times more charming. My slave has long said that don't ever mess with SS-class divine gifted. You guys still don't listen to your slaves. They are born kings and are bound to rise to power. A bull ***** born king, and inevitably rising? This honored one will go and kill him himself. I don't know, the grumpy Black Shadow said in an indignant voice. Good, then slave will wait here for your good news. The woman laughed like a bell and, it's very moving. The tyrannical Black Shadow snorted coldly and dissipated from the hidden space. At this time in the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Huayuan, who was sitting like Tarzan, suddenly opened his eyes. His body was trembling. My I can't feel your wheel of life. No, impossible. How is it possible? He contacted the Heaven's Fury Pavilion to assassinate Jiang Yan, and his eldest disciple, Lei Zhenyu, who was also Lei Zhenming's brother, wanted to kill Jiang Yan with his hands. Lei Zhenyu's realm was the 3rd level of the 4th rank, and it was still easy to deal with a Jiang Yan of the 2nd rank. A snap of the fingers can extinguish it. He had waited in his old age for good news, and it turned out that good news didn't wait for him. However, he was unable to perceive Lei Zhenyu's wheel of life. Not being able to sense the wheel of life meant that Lei Zhenyu had fallen and died in Jiang Yan's hands. Thunder erupted from Huayuan's body, and his forehead was covered in veins. First, the most highly qualified Lei Zhenming died at the hands of Jiang Yan. Now even the eldest disciple had died at the hands of Jiang Yan. Huayuan went completely crazy. He was trembling. His whole body felt like it was in spasms. The golden thunder continued to surge. Jiang Yan, I vow to kill you. Let your soul be scattered. He dissipated with a bang, turning into golden thunder, seeking the direction where Lei Zhenyu's vitality had dissipated to vanish. How fast the 6th ranked martial saint was, just in the blink of an eye. He then appeared in the dilapidated neighborhood where Jiang Yan lived. His arrival heralds a disaster of unprecedented proportions. Jiang Yan, get your ass out here and die. Hui Yuan went berserk, his white hair fluttering in the wind. So much like Thor in his twilight years. Rumble. A golden column of thunder instantly blasted a house, and in an instant, that house turned into ashes. No longer exists. Little Jiang Yan, if you don't come out, I'll let everyone here. Bury you with me. Hui Yuan's hands gathered the power of thunder. Brilliant and eye-catching. Brilliant heavenly might condensed around him. It was a golden sea of thunder. Buzz dash. The dome of the sky was suddenly shrouded in boundless black mist. A terrifying vortex converged, and an ancient figure appeared. His aura was terrifying and frightening, and he was also a sixth-order martial saint. In a dilapidated neighborhood, two martial saints had actually appeared. Little friend Jiang, can you show yourself to have a chat with my father? The ancient black shadow's voice was pale and, like the sound of a worn-out ancient bell. Hui Yuan narrowed his eyes at the black shadow. Are you an elder of the Heaven's Fury Pavilion? The ancient black shadow said indifferently. This honored one is exactly that. Hui Yuan said in a cold voice. Lao Fu commissioned you to assassinate Jiang Yan, and this is how you do it, causing my disciple to perish after your bunch of losers. Ha! The ancient black shadow laughed coldly. That's because your beloved disciple is not as skillful as the. This time, my father has come in person just in case there is a problem. He was still fearful in his heart, and now that he had made a deal with the SS-class Divine Giver, the best way to do that is to obliterate it. If he allowed it to grow, even he couldn't imagine. This time he came to kill Jiang Yan. He would not give him any possibility of surviving. Old thing, my father has always disdained the cooperation of. That SS-ranked God-giver is my father's prey. You can leave, the ancient black shadow blandly said. Jiang Yan's life, you and I will each take it according to our abilities. Hui Yuan could no longer care about anything else. As long as he could break Jiang Yan into pieces, he'll do anything. The bottom of Hui Yuan's eyes were solemn. He still refuses to show himself. Then I'll wipe out everyone in this neighborhood. Just as he was condensing the thunderous Daojacking light in his palm, a voice rang out, Old Piker. Your grandfather, I'm here. Madaka. A ghost martial gun rose up in the air, rolling up a sonic boom with the speed of a. It flew towards Hui Yuan in an instant. Boom! A lightning flash passed by, and the area where Jiang Yan was located was instantly blasted. That ghost martial lance was shattered by the thunder that wrapped around Hui Yuan when it was about to approach him. It didn't hurt a single hair on Hui Yuan's head. This is the suppression of the Sixth Order against the Second Order. It was as simple as crushing an ant. Jiang Yan didn't die. He held the 10 Directions Ghost Order and absorbed this thunderbolt raw. Terrifying thunderbolts shattered the upper half of his clothing. The right hand that held the 10 Directions Ghost Order was also split into bloody pieces. Jiang Yan clenched his teeth. Is this the battle power of a Sixth Order martial saint? Even if it's just to look at me, it would be enough to wipe me out. He hid in a corner, running the original breathing technique to recover from the serious injury to his right hand. Boom! Another thunderbolt fell, and Jiang Yan fled at great speed to avoid this terrifying lightning strike. But those innocent people were devoured by the lightning and turned into ashes. Jiang Yan's pupils trembled as he clenched his teeth and shouted in a loud voice, Old Piker, come with me to the open field and fight. Hui Yuan laughed out loud at his words. Little, living in the same neighborhood as you, a sinner, all tainted with the stench of your sins. It's better to let them accompany you to your death. He held thunder in his hand and another thunderbolt fell. The blast engulfed a building. Mommy, a little girl looked at the building in ashes in despair. 10 minutes ago, promising to make her a meal of chicken wings with Coke. Let her go downstairs first to play with her buddies. Now, as she watches her building being engulfed in lightning, she can't eat her mom's Coke chicken wings anymore. Old Piker. Jiang Yan was enraged. The people inside this rundown neighborhood were innocent people who didn't deserve to die because of him. Little, all these people died because of you. Hui Yuan laughed maniacally. The one who deserves to die is you. Jiang Yan bit his tongue as he ignored the load on his body and, forcefully offering a red paper umbrella. The face of the red umbrella transformed into a red garment and fell on his body, and he held the red umbrella sword that, not as graceful and relaxed as before. His eyes were red as he instantly killed in front of Hui Yuan, and a sword slammed down. Clank! The thunder protection around Hui Yuan's body was surprisingly unable to allow the red parasol sword to injure him in the slightest. Little, despair, don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I will make you go through 10,000 tortures and die. Hui Yuan laughed. Just then, his thunder protector made a crisp shattering sound. What? Hui Yuan froze, his face filled with shock. In the next moment, Jiang Yan unexpectedly split Hui Yuan's thunder protector hard and fast. A sword chopped at his body. Chapter 71 Desperate Times. White-haired sword immortal. Hua Yuan's face was a bit twisted. Jiang Yan, who he regarded as an ant. Surprisingly, his thunder protector was shattered with a sword. One must know that even some 6th order martial saints had difficulty breaking through his defense. One could imagine how terrifying that sword of Jiang Yan was. Little, is this the broken sword you used to kill my Yuer? Hua Yuan's eyes were scarlet. Jiang Yan stood in the air. His right hand holding the sword had been shattered. A head of ink hair fluttered in the wind, and the bottom of his eyes were filled with scarlet killing intent. Naked killing intent. He's going to kill Hua Yuan. Old piker. Jiang Yan operated the original breathing method to the extreme and opened the sky with a sword. Boom! A terrifying ray of lightning shot out from Hua Yuan's hand, instantly penetrating Jiang Yan's shoulder. The bloodlight was monstrous. Jiang Yan clenched his teeth, and the 10-square ghost order swirled above his head as he broke through the boundaries of the offer 2 Yamas at the same time. Buzz! 2 ancient ghost gods descended into the world, wiping out that terrifying robotic light alive. Hua Yuan's face was horrified. This is Yama King. The Dark Shadow also looked shocked. This SS-class Divine Giver really isn't simple. It's better to erase it as soon as possible. He also stopped watching the show and joined the fight instead, as boundless black mist spread from around him. It instantly enveloped the entire river city. Little friend Jiang, this honored one will give you an honorable death. A cruel smile curled up at the corners of the Dark Shadow's mouth. Countless bizarre hands stretched out from the boundless black mist. The things these hands touched instantly withered and turned into white bones. Jiang Yan held the red umbrella sword and traveled through the bizarre manpower. He's walking a hard line. One wrong step and you're doomed. A second-ranked martial master being chased by 2 6th-ranked martial saints. What a desperate battle this was. Even if Jiang Yan had sacrificed his red paper umbrella and 2 Yama, it would be difficult to escape from this desperate situation. He escaped all the way, constantly rubbing out sonic vortexes. Terrifying vortexes coupled with bursts of aura. Small twisted black holes formed instantly. The small black hole kept devouring the bizarre manpower, opening up a path of life for Jiang Yan. Black flame. Facing the upcoming bizarre manpower, Jiang Yan sacrificed black flame to open the way. Before his eyes was an infinite black fog, in which he was already lost, unable to find his way out of it. It's desperate. Truly desperate. Jiang Yan clenched his fists so tightly that his hands were bleeding. He would never fall in this way. Little black dragon. Jiang Yan exerted all his strength. Also seek a ray of hope in this boundless black fog. Desperate? He never believed there was a desperate situation in the world. Jiang Yan operated the original breathing method to the extreme, and with one sword open sky. Buzz! The scarlet sword light flashed, instantly opening up the boundless black fog to a clear light. However, in that place of clarity, there was actually an ancient black shadow. It's truly remarkable that you were able to break through my realm of black mist. My father appreciates you. Dark Shadow clapped his hands, appreciation in his eyes. But it's a pity that you already have an unresolved grudge against my Heaven's Fury Pavilion, so this father can't keep you alive. The Dark Shadow shook his head, black mist surged in his hand, and a 3-pointed spear emitting a deadly aura was revealed. Little friend, don't fear death. Death has always been with you and me. The Black Shadow laughed faintly. He was always calm, not worried in the slightest that Jiang Yan would escape, because he was a martial saint. Jiang Yan was only a second-order martial master. Even if Jiang Yan fled to the ends of the earth, he would instantly track him down and obliterate him with a snap of his fingers. AI, what a good seedling. How good it would be if you joined my Heaven's Fury Pavilion. The Black Shadow falsely exclaimed. The Death Chi tri-tip spear in his hand had already been thrown, piercing through space and instantly arriving at Jiang Yan's heart. Giggle. Jiang Yan's pupils contracted as he looked incredulously at his heart. A black spear ran horribly through there. Little friend Jiang, goodbye forever. The Black Shadow had an imperative smile on his face. However, the next moment, his face froze. Black blood slid down the corners of his mouth as the dark figure stiffened and looked down to his heart. The Death Chi 3-pointed spear that had penetrated Jiang Yan just now was horribly inserted into his heart at this moment. His face twisted as he looked at Jiang Yan. Illusion. Jiang Yan was panting. He had just used the mirror flower water moon. He was already at the end of his strength. Boom! The Black Shadow forcibly pulled out the Death Chi tri-tip gun in his heart. Jiang Zhao's friendly tactics. My father almost fell into your hands. But unfortunately, this shot wasn't enough to take my father's life. Blood flowed from the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth, and his red clothes began to dissipate against the wind. He had reached his limit. Little, you're really tenacious. Hua Yuan's laughter came from. He managed to get rid of the 2 Yama. Hua Yuan condescendingly looked down at Jiang Yan. I told you, I'll let you die with all the torment you can muster. A soul lamp appeared in his open palm. I'll have your soul tortured by soul fire day and night, make you beg for your life and death. The soul lamp in his hand flew towards the weakened Jiang Yan and was about to take away Jiang Yan's soul. Just then, an imaginary white sword light flashed by, and the soul lamp instantly shattered. Who? Hua Yuan's face changed drastically. Really dying? Ha? Then I'll have to make a move. A frivolous voice came out. At some point, a white-haired man appeared behind Jiang Yan, who yawned lazily and, his eyes lazily landed on Hua Yuan in black shadow. You guys don't have a lot of guts to even dare to touch the people the country has its eyes on. That imaginary white sword light. White hair. You're the sword immortal. The dark shadow's face was horrified. Sword immortal? Hua Yuan's face also turned ugly. There are many divine gifters in China who are known as sword immortals, but most of them are evil sword immortals. Green lotus sword immortals, red lotus sword immortal, Qingfeng sword immortal and the like, with a logo in front of the sword immortal. The only person who is known by the word sword immortal in the whole of China can only be him. At the age of 7, he comprehended sword intent. At the age of 10, he penetrated heaven and earth, and at the age of 13, he reached the extreme realm of the sword, reaching the peak of the 6th rank at only 20 years old. The black shadow trembled. Okay, I didn't ask you guys to give me a bio brief. The white-haired man waved his hand and a hand rested on Jiang Yan's shoulder. I'll bail on this person. If any of you have any opinions, you can raise them. Sword immortal. I have an opinion. This little killed 2 of my beloved disciples. You can't take him away. I'm sorry, Hua Yuan said in a hateful voice. The white-haired man nodded his head. In that case, I didn't expect you to have such a strong opinion. In that case, then let you sleep here for a long time, so that your opinion will not be known to anyone. Hua Yuan's face changed drastically. Sword immortal. You and I are both 6th order martial saints, and I was just looking at you as young and I've only been so polite to you, so don't you toast me. The white-haired man casually picked up a willow leaf. Opinion denied. As soon as the words left his mouth, he held the willow leaf between his index and middle fingers and slashed at the space where Hua Yuan was. A void sword chi instantly dissipated from Hua Yuan's neck. Hua Yuan's face was pale, and he didn't make any movements as his head slowly slid down. Chapter 72, Physical Body Extreme and Realm Extreme. Martial Saint Hua Yuan was killed by Sword Immortal with a sword. The ancient black shadow was so shocked that it couldn't even breathe. Sword Immortal. My father. No. The little one has no opinion. You can take this man away and I won't give a damn. Qi Wuzhen shook his head. It's too late. You've already made an enmity with this brat, and keeping you. The boy could be in danger at any moment, and I'd have to guard him all the time, and that would tire me out. A willow leaf floated in the air, instantly chopping at the ancient black shadow. Sword Immortal. Don't you bully me too much. The ancient black shadow shrieked as the black mist coalesced into substance and, turning into a monstrous hand, he tried to intercept that piece of willow leaf. Buzz! That willow leaf instantly penetrated through the giant hand of black mist and chopped straight through the black shadow's neck, while the dark figure covered his neck incredulously as he tried to revive the injury the wound that had been cut by the willow leaf never healed. Its swordsmanship, traces cut down by the sword's intent will not heal with the passage of time, and will last for all eternity. Eternally unrecoverable. The ancient black shadow was unable to heal the wound, and eventually its vitality dissipated, turning into black gas dissipating into the expanse. 2 swords killed 2 martial saints. Qi Wuzhen lazily looked at Jiang Yan. Still alive? Can't die for now. Jiang Yan operated the original breathing method, but he had forcibly sacrificed the red paper umbrella and the 2 yamas, and his body's load had already reached the extreme. Even if he ran the original breathing method, he wouldn't be able to heal the damage in a short period of time. Qi Wuzhen scratched the back of his head. The injury is not light. I have here. He had just taken out a green-colored elixir, and before he could open his mouth to introduce it, Jiang Yan snatched it away from him. Stuff it directly into your mouth and instantly refine the medicinal effects. Qi Wuzhen raised his eyelids. This is a divine medicine. You swallow it directly and there's no fear of being set off by the drug. Jiang Yan didn't care about these and those. After taking the green-colored divine medicine, the golden vortex within him began to absorb the medicinal properties of the divine pill. The golden vortex, after obtaining the sublimation of the guilt aura, the ability to refine medicinal properties increased 100-fold. After only 1 incense stick of work, the divine medicine was refined. Boom dash! Jiang Yan's spirit sea once again opened up a new heaven and earth, and his current spirit sea it was even more expansive and boundless than a 4th-order martial king. The divine pill didn't break through Jiang Yan's minor realm, but rather merged into his foundation, sublimating his 2nd-order 8th level. His realm became even more solid. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes. He felt endless power within his body, majestic and surging. Qi Wuzhen, who was watching the show from the side, raised his eyebrows and said, "It's a bit interesting. The divine pill was refined directly. You guys are really something." Jiang Yan had perfectly absorbed the medicinal properties of the divine pill, and more divine factors had appeared in his body. The divine factor combined with the gilded aura from the draconic martial emperor in his body. It allowed him to break through to the second order extreme. Originally, his fleshly body was already at the extreme end of the second stage, and he was unable to sublimate the slightest bit further. Now that he had the divine factor to help him, his physical body broke the limit of the second stage limit. This is a realm that no one has ever reached. His realm also broke through the limit. Throughout history, all divine gifters could only reach the 10th level of the second order. Any further would break through to the third rank one. With the divine factor and gilded aura aiding him, he breaks the limitations of the second order extreme end. At most, he was able to break through to the second stage of the 100th weight. Jiang Yan used all of the spiritual chi from the spiritual sea to make a breakthrough. Boom boom. Second order 9. The second order is 10 heavy. The 11th weight of the second order. Jiang Yan, who should have broken the boundary and stepped into the first rank of the third order, broke through the realm to the 11th rank of the second order. It was a successful attempt. Qi Wuzhen also noticed this. He surveyed Jiang Yan with interest. The realm extreme has been broken by you. Throughout the ages, how many supreme demons, in order to consolidate their realm, coming up with ways to break the extreme limits of the realm. They all failed without exception. Qi Wuzhen laughed softly. I didn't realize that realm extremes could actually be broken. I really should kidnap you back to be sliced and studied. Qi Wuzhen laughed. Breaking the extremes of flesh and the extremes of the realm. You are truly a well-deserved demon. To be able to train one's physical body to the extreme, one was already a supreme demon. Jiang Yan didn't just break the fleshly extremity, he broke it. Don't know what words to use anymore. Since you're all full of blood, there's no need for me to remain here. Qi Wuzhen yawned and said lazily, you should pay attention in the future, make fewer enemies, and don't cause trouble for me. Jiang Yan smiled. I already knew that. As an SS-class demon, there was no reason why the state couldn't send someone to protect me, so I just let go and did it. You this guy. Qi Wuzhen helpless bitter smile. I will not be able to help you every time to cover the bottom. The road to rise should be your own. No one will help you through the thorns. Don't worry, I won't put myself in a desperate situation again. Scarlet flashed under Jiang Yan's eyes. The sense of despair he felt this time facing the martial saint made him realize how small he was. As the dark shadow said, so what if it's an SS-class divine giver? As long as it hasn't risen to power yet, then there is the possibility of falling. Now that the golden age is upon us, there's no telling what the future may hold. He was going to become better than everyone. Stand at the forefront of his time, the apex of the blue star. Qi Wuzhen disappeared in an instant. Jiang Yan did not go home. Instead, they traveled to the Fei ranch that everyone in Linjiang province feared. It was the land of the Fei beasts, with several sixth-order beast emperors sitting there. On the outskirts of the Fei ranch, most of the ferocious beasts and beast kings of the 2nd to 4th rank. It is a treasure trove for the trials of human divine givers. Every day, a divine providence squad goes to the outskirts of the Fei ranch for trials. Every day, god-givers die in them. Wanting to enter the beast ranch, most people would choose to join a multi-person squad and hunt the beasts together. Have a look out for each other. Jiang Yan sped on foot, and in less than half an hour, he arrived at the Fei ranch on the border of Linjiang province. The place was packed with people, mostly in groups of 3, entering together. Jiang Yan had just stopped, when someone tapped him on the shoulder. Little handsome, near the martial arts exam. Did you come to the Fei ranch to break through as well? Jiang Yan looked at the girl who tapped his shoulder and said indifferently, martial exam? What is that? I'm a bonded student. The girl tugged at the corner of her mouth. She'd never seen anyone so capable of pretending to be something they weren't. If it wasn't for Jiang Yan's good looks, he wouldn't bother with him. Little dude's so good at jokes. The guaranteed spots are usually qualified for the top 50 in the martial arts competition. The girl had a smile on her face. She only felt that Jiang Yan was pretending to be a bouncer. Not a bouncer at all. In response, Jiang Yan didn't bother to explain. He raised his foot and walked into the Fei ranch, ignoring the girl beside him. What kind of person is this? It's rare that people are kind enough to invite him to join my squad. The girl beamed. Humph. Entering the Fei ranch alone. Be careful that you won't even know how to die. One of the blue-haired boys from the girl's squad whispered at this point. That. Big sis. I see something familiar about him. He's not a ghost immortal, is he? Ghost? Ghost fairy? Hearing the big name of Ghost Immortal, the girl's good-looking face was filled with shock and, you're afraid you're not kidding, the blue-haired boy whispered. I was there at the Jiangcheng martial arts competition. I've just been watching him, and the more I look at him, the more he looks like a Ghost Immortal. The girl was shocked. He's actually a Ghost Immortal. Crazy, really crazy. She had just been talking to a ghost fairy. If she had a better attitude, was she able to invite the ghost fairy to team up with her? What have I done? The girl covered her head and screamed in regret. Chapter 73, Foreign Beast Ranch. strong cross-push. Entering the Fey Ranch alone, the sky was bleak, shrouded in infinite overcast clouds. Even the moon turned red. Hunting and killing Fey beasts in the Fey Beast Ranch to raise your realm is the fastest way. He broke the realm extreme and was able to reach the second order 100. This also meant that his task of breaking through to the third rank in 3 months was aggravated. That was why he had to grasp every second to continuously break through his realm. Strive to break through 1 minor realm per day. Roar dash. Worthy of being a Fey Beast Ranch. Just after entering, there was a second stage ferocious beast roaring at Jiang Yan. Although Jiang Yan was of the same second rank, he already had the strength to fight against a 4th-ranked martial king. Facing a second-stage ferocious beast, he could destroy it with one punch. Jiang Yan looked in the direction of the roar and saw a 3-headed lion showing its teeth at him. Feeling Jiang Yan's scarlet gaze, the 3-headed lion instantly felt fear deep within his soul, shrinking his neck and not daring to breathe. Its biological instinct. The instinct to feel fear in the face of an invincible enemy. The 3-headed lion let out a whimper, subconsciously wanting to please Jiang Yan. If anyone had seen this scene, their jaws would have dropped to the ground in shock. What an exaggerated scene this is. The 3-headed lion, feared by all. At this moment, he even acted like a pampered cat, rubbing his head against Jiang Yan's pants leg. Looking at the 3-headed lion's currying favor, Jiang Yan was all but exasperated. Brothers, do you still have some of the demeanor that a ferocious beast should have? The 3-headed lion wasn't annoyed and spat out its tongue at Jiang Yan like an obedient pug. Alright, I won't kill you. Hurry up and go. Jiang Yan waved his hand at the 3-headed lion. Hearing Jiang Yan say that he would not kill himself, the 3-headed lion was like an amnesty and ran away in a puff of smoke. There were intelligent beasts that feared Jiang Yan and didn't dare to approach. Naturally, there would be foreign beasts that didn't know the heights of heaven and earth that weren't afraid to die, directly pouncing on Jiang Yan. Giggle. A sword shadow was quickly flung towards Jiang Yan's neck. Jiang Yan didn't even lift his head, and grabbed the sword shadow with one hand. That's the tail of the snake. Flower sword snake. Jiang Yan recognized the species of this ferocious beast and, directly with his bare hands, he pulled out the sword tail at the end of the flower sword serpent. Ow dash! The flower sword snake let out a mournful scream. Click! Jiang Yan directly broke the flower sword into 2 halves and threw it on the ground in disgust. What kind of broken sword? The quality is so poor. The flower sword snake understood Jiang Yan's words and was desperate and at a loss for words. His hunting sharp weapon was pulled out alive by Jiang Yan, and also broken with one hand. It had already lost the possibility of living. Boom dash! Jiang Yan blasted his fist onto the flower sword snake, and the flower sword snake's flesh exploded inch by inch. Surprisingly, there wasn't even any ash left. A 3rd-ranked flower sword snake was easily wiped out by Jiang Yan as easily as he pinched an ant to death. No fun. Jiang Yan bristled. Right now, a 3rd-ranked beast king was like a toy in his hands, not challenging at all. He killed 100 beast kings along the way, absorbing the remnants of the beast king's souls and turning them into aura that flowed through the spirit sea. Human, you're the one who killed my men. The earth trembled, and a titanic ape appeared and it looks down on Jiang Yan from above. In the Titan ape's view, Jiang Yan was nothing more than a mole cricket with a bit of strength. As a 4th-ranked beast king, it was already the most powerful existence in the outskirts of the Fey Beast Ranch. Facing the 4th-order titanic giant ape, Jiang Yan put his hands in his pockets with a smile on his face. 4th-order beast king. Finally a heavyweight experience pack. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, the titanic great ape felt that he was being belittled and became furious. Human, you're underestimating me. No. Beast King Sama, you misunderstood. I didn't underestimate you. Seeing that the titanic giant ape misunderstood, Jiang Yan hurriedly explained. I actually didn't put you in my eyes at all. He laughed. What's the point of underestimating when I don't have you in my sights? Jiang Yan's words completely enraged the titan giant ape that was the king of the outskirts of the Fey Ranch. Roar! It pounded its chest and let out a roar in the sky. The terrifying sound waves shook the entire outskirts of the Fey Ranch. Wawa! What's this commotion? This is the titan giant ape, the most powerful beast king in the outskirts of the Fey Beast Ranch. Someone has angered the titan beast king, and that person is dead. How terrifying. We nearly fell just by strangling the 2nd-rank ferocious beasts in the periphery. I'm afraid that guy who angered the 4th-ranked titan giant ape is going to die an extremely miserable death. The crowd at the Fey Ranch felt sad for the person who had provoked the titan giant ape. It was not good to provoke anyone, preferring to mess with the scary creatures on the periphery that are the worst to mess with. At this time, facing the enraged titan giant ape, Jiang Yan frankly pocketed his hands. A mesmerizing smile hung on his face. The remnants of a 4th-ranked beast king's soul must be a great tonic. He couldn't wait to absorb the remnant soul of a 4th-ranked beast king. Don't know how to die. The titanic great ape went berserk as it slammed its fist into Jiang Yan, clapping down with the weight of 10,000 tons of enough to smash through a mountain. Boom dash! Jiang Yan's fist blasted against the titanic giant ape without a single thing happening to his fist. The titan giant ape was in turn lifted to the ground by Jiang Yan. What kind of power is this? The titanic great ape said in fear. That human's punch shattered its entire right arm. You're a 5th-ranked martial exalt. The titan giant ape looked at Jiang Yan in fear. A 5th-ranked martial exalt? You have such a high opinion of me. Jiang Yan laughed. Wrong guess. I'm only a 2nd-ranked martial artist. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, the titan giant ape was filled with incredulity. How is it possible? Your terrifying strength. There's no way you're a 2nd-ranked martial artist. Whatever you think. Jiang Yan brought a smile on his face and rushed to the titan giant ape with a single step. A burst of aura directly blew up the titan giant ape's head. Bang! The titan ape's huge head exploded, splattering blood all around. Jiang Yan raised his hand and devoured the remnants of the titan giant ape's soul, and he no longer suppressed the aura that was converging in the spirit sea. Make a breakthrough to the minor realms right then and there. Boom boom! The 2nd order is 12-fold. 13 heavens of the 2nd order. 2nd order. 20th heavy. In a row. He killed countless 2nd-ranked ferocious beasts, 100 3rd-ranked beast kings, and a 4th-ranked beast king. Jiang Yan had absorbed too many residual souls and directly broke through to the 20th level of the realm. Boom! Breaking through 9 minor realms in a row. The terrifying aura that erupted from Jiang Yan's body far exceeded that of a 3rd-stage martial zone. Straight to the 4th-ranked martial king, he threw a punch at the distant mountain, directly into a series of sonic booms that blow the hill straight up and flatten it, together with the aura bursting out. He was afraid that he could give the Fey Ranch a middle score with one punch. Hey, kid, were you the one who blew that hill flat just now? A sinister voice rang out from above Jiang Yan's head. Jiang Yan faintly lifted his head. Sorry, scared you? If it is the words, I can apologize to you. Apologize? Disturbing my cultivation. You'd better apologize with your death. The man was fuming and a cold aura flashed as the lance in his hand violently slammed into Jiang Yan. Madaka! There was only a crunch, and the hard-haired man was dumbfounded. He stabbed at Jiang Yan with his full strength, but surprisingly, he didn't hurt a single hair on Jiang Yan's head. Then, can we reconcile? The hairy man instantly sobered up and smiled sarcastically. Chapter 74 Humanoid Brush Cage. Reconciliation? At this moment, you're afraid you're not joking. The corners of Jiang Yan's mouth rose slightly. The bottom of his eyes were filled with laughter. I'm not some kind of demon, so naturally I won't kill you. The hairy and ruthless man recognized the gap between himself and Jiang Yan and nodded his head as if pounding garlic. Thank you, senior, for not killing me. He was a 3rd-ranked martial zoner, and could be said to walk sideways in the outskirts of the Fey Beast Ranch. Even the Beast King was no match for him. The man in front of him, who couldn't even break his defense with his full strength, must be an existence above a martial king. He had to compromise and protect his little life above all else. Don't worry about it. I'm a good person. The smile on Jiang Yan's face deepened. Looking at the smile on Jiang Yan's face, the hairy and ruthless man was inexplicably terrified. Senior. What are you doing? Not long after, a crooked neck was hanging upside down from a man who kept screaming for help. His constant screams attracted countless foreign beasts. Elder, spare my life. Spare me. No, don't. Seeing the Beast King getting closer to him, the hairy man let out a miserable scream. Just as the Beast King was about to approach him, he was cut down by a ghost martial sword. Jiang Yan was sitting on a rock not far away, waiting for the beasts to approach, smelling the blood of the hairy man. Then he harnessed the ghost martial sword to kill the beasts and collect the remnants of his soul. The louder you scream, the better. Attract all the beasts for 100 miles. It's also counted as a great merit for you. Jiang Yan smiled broadly. He was true to his word, and he really didn't kill the hairy man. But a mortal sin can be avoided, but a living sin can't be escaped. Jiang Yan decided to use the waist to cut the blood out of the vicious man's calf, and hanged him upside down. Let him keep struggling to attract the Fae. In this way, Jiang Yan didn't even need to run the map back and forth to decimate the foreign beasts in a 100-mile radius. Jiang Yan even took out a cup of wine from the 10-square ghost order and paired it with a roasted chicken. Sip beautifully. In this situation, I can't help but compose a poem. Jiang Yan couldn't help but sigh. Just as he continued to prepare his dry meal, a voice rang out from behind. Stop. Jiang Yan sniffed and looked over. Only a man dressed in the same attire as the man with the vicious hair was glaring angrily at himself. Jiang Yan put down his wineglass and raised an eyebrow at the hairy man hanging in the air. Your friend. Ha? Seeing the visitor, the man with the vicious hair regained his vigor and, fuming at Jiang Yan, he said, You kid is dead. Do you know who the visitor is? He is the #1 heavenly pride of my Zhongchang Martial Arts Academy. Dongfang Yun. Sorry, I haven't really heard of it. Zhongchang Martial Arts Academy? What second-rate martial arts college? He'd never even heard of it. Realizing that he was being ignored, Dongfang Yun's handsome face revealed a hint of killing intent. Kid, don't you dare ignore me. He was the #1 heavenly pride of the Zhongchang Martial Arts Academy. No one had ever dared to ignore him like that. Dongfang Yun held the B-grade heavenly artifact Star Sword. A Star Sword chi that chopped towards Zhang Yan at extreme speed. You're dead. Dongfang Yun's Star Sword decimated countless enemies. No one has ever survived his sword. The hairy man laughed. In response, Zhang Yan was still sitting on the rock, crossing his legs. Unhurriedly, he tore off a chicken leg. The Star Sword chi had already slashed at Zhang Yan's body. Clank! The sword energy reverberated, and the trees around them were shattered. This time, it was the turn of the self-proclaimed heavenly pride Dongfang Yun to be dumbfounded. WH. What? How is this possible? He just that sword, but under 10% of the power. The other side is not even a thing. The hairy and ruthless man froze for a moment, and then was on the verge of crying out. It's open. This man is open. He was a third order first order. So even if he couldn't injure Zhang Yan with his gun, Dongfang Yun is a third order, 8th ranked, late stage Wuzong. A sword cannot cut Zhang Yan. This is still how to play? Dongfang Yun pulled the corner of his mouth. That sun is so white today. Where have I gotten to? Ahahaha, accidentally got lost. You guys continue. I won't bother. He snorted and tried to leave. But naturally Zhang Yan wouldn't let him get away. With a warm smile on his face. If you're here, come and sit with me. It wasn't long before another man hung upside down from the crooked neck tree. The two people kept swaying, letting out miserable screams. Senior, we were wrong. Spare us. We'll never dare again. Zhang Yan looked at the foreign beasts attracted by the two of them with satisfaction. Sipping a small drink, maneuvering the ghost martial sword to cut down the foreign beasts. One day passed quickly. Zhang Yan killed the outer alien beasts by a wide margin, running the original breathing technique at all times again. He managed to reach the 25th gravity of the second stage. Dongfang Yun and Hairy Ruthless Man, who had been hung for half a day, were paralyzed on the ground as if they had been played out. Hope was lost in his eyes and his face was full of life. You two have worked hard. I have 2 pieces of chicken left here, so you can make do with the padding. Zhang Yan threw the cleanly eaten chicken bone rack and chicken butt to the two men. Thank you senior for the reward. The two of them didn't forget to give Zhang Yan their thanks. Zhang Yan smiled and left, his back not to mention how dashing he was. Into the night, he jumped onto the ancient tree and ran the original breathing method. The following morning, dawn broke and the first light shone into the Fey Ranch. Zhang Yan slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of scarlet flashed under his eyes. 26th gravity of the second rank. A night's work. The original breathing method then gave him a small realm boost. He stood on the ancient tree and looked into the depths of the Fey Ranch. The foreign beasts in the periphery have already been killed to extinction by me, so it's time to go deeper into it and hunt the 4th-ranked Beast King. He leapt up in one step. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he instantly killed the Fey Beast Ranch. Zhang Yan had just gone deeper into it when he was called by a group of people. That long-haired guy, get your ass over here. A disdainful command sounded. Zhang Yan slowly looked at the person who spoke, his voice cold. You are shouting at me. Nonsense. I'm just calling you. We don't have you here as a pussy with long hair. This statement caused the others to laugh. Get your ass over here. We found the secret treasure. It takes you inferiors to be responsible for filling the Beast King's stomach. The yellow-haired man with the earrings laughed. Why are you still standing there? Can't you see that our young master has spoken? The delicate woman clinging to yellow hair's side chirped. Zhang Yan looked at the group of people. The first few young men were all at the second stage of the realm. The black-clothed men behind them, on the other hand, were all of the 3rd rank. Turns out it's a bunch of males. Seeing Zhang Yan standing still, yellow hair staggered. Is this kid deaf? Somebody fix his ears. As soon as yellow hair's words left his mouth, a black-clothed man approached Zhang Yan with his fists clenched. Just as his fist was about to smash into Zhang Yan's face, puff dash. The sound of blood and flesh being churned out rang out. A giant snake several buckets thick appeared at an unknown time, biting off the upper half of the black-clothed man's body with a single bite. A group of rich kids were in chaos. Beast, the Beast King has appeared. Quickly, you guys go kill it. Chapter 75, The Human Judge. Several black-clothed men received the order and were instantly as fast as lightning, surrounding the giant snake from different directions. But they had underestimated the giant snake, which was a 4th-ranked Beast King. Humans, how dare you covet my secret treasure? None of you will be able to leave alive. The giant serpent spat out its serpentine letters and surrounded itself with poison, corrupting everything. Ah! Wang Shang save me! The delicate woman was so frightened that she screamed in shock. Wang Shang is the yellow hair. He was also scared pale at this time. You bunch of losers. What did I raise you for? Quickly kill this snake for me. Thunder Fist. A black-robed man's right arm bubbled with thunder and it blasted at the giant snake with a thunderous force. Boom dash. There was a flash of electricity, and the giant snake just let out a miserable scream that, a fling directly smashed the man in black to smithereens. He was killed on the spot. When the rest of the black-clothed men saw this, they couldn't help but take a few steps back, their faces a bit ugly. A fourth-ranked Beast King was far beyond the ability of a few of their third-ranked martial sect members to deal with. Form a formation, the leader of the men in black said sharply. With him at the head, several black-robed men stepped on the 7 stars, simultaneously biting their tongues for blood and spraying it at their feet. The space fluctuated, and bizarre ripples appeared, layers of formations operated, and an ancient sword with monstrous spiritual pressure flew out from it. This is the SS-grade Heaven Execution Sword, a male gentleman exclaimed in shock. 7 black-robed men made blood sacrifices at the same time, only to barely manage to sacrifice SS-ranked heavenly artifact. It was evident that this Heaven Execution Sword was terrifying. Facing the SS-grade heavenly artifact Heaven Punishing Sword, the 4th-ranked giant serpent clearly felt fear. It was covered in black scale armor, and the top of its head was blooming with blood and flesh, from which a unicorn horn emerged. Poison Horn Jiao. It's not a snake, someone exclaimed in shock. The poisonous Horn Jiao is the best at hiding. It puts on the appearance of a snake just to show the enemy that it's weak. Wipe out your prey in an instant while your enemy is careless. The black scale armor of the poison Horn Jiao appeared, and the scales quickly vibrated, emitting a whistling sound of air tearing. Chop! The 7 men in black hissed at the same time. The Heaven Execution Sword condensed all the spiritual power of the 7 martial sectors, like a long rainbow, tearing through the sky, instantly killing the poison Horn Jiao. Hiss! The poison Horn Jiao spat out poisonous gas, which condensed into substance and turned into a poisonous barrier. Buzz! The Heaven Execution Sword was like a crack, instantly shattering the poison barrier and stabbing into the abdomen of the poison Horn Jiao. Clank! The Heaven Execution Sword shattered the black scale armor of the poison Horn Jiao and embedded it raw into its flesh and blood. The poisonous Horn Jiao let out a miserable scream as it rose up in the air, its huge body covering the sky and the eyes. The black scale armor opened wide and shattered the Heaven Execution Sword alive. This SS-grade Heaven Execution Sword was only a shadow, and it could only cut out one sword when facing a 4th-rank Beast King. Seeing that even the Heaven Executing Sword was unable to kill the poison Horn Jiao, the 7 black-clothed men felt a sense of despair. A group of rich kids were also pale and scared to death. Spirit avalanche. Just then, only the teenager who had just been threatened by the crowd of people. A hand was pointed at the abdomen of the poison horn scale and 2 words were faintly spat out. Next, boom dash. With a shocking sound, a terrifying energy fluctuation instantly exploded. That Dr. Horn Jiao, which had been soaring in the air just moments ago, was blasted into pieces in an instant. It was scattered all over the place. Jiang Yan stood in the air. The scattered blood and flesh of the poison Horn Jiao were hiding from him. Not a single drop splashed down on him. He was like a demon god, coldly looking down at the earth. The 7 men in black were shocked speechless by the scene before them. All 7 of their martial sectors, who had sacrificed SS-grade Heaven Execution Swords with their secret techniques, had failed to decimate the giant horn. This long-haired teenager, surprisingly, used only 1 punch to. It just blasted the poison Horn Jiao they felt so desperate about into pieces. The group of rich kids were even more shocked that they didn't dare to breathe. That scene just now was too unbelievable. It stops their brains from thinking. Half a day. It was only then that the yellow-haired man shivered and opened his mouth. What kind of monsters did we mess with? The dainty woman shook like a sieve. How do I look at him? Looks like a ghost immortal. Ghost fairy? As soon as these 2 words came out, the faces of these rich kids were more ugly than one another. The word ghost immortal had become a synonym for fearfulness in Jiangcheng. It's not true. It's definitely not true. How can he be a ghost immortal? It's impossible. Absolutely not. A rich kid screamed in horror. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Jiang Yan slowly landed on the ground, holding a bizarre token in his right hand. Seeing that token, even if a few people are stupid, they know that this person is a ghost immortal. Ghost immortal. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The yellow-haired man had a stiff smile on his face. Right. It's all a misunderstanding. If we knew it was your old man, how could we possibly trouble you? The dainty woman had a pleasing smile on her face. Jiang Yan's face was expressionless. You guys are saying that if I'm not a ghost immortal, so you can make me a sacrifice to the Beast King? The crowd's faces changed drastically. No such thing. Jiang Yan had a cold smile on his lips as a black gas flew out from the 10 ghost orders and transformed into a judge. Make a list of all the evidence of their crimes in their lives. Kill those who deserve to be killed, and cut those who deserve to be cut. His voice was bland, but it made the children of the rich families turn pale and fearful to the extreme. The judge nodded and lowered his eyebrows at Jiang Yan, directly pronouncing the sins and goodness of the people's lives. Zhao Ming, forcibly robbing 3 women from the people should be subjected to 1,000 years of infernal hell. Rock Lee, who bullied many of his classmates, falsely accused others, and caused one person to commit suicide, shall be subjected to the hell of tongue pulling and the hell of the mountain of swords. As the crowd's misdeeds were pronounced one by the judge, several brats rushed forward with various instruments of torture. No, don't, dash. A rich kid's eyes were plucked out by a kid. No, The dainty woman's tongue was pulled out raw and let out a mournful scream. For a while, the Beast Ranch was like an inferno on earth. All of these rich kids who did all the bad things were dragged to hell and suffered the punishment they deserved. Jiang Yen remained expressionless and coldly eyed all this. He absorbed the remnant soul of the 4th rank poisonous horn jiao and managed to reach the 30th grading of the 2nd rank. Too slow. Still too slow. At this rate, it's going to take a monkey's time to reach the 3rd order. After all, by the way, just now this group of rich kids said that this poisonous horn jiao was hiding a secret treasure. Now that the poison horn jiao was dead, Jiang Yen directly entered the cave of the poison horn jiao. There were all sorts of heavenly treasures piled up inside. You don't have to think about it. All of these heavenly treasures were treasures left behind by the humans who died in the mouth of the poison horn jiao. On the green stone board, a white jade pot lingered and filled with aura. Catching Jiang Yan's attention, he picked up the white jade wine pot, and immediately smelled the fragrance of the wine, which was strangely fragrant and incomparable. Just one whiff can stabilize the mind and nourish the internal organs. This is a spiritual treasure. Jiang Yan came to be interested and raised the white jade wine pot high in the air. Clear liquor flowed out along the spout of the pot, and Jiang Yan drank directly from it. As the wine entered his abdomen, Jiang Yan felt warm and comfortable with his body filled with aura. Chapter 76 White Jade Wine Pot. Western Hunt. Gudong. Jiang Yan finished the wine in the white jade wine pot in one gulp. His body was warm, pure aura coursing through his limbs and bones. Jiang Yan's spirit sea was moisturized by the spirit wine. The spirit wine transformed into a spiritual qi, allowing Jiang Yan to directly ascend into the 32nd level of the 2nd rank. Good wine, worthy of being a spiritual treasure. Drinking it directly raised him 2 minor realms. I just don't know how this white jade wine pot can replenish the spirit wine. Could it be adding wine to it and turning it into spirit wine over time? Jiang Yan opened the wine pot and a glance inside revealed, to my surprise, ripples at the bottom of the jug and a steady stream of booze pouring out. This white jade wine pot is actually an automatic refill. Nothing needs to be added. Jiang Yan was overjoyed and this white jade wine pot was at least a top-grade spiritual treasure. He put the white jade wine pot into the 10 Directions Ghost Order, and rummaged around in the poison horn jiao's cave for a few moments. No other valuable treasures were found and left disappointed. He had not been gone long before, when several well-built and the blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner then appeared in the poison horn jiao's cave, staring at the direction Jiang Yan had left. Young master, the spirit treasure held by the Chinese teenager is not simple. Shall we? The white-haired old man used his hand as a knife and wiped his neck. The blonde-haired youth known as young master. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. Poison horn jiao likes to collect spiritual treasures. The spirit treasures collected are all of the highest quality. So many top-grade spiritual treasures are lying there, and this Chinese teenager only took away the white jade wine pot. You can see how superb that alabaster jug is. Harlan smiled gracefully. I would like to see that alabaster jug. Once the blonde man said this, the remaining few Western martial artists instantly understood what it meant. Young Master Harun, please wait for a moment. The white-haired old man's eyes were full of love and, whatever you want, my servant will fetch it for you. As soon as the words fell, the white-haired old man disappeared. Jiang Yan, who was strolling in the forest, sensed the cold killing intent and stopped at once, scanning around lazily. I'd beheaded countless foreign beasts in the foreign beast ranch, and it's the first time I've been treated as prey. He has eyes to see and ears to hear, and no wind can escape him. A breeze blew through and blew a leaf off the ancient tree. The moment before that leaf drifted down to the ground, a sword light flashed by, and a terrifying wind whistle surged wildly. The leaf was quickly blown into the air. Clank dash. Jiang Yan held the ghost martial sword and collided with the western sword that was killing at extreme speed. Grandpa, out for a walk? Jiang Yan laughed. The white-haired old man's eyes were deep. Kid, my young master has his eye on a treasure. I don't know if you can bear the pain. What baby? You can't be looking at this little baby of mine. I know you're open-minded in the West, but I don't like the same sex, so please tell your young master not to be hitting on me. Jiang Yan is well-traveled and tart. You dare to insult young Master Harun. A cold aura flashed through the white-haired old man's eyes and terrifying killing intent turned into substance and instantly erupted towards Jiang Yan's heart. Boom dash. Jiang Yan kicked the white-haired old man in the air and sent him flying across the room, raising his hand and pulling out a sword flower. Dissolve all of the old man's killing intent. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows as the ghost martial sword in his hand cracked open and disintegrated and dissipated in the next instant. The white-haired old man laughed coldly. Little brat, your heavenly object has been shattered. Immediately offer up the white jade wine pot. I can still let you die a quick death. So you want the white jade wine pot? Jiang Yan took out the white jade wine pot from the 10 directions ghost order. Put it in your ear and shake it, listening to the sound of the booze bobbing around inside. Jiang Yan smiled and looked at the white-haired old man. If I give you the white jade wine pot, will you spare my life? Ha! If you were a Western martial artist, I should still leave you alive. But you happen to be a lowly Chinese martial artist, so you must die today. The white-haired old man's voice was cold. Jiang Yan played with the white jade wine pot inside helplessly. In that case, since it's all death, I'd better let the alabaster jug accompany me on the road. With that, he violently smashed the white jade wine pot into the distance. How dare you! The white-haired old man didn't expect Jiang Yan to play this trick, and his eyes were wide with rage as he, with speed as fast as lightning, he was about to receive the white jade wine pot in an instant. Just at the moment when he was about to receive the white jade wine pot, a dozen or so ghost martial guns had long been dormant underground. Stabbing violently into the air, running the old man through a dozen bloody holes. Well, pooh dash. The white-haired old man's eyes were wide with disbelief as he looked at Jiang Yan with a face full of disbelief. Junior, how dare you? Jiang Yan casually took the white jade wine pot with a warm smile on his face. Asterisk. You don't really think you can get your hands on the white jade wine pot, do you? Junior, I will make your life worse than death. The white-clothed old man exploded his aura and the dozen or so ghost martial guns stuck in his body were shattered, and the bloody holes in his body stopped bleeding instantly. The fourth-ranked martial king's chi and blood erupted, and he had a head full of white hair that flowed out like a monster that had gone berserk. Oh, so scary. Jiang Yan cooperated by opening his mouth wide with a shocked look. The white-haired old man blasted his fist at Jiang Yan, breaking the speed of sound and creating a burst of sonic booms. Jiang Yan raises his right fist in return. Bang! The fists of the two men collided together, and the white-haired old man's right arm twisted with the naked eye. The veins instantly exploded. The old man let out a miserable scream. Jiang Yan had a smile on his lips as he extended his scissor hand with his left hand, directly poking into the old man's eyes. With his eyes poked out and blinded, the old man fell to the ground in agony, wailing continuously. Jiang Yan's face was full of smiles. Didn't you say you want me to be worse than death? Why are you in such a sorry state now? Junior, if you spare me, I will forget about it and spare you from death, the old man said in a ruthless voice. Are you threatening me? The smile on Jiang Yan's face deepened and the voice, however, was chilling. I love it when people threaten me, because those who threaten me will never have peace in their souls either. Black aura surfaced beside Jiang Yan's body. It transformed into the 10-square ghost order, and a chain flew out from the 10-square ghost order, penetrating the old man's body. What is this? You can't kill me. My young master won't let you go. You can't kill me. The old man felt a fear beyond death as he kept hissing and roaring. I'll kill you first before I talk about your young master. Jiang Yan laughed. Giggle. Several chains ran the white-haired old man all through his body, about to pull him into hell. Don't stop yet. A shadowy voice rang out. Jiang Yan slowly twisted his head to look, only to see a blonde-haired, blue-eyed youth with a cold face. He was followed by several fourth-ranked martial kings. When the old man heard the voice, he hurriedly shouted, Young master, save me. Harun's eyes looked at Jiang Yan in a gloomy manner. I've heard that China is a country of etiquette. It's very friendly to Western friends. It's really better to hear about it than to see it. Is this how you Chinese treat your foreign friends? Instead of being morally abducted, Jiang Yan, instead, he smiled and said, provided that you guys have to be Western friends. This came up to kill me. I have no choice. If he wants to kill me, I'll just have to kill him. Jiang Yan spread his hands out, helplessly. Do I need to teach you such a simple truth myself? Chapter 77 Playing with the palm of your hand and wiping them all out. Eloquent. Since I can't make sense to you, there's no point in talking nonsense. Harlan ordered in a cold voice. Kill him. Behind him, several tall and large fourth-ranked martial kings killed Jiang Yan at the same time. Two of them were strength system psychics, their muscles rippling like a mountain of flesh. Boom dash. One person blasted at Jiang Yan with all his might. Jiang Yan similarly blasted out his right fist, and under the shocked gaze of that martial king, the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth curved up. Aura bursts out. Bang! That martial king instantly flew horizontally, like a kite with a broken string, his limbs twisted, his life and death unknown. The rest of the martial kings were all stunned when they saw this scene. This is a second-ranked martial artist? How can you erupt such a terrifying power? A martial king swallowed his saliva, his eyes filled with shock. I've long heard that there are hidden tigers and dragons in Huaxia, and there are hermits and masters. And it's true. Several martial kings were instantly on guard, not daring to easily kill Jiang Yan. Harlan grimaced. Bunch of losers. A ghostly light flickered in his hand, and a bizarre paper boat emerged. Chinese pariah. I'll send you on your way. Harun's face was filled with a scowl. The weird paper boat flew out of his hand and slowly sailed towards Jiang Yan. In the next moment, Jiang Yan was as if he was in a boundless black sea, with no boundaries to be seen around him. Only a spooky ghost ship sails towards him. Domain. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. This was the first time he had ever encountered the field. Some trouble. Jiang Yan craned his neck. The boundless black ocean echoed with Harun's voice. Chinese pariahs. I'll let you know what happens when you disobey me. You'll live a life worse than death. You're really noble. And disobedient. You really take yourself seriously. Jiang Yan laughed and cursed at the sky. It's not just a field. And it's made to look like it's so great. Jiang Yan stretched his back. Let you ghostly old man see the realm of the old me. The 10-square ghost order surfaced in front of Jiang Yan, who reached out and clutched it with one hand. Scarlet flashed under his eyes. The underworld emperor is here. And Yen Luo listens to his orders. Buzz dash. Two ancient silhouettes appeared behind Jiang Yan. King Qin Guang, King Chu Jiang. As Jiang Yan's voice fell, the two ghost gods officially descended. As the demiurge descended, Harun's domain instantly became extremely unstable. The black ocean kicked up a tsunami, and the weird ghost ship crumbled a little bit. How is this possible? What kind of divine gift is this that you can interfere with my domain? Harlan's voice was full of panic. Jiang Yan laughed. Let you see what it means to be a true domain. With a smile on his lips, he said faintly, the ghost domain unfolds. In an instant, with the two ghost gods as the starting point, it quickly spread in all directions. Harun's black ocean was instantly swallowed. It was Harun's turn to appear in the middle of two hellish spaces. The Harlan was dumbfounded. He looked around in confusion. The place was eerie and, it's almost like a place where people stay after death. Where is this? Harlan swallowed, his voice stuttering. He raised his head with difficulty, only to see two hideous-looking ghosts and gods scornfully looking at him, and he was so scared that his legs went limp and he fell to his knees. He hung his head low, afraid to look around, and was trembling all over. Jiang Yan stood at the head of King Qin Guang's phallic form, coldly looking down at Harun. Little ghost old man, can you still talk now? Jiang Yan's voice was bland, but it sent shivers down Harun's spine. Harlan's body spasmed. He knew he'd invoked the horror of the, hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Spare me. I won't dare to do it again. Spare me. The smile on Jiang Yan's face was no longer there. Spare you? When you arbitrarily dictate the lives of others. Ever thought of sparing them? Harun was shaken. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please spare me. Late. Jiang Yan said indifferently. Late. No, not late. I have repented and I will atone for my sins. Harlan just wanted to live and kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Jiang Yan always had cold eyes, and he no longer paid attention to Harun. There were only uncountable dead souls, approaching Harlan step by step. Give me back my life. Give me back my life. Why do you want to kill me? I've obviously handed over the spiritual treasure to you. Why don't you let me go? Why? The dead souls of those once slain by Harun all approached Harun with grim faces. Seeing these undead souls, Harun was scared to death. Don't come over. All of you get out of my way. Get out of the way. Uncountable undead closed in on Harlan, tearing his soul apart in one gulp. Harlan let out a mournful and desperate scream. The ghostly realm dissipated, and Harlan's eyes rolled upward, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, as if he'd had his soul taken out of him, collapsed helplessly to the ground. Young Master Harun. Several martial kings rushed over to assist him. A martial king checks Harun's heart chakra. His face changed greatly. The heart pulse has stopped. Young Master Harun is dead. The faces of several martial kings changed drastically. They wouldn't be able to survive if Harun died. Chinese pariah. Do you know what you've done? Jiang Yan nodded and pointed at Harun. I know. I just killed him. Do you know who he is? Seeing Jiang Yan's disinterested look, the Western martial king's teeth were gnashing in anger. Jiang Yan nodded. I know. He's Harlan. That's what you all call him. Chinese pariah. He is the Prince of Great Britain. The Western martial king's voice was trembling. Really? Wow. The burst rate is so high that the fly you crush with your hand is a prince. Jiang Yan was overjoyed as he pulled out his cell phone and asked, can I take a picture with this Prince of the Dead? He's trying to post a friend. Happy the fly I crushed today was the Prince of Great Britain. The faces of all the Western martial kings were hard to see. Chinese pariah. I'm going to make you that. And your 9 clans. All of them are worse than death. Boom dash. That martial king's pupils contracted as he looked unbelievably at his chest. There's a huge bloody hole there. Jiang Yan's face was expressionless. Look at you. Chatting and chatting. Why did you have to bring your family? Now well, there's no more to talk about. You, put. The Western Martial King spat black blood from his mouth and was lifeless. The few remaining Western Martial Kings were shocked beyond words by Jiang Yan's thunderous tactics. Terrified, he looked at Jiang Yan. You're dead. You can't afford the wrath of Great Britain, and Huaxia can't protect you. I'm not sure how Great Britain's wrath will be, but mine will need to be quelled with your lives. Jiang Yan's eyes showed killing intent. The chattering is so noisy that I've lost the mood to chat with you. Jiang Yan slowly raised his head. Now you can try to escape. Jiang Yan wore a smile on his face. I will count down 5 seconds and then start hunting you down. 4. Without any hesitation, the crowd of Western Martial Kings immediately rushed in different directions at extremely fast speeds. Jiang Yan smiled with the corners of his mouth. I lied to you all. I didn't intend to count down at all, and have no intention of letting any of you live. He snapped his fingers. Black flame. In an instant, the Western Martial Kings who were quickly fleeing in all directions were simultaneously set ablaze by the black flames. Harrowing screams echoed through the Fey Ranch until their voices were joined by their flesh, turned to ashes. Chapter 78, Beast Tide. Time flew by, and soon half a month had passed. Jiang Yan managed to kill his way into the depths of the Fey Beast Ranch and broke through to the 70th level of the second rank. 30 weights short, I can break through to the third rank. Unable to imagine that. How terrifying it was to break through from the second rank 100 weight to the third rank. The depths of the Fey Ranch were already sparsely populated, and very few humans came here. It was only because there was a living 6th order Beast Emperor here. Without a martial saint to lead them, no one dared to go deeper into the Fey Ranch, except for those who are not afraid of death like Jiang Yan. It's also time to leave. Slaying the Fey had become muscle memory. The boost to him was clearly starting to slow down. It's a waste of time to stay any longer. Jiang Yan stood up from the ancient tree and stretched, then intended to leave the Fey Beast Ranch. Just then, a sudden riot came from the distance. The earth trembled. It was loud, noisy and disorganized. Beast Tide. Jiang Yan looked over, only to see numerous ferocious beasts gathering in groups, wave after wave. Forming a terrifying tide of beasts. Bad. Could it be that I killed too many foreign beasts and provoked this group of beast kings who are each king to unite? That's not a good sign. Jiang Yan took a sip of the spirit wine in the white jade wine pot and quickly fled towards the exit. His speed was strangely fast, and he met numerous human martial artists with panicked faces along the way. Run, the beast tide is coming, Jiang Yan kindly reminded. Hearing the words beast tide, everyone was pale and fearful to the extreme. They'll have to fight for their lives against a beast king if a wave of beasts comes. They would only be drowned by the many beast kings. What to do? What to do? The beast tide is eroding fast. We can't run away. A goddess giver looked toward Jiang Yan. Senior, could you lend a hand and give us a ride? Jiang Yan was speechless. He rushed all by his 2 legs, and he didn't have any spiritual treasures to carry people. How do I give them a ride? I can't help. Jiang Yan waved his hand with them. I'll see you at the exit. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Yan sped along, instantly distancing himself from several people. Roar dash. The beasts roared with a sound that shook the heavens. Even the 4th-ranked Martial King's face changed drastically. Beast tide? It's been how many years since we've seen one? The practical trial is over. Retreat. He was a tutor at the Martial Arts Academy, leading his students to the Fey Beast Ranch for trials. Now that he had encountered a wave of beasts, he had to cover the students' retreat. Heavenly Yuan beads. The 4th-ranked Martial King offered a string of azure and translucent beads that instantly grew larger and, brace yourself for a couple of students to go away at breakneck speed. Mr. Lin, aren't you coming with us? A female student shouted. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, as the Martial King of Huaxia, as your mentor, it is my duty to stop the beast tide. Teacher Lin. The crowd of trainees shouted urgently. That's a beast tide. You can't hold down the fort alone. Who says he's the only one? A bright voice rang out. Aren't we people? One could only see a silhouette flash, their auras instantly erupting. All of them were 4th-ranked Martial Kings. The more perilous the moment, the more united we must be to meet the battle. Not bad. What's a small beast tide? As long as we have a unified front, the Beast Emperor will give it the chop. Several teachers from the academy who were originally at odds with each other had united as a front against the beast tide. Old Lu, I didn't expect even you to come forward. I thought you'd take the lead and run away. I'm sorry. Lin Feng laughed. Lu Chuan snorted coldly. I can't do something that humiliating in front of the students. Even if I'm afraid of death, I'm still their teacher, and I'll die before them. The dozen or so Martial Kings were talking and laughing, and they were all under the realization that they would surely die. Say what you will to stop the tide of beasts, or when the herd kills its way out of the Fey Ranch, there will be countless citizens massacred. Roar dash. The hissing sound of the group of beasts became clearer and clearer. It was getting closer. They could already see the herd of beasts. Some of the martial kings had begun to shake because of their nervousness. And even so, he also hissed, "Kill!" He was the first to kill, holding an ancient machete that cut out a black blade light. Heavenly Lotus Earth Flame. Thunder Blast Break. All the martial kings killed the beast tide at the same time. Boom dash. A golden bull with golden horns on its head roared as the golden horns on its head absorbed the divine gifts of the martial kings, releasing an even more terrifying sound wave. Buzz. The transparent sound wave directly blasted a martial king into a bloody mist. Crunch. The three-headed silver wolf was as fast as lightning, instantly biting into the neck of a female martial king. Raw bites. In a short moment, several martial kings were devoured by the wave of beasts. Tian Yuan beat dash. Lin Fang's eyes were glazed over, and he was bathed in blood. He's still making his last stand. If I can hold you off just one more second, those children will have one more hope of survival. Bang! Bang! A tens of meters tall earth dragon slowly approached, and with every step it took, the earth trembled with it. The earth dragon looked scornfully at Lin Feng, who was still resisting, and opened its bloody mouth, tearing the upper half of Lin Feng's body apart. At this time, Jiang Yan had already arrived at the outskirts of the foreign beast ranch. He didn't even take a breath as he looked back. There was no longer a wave of beasts to be seen. Whoosh! Several rounded green beads fell here, and the green beads shattered in a flash. The few people carried on the beads were crying uncontrollably. Mr. Lin, you've already run out. Why are you still crying? Jiang Yan was puzzled. One girl choked out. Ooh-hoo. Our mentor chose to stay behind to stop the beast tide in order for us to escape. And he may have. Jiang Yan immediately understood what was going on. This group of students should have been brought to the Fei Ranch to try out by their university instructors. Heaven forbid that they should encounter a wave of beasts, and that their mentor, in order to give them time to escape, should choose to stay and delay. But the beast tide, hundreds or thousands of beast kings, how could a few people be able to stop it? Jiang Yan sighed, and when he turned his head, he saw a mutilated silhouette that was was looking away from a few students who had come back from the dead with a face full of dismay. The silhouette, with its limbs mutilated and its body revealing white bones, noticed Jiang Yan and, realizing that Jiang Yan could see himself, he opened his mouth to plead. Little friend, the beast tide is coming soon. Can I trouble you to take these children out of here? I'm sorry, pleaded the mutilated vapors. Jiang Yan was silent, only nodding his head faintly. Thank you, little friend. As long as they can survive, I'm relieved. The words just fell. His last silhouette also dissipated, turning into bits of starlight. Jiang Yan looked at the several students who were crying uncharacteristically. Stop crying. Crying counts for time. The tide of beasts is almost arriving here. I'm not leaving. Teacher Lin is dead. I want to avenge him. Fight with this group of foreign beasts. One boy summoned the heavenly creature, his eyes red. Fight the Fae. The girl with red crying eyes also summoned her staff with determination in her eyes. Jiang Yan saw that several people had already made up their minds, and he faintly said, as you wish. Turning away, he said no more. Chapter 79, One Man to Defend a City. Rumble dash. A large group of beast kings rushed across like a tsunami of rocks and mountains. Ancient trees broke and the earth trembled. On the outskirts of the Fei Ranch, a few students sacrificed heavenly objects and unleashed their supernatural abilities, their eyes filled with determination. Prepare to fight the beast tied to the death. The wave of beasts was getting closer and closer, and they were trembling with fear. Even so, none of them took a step back. Avenge Teacher Lin. Kill. A boy's eyes were glazed over as he held a long sword of golden raiment. The speed was as fast as it could be, hissing and killing the wave of beasts. Strong. The golden rhythm longsword in his hand shattered the moment it slashed into the iron wall ape. The terrifying airwave even carried him vibrating and flying more than 10 meters away. Tide of water. The woman with the staff in her hand floated in the air, dots of water flowing in. It turned into a water dragon scroll that rolled towards the tide of beasts. The moment the water tornado approached the beast tide, a path was hardened by a boulder. Several students despaired, their full force strikes seeming to the raging, frenzied tide of beasts that, it's like a toy. Roar dash. The group of beasts hissed, just as several students had despaired and were ready to meet their deaths. Earthquaker, Skyquaker, Judge, 100 ghosts walk at night. Soldiers at your service. A voice rang out from afar. A boy is about to be crushed by a stomp of the savage Elephant King when a huge monster rampages across the room. It directly knocked the barbarian Elephant King over. The boy was filled with confusion and shock in his eyes. The girl with the staff in her hand is about to be blasted to pieces by the Beastmaster's roar. A chain instantly drilled out from all sides, disintegrating the Beast King's roar. This is. The young girl holding the staff froze, looking back in confusion. Her pupils fluttered, only to see that the teenager who had just turned away was now standing behind them. A bizarre token lingered around the teenager. Behind the teenager stands an endless number of figures. What a trouble. Jiang Yan rubbed his temples. But have promised that dead soul to keep you all safe. And I for one don't like to break promises. Looking at the several people who froze, Jiang Yan impatiently said, "What are you still doing there? Stand up and run." You. Several students filled their eyes with trembling. I said, "Run. Now. Run as fast as you can in your lives." "I'm sorry," Jiang Yan said in a cold voice. "If you don't want your mentor to die in vain, get up off the ground now and run." Jiang Yan's words echoed deeply in the minds of several people as they struggled to get up from the ground and, one step at a time, I limped toward the exit, running with all my might. Can I ask your name?" the female student asked, stopping as she ran past Jiang Yan. "Live and tell," Jiang Yan said indifferently. The girl froze, then broke into a smile and nodded heavily. "I'll live that, and we'll know your name too." Wait until a few of Lin Feng's students all ran away. The earth Kuei, heaven Kuei, and judges that Jiang Yan had sacrificed had all dissipated. What kind of foolishness am I doing? Jiang Yan covered his eyes and sighed helplessly. That's just it. The beast wave started because of me. And it should end because of me. Yin's soldiers listened to the order to suppress the beast tide. He faintly gave the order. Tens of thousands of Yin's soldiers raised their heads at the same time, red light flashing under their eyes, holding their weapons and killing the beast tide. When had the beast kings ever seen such a scene before? They were shocked into taking a few steps back, and then let out a roar that, swarming, the Yin soldiers are responsible for fighting the beast king. The 100 ghosts, on the other hand, transformed into roiling ghost martial swords, frantically killing the foreign beasts. Jiang Yan hit the red paper umbrella and slowly drew out the sword in the umbrella. River City Town Guard Legion. Lord Town Guardian. Things are urgent. A large-scale beast tide has occurred at the Fei Ranch. A townsman in battle dress reported in a hurry. Beast tide? Such a big deal. Why are you only coming to report it now? Shi Haotian said in a shocked voice. Wen Huiyuan, the original Jiangcheng Town Guardian, fell. The Marshal Saint Shi Haotian assumed the role of the new Jiangcheng Town Guardian. The town guards are only divided into upper and lower levels. The lower level is the Provincial Town Guard, who sits in the Provincial Town Guard Corps, protecting the peace of a province. The superior is the Chinese Xinhua Envoy, who sits in the imperial capital and guards the whole of China. The only 8th-ranked martial emperor in Huaxia was the Huaxia Town Guardian. The entire army will march with me to suppress the beast tide riot at the Fei Beast Ranch. Shi Haotian roared. He wore 10,000-pound battle armor and held a heavy battle halberd as he killed the foreign beast ranch. The Linjiang province's town guard corps was situated in the provincial capital, Jiangcheng, and it just so happened that the Fei Ranch was also in Jiangcheng. They marched as fast as they could. In less than 10 minutes it was like a large army arriving at the Fei Ranch. Shi Haotian said in a deep voice. I've heard that there are 6th-order beast emperors in the Fei Ranch, so if we run into them later on, you guys just run. I'll take care of the beast emperor. Yes, Lord Town Guardian. The crowd of town guardians answered at the same time. Shi Haotian's voice shook the heavens. Follow me to kill in. Rumble. Hundreds of town guards were disciplined and orderly killing the beast ranch, preparing to suppress the beast tide. Shi Haotian had a gloomy face. When he led the Xinhua Legion to the so-called beast tide starting point, the whole thing was dumbfounded. Where are the beasts? Why are they all gone? Why are they all lying on the ground? As far as the eye could see, the only one still standing was the one covered in bruises and blood, with a head of inked hair flowing and the teenager who won't fall down with one hand on his sword. Lord Town Councillor. This. Shi Haotian waved his hand, stopping his men from speaking. He walked at a steady pace towards the teenager who held up his sword without falling. The young man sensed that someone was coming, and the red umbrella sword in his hand instantly slashed at the visitor. Buzz. The sword chi was terrifying to the extreme, and if it wasn't for Shi Haotian's profound realm and rich battlefield experience, I'm afraid that I will be directly cut down by this extremely fast sword. Only then did Shi Haotian see that the teenager in front of him had already lost consciousness, standing there with only muscle memory. He didn't let a 4th-ranked beast king cross in front of him. He was surrounded by corpses, none of which had been killed by a single sword. Dang it, since ancient times, heroes are youngsters. Shi Haotian sighed. He looked at the corpses all over the place, and even he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The corpses all over the place were all 4th-order beast kings, and the worst was a 3rd-order beast king. Among them, there was actually a peak 4th-order, half-step 5th-order beast king. It was inconceivable that a teenager could do this. It's one man to defend a city. Lord Town Guard Envoy. Does it mean that? It's not. It can't be. The Town Guard Lieutenant Colonel said in a trembling voice. What's impossible? My China is full of talented people, and there are countless heroic young men and women. To be able to produce such a young supreme being is a great prosperity for my Huaxia. Shi Haotian couldn't suppress the excitement in his voice. but looking at the teenager covered in bruises and blood, there was more heartache under his eyes. Take him back to the Town Guard Legion Auxiliary Hospital and have him treated by the best healers. Yes, Lord Town Guardian. Several officers immediately left with Jiang Yan. Sure, Hao Tian's eyes instantly glazed over as he looked into the depths of the Fey Beast Ranch. Beast Emperor. It's time to get it over with today. Chapter 80, Breaking Through the Third Order. A new SS-ranked supernatural ability. Hospital attached to the Gangxiang Township Guard Corps. On the white hospital bed, the teenager with inked hair like a waterfall slowly opened his eyes. His scarlet eyes scanned the area in confusion, only to hear a flutter of freckles. Wake up! Wake up! It's really awake. Go over there and check it out. Jiang Yan was still in a daze when he saw several innocent-looking nurses surrounding him, looking at himself with a strange look. What's that look? It's not like you're going to suddenly tell him, you're awake. You've become a girl. If that's true, then he's better off dead. You're awake. Do you feel sick anywhere? The innocent and lovely-looking little nurse asked in a sweet voice. Jiang Yan's brain had rebooted, and he realized that he had been taken to the hospital. It's no longer a big problem. Jiang Yan wanted to sit up, and several nurses rushed forward to assist him. The nurses looked at Jiang Yan with eyes of adoration and admiration. Your deeds are spreading here in our hospital. Defusing the beast tied alone. It's incredible. Handsome boy. Can you give my sister an autograph? Facing the many nurses, Jiang Yan smiled helplessly and bitterly. I think I still need to rest. Can you leave me alone for a while? Ah, okay. Then you have a good rest. A group of nurses with embarrassed faces left, and the room returned to calm. Jiang Yan sat on the hospital bed, his eyes gradually clearing. It's already possible to break the rank. He could feel the surging and raging tidal wave of aura within his body, and was completely unable to suppress it. It was about to burst his flesh. Second order 100 weight. He wiped out the beast tide all by himself, killed thousands of beast kings, and completely burned himself out of existence. He had broken through his own limits and managed to reach the second stage of the 100th weight. The third level of the Immortal Dao Collection has also shown signs of loosening. Jiang Yan was overjoyed. With 100 broken steps and the third level of the Immortal Dao Collection, his strength would be greatly increased. Invincible in the same realm, not to mention, even the fourth rank was no match for him. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and slowly operated the original breathing method. In an instant, the spirit sea within his body turned into substance, and Jiang Yan's body was haunted by a tidal wave of spirit chi around him. Hundreds of streams of light flowed outside Jiang Yan's body. At the center of the spirit sea, a pillar of heavenly light emerged. The golden vortex in Jiang Yan's body didn't burn black flames, but rather, it was splitting, and the golden vortex in Jiang Yan's body didn't burn black flames, containing a black electric flower. Slowly, crackling black electric flowers connected in clusters, transforming into black currents. Black electric currents flowed through Jiang Yan's limbs and bones. Rumble dash. At this time in Jiangcheng, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with fierce winds, thunder and lightning. Rumble, the thunder that struck the sky, accompanied by the pouring rain, was shocking. It's black thunder. Sure, Hao Tian, who had already returned to the Jinguo Legion, looked up and watched. His eyes were filled with shock. This is a heaven and earth vision only caused by SS grade powers. Jiang Cheng has given birth to another SS grade God-giver, Lord Town Councillor. The starting point of this heaven and earth anomaly. It seems to be at the hospital attached to our town's legion, an adjutant said in surprise. Go and take a look. Sure, Hao Tian loves talent and was ecstatic in his heart. First, he had discovered a teenage supreme like Jiang Yan, and now an SS-ranked divine giver had been born. This is the great renaissance of Jiangcheng, and the great renaissance of Huaxia. It's even the great rise of the human race. Sure, Hao Tian couldn't help but laugh up to the sky. He was strangely fast, and with a single step, the entire person flew like a missile towards the Town Guard Legion affiliated hospital. The front desk of the hospital saw the visitor and called out respectfully, Lord Town Councillor, quickly, which room is this vision coming from? Sure, Hao Tian inquired sharply. The nurse at the front desk blinked in confusion and said in a puzzled manner, you should know that, Lord Town Councillor. The person who triggered the heaven and earth anomaly is the severely injured teenager you ordered to be sent here. What did you say? Sure, Hao Tian was shocked. This earth-shattering vision was actually triggered by Jiang Yan. But this was clearly a vision that would only appear after awakening an SS-ranked divine providence. How did it appear on Jiang Yan's body? There was only one possibility. Jiang Yan had awakened another new SS-grade divine gift. Just the thought of it made sure Hao Tian tremble. What the hell was I thinking? How is this possible? He had already read Jiang Yan's information and learned that Jiang Yan was a dual-born god-giver. The divine gifts of awakening are the SS-rank 10 square ghost order, and the E-rank red paper umbrella. When he read Jiang Yan's profile, he learned that Jiang Yan was an SS-class divine giver. Later, when I saw the no twin divine givers, the whole thing got excited. The first divine gift is SS. the second is SS at worst. I think. He couldn't wait to check it out, but he actually found that Zhang Yan's second divine gift was a bit poorly executed. It's just E-class. Throughout the ages, those with dual divine gifts have been as rare as a phoenix. The Three Lives Divine Giver has never been heard of. Sure, Haotian's face was solemn. He arrived in front of Zhang Yan's recovery room and felt the majestic aura fluctuations within. He's breaking the rank and awakening a new divine gift at the same time? This is too unbelievable. Sure, Haotian's face was shocked. Sure, Haoshan made a decision to take Zhang Yan as his disciple. Say whatever you want to keep this absolute demon in the Town Guard Legion. Inside the recovery room at this time, Zhang Yan didn't realize what a terrifying heaven and earth anomaly he had triggered. When he broke through the third order, he awakened a new psychic ability just like when he broke through the second order. These powers are imprinted in his bloodline and naturally awaken under certain opportunities. The second order awakened ability is Eternal Black Flame, and if one can detect the grade of equilibrium, definitely shows SS rating. Now that he had risen to the third rank, he had awakened a new supernormal ability, 9 Spectraline Thunder, the same SS ranked psychic ability. Zhang Yan slowly opened his eyes, and his scarlet eyes flashed with a black thunderbolt. This black thunder came from the 9 underworlds, specializing in hitting soul bodies. A shot of shadowy thunder struck, and immediately the soul was scattered. Crunch! Crunch! Zhang Yan's face was twisted, enduring great pain as his tendons began to break in strips and veins. It finally recondensed and was extremely sublimated. This was the third level of the Immortal Dao collection, practicing the tendons. Zhang Yan was gritting his teeth while enduring the severe pain of his tendons breaking and being reborn, while feeling the exhilarating sensation of the extreme sublimation of the second order 100 heavy minor realm. It hurts and it feels good. It's like ice and fire. Boom dash! A beam of heavenly light erupted from Zhang Yan's circumference, going straight to the clouds, instantly dispersing the dark clouds, also junction a clear sky. This monstrous beam of light split the sky raw, as if running through to another world. Zhang Yan's flesh and blood were worn down little by this beam of light, and his spirit withered away in an instant. This instant, Zhang Yan experienced a death. Slowly, he reopened his eyes. The black thunder completely condensed. Zhang Yan held black thunder to resist the monstrous beam of light. Boom boom! Zhang Yan hissed and broke through the sky, forcing this monstrous beam of light to shatter. He was naked, surrounded by black thunder and black flames. It coalesced into a black and gold battle robe. Zhang Yan's ink hair was scattered. His robe was windless, standing above the dome of the sky, his eyes downcast looking down on the living beings. Chapter 81 Aura Overflow. Crazy Slaughter. Boom! Zhang Yan violently landed on the ground. The ground trembled and smashed out a huge crater, and the channeled black thunder spread. He tried clenching his palms, endless power boiling in his palms. Third order. In thunder. Tendon training. Zhang Yan had a cold smile on his lips. He can do anything now. It was as if there was a black hole within him with endless power. Zhang Yan's speed was so fast that he transformed into a black lightning bolt, leaving only a residual shadow on the spot. It arrived 100 miles away in an instant. This is not part of River City. It is an empty city infested with foreign beasts. Zip dash! Zhang Yan had just made a breakthrough. His aura was so majestic that it overflowed, and his body carried its own black thunder. No autonomous control. Try the current battle power. The corner of Zhang Yan's mouth rose slightly. His eyes scanned the surroundings and instantly captured a 4th-ranked Beast King. Zhang Yan moved as he transformed into a black lightning bolt, instantly flashing past the 4th-ranked Beast King. Boom dash! The 4th-ranked Beast King didn't even react, and in an instant, he was blasted by the black thunder and exploded into a bloody mist. Roar dash! Zhang Yan's behavior caused a 5th-ranked Beast King to become furious. Human! You crossed the line. Zhang Yan turned his back to the 5th-ranked Beast King and smiled at the corner of his mouth. I've crossed the line? If I remember correctly, this place used to be called Nanjiang, the boundary of Jiangchang. A city that used to be prosperous is now in ruins. And you're saying I crossed the line? Zhang Yan's eyes showed killing intent as a black thunderbolt flowed. I see that you want to die. As Zhang Yan's voice fell, a black lightning bolt erupted, instantly killing in front of the 5th Order Beast King. Boom dash! A thunderstorm exploded, instantly forcing the 5th Order Beast King to launch a defense. Not waiting for the 5th-ranked Beast King to react, Zhang Yan had already flashed above the Beast King. A fist mixed with thunderstorms fell like rain. Each punch had the power of 10,000 tons. Boom boom! Where had the 5th-ranked Beast King ever encountered this kind of madman who loosened his hands at the drop of a hat? He was being blasted back by Zhang Yan. His face was ugly to the extreme. Human, you seek death. Who dash? A beam of light strong enough to destroy a small city blasted out from the Beast King's mouth. Zhang Yan's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he didn't take half a step back. A fist smashed directly into the mouth of the 5th-ranked Beast King. Raleigh interrupting the Beast King's spellcasting pre-shake. The 5th-ranked Beast King flew thousands of meters like a kite with broken strings. Puga dash. The 5th-ranked Beast King let out a miserable scream. Without waiting for it to land, Jiang Yan had already flashed above him and threw out a whip leg from top to bottom. Bang! The sound barrier was torn apart. A shocking sound came from the earth. The 5th-ranked Beast King was kicked directly into the ground 100 meters by this kick. The dust and smoke dispersed, and only a figure stood indifferently in front of the 100-meter deep pit. Jiang Yan's eyes were cold and pursed his lips, not knowing what he was thinking. As the smoke dissipated, slowly, Jiang Yan smiled. First, the strained outpouring of laughter, followed by the unabashed giggles that it ended with a wild laugh up in the air. The waist is almost backward to the ground. After laughing maniacally, Jiang Yan clenched his left fist. Lightning speed, clenching his right fist violently again. 100,000 tons of punching power. Jiang Yan's expression was suddenly serious, and the 9 underworld thunder. Ah ha ha ha. Jiang Yan let out a suppressed laugh. Ah ha ha ha. I'm invincible in the same realm, and I kill as usual across orders. The 5th rank also kills. Black thunder erupted around Jiang Yan's body, receiving Jiang Yan into the air. I can do whatever I want. If the martial saint doesn't come out, no one in the world can kill me. He raised his right hand high and pointed to the sky while his left hand pointed to the ground. Heaven and earth. I am the only one. The fingertips of his right hand coalesced with black thunderbolts, and an intense sense of light enveloped half of his face. It made it hard to see his demeanor. Die. Jiang Yan's right index finger fell downward. A black thunderstorm violently fell from the firmament, splitting in the 100-meter deep pit in which the 5th-ranked Beast King was deeply embedded. Boom boom. The black thunder lasted for a full 10 minutes, ensuring that there was no chance of the 5th-ranked Beast King surviving. It was only then that the shadowy thunder dissipated. Jiang Yan landed on the ground, and he lazily scanned the shivering 3rd-order Beast Kings and 4th-order Beast Kings around him. Coldly, he said, "Now, you can start running away. Once how you wantonly abused humans, now I will abuse you." There is no mercy in Jiang Yan's eyes. There were pitifully few 6th-ranked Beast Emperors. As long as the Beast Emperor and Martial Saint didn't come out, Jiang Yan could walk sideways. Even if the Beast Emperor and Martial Saint came out, Jiang Yan would still be able to vanish, drive the Fey to extinction. This was the first thing Jiang Yan had to do after becoming stronger. He and Jiang Shaoke's mom and dad died in the mouths of the beasts. Just this abandoned empty city, being eaten up little by the beasts, eaten alive. At the tender age of 10, Jiang Yan witnessed his mom and dad being eaten alive. He could only run from Nanjiang City to Jiangqing City on the back of the crying Jiang Shaoku. Now that he had absolute power, he was going to take the city, which had long since been reduced to an empty city, and take it back from the Fey. The only 6th-order Beast Emperor in Linjiang Province was at the Fey Beast Ranch, and now he had been heavily injured by Shi Haotian. This ruined empty city did not have any 6th-order Beast Emperors, and at the highest, there were only a dozen or so 5th-order Beast Kings. Jiang Yan wanted to personally drive all the foreign beasts in this empty city to extinction. Thunder Cage. With Jiang Yan as the center of the circle, the Yin thunder enveloped the entire Nanjiang city that had fallen into ruins. The black thunder transformed into a huge birdcage, and a black thunderbolt penetrated deep into the ground. A bird couldn't fly out. It's time to clear the air. Jiang Yan's eyes were filled with madness, taking advantage of the fact that he had just broken the rank of the, with his body's aura overflowing. He was going to go on a killing spree. Buzz! Jiang Yan transformed into a black lightning bolt, slaughtering foreign beasts without discrimination. Everywhere he passed was a bloody mist. Those 1st and 2nd order ferocious beasts were crushed to death by the electric flower on Jiang Yan's body before they even touched him. Humans! It ends here. A monstrous roar, only to see a scaly dragon hovering over a large mountain open its eyes and gaze coldly at Jiang Yan. It was a 5th order augur. Roar! The earth shook and the mountains collapsed. The earth under Jiang Yan's feet instantly collapsed, and a 100-meter large dragon turtle revived. Its every move made the mountains and rivers tremble. It's been too long since I've killed anyone to give these lowly creatures a mind to rebel against us. The sky was obscured by giant wings, and a blazing descendant of the vermilion bird hovered in the air. The Nanjiang city, which had been reduced to ruins, had 3 5th-order Beast Kings appear in a row. Jiang Yan wasn't afraid in the slightest. He wanted to take advantage of the aura overflow to wipe out all these Beast Kings. What a great time to come. Saves me from having to look for you guys one by one. Having just broken through the 3rd rank, he's in his heyday now. In a few more hours, his overflowing state of aura will dissipate. At that time, he would struggle to fight 2 5th-ranked Beast Kings, so it was just a matter of killing a few more 5th-ranked Beast Kings while the aura overflow state was still there. Today is the day that you will die. Jiang Yan's eyes were filled with madness. P.S. Taking a day off on January 1st. Love you guys. Chapter 82 Appreciation of the Town Councilor. Insolent little child. Big talk. The huge dragon turtle let out a dull, loud voice that, echoing through the crumbling empty city. Every move it makes causes the earth to tremble. Jiang Yan laughed coldly as he raised his hand to devour the remnants of the decapitated ferocious beast's soul, and backhandedly pulled out the white jade wine pot. In front of the 3 5th-ranked beast kings, he took a big gulp. Tons and tons. Jiang Yan drank that called a free flow. The body was already bursting with overflowing spiritual qi. It instantly became more surcharged. Buzz dash. Jiang Yan directly raised 2 minor realms, reaching the 3rd level of the 3rd rank. Jiang Yan retrieved the white jade wine pot with a cozy face. Stretching his waist comfortably, Su woke up. The hunt for the hour. His right hand explored, and the Rakshasa ghost scythe manifested. Jiang Yan transformed into a black lightning bolt and instantly killed the 100-meter body of the dragon turtle. Clank! As he went down with this sigh, a muffled grunt came from the massive dragon turtle. Its massive mountain-like shell was smashed and dented. Seek death. The dragon turtle shell erupted into a ground spike, flashing with bizarre runes. The bizarre talisman culture turned into a ray of light, killing Jiang Yan from different directions. The dragon turtle is a 5th-ranked beast king, mastering innate magical powers. These weird runes are its innate aptitude, and once touched, it will be turned into blood. Black flame. Jiang Yan spoke faintly. When the uncountable rune rays were about to touch Jiang Yan, they were all ignited by the black flame. Instant dissipation. In thunder. A black thunderbolt surfaced in Jiang Yan's hand. This black thunder transformed into a divine spear capable of penetrating through all things and was instantly hurled out. Giggle. The dragon soared into the sky, and a human-headed sword shot out of its mouth, colliding with the divine spear condensed by Jiang Yan inlay. The two resisted each other and erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations. Xian bird. This 3rd-ranked human is a bit strange. Let's strike at the same time and surround him to death. Surround me? You guys are also worthy. Jiang Yan's body erupted with black thunder, and his speed was so fast that it only left a residual shadow in its place and instantly broke out. He transformed into black thunder and instantly penetrated the Xian bird. Ow! The Xian bird let out a mournful chirp as its wings were run through alive and rising black flames. Bang! Without waiting for the dragon turtle to react, the Rakshasa ghost scythe descended from the sky, instantly smashing it back into the ground. Humans! The dragon turtle let out a growl. Shut your doggy mouth. Jiang Yan appeared in front of the dragon turtle. A whipping leg kick tilts dragon turtle's head. Jiang Yan had a cruel smile on his lips. Spirit avalanche. His fist rested against the skull of the dragon turtle, only to hear a terrifying thud that the shell of the dragon turtle did not have any injuries, but inside the shell, it was in tatters. Without a turtle shell defense, the dragon turtle was directly shattered by Jiang Yan's spirit avalanche. In such a short period of time, Jiang Yan instantly killed 2 5th-order beast kings. Fear flowed from the dragon's eyes. You! What in the world are you? We have not violated the human race's boundaries in recent times, so why are you so cruel? In the face of Zhao Long's questioning, Jiang Yan didn't even bother to raise his eyelids. What you mean is that the only allowing you ferocious beasts to encroach on the human race's borders, and not allowing the human race to encroach on your borders in turn? The dragon was shocked by Jiang Yan's cold voice. Yes, the Fae could encroach on the human race's territory, and the human race could naturally encroach on the Fae's territory as well. But the problem was that Fae were born 100 times tougher than humans. Throughout history, only foreign beasts have slaughtered human tribal cities. There had never been any talk of humans actively encroaching on the territory of the Fae. The dragon's face was horrified. Human, you're nothing more than a human that. This empty city has more than a dozen 5th-order beast kings. If you don't want to. Before it could finish its words, a black thunderbolt instantly penetrated through its heart. Let it lose its vitality and never speak again. Why are you threatening me? I'm a person who hates being threatened. Jiang Yan shook his head helplessly. After resolving the 3 5th-order beast kings, Jiang Yan's aura overflow state of breaking through the 3rd order gradually dissipated. Jiang Yan sighed. He shouldn't have bull ******* Ted with these animals, wasting the time of his spirit overflow state. The state of spiritual overflow, or the state of overflowing aura. This state is only created briefly when a rank is broken, allowing the rank breaker to turn on unrivaled for a short period of time. It is several times the battle power of the normal state. Now that the spirit overflow state was over, it might take some effort for Jiang Yan to be able to kill a 5th-order beast king again. Devouring the remnant souls of the 3 5th-order beast kings, Jiang Yan's realm directly rose to the 5th level of the 3rd order. His minor realm advancement was soaring nowadays, but it was different from ordinary god gifters. While other divine gifters only needed 10 weights to break through the ranks, Jiang Yan needed 100 weights to break through. Having lifted the spirit overflow state, Jiang Yan also changed from arrogant to normal, leaving the Nanjiang territory at great speed. Back in River City, Just after arriving at the boundary of Jiangchang, Jiang Yan realized that the place was surrounded by people. Among them was Shi Haotian, the town guard envoy of the town guard legion. Shi Haotian's face was filled with anxiety. This child, how could he come to such a dangerous place just after breaking through? Lord Town Guardian, the men have been assembled and are ready to enter the ruined city of Nanxiang. Shi Haotian nodded his head. No matter what, we must bring that kid out in one piece. Follow me into. Before he could finish his words, he saw Jiang Yan appear like a bolt of lightning. Jiang Yan looked at the crowd with strange eyes. You guys are preparing for a big attack. Take back Nanjiang City? Shi Haotian opened his mouth. Little friend Jiang, you're fine? What can I do? Jiang Yan asked strangely. So you just entered the Fey realm? Oh, I was just a bit excited about my breakthrough and casually went to kill a few 5th rank beast kings. I'm sorry, Jiang Yan said faintly. When these words came out, the faces of the crowd were all stunned and shocked. What do you mean you're a little excited about the breakthrough and casually killed a few 5th order beast kings? 5th order beast king, that's the ability to move mountains and fill in the sea. Any 5th ranked beast king, it can then plunge a city into chaos, or even destruction. Even though he knew Jiang Yan's terrifying strength, Shi Haotian was still a bit shocked. He swallowed his saliva. If I remember correctly, you should have broken through from the 2nd order to the 3rd order. Right, yes, what's wrong? Jiang Yan said frankly. He just broke through from the 2nd to the 3rd rank. What's the problem? The townspeople were all dumbfounded. 3rd rank? Or had just broken through from the 2nd to the 3rd rank and then killed a few 5th rank beast kings. This is a human being? Shi Haotian stiffened for a while before he leaned back and laughed. Absolute demon. A true absolute demon. He quickly stepped forward and patted Jiang Yan's shoulder with his big hand. Kid, do you want to join my town guard legion? I'll directly appoint you as the next Linjiang town guardian. Hiss dash. As soon as Shi Haotian's words came out, the surrounding townspeople all sucked in a breath of cold air, directly appointing Jiang Yan as the next Linjiang town councillor. This is a quest that countless townspeople have dreamed of. The town guards a large province and protects the lights of 10,000 families. Facing Shi Haotian's hot gaze, Jiang Yan was completely unmoved, not interested. If it's a Chinese townsman, I'd consider it. Chapter 83, The Army's Greatest Treasure. Black Gold Battle Armor. The Chinese Town Guards, guardian of the whole of China. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, the crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air. You can't even look at a provincial town crier and want to be a Chinese town crier. This kid's got a big mouth. In response, instead of being displeased, Shi Haotian laughed even more cheerfully. Good Huaxiao town guardian. I'm sure you kid can do it. Shi Haotian heavily patted Jiang Yan's shoulder. Kid, the more I look at you, the better you look. Follow me back to the town guard legion. I have a supreme treasure to bestow upon you. Supreme treasure? Hearing these 2 words, Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. Since that's the case, then I'll accept the honor. Jiang Yan smiled with his eyebrows. Ha ha, let's go. Just like that, Jiang Yan returned to the Xintian Legion along with Shi Haotian. On the martial arts field of the Jingguo Legion, a handsome young man holding a dragon lance. Sweep away thousands of troops in the martial arts arena with 1 against 100. Dragon battle in the wild. The dragon spear in Long Yuan's hand bloomed with a reddish haze and the terrifying sweep was wrapped in the force of 1,000 pounds. Instantly knocking back dozens of battle-armored town guardsmen. Not worthy of being Long Yuan, stepping into the 4th rank triple at only 22 years old. I believe it won't be long before I'll be honored by Lord Town Councillor. All the way to the rainbow. You will be able to take over the position of Town Councillor in the near future. Long Yuan is a demon who graduated from the Martial Emperor Academy, the younger generation of our Jiangcheng Town Guard Legion. I'm afraid no one can compete with him. The crowd of town guards sighed at Long Yuan's high talent, which no one could surpass. Just then, a panicked voice rang out. Brother Long, Brother Dragon, something big is wrong. Long Yuan frowned and looked away. What's the panic? The young man who looked up to Long Yuan hurriedly said. Lord Town Guardian has returned. He even brought a young man with him to present him with the greatest treasure in the army, the black gold battle armor. What did you say? At those words, Long Yuan instantly widened his eyes, filled with incredulity and congestion of the fundus. Black gold battle armor. That's one of the greatest treasures of the Jiangcheng Town Guard Legion. The town guard wants to get the greatest treasure. All of them are men who have won great battles. Right now, there was only one possibility for Lord Jinshou to personally gift the greatest treasure in the army to another person. That is, the town guardian has already trained that teenager as the next town guardian. At the thought of this, Long Yuan trembled. His right hand clutched the dragon spear in his hand with death. The bottom of his eyes were covered in blood. I'm not convinced. I won't obey, he growled, jealousy having crushed his sanity. I, Long Yuan, am the next Linjiang Town Guardian. He defied his companions to retain him. straight to the Legion Hall with a gun. Shi Haotian, who was full of smiles and was in the process of gifting Jiang Yan with the black gold battle armor, noticed the imposing Long Yuan. There was some displeasure on his face. Long Yuan, what are you trying to do? Lord Town Guardian, I'm not convinced. Long Yuan's voice was cold, his eyes full of killing intent. Deadly glaring at Jiang Yan. His back teeth were about to be clenched. On what grounds? On what grounds exactly? This little is clearly not a member of my Town Guard Legion. What gives you access to the army's greatest treasure? He, Long Yuan, has made great achievements and solved countless incidents. The contribution value possessed could also only be exchanged for spiritual treasures. This teenager in front of me is clearly not even a member of the Town Guard Legion. Yet, he was able to be gifted the supreme black gold battle armor by Shi Haotian. Treasure weapons are categorized into 4 main qualities. From low to high, fabulous treasure, spiritual treasure, supreme treasure, and heavenly treasure. The white jade wine pot that Jiang Yan had previously obtained was a top-grade spiritual treasure. The black gold battle armor that Shi Haotian had gifted to Jiang Yan now was a lower-grade supreme treasure. It was even higher grade than the white jade wine pot. It was no wonder that this Long Yuan was so red-eyed. And more than that, he was jealous. Long Yuan, although Xiao Jiang he is not a member of Maizhenwei Legion, but he has established a war record that it's not something you can compare to killing a few 4th-ranked ferocious beasts. Shi Haotian said helplessly. Hey, don't compare it to Long Yuan, the most talented in his army. Nowadays, he was also at most able to kill a 4th-ranked 1st-ranked beast king. And look at Jiang Yan, he's still only at the 3rd level. Killing a 4th-ranked beast king was as simple as crushing an ant. It's a real people pleaser. Long Yuan's eyes were dead set on Jiang Yan. Kid, you're also worthy of this black gold battle armor? Fight me if you have the guts, and watch me break all your arms and legs. In the face of this inexplicable provocation, Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders and directly ignored it. He didn't even look at Long Yuan and smiled at Shi Haotian. Thank you, Lord Jinghua, for the reward. Xiao Jiang would be honored. This is a lower-grade supreme treasure, rarer than a white jade wine pot. Jiang Yan was already impatient to put it on and feel it. Seeing that he was ignored, Long Yuan was completely furious. Kid, you're looking for death. He raised his gun with his right hand. His speed was so fast that a blazing fire lingered at the tip of the gun, turning into a furious fire dragon. It instantly killed Jiang Yan. In response, Jiang Yan only slightly sidestepped, his eyes faintly falling on Long Yuan. The corners of his mouth curved up in an arc that was deeply disdainful. Under Long Yuan's shocked gaze, Jiang Yan raised his leg and kicked. Bang! With a dull thud, Long Yuan bowed his body and flew horizontally at great speed like a shrimp. It crashed into a high wall and was directly kicked into a folding screen by Jiang Yan. Hey, Shi Haotian was also helpless. Long Yuan, this person usually boasts of being a demon, arrogant and boundless. It's good to be taught a lesson by Jiang Yan now, so that he will know the heights of heaven and earth. Jiang Yan retracted his leg and smiled as he put the black and gold battle armor into the 10 directions ghost order. Lord Jinghua envoy, if there is nothing else, Xiao Jiang will go back first. Let's go. In the future, if you have any need for cultivation resources, you can always come to the Town Guard Legion and ask me for them. I'll give you a grant. Shi Haotian laughed. Jiang Yan was also wearing a smile on his face. Then Xiao Jiang would like to thank Lord Town Guardian here in advance. Kicking Long Yuan was as simple as crushing an ant. It didn't even make Jiang Yan put it on his mind. Leaving the Jinghua Legion and returning home, Jiang Yan directly offered the black gold battle armor. And with a thought, the black and gold battle armor exuded golden lines as if it was alive. Clank! The black gold battle armor instantly disintegrated, turning into a piece of parts that surrounded Jiang Yan's body. It was simultaneously attached to Jiang Yan. Boom dash! Dressed in a black and gold battle armor, Jiang Yan's aura exploded all over his body, and his realm instantly went from the 3rd stage of the 5th. It was raised to the 3rd stage in 10th weight. This black gold battle armor had given Jiang Yan a raw boost of 5 levels of battle power. Good baby! Jiang Yan loved it. The red paper umbrella coupled with the black gold battle armor was directly capable of allowing his battle power to soar to a whole new level. Buzz! The black and gold battle armor disintegrated and flew back into the 10 square ghost order. And Jiang Yan stretched his back, lay straight down on the bed and huffed and puffed. This period of time can be regarded as exhausting for him, and he didn't know how long he had slept in one sleep. Opening his eyes again and glancing at the calendar, it was already the day of the National Martial Arts Examination. Jiang Yan yawned. A martial arts exam. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. Why doesn't it matter to him? Hey, because he bailed. Chapter 84 Martial Examination begins. Heaven's Pride Battle. Took a nap and slept through the afternoon. Jiang Yan rolled over, only to hear a wind sound. Directly rolled to the ground. Yo! Jiang Yan held the bed and grimaced as he climbed up. If it weren't for his hungry rumbling, he would have loved to sleep through the night. Let's eat some spirit plants to pat our stomachs first. Jiang Yan offered a few hundred-year-old spirit plants from the 10-square ghost order. Clunk into your mouth. Well, the flavor is good. It's true that mixing it up gives you a sense of hierarchy. Jiang Yan was eating the spirit plant while ordering a takeout. He then lazily paralyzed himself on the couch and watched TV. As soon as I turned on the TV, a flood of information about the martial arts exam came up. It's just a martial arts exam. Is it necessary to make it so grand? Every channel is showing a live broadcast of the martial arts exam, which seriously affects Jiang Yan's viewing experience. Killing a few first-order foreign beasts and you're being focused on? This freshman class can't do it. Jiang Yan smacked his lips, already thinking of themselves as seniors. The martial arts exams were broadcast live, and students with high-quality divine gifts, or those who killed more alien beasts in the exam room, were all followed by drones. Just for a moment, there were at least 5 dark horses. Jiang Yan was completely uninterested, treating it as if he was watching a variety show playing house. Why, you ask? The most powerful of the foreign beasts on the martial examination is only a third-rank beast king. Most of them were first-rank and unranked foreign beasts, and even second-rank foreign beasts were pitifully few. On this martial arts exam, if I let Jiang Yan on the field, a big black hole rubbing up, straight away, the entire martial arts examination venue was razed. None of the alien beasts could run away, and of course the students had to be dead or injured. The martial arts exam is a child's playground in Jiang Yan's opinion. It's boring, and it can only serve me for dinner. Jiang Yan chewed on the spirit plant and also gives an evaluation. Just as Jiang Yan kept commenting on the key candidates for the martial arts exam, his cell phone suddenly rang. Once he saw that it was Zhang Xiaosheng, Jiang Yan casually picked up the phone. Old Zhang. What is it? Zhang Xiaosheng's excited voice came out from the phone. Old Jiang, you're very happy about bailing out. It's just like that. Quite boring. Even if I were to take the martial arts exam, the 3 major academies would still be at my disposal. Jiang Yan is full of concern. Zhang Xiaosheng laughed. You brat. Don't let those candidates hear these words, or they'll have to tear you alive. Jiang Yan was happy. Hey, let's have all the candidates together this year. Let's see if they can tear me up by hand. Asterisk 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 off. No more bull asterisk 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 with you kid. I came to tell you something big. Zhang Xiaosheng smiled mysteriously. Tell me about it. Jiang Yan was also a bit interested. He was bored to death right now. Seeing Jiang Yan's interest, Zhang Xiaosheng asked, have you heard of the Huaxia Heaven's Pride Battle? The Battle of the Chinese Celestial Pride? This was one of the most famous martial arts events in China, and Jiang Yan had naturally heard of it. What? The Heaven's Pride Battle is going to be held? Jiang Yan asked indifferently. He thought it was something. So that's what it was. All the heavenly prides of the provinces gathered in the imperial capital, showing off their abilities and showing off their talents. It's for sophomores and up and has nothing to do with him. He. That's why I'm calling you specifically to talk about it. Zhang Xiaosheng laughed thievishly and, if you want to participate in the Heaven's Pride Battle, I can make it easy for you. He was now the vice principal of Linjiang No. 2 Middle School, and his connections and relationships were horribly strong. Not interested. I hate fighting and killing. Jiang Yan only wanted to quietly be a beautiful man. Oh old Jiang, aren't you curious about the rewards of the Heaven's Pride Battle? Zhang Xiaosheng followed the advice. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Winning the top spot in the Heaven's Pride Battle will enable you to obtain a divine pill. Divine medicine. Hearing those 2 words, Jiang Yan instantly sat down. The only reason he was able to break the realm extreme was because Qi Wuzhen gave him a divine pill. The divine pill fused with the guilt aura in his body, helping him to directly break the physical body extreme and realm extreme. Most importantly, that divine medicine was like golden sugar beans, delicious beyond words. Jiang Yan he craved. Old Zhang, count me as owing you a favor. Jiang Yan licked his lips and, he wanted to eat the divine medicine again so badly. That flavor should only be found in heaven. Zhang Xiaosheng smiled with his eyebrows. Hey, just waiting for you to say this. I've already enrolled you in the program. The Heaven's Pride Battle is held in a month's time. That's right old Jiang. Those who are able to participate in the Heaven's Pride Battle are not simple characters. None of them were the top scorers of the martial arts exams and the top winners of the martial arts competition a few years ago, and they're all sophomores and up, and they're going to be practicing for years longer than you are. You might be under pressure to make the top 10. Jiang Yan smashed his mouth. How many places can you get the divine pill? According to the usual practice in previous years, the top 5 can receive a divine pill. Zhang Xiaosheng recalled. Old Zhang, you have not trusted me too much. I'm participating in the Heaven's Pride Battle this time. It's all about running to the head of the quintessence. Jiang Yan had a smile on his lips. Old Jiang, in previous years, The top 5 in the Heavens Remarks battle could all be 4th-ranked martial kings. 4th-ranked martial kings in their junior and senior years. Do you dare to imagine how terrifying their talent is? Jiang Yan laughed. Ha, a junior and senior martial king? Old Jiang, can you imagine the horror of my talent? He hadn't even entered the university yet now, and he had already reached the 5th level of the 3rd rank. Those so-called heavenly pride demons who had cultivated for 3 or 4 years more than him were all only worthy of lifting his shoes. Jiang Shaoshang was energized. Old Jiang, does it mean that you have? I'm already a 3rd order martial zone. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Jiang Shaoshang was completely silent. This martial arts examination had only just begun, and Jiang Yan was already a 3rd-ranked martial zone. Lin Yu, the student he was once most proud of, only managed to step into the martial sect in his junior year. This gap is simply a difference between the clouds and mud, and there is an unbridgeable gulf in the middle. Jiang Shaoshang was convinced. Old Jiang, it's still you who's great. The call had just ended when Jiang Yan's takeout arrived. He opens the door to pick up his takeout, and it just so happens that the older woman across the street goes out to throw out her trash. When she saw Jiang Yan at home at this hour, she said in wonder, "Little Jiang, why are you at home?" Jiang Yan said, "This is not just waking up." Big Mom scanned Jiang Yan up and down and came to a conclusion that Jiang Yan was not qualified to take the martial arts exam. If you wanted to take the martial arts exam, you had to reach the 5th level of the 1st rank, which was a mandatory condition. Big Mother remembered her youngest son, who was at the 7th level of the 1st rank, and instantly became superior. Xiao Jiana, are you unable to take the martial arts exam? It's okay, even if you don't get into the martial arts university, you'll still have a way out in the future. Jiang Yan yawned, interrupting the verbose Amma, "Auntie, I really can't take the martial arts exam." Jiang Yan smiled. "I bailed." With those words, he didn't even bother to look at the stiff smile on the older woman's face, and just closed the door and beautifully unwrapped takeout. Outside the door, the older woman's smile froze for a few moments before she slowed down to what bailing out meant. She suddenly became furious. It's just a guaranteed admission. What's the big deal? A guaranteed transfer is also a guaranteed transfer to a 2nd or 3rd level martial arts university. And guaranteed transportation. I shucks. Big Mother believed that her youngest son, who was at the 7th level of the 1st rank, would definitely be able to get into the 3 major academies. Straight up glorious. Chapter 85, Lin Wanyu's invitation. Being a gigolo again. After eating takeout, Jiang Yan went up the street in boredom. The streets were noticeably less crowded, and they were all watching the live stream of the martial arts exams from their homes. Arriving at the city center, Jiang Yan found that the Zhangchang Martial Arts Dojo was actually holding an auction. Auctions are where the rich go, so I won't join in the fun. Having just prepared to turn around and leave, a surprised voice rang out. You're Jiang Yan. Looking at the voice, he saw that Lin Wanyu was standing not far away. MS. Lin, barely an acquaintance. After all, he had sort of saved her life. He also received the 10,000 years of moonflower grass that was gifted to him. Are you planning to participate in this auction as well? Lin Wanyu wore a smile on her face as she took a step forward and, it was so close to Jiang Yan that Jiang Yan was able to smell the fresh scent of her body. Didn't have that intention, just happened to be passing by. Jiang Yan naturally wouldn't tell her that. He or she is in the bag. He had sold 110-year spirit plants back then and gotten a small 10 million Chinese coins. To the average person, the 10 million Chinese dollars is a huge amount. But for an auction house, $1 million Chinese dollars is only good for a trinket. 10 million Chinese coins could only buy a decent 1,000-year-old spiritual plant. Multi-millionaires, who have no business being in an auction house. Lin Wanyu laughed lightly. I happen to be planning to go into the auction house to auction a spiritual treasure. If Brother Jiang has nothing else to do, may you accompany me inside? Sorry, since you're my brother's age, I called you Jiang brother out of habit. Will you mind? Lin Wanyu asked with some concern. Afraid of annoying Jiang Yan, Lin Wanyu had already graduated from the martial arts university and was 4 or 5 years older than Jiang Yan. It's just a term of endearment, call it what you like. As for asking myself to accompany her into the auction house, it's not impossible to find out what grades of treasures are in the auction house. Seeing Jiang Yan nod his head, Lin Wanyu's eyes were filled with smiles. Brother Jiang, follow me. Jiang Yan walked beside Lin Wanyu and the two of them arrived at the entrance of the martial arts dojo, only to see Lin Wanyu hand out a black and gold card to the waiter, who then smiled and made a gesture of inviting him in. This is a capital check. The black gold card represents $1 billion of liquidity. Lin Wanyu explained. Jiang Yan was slightly stunned. $1 billion was the threshold to enter the auction house? Noticing Jiang Yan's shocked expression, Lin Wanyu gently laughed. An ordinary auction house. 1 million assets will get you in, but this one's a Fill-in auction house. Fill-in auction house. The world's top auction house. The treasures auctioned inside start at 10 million Chinese coins each. MS. Lin, This side is your exclusive room. A waiter in a flashy costume was in front to guide the way. Under the guidance of the waiter, Jiang Yan and Lin Wanyu arrived at a one-way VIP room. The outside can't see the inside. The inside can see the outside. Lin Wanyu smiled and looked at Jiang Yan. If Brother Jiang has any favorites, I can film it for you. Ah, good. Jiang Yan agreed with a smile. Not long after, the auction officially began. The blonde woman in a wraparound dress stomped on red high heels and held an emerald box of. Walked up to the display in the light of the lamp. Distinguished guests, this is none other than the first treasure of this auction. The blonde woman's voice was seductive and her red lips flicked out in a gorgeous smile. As the emerald box slowly pushed open, a golden token was lying in it. The golden token blossomed with a bright luster, immediately causing a group of people to let out a gasp of surprise. Seeing the shocked reaction of the crowd, the blonde woman's smile grew even wider. As you can see, this is an S-rank heavenly artifact called the Order of Pointing Generals, capable of summoning the holder's famous ancient generals. At these words, the auction house let out a clamor. The blonde woman smiled even more. The S-Class Heavenly Object Point General Order. The starting bidding price is 300 million. Hearing this terrifying amount, Jiang Yan sucked in a breath of cool air. 300 million starting bid. Auction is really a rich man's game. He really can't afford to play it. An S-rank summoning lineage heavenly artifact seems to be far less powerful than Brother Jiang's intrinsic heavenly artifact. Lin Wanyu looked at Jiang Yan with a smile. Jiang Yan waved his hand. Although it's not as strong as my 10 square ghost order, but it's more expensive than my 10 square ghost order. $300 million. Brother Jiang really knows how to joke. What's $300 million? If you auction off your 10 square ghost order, that would be a truly astronomical price. And I'm afraid some countries would use their entire nation's power to buy it. Lin Wanyu smiled royally. After all, an SS-ranked divine giver. The ability to build a great nation of prosperity on its own. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and asked, a grand country in full bloom? How big is it? Lin Wanyu smiled mysteriously. Huaxia is so big. The two emperors, Yan Huang, are both SS-class divine gifters. Lin Wanyu said, not a moment too soon. The first auction item, the S-rank Point General's Order, was then sold at a price of $1.53 billion. Soon the second auction item was brought up. A top-grade spirit treasure with a starting price of 200 million. The third piece is a bronze fragment with a starting bid of $50 million. Next is the 15th auction item, a piece of jade from the Western Tal River ruins. The starting bid is $50 million. The blonde woman shouted, jade from a relic. Jiang Yan's first thought was of the remnants of the primordial breathing technique that he had obtained from the Wangshan relics. He jerked up, trying to get a better look at the piece of jade that was sitting on the display table. Not bad. It was from the same source as the piece of jade he had gotten at the King's Mountain ruins. Brother Jiang, do you want this auction item? Lin Wanyu asked. Ms. Lin, I don't have that much money with me at the moment. Can you take the picture for me first? He only has $9 million in his hand. Not nearly enough. But he could sell a few of the 100-year-old spirit plants stored in the 10 square ghost order that he chewed as a small snack for money. He was selling 10-year-old spirit plants that were useless to him before. He also kept many 100-year spirit plants and a few thousand-year spirit plants. Seeing that Jiang Yan really wanted this auction item, Lin Wanyu's eyes flickered. She smiled brightly. If Brother Jiang wants it, I can just gift it to you as a friend. Lin Wanyu smiled and pressed the auction button. I'll bid $1 billion. Lin Wanyu's voice echoed in the auction house below, and instantly no one dared to call for a bid. The blonde woman's body also trembled, and the moment she opened her mouth, it was $1 billion. Although this piece of jade came from a relic, it had no other function other than allowing the holder to meditate and nourish his mind. No matter how you study it, it's an ordinary piece of jade that contains aura and has a good texture. The starting bid was $50 million, all depending on whether it came from a relic or a secret stash. Its tops to end up with $100 million. Are the big shots in this VIP room crazy? Just to auction this piece of crap jade, the opening was $1 billion. At the same time, Jiang Yanyi was dumbfounded. Ms. Lin, the starting price of this piece of jade is $50 million, right? You opened your mouth for $1 billion. Isn't that too much? Lin Wanyu laughed softly. Since it's you who want it, Brother Jiang, I'll naturally throw my weight around, just in case any ungrateful person dares to grab it. Jiang Yan speechless. Okay, this opening is $1 billion. Indeed, no one dares to rob. Unsurprisingly, the jade was successfully auctioned by Lin Wanyu. The waiter was full of smiles as he handed the box containing the jade to Lin Wanyu, and when the waiter left, Lin Wanyu then pushed the box to Jiang Yan. Brother Jiang, you didn't save my life this time, so this isn't compensation, it's a meet and greet gift. Lin Wanyu bowed gracefully. To reacquaint myself, my name is Lin Wanyu, the heir to the Magic City 100 Herb Group. Jiang Yan smashed his mouth, always feeling. Seems like he's been a gigolo again himself.